Family members, I'm shocked. I thought I could dominate after crossing into Douluo continent. But the awakened martial soul turned out to be a copper coin, and there's no soul power fluctuation at all. This crossing start is simply hell mode. Our protagonist, Douluo, is a traveler who has caught the wave of crossing over. He thought he would come with a protagonist halo and breeze through. Who would have thought that he would wake up as an orphan? But Douluo is quite open-minded about it. After all, as the saying goes, parents ascend to heaven. Power is boundless having a sister in a house, the strongest in the world. Look, there are two young girls beside Douluo, one fanning him and the other feeding him peel grapes. This little life is quite comfortable. Looking further away, the little loli he picked up is simply adorable. Dressed in a light green short coat, revealing her lotus-like white arms, her hair tied in purple ribbon braids, cascading down, and her delicate little wrists are simply too cute. And beside the little loli is the main character of Douluo continent, Tang San, with tan skin and bright eyes, looking very clever. Douluo is feeling quite frustrated. As a proper traveler, if it weren't for the system not awakening, he would have already punched the sea spirit whale king and kicked the spirit hall. How could he be a salted fish in this small village? Fortunately, he had the foresight to learn about Tang San's arrival 6 years ago, and he hurriedly brought the little loli to gain favor. Guess what? The little loli successfully became Tang San's adopted sister, and he naturally became Tang San's cheat brother. Hey, this move is simply brilliant. Speaking of which, this day, after Tang San and the little loli finished their training, Douluo immediately stood up and enthusiastically said, "Nyonyo, is San finished training? I've already asked them to prepare the medicinal bath. Hurry and go soak with Nyonyo." Tang San felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, saying, "Brother Su, there's no need to go to such expense, I already." Before he could finish, Douluo grabbed both of them and boldly said, "What do you mean you and I? Your brother Su has everything except money. You are Nyonyo's brother, and I'm also Nyonyo's brother. You're younger than me, so you are my brother. What's wrong with a brother taking care of his brother? Nyonyo, hurry and tell San." Nyonyo also cooperatively tugged at Tang San's clothes, tears welling up in her eyes, saying, "Third brother, is it because you don't like Nyonyo and don't want to be Nyonyo's brother? That's why." Upon seeing the situation, Tang San immediately panicked, hurriedly wiping Nyonyo's tears and explaining, "Don't cry, Nyonyo. I'm just an ordinary person without a family. Background: you and Brother Su don't dislike me. How can I not like you? I just feel that it's too much for Brother Su." Upon hearing this, Douluo patted Tang San on the head and said, "We are all family. Don't be so distant. Your Brother Su lacks everything except money. From now on, don't say these distant words. All right, hurry and go soak in medicinal bath. Training to such an extreme can lead to health issues." Tang San felt the warmth of Douluo's hand and nodded heavily. Douluo watched the two go to the medicinal bath, smiling with satisfaction. The plan to replace the sister is almost complete. In 6 years, Nyonyo has already secured a significant place in Tang San's heart. With a little more effort, she can replace Xiaowu. When that time comes, soaring to success is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Douluo felt so happy, humming a little tune as he walked back into the village. In fact, over the past 6 years, from daily necessities to emotional care, Douluo and Nyonyo have taken care of Tang San meticulously. Now, Tang San has been moved by them and secretly vowed to protect this brother and sister in the future. Moreover, Nyonyo has also been brought into the Tang sect by Tang San, starting to learn the Tang sect secret arts. As night fell, Tang San's home, which was originally cold and quiet, became warm with the addition of Douluo and Nyonyo. At the dinner table, Douluo served chicken legs to Tang San and Nyonyo, saying, "San, Nyonyo, you two are still growing. Eat more meat." The two quickly thanked him. Tang Hao watched from the side and was no longer surprised. After all, these two had been eating at his home for 3 years. At the tea first, Tang Hao was quite wary of Douluo and specifically investigated his background, only to find out he was just an ordinary person who started from scratch. Aside from his rapid rise in wealth, there was nothing special about him. Plus, the two had a deep bond with Tang San, so Tang Hao felt relieved. This family lives a simple yet warm life in the Holy Soul village of Douluo continent, but no one knows what surprises and challenges await them in the future. To know what happens next, let's continue next time. After waiting 22 years, the system finally activated. Can you believe it? Douluo is so attentive to Tang Hao, more responsible than a biological father. During dinner, he kept moving the plates for Tang Hao. "Uncle, don't just drink, eat some peanuts. Is there enough wine? Is the side dish delicious? If not, I'll have someone change it." Tang Hao's eyelids twitched, and he was secretly puzzled, thinking this kid is overly enthusiastic. Does he know that I am a title Dou? Nyonyo is going to awaken her martial soul tomorrow, her little fist tightly clenched, full of fighting spirit. At that time, Nyonyo will become a great soul master and can protect brother and San. Su Lu looked at Nyonyo's crescent moon-like smile and patted her head, but inside he was anxious. What if Nyonyo can't become a soul master? That would be so disappointing. Once Nyonyo fell asleep, Su Lu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He opened the window and looked at the moon, feeling extremely restless. If only I could do something. Suddenly, a voice came into his head, starting 99.99999. Starting 100. Startup complete. Congratulations, host, you have activated the shock system. For specific usage methods, please refer to the manual. Su Lu immediately roared, damn. After being here for 22 years, it finally activated for me. He was so excited that he almost blew the roof off, but after shouting for a long time, there was no response from the system. Su Lu went crazy, rubbing his hair. This system just activated and now it's gone missing? Are you kidding me? Suddenly thinking of the manual mentioned in the prompt, he quickly tried it out. I'm so clever, system. Open the manual. After a long time, there was no response. Open the manual. Still no response. Manual. System is opening the manual. Finally, there was a response. Su Lu was so excited he was about to cry. Is this system a bit slow? Other people's systems explain intelligently, but mine? The manual was incredibly simple. Shock System Manual. Origin of the system. From the Great Earth, created by a god named E12.1. Usage instructions. Say the words manual to activate the manual. Ways to gain shock value. Shock living beings to gain shock value. Say the words recruit to open the recruitment interface. Su Lu was stunned. This operation is too simple and crude, right? However, upon opening the recruitment interface and seeing the free draw option under the 10 consecutive draws on the bronze card, Su Lu became happy again. What good things will come from this free draw? Will this system help with Nyonyo's martial soul awakening tomorrow? It's simply too exciting. The free 10 consecutive draws yield a golden card. This luck is off the charts. Su Lu rubbed his hands and clicked on recruitment. The 10 bronze cards spun around. Suddenly a flash of golden light. Wow! Golden Legend! The system immediately announced, congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden card. Looking again, the free option below the bronze frame was gone, replaced by a chance to draw 10 times for 10,000 shock points. Out of the 10 draws, only 5 were useful, with half of them being thank you gifts. But upon seeing the card attributes, Su Lu was overjoyed and nearly took off from the spot. Golden card Martial Soul. Soul Reaper Scythe. After use, the target gains a growth Martial Soul, which can grow. Bronze card Innate Full Soul Power. After use, the target's soul power rises to level 10. Great. Both mine Ionius issues are solved. Among the remaining 3 cards, 2 were duplicates of the innate full soul power, and 1 was a martial soul card. Su Lu's expression was a mix of excitement and disdain. After pondering for a long time, Su Lu held the cards and began to plan how to earn shock points. The next morning, before dawn, Su Lu's hands were sore from writing. He called the butler to send out the written letters while he set up the venue. At 8 in the morning at the Holy Soul Village Square, the Martial Soul Awakening Hall was impressively grand, capable of accommodating thousands. After all, Su Lu had renovated the village to gain favor, leading to the entire village's prosperity, with nearby villages coming to awaken their martial souls. But today was different. Besides parents bringing their children, a bunch of prominent figures arrived, and the discussions became lively. Isn't it just Martial Soul Awakening? Why are there so many big shots? Haven't you heard? The young miss of the Su family is awakening today. These are all invited by the young Master Su. How does an ordinary person know the head of the Martial Soul branch in Notting City? That's a level 40 Soul Master. It's all about money. The donations made to the Martial Soul Hall in a year, we couldn't earn in 10 lifetimes. Someone said sourly, inviting so many people, if the Martial Soul turns out to be useless, that would be embarrassing. Those who had benefited from Su Lu were unhappy. If she can't become a Soul Master, she'll go back to being a young lady. Some people, though, will suffer a lifetime of hardship. As the arguments continued, Su Lu appeared and quickly approached the visitors. I didn't expect Headmaster Masino to come in person. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Masino smiled and said, I have been watching young Master Zu's contributions over the years. I came personally for your sister's awakening. Su Lu humbly waved his hand. Wealth is just an external matter. Looking next to Masino, a young man in his 20s with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in a white outfit and black cloak, with a soul emblem on his chest and 3 long sword badges on the left. Isn't this Su Yuntao? Su Lu extended his hand with a smile. So this is the legendary Brother Tao. I've long admired you. When my sister awakens later, please take care of her. Su Yuntao was taken aback and could only stammer. It's fine. In the Martial Soul Awakening Hall, hundreds of children were waiting, and those seated in the hall were all carefully selected by Su Lu just to earn shock points and ensure that The influential figures would spread the word, increasing credibility. Hundreds of children took the stage, and the awakening began. Su Yuntao took out 6 black round stones and a blue crystal ball, arranging the stones into a hexagon, signaling the first child to step inside. Don't be afraid. Close your eyes and feel carefully. As he spoke, Su Yuntao's eyes lit up, and amid the astonished gazes of the children, he shouted, "Lone Wolf, possess!" What happened next? Would Niunia's awakening go smoothly? Would Sule's plan succeed? It was simply nerve-wracking to find out. The innate, full soul power turned out to be this martial soul. It was simply outrageous. With Su Yuntao's martial soul possessing 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow rose. In this small village, that was a big deal. But after awakening 20 children, not a single one could become a soul master. Half an hour later, as Su Yuntao continued to regain his soul power, many in the audience found it boring and would have left if it weren't for Sule's face. Sulu, however, wore a mysterious smile. Bored? Let me give you something exciting. He pulled out 2 cards and silently invoked their use. The next child, with a runny nose, obediently extended his hand. Light points surged, dazzlingly bright. Everyone's eyes widened. This light was definitely a powerful martial soul, but as the light faded, everyone was stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. Is this real? What the hell is this? In the child's hand was a lump of yellow something, emitting a foul odor. Su Yuntao's face turned green, and he staggered back. What the hell is this? From Lurinjia, shot points 3. From Tang San, shot points 10. From Su Yuntao, shot points 120. From Asiyuno, shot points 402. From Tang Hao, shot points 5024. Sula looked at the system prompt and was delighted. Tang Hao alone contributed more than everyone else combined. Tang Hao, unaware his wine bottle had dropped, sighed after a while. The world is vast, there are all sorts of wonders. Indeed, this martial soul was the food-type martial soul. Flying, Su Yuntao's scalp tingled, suppressing his nausea as he pushed the crystal ball forward. Use your right hand. Take it yourself. The little boy wiped his nose, holding the lump of flying in one hand and picking up the crystal ball with the other. The next second, the crystal ball emitted dazzling light. Su Yuntao was dumbfounded. What the hell? It has soul power. Is this martial soul an equipment martial soul? An auxiliary type? Or food type? Eat? Just thinking about it made Su Yuntao almost throw up. Tang Hao, who had just taken a sip of wine, spat it out. My innate full soul power, and my martial soul is a lump of crap? What the hell is going on in this world? From XX, shot points 80. From XXX, shot points 100. From XXX, shot points 258. From XX, shot points 946. This time, Tang Hao directly contributed 10,000 shot points. That child's martial soul is flying, right? Innate full soul power. A once-in-a-century occurrence. If he changes his martial soul, he might become a titled Douluo in the future. Who could have predicted this operation? Sulu struck gold this time. What more outrageous things could happen next? It was almost unimaginable. Innate full soul power is commonplace. Is this Holy Soul Village on cheat mode? Masino looked at that lump of flying martial soul, his face full of disbelief. Sulu, beside him, was struggling to suppress his laughter, almost injuring himself, while feigning regret. Yes, how could such a martial soul exist? Tang San, listening nearby, was anxious and couldn't help but ask Tang Hao, "Father, has our family ever had a martial soul like this?" Tang Hao had 3 black lines on his forehead. Don't think about it now. Tang San finally breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to himself that as long as it wasn't flying, he could accept anything. Su Yuntao gagged a few times and had the snotty child stand aside, continuing the tests. 2 hours later, all the hundreds of children had been tested apart from that lump of flying. None could cultivate. Su Lu stood up, leading Nyonyo and Tang San onto the stage. I invited everyone here today to witness whether my 2 younger siblings can become soul masters. Masino stood up. I will awaken personally. Yuntao is tired. Su Lu was taken aback and could only clasp his hands. Thank you, Headmaster Ma. Masino summoned his martial soul, the flowing cloud sword, with 4 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple rising, causing the audience to gasp. This is a soul master. Powerhouse! Tang San stepped into the hexagon, and golden light surged out. Su Lu muttered quietly, right blue silver grass, left Haotian hammer, if I remember correctly. Sure enough, Tang San opened his right hand, and a blue silver grass appeared, his face darkening. The audience erupted. With such a grand setup, it turns out to be a useless martial soul. Young Master Su has really embarrassed himself this time. Su Lu felt no ripple in his heart, and even wanted to laugh. Mortal, just wait to be slapped in the face. Matthew comforted. It's okay, kid. Let's see if you have soul power. Tang San placed his hand on the crystal ball. Brilliant blue light instantly filled the entire room. Matthew exclaimed. Another one with full innate soul power. Shock value 24, shock value 48. Lu was almost grinning from ear to ear. Tang Hao looked at the blue silvergrass. His expression suddenly softened. The crowd below began to sneer again. So what if he has full innate soul power? It's still a useless martial soul. Nyonyo's little face turned red with anger. She wanted to retort, but was stopped by Tang San. Don't pay attention to them. But this was not over yet. Would Nyonyo's awakening be even more explosive? I can't wait. 3 people with full innate soul power in one day. This holy soul village must be a den of geniuses. Nyonyo clenched her little fists, her eyes determined. Nyonyo will definitely work hard and awaken a powerful martial soul to protect brother. Under Su's less encouraging gaze, she walked up to Matthew and stood in the magic circle. Lu secretly crushed 2 cards. Light points surged, and a scythe appeared in Nyonyo's hands. The handle of the scythe was made of unknown material, engraved with intricate patterns, connected to a silver-white curved blade that glimmered with cold light, adorned with unknown totems, and the blade emitted a blood-red halo, surrounded by black mist. Growth martial soul. Soul reaping scythe. Nyonyo hugged the scythe, which was taller than herself, her eyes filled with joy, like a child who received a beloved toy. Matthew took a deep breath. His soul, trembling this martial soul, was extraordinary. Tang Hao's gaze on the scythe also sharpened, sensing its power. The crowd below was abuzz with discussion. It looks really fierce. But without soul power, it's useless. This statement calmed the scene. Matthew quickly picked up the crystal ball, trembling as he handed it to Nyonyo. Here, give it a try. The moment Nyonyo took the crystal ball, boom! Red light burst forth, blinding everyone. Shock value 547, shock value 45, shock value 947. Matthew was frozen in place, dumbfounded. Full innate soul power? 2 awakenings in one day. Is full innate soul power that common? Tang San was also shocked. Nyonyo also has full innate soul power. He knew he had it because of the Shintian skill, but Nyonyo clearly hadn't practiced to that level. Matthew looked at Nyonyo, his eyes gleaming like a hungry wolf seeing a fat piece of meat. Nyonyo stepped back, clutching the scythe, and Tang Sen quickly protected her behind him. Lu timely spoke. Lord Matthew, you've worked hard. I prepared a meal, please. Matthew finally regained his senses and awkwardly responded. Lu addressed everyone. Thank you all for witnessing this. I prepared food, so don't be polite. The crowd instantly erupted. Young Master Su is generous. Some who had scolded Lu before now shamelessly stayed. That was my younger brother. I've already taught him a lesson. That night, at Tang San's home, Tang Hao was busy forging. Lu said, Uncle Hao, I've refused the Spirit Hall. I want Tang San and Nyonyo to go to the Nodding City Academy. He'll cover the tuition. Tang Hao didn't look up. No way. Nyonyo can go, but Tang San cannot. Why is that? Is Tang San adopted? What will happen next? It's so intriguing. Tang San actually has twin martial souls? Tang Hao's reaction is just too real. Lu spoke up for Tang San. Nyonyo wants Tang San to go with her. It's better to have a companion. Nyonyo ran up to Tang Hao, tugging at his clothes, her watery big eyes looking at him. Uncle Tang, let 3rd brother come with me, otherwise Nyonyo won't go either. Seeing the tears in Nyonyo's eyes, Tang Hao couldn't bear it, squatting down to pat her head. Nyonyo, be good. Your 3rd brother has a useless martial soul. It won't help him cultivate. Lu quickly tugged at Tang San, and Tang San stepped forward. Father, I have another martial soul. He raised his left hand, and black light surged. A small black hammer appeared, the handle half a foot long, the hammerhead cylindrical, with a special glow and intricate patterns. This was the Haotian hammer. This is... Tang Hao almost rushed over but remembered Nyonyo in his arms and quickly waved his hand. Come here. Let me see. Lu commented from the side. If you didn't know any better, you'd think Nyonyo was his biological daughter, and Tang San was a bonus gift. Tang Hao looked at the Haotian hammer, his eyes bright with excitement. Twin martial souls. It's actually twin martial souls. Nyonyo, your 3rd brother has twin martial souls. He picked Nyonyo up and held her high, yay? We're flying high. Although Nyonyo didn't understand what twin martial souls were, she knew she could go to school with 3rd brother, and she was overjoyed. Tang Hao returned to normal and said to Tang San, put it away, I'll agree to your request. Nyonyo excitedly kissed Tang Hao on the cheek, causing the dignified Haotian to blush. He patted Tang San's head. In the future, use the left-hand hammer to protect the right-handed grass and your sister. What about me? What about me? Uncle Tang. Lu protested. Am I invisible? Tang Hao looked at him disdainfully. A grown man still needs protection? How embarrassing. Lu was left speechless, muttering in his heart. Wait until I get a revival coin, just you wait. Su Lu said he would take Tang San and Nyo to get their first soul rings in 3 months. Tang Hao nodded. Later he'll teach them some things first. Su Lu gave an okay sign. No problem. Tang Hao was already used to his unusual words and actions, picking up the forging hammer to start working. That night, Tang San and Nyo followed Tang Hao to learn blacksmithing, while Su Lu was bored in the living room. Today he earned 222,000 shock values, which were still increasing, but he spent 10,000 shock values on a 10 consecutive draw. And the result. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Su Lu was stunned. What the hell? What is this? His luck was just too bad. Would he draw something good next? It was driving him crazy. A 10 consecutive draw filled with thank you for your patronage. After leveling up, he would directly have a stroke of luck. Su Lu looked at the 10 thank you for your patronage cards, completely dumbfounded. He clicked on the question mark in the center of the card and instantly understood bronze recruitment has a 50 chance of thank you for your patronage, while golden items only have a 0.5 chance. He gritted his teeth and spent 100,000 shock values to upgrade to silver recruitment. The result was still 50 thank you for your patronage, just with a higher chance for silver items, making him grind his teeth in anger. There was no way around it. He had to jump into the pit. He dug himself. Su Lu bathed 10 times, lit 3 sticks of incense, shouted Fu Jin roasted rat, closed his eyes, and clicked on the recruitment. Peeking through his fingers this time, there were only 3 thank you for your patronage. Who says luck can't save you? Spinning can't change fate. This is called destiny. Su Lu laughed wildly while holding up 7 cards. The first card was a golden card, Celestial Spirit Ring, containing boundless space. Su Lu dripped blood to recognize ownership, looking at the ring that looked as ugly as rotten wood, enjoying himself immensely, putting the card away and taking it out again. Man's happiness is that simple. The remaining cards were even more surprising. Desert Eagle, Barrett, Armor-Piercing Bullet Manufacturing Blueprint. Su Lu smirked. If I give this to Tang San, will it impact the Tang Sec's hidden weapons? Also, there was a silver effect card that could create an illusion for half an hour. Unbreakable for beings below God level. Golden character card. Dongfang Bubi, Strength. Equivalent to a title Douluo, Silver Soul King's Soul Powerball. Using it directly reaches Soul King. Su Lu immediately used the Soul Powerball, compressing the soul power in his body into a ball. Although he had no soul rings, he was at least level 10. How should Dongfang Bubi be deployed? What is the special effect card for? This wave of luck is explosive. It seems something big is about to happen. Dongfang Bubi is actually a woman? Who can withstand this? Su Lu hesitated for a long time, but decided to keep Dongfang Bubi by his side. After all, she has the strength of a title Douluo, making it safer to take Tang San and Nyo to the Soul Beast Forest. Just as he used the card, a hand rested on his shoulder, and a delicate face leaned over, her voice extremely seductive. My lord, what are you thinking about? You wouldn't be thinking about me, would you? Su Lu felt a chill run down his spine, retreating several steps and pointing at her. What are you doing? Dongfang Bubi laughed like silver bells. Could it be that my lord doesn't like me? Her smile could intoxicate 1,000, but just thinking of certain images made Su Lu's skin crawl, until he checked her attributes and saw gender. Female, Su Lu's eyes brightened instantly. What is there to be afraid of? He affectionately took Dongfang Bubi's hand. Master Dongfang, welcome to Douluo continent. Please sit down and have some tea. Dongfang Bubi was taken aback, but allowed him to pull her onto the bed. Su Lu asked with concern, are you thirsty? Hungry? What kind of vehicle did you take to get here? Did you get motion sickness? Dongfang Bubi frowned. I was at the Blackwood Cliff, summoned by the Creator God to assist you. My lord, is my hand soft? Su Lu shamelessly replied, soft and very smooth. Dongfang Bubi leaned forward, a faint fragrance wafting in, directly sitting on Su Lu's lap, stroking his face. Does my lord wish to spend a lovely night with me? Su Lu's body trembled, and he said sternly, Miss Dongfang, I'm not that kind of person. Please get down. Dongfang Bubi snorted coldly, getting off him and taking away the embroidered needle that was propping him up. Su Lu swallowed hard. Who can withstand this? Just now, the atmosphere became extremely awkward, and Su Lu said, it's late, let's go to sleep. He walked to the bedside, and under Dongfang Bubi's astonished gaze, pulled out a small bed from under the bed that was where Nyo used to sleep. Su Lu lay down and fell asleep under Dongfang Bubi's curious gaze. The next morning, Nayuni's voice came, brother, get up, it's time for breakfast. Su Lu rubbed his eyes and stretched. What will Dongfang Bubi do next? This Shura field is simply unimaginable. Dongfang Bubi actually claims to be Su Lu's betrothed? This plot is too dramatic. Nyo pushed the door open and instantly saw the woman in red on the bed, becoming vigilant, holding her soul-hunting scythe directly in her hand. Who are you? Where's my brother? Su Lu quickly sat up from the small bed beside her. Nyo, Brother is here. Nyonyo ran into Su Le's arms, but still kept a watchful eye on Dongfang Bubi. Who is she? Dongfang Bubi spoke. I'm the teacher your brother invited to teach you martial arts. But Nyonyo already has a master that a master is a master. A teacher is a teacher. After breakfast, follow me to learn. Nyonyo pouted. I still want to learn blacksmithing from Uncle Tang. A girl learning blacksmithing? Dongfang Bubi widened her eyes. Su Lu explained. Nyonyo has joined the Tang sect. It's normal for her to forge hidden weapons herself. Nyonyo took the opportunity to drive her away. Since I don't need a teacher, sister can leave. Su Lu quickly smoothed things over. She's someone I paid a lot to protect you. Just call her Sister Dongfang. Nyonyo huffed, but wouldn't call her, making the situation quite awkward. When sending Nyonyo to Tang Hao's house, Tang Hao looked at Dongfang Bubi, feeling that this woman was not simple and had an air of danger about her. Dongfang Bubi also sensed Tang Hao's pressure. This old man is actually a strong one. Just as Su Lu was about to introduce, Dongfang Bubi suddenly hugged his arm. This young lady is Dongfang Yu, Su Le's betrothed. Su Le's eyes widened in shock, and he didn't have time to explain. Tang Hao and Tang San exchanged an I understand glance. Tang San stroked his chin. Brother Su is also of age. I need to prepare a unique betrothal gift. Just don't hold the wedding too fast. I'm not ready yet. Tang Hao coughed and glanced meaningfully at Dongfang Bubi. Since she is your betrothed, come in together. But Su Lu, your wife is not simple. Dongfang Bubi smiled lightly. Uncle Tang is overestimating you, is just an ordinary woman. Uncle Tang is the one who truly deserves the term not simple. Tang Hao's body shook slightly, not turning around. I'm just a blacksmith. I can't be called not simple. In the room, Tang Hao was with Nyonyo and Tang Sin blacksmithing, while Su Lu and Dongfang Bubi sat at the table, staring at each other. Dongfang Bubi gave him a charming look. What's wrong? Su Lu shook his head, looking towards the blacksmith shop, thinking to himself, she fears nothing as a woman. What does a single man like me have to fear? This relationship is too complicated. What other surprising actions will happen next? It's simply exhilarating. After pondering for a moment, Su Lu had a thought and took out 3 blueprints from the immortal spirit ring, walking towards the blacksmith shop. Hearing the noise behind him, Tang Hao turned around and saw Su Lu walking in with a blueprint, looking mysterious. Uncle Tang Hao casually picked up a nearby wine bottle and took a sip. Is there something you need? Hearing this, Su Lu didn't waste time and shoved the 3 blueprints into Tang Hao's hands. Take a look at this. What is it? Tang Hao looked at it with curiosity. It seemed to be a weapon. As he saw the exquisite parts, Tang Hao became interested. After finishing all 3 blueprints, he couldn't help but feel eager to try. You want to ask me if these things can be forged, right? Tang Hao squinted his eyes and thought for a moment. Except for the part called spring, which is a bit difficult, the others are fine. Also, I've never heard of something called gunpowder. You'll need to find that yourself. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Su Lu nodded. I have gunpowder readily available. I shall summon someone to bring it over shortly. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Tang. Tang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 10. Bear it no worries. I am equally curious to see what kind of weapon your blueprint will yield. Xiao San, operate the bellows. Upon hearing this, Tang San, who had been laboriously forging with beads of sweat cascading down his brow, paused momentarily. All right, father. Tang Hao grasped the forging hammer, inhaled deeply, and his eyes sharpened with intense focus. As Tang San pulled the bellows, the entire iron block glowed a fiery red, the searing flames rising to envelop the room in an oppressive heat. Nyonyo, pay close attention, Xiao San. With a coordinated movement, Tang Hao engaged his legs, waist, and back, and with a resounding thud, the hammer descended upon the iron block. As the hammer rebounded, due to the force of impact, Tang Hao executed a swift turn, channeling the power through his calves. The rebounding hammer was deftly swung overhead, cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh. Once more, a thunderous crash echoed as it struck the iron block again. The strike was not only remarkably swift, but its force seemed to surpass that of the initial blow. The hammer rebounded high, and Tang Hao's movements appeared to achieve a perfect synchronization with the hammer's ascent, neither premature nor belated. At the precise moment when the hammer was about to reach its zenith, his body propelled the hammer in a complete circle before bringing it down once more. Tang San and Nyonyo's eyes sparkled with realization. This was evidently a technique of utilizing force by harnessing the rebound generated from the collision of the hammer with the metal. The movements were flawless and harmonious, minimizing any potential harm from the rebound while transforming that very energy into a sustained assault. From a second strike onward, each blow exceeded Tang Hao's full strength, yet remained firmly within his control. His actions accelerated, and the forging hammer struck the metal block with the ferocity of a tempest. The block continuously morphed under the relentless blows of the forging hammer. Astonishingly, Tang Hao struck with pinpoint accuracy. For an entire day, Tang Hao persevered, and by the following morning, he had astonishingly assembled all the components of a barret, along with over 100 armor-piercing rounds. Outside the Sacred Soul village, Su Lu, wielding the barret, was surrounded by several individuals, including Tang Hao. With an air of pride, Su Lu patted Tang San's shoulder. "My dear brother, I must inform you that what is to come may be quite overwhelming. You must brace yourself." Tang San, somewhat speechless, shook his head at Su Li's words, which he had heard no less than 3 times since the peculiar weapons assembly. From Su Li's incessant chatter, Tang San gleaned that this strange contraption was called a barret, a type of firearm which he found rather exasperating. A concealed weapon is meant to catch one off guard. Yet this cumbersome behemoth in Su Li's hands was anything but discreet. As the younger brother, he felt it unseemly to undermine his elder sibling, and thus resigned himself to reality. Noting Tang San's lack of retort, Su Lu, brimming with enthusiasm, pointed forward. "Do you see that colossal tree?" The group followed his, and being individuals of remarkable vision, they beheld a towering green tree nearly 2,000 meters away, its trunk so robust that it would require 5 adults, hand in hand, to encircle it. "Do you see it? What of it?" Dongfang Booby withdrew his gaze, casting a puzzled look at Su Lu, who responded with a mischievous grin. "That is my target." "Surely, Brother Su is jesting?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback, as if he had misheard. Even Tang Hao and Dongfang Booby exchanged incredulous glances. While both were capable of unleashing a concentrated attack upon that great tree from 2,000 meters, one being a golden core expert and the other a titled Douluo, Su Lu, an ordinary person wielding an odd weapon, claimed he could accomplish what they could. Without further explanation, Su Lu dropped to the ground, aiming the barret at the towering tree. Wind speed normal. Weather normal. Target acquired. Fire. With a resounding bang, the bullet surged forth like a roaring dragon, and as it left the barrel, the tremendous recoil sent dust swirling into the air. With the enhancement of the purple extreme magic eyes, Tang San found himself unable to track the bullet's trajectory. Even Dongfang Booby and Tang Hao merely glimpsed a fleeting shadow and the bullet slicing through the air, accompanied by a shockwave. Instinctively, they all turned their gaze towards the distant tree, only to witness a gentle breeze rustling through its branches, causing a handful of leaves to flutter down. The atmosphere grew eerily tense, and at that moment, several crows flew overhead, cawing. "Fool, fool!" Shule, still prone on the ground, sheepishly scratched his head. "My apologies, it was my first attempt. I missed the target." The crowd gazed at Su Lu in utter disbelief, their eyes clearly conveying a single thought. "Are you kidding me?" Su Lu quickly extended a finger, reassuring them. "Fear not, just this once a perfect hit." With that, he promptly dropped to the ground, closing one eye as he aimed at the tree trunk, holding his breath. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. This time, the focused Tang Hao and Dongfang Booby finally caught sight of the armor-piercing round, which streaked through the air like a silver meteor before embedding itself into the tree trunk. A direct hit. The first to react was Dongfang Booby, who lightly pushed off the ground and soared towards the tree, followed closely by Tang Hao, whose form transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaving Tang San and Nyo Nyo in bewilderment. How could father be so fast? Isn't he a blacksmith? Nyo Nyo shook her head in agreement. Indeed, Uncle Tang vanished in an instant, just like that peculiar sister. Unfazed, Su Lu hoisted the barret and patted Tang San on the head. "Let us go. Little San, allow me to show you its power." 2 minutes later, the trio arrived late to the scene, with Tang San hastily rushing forward, while Dongfang Booby and Tang Hao stood before the tree, shaking their heads in disbelief. It was hard to comprehend that such a distant shot could strike with such tremendous force. Indeed, this had already reached the potency of a superior magical artifact. Tang San, puzzled by their conversation, approached and observed the ground, which appeared as if ravaged by a tempest, littered with leaves, and noticed a small hole, the size of a thumb, in the tree trunk. This must be a weapon left by Brother Su. Even Tang San was astonished that it could strike a target from a distance of 2,000 meters, a feat unattainable by the Tang sect's hidden weapons, albeit with slightly lesser power. Contemplating this, Tang San reached out to touch the thumb-sized hole. Crack! The moment his fingers brushed against the tree trunk, he heard a sound, and in the next instant, he found himself cradled in Tang Hao's arms. Chapter 11. Night Visit Boom. In the next moment, a tremendous noise erupted, akin to an earthquake, as the great tree toppled before Tang San's eyes. What? Tang San stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding. Impossible. He found it hard to believe and dashed away from Tang Hao's embrace. How could it have fallen? His thoughts were interrupted as he witnessed the truth behind the tree's collapse. The opposite side of that thumb-size hole had been reduced to dust, to knock down a towering tree from a distance of 2,000 meters. At that moment, Tang San was engulfed in confusion. Even the Tang sect's top-ranked Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus could not achieve such a feat. Tang Hao also inhaled sharply. If this weapon were aimed at him from 2,000 meters away, with such power, he too might meet his end without any defense. Shock value 2,600. Shock value 6,000. Shock value. Observing the astonishment values from several individuals, Su Lu raised an eyebrow. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Tang Hao cast a deep glance at Su Li's barret and solemnly advised, Xiaolu, take good care of this weapon. Ensure it does not fall into the wrong hands. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Su Lu patted the gun. No problem, Uncle Tang. I treasure this item. With that, Tang Hao said no more, nodding as he made his way home. An hour later, watching Tang San sit silently on the tree trunk, Su Lu felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. Was this too much of a blow for the young lad? Indeed, it was as Tang San was engulfed in confusion. The very thing that the Tang sect had devoted their lives to researching was utterly eclipsed by something Brother Su had casually produced. Concealment. Striking an enemy's vital point from a kilometer away. Power? He sighed, unaware that firearms too had been the subject of extensive research by many. They were shamelessly appropriated by Su Lu. Just as Su Lu prepared to comfort Tang San, he saw him rise on his own. Oh, he has recovered? Tang San nodded, then sighed. Brother Su, you are right. Today's weapon has profoundly shocked me. Both its power and concealment surpass many of the Tang sect's hidden weapons. However, at this point, a spark of determination ignited in Tang San's eyes. I will not concede defeat. I will develop a hidden weapon from the Tang sect that surpasses firearms. Before that, can you show me the blueprints, Brother Su? I smack. Before he could finish his words, Su Lu slapped Tang San on the back of his head. Here we go again. What did I tell you? No need for all this you and nonsense. I'm your brother. Just ask for what you need. It's merely the blueprints. With that, Su Lu retrieved 3 blueprints from his celestial ring and handed them over to Tang San. Thank you, Big Brother Su, Tang San said, scratching the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he accepted them. Although he had been struck, a warm sensation blossomed within him. Is this what it feels like to have a caring brother? Who's the best? I just hit the protagonist on the head. Su Lu waved dismissively. It's nothing. This is of no use to me. But I need to assign you a task. Hearing Su Lu's words, Tang San immediately adopted a serious expression. What is it, Big Brother Su? He had already made a silent vow. Since Big Brother Su was so kind to him, he would surely complete the task assigned. Su Lu then squatted down, gently stroking the heads of Nyo and Tang San. Don't be so serious. For your safety and Nyo's, I hope you can craft 2 desert eagles before school starts. This way, you can ensure your own protection. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Tang San and Nyo felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. This was their big brother, always looking out for them. Big brother, I will definitely do it. Brother, thank you. Observing the two with teary eyes, Su Lu smiled and nodded, his mind already wandering. Just imagine, if these little ones wielded desert eagles to take down a level 40 soul master, how much astonishment would that bring me? Later that night, as Dongfang Booby lay in bed, he suddenly opened his eyes, rising to float out the window. In a few swift movements, he arrived at the mountaintop outside Holy Soul Village. Although the area was deserted, he spoke nonetheless. Come out. What do you want with me? A figure shrouded entirely in black approached, even wearing a black hood, revealing only that he was a tall man. Speak. What is your intention in getting close to Su Lu? As he spoke, the figure clad in black slowly raised his right hand, and a dark radiance began to coalesce within his palm, transforming into a colossal artifact. Concurrently, 9 soul rings subtly emerged around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red. These rings enveloped his form entirely, with the final soul ring emanating a resplendent crimson glow. The individual was none other than Tang Hao. He harbored doubts about the sudden appearance of such a formidable woman beside Su Lu, especially after witnessing the blueprint Su Lu had presented today, which resulted in the forging of a barret. This only intensified his suspicion that Dongfang Booby had ulterior motives. The human heart is made of flesh, over the years. Despite his silence, Tang Hao had come to regard Su Lu as family. Now, with an enigmatic woman by his side, it was his duty as a guardian to ascertain her intentions. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Dongfang Bubi let out a melodious laugh, her voice ringing like silver bells. I never expected you to be so concerned about that foolish lad. As she spoke, she absently examined her nails, adding nonchalantly, what if I truly have designs on him? What would you do then? I would kill you. Without further ado, a glint of cold light flashed in Tang Hao's eyes as he stepped forward, his presence bearing down on Dongfang Bubi like a mountain. Oof. In response, Dongfang Bubi let out a disdainful snort. Let us see if you possess such capability. With that, her aura surged forth to meet Tang Hao's. Indeed, she was formidable. Observing that Dongfang Bubi's energy could rival his own, Tang Hao's expression grew solemn. Suddenly, he surged forward, resembling a whirlwind, as he wielded the Haotian hammer with blinding speed, charging towards Dongfang Bubi like a dark, malevolent sun, exuding an overwhelming and sinister aura. Yet, Dongfang Bubi remained unperturbed. She had long desired to witness the combat prowess of this world. With a delicate flick of her finger, a crystal-clear embroidery needle appeared in her grasp. As Tang Hao approached with ferocity, she lightly tapped the needle. Chapter 12. Tang Hao vs. Dongfang Bubi Go. The needle, imbued with a chilling light, hurtled towards Tang Hao, distorting the air around it into a surreal void. A fleeting blue flash was all that could be seen, as a terrifying gust of wind generated a cacophony of shrieks and explosive sounds. What is this? A martial spirit? Yet I did not sense any fluctuation of soul power. He could not discern any soul rings upon her. Tang Hao, perplexed, could no longer dwell on such matters. Merely wielding a needle of embroidery placed considerable pressure upon him. Suddenly, he halted, taking a step forward with his left foot, which he forcefully planted upon the ground, producing a resounding crash. From the point of impact, the earth fractured extensively. Tang Hao's right arm, which held the Haotian hammer, swiftly extended behind him. With a thunderous clash, the Haotian hammer collided violently with the embroidery needle, unleashing a terrifying wave of blue energy that scattered in all directions. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with astonishment. It was inconceivable that a mere needle could withstand his onslaught. On the other side, Dongfang Bubi was not faring any better. Tang Hao's might was overwhelmingly dominant. Had it not been for her Ice Spirit Silver Needle being a low-grade spiritual artifact, it might have shattered. In the next heartbeat, as Tang Hao intensified his force, the Ice Spirit Silver Needle was sent flying by his hammer strike. Dongfang Bubi retreated a step, summoning the Ice Spirit Silver Needle back to her grasp. While she excelled in speed, she was not particularly strong. Undeterred, Tang Hao continued his assault. With a sweeping motion, he drew back the hammer further, unleashing a more ferocious second strike aimed at Dongfang Bubi. Uncle Tang, you are certainly showing no mercy. Dongfang Bubi teased, a glint of brilliance flashing in her eyes. With a light push of her feet, she executed a backflip, retreating several dozen paces. Simultaneously, she launched the Ice Spirit Silver Needle skyward. Celestial maidens, scatter flowers. With a delicate exclamation from Dongfang Bubi, the Ice Spirit Silver Needle split into two, then four, rapidly populating the sky with a myriad of needles, all hurtling towards Tang Hao. As he heard the whistling of the needles slicing through the air above him, Tang Hao beheld a cascade of blue petals gracefully descending from the heavens. The seemingly powerless petals unexpectedly caused Tang Hao to pause, compelling him to wield the Haotian hammer in defense. With a thunderous roar, the Haotian hammer collided with the petals, resulting in an uncanny scene. This time, Tang Hao could not obliterate the petals. Instead, upon contact, the petals detonated, releasing a chilling cold that swiftly invaded his body, freezing even the Haotian hammer. As the explosions multiplied, Tang Hao found himself immobilized, ultimately encased in ice. Observing the frozen figure of Tang Hao, Dongfang Bubi refrained from further assault, merely seeking to test his capabilities. Suddenly, the once frozen Tang Hao erupted in a violent explosion, shattering the ice into countless fragments. A grave expression settled in Tang Hao's eyes as he regarded Dongfang Bubi, remaining silent as the seventh soul ring on his body gleamed. The immense black Haotian hammer in his grasp surged forth, ascending into the sky, emanating a powerful black radiance. The colossal hammer expanded in the wind, transforming into a gigantic hammerhead, reminiscent of a small mountain, stretching over 100 meters. This was the true form of Tang Hao's martial spirit. As Dongfang Bubi gazed upon the soaring Haotian hammer. Red patterns emerged across its massive surface. The 10,000-year red soul rings adorning Tang Hao illuminated, and the black, giant hammer instantaneously morphed into a vibrant red. Clearly, Tang Hao had begun to unleash his full potential, offering Dongfang Bubi no time to react. With a swift motion of his right hand, the super colossal hammer descended rapidly toward Dongfang Bubi's position. In an instant, the air within a 100-mile radius distorted. A mere tidal Douluo would have found themselves paralyzed in the presence of such overwhelming force. However, Dongfang Bubi was no ordinary opponent. Having discerned Tang Hao's hidden ailment through their recent encounter, she feared that should matters escalate, Su Lu would grow anxious. There is no need for such wrath, Uncle Tang. If there is any offense, I apologize, Dongfang Bubi declared, remaining motionless. Under the immense pressure, her body inexplicably reappeared several dozen meters away, narrowly evading the impending strike. If Su Lu were present, he would surely identify this spell as the shortened distance technique. In the next heartbeat, Tang Hao's Haotian hammer struck the mountaintop, causing the entire space to tremble violently, followed by a reverberating roar that echoed for miles. Boom! Below, Su Lu, who had been peacefully slumbering, was abruptly awakened. What happened? Was that thunder or an earthquake? He pondered, while Nyonyo, lying beside him, stirred awake, rubbing her eyes and stifling yawns. Brother, what's going on? Noticing the sudden silence outside, Su Lu sheepishly scratched his head. Oh, it's nothing. Nyonyo, you may continue to sleep. All right. Nyonyo acknowledged with a sound, stifled a yawn, and then reclined once more. Su Lu, after a moment of contemplation, approached the entrance of Dongfang Bubi. Atop the mountain, the trees were reduced to mere powder. What was once a majestic peak had been forcefully shattered by Tang Hao's blow, leaving behind a vast crater measuring several hundred meters. With only 2 individuals remaining, the strike missed its mark, and Tang Hao finally ceased his assault. He realized that if Dongfang Bubi wished to escape, employing her extraordinary agility, she would elude him effortlessly. Who exactly are you? Tang Hao's tone was resolute yet tinged with frustration. This time, Dongfang Bubi exhibited none of her previous nonchalance. Her beautiful eyes were filled with earnestness. Rest assured, Uncle Tang, Su Lu is fully aware of my every move. There are matters I cannot disclose, but you need only know that I harbor no intentions of harming him. Upon hearing Dongfang Bubi's sincere words, Tang Hao hesitated for a moment before gradually retracting his martial spirit and turning towards the Sacred Soul Village. That is for the best. If ever I discover you harboring ill intentions, even at the risk of my hidden ailment flaring up, I will ensure your demise. Dongfang Bubi made no reply to Tang Hao's declaration, instead watching his retreating figure and murmuring to herself. It seems this formidable individual truly cares for that naive youth. That is advantageous. The more powerful allies he has, the greater the protection he will receive. As her voice faded into the ether, Dongfang Bubi's presence vanished entirely from the mountaintop. Where has she gone? In Dongfang Bubi's chamber, Su Lu, puzzled, felt a sudden chill sweep through the air. Another figure had appeared within. Chapter 13. The 10 divine beasts of the Celestial Empire. It was, indeed, Dongfang Bubi. Reflecting on the noise that had just echoed, Su Lu inquired with curiosity, that commotion just now was not caused by you, was it? Dongfang Bubi beamed and leaned closer to Su Lu, her delicate hand resting upon his chest, her cherry-red lips brushing against his ear. Are you worried about me, my lord? Su Lu offered no response, standing as still as a statue. However, Dongfang Bubi noticed his Adam's apple bobbing and his breath quickening. Ha! My lord's composure is truly commendable. I shall take my leave now. With that, she gracefully retreated to the bed, leaving Su Lu in a state of discontent. Moments later, irritation gnawed at him as he gazed at Dongfang Bubi from a distance. That accursed enchantress. If only I could best you in combat, I would have long since dealt with you. Leaving the room of the invincible Dongfang, Su Lu made his way to the living room. After quenching his thirst with 2 pots of cool water, he managed to calm his mind and returned to his chamber, drifting off to a gentle slumber. Days passed in this manner, as the events surrounding the 3 Soul Masters reached a crescendo, bestowing upon Su Lu a staggering 120,000 points of astonishment. This considerable sum was indeed a reflection of Su Li's monetary investment. After all, in a world where words alone hold little credence, trust is a rare commodity. However, Su Lu chose not to utilize these astonishment points for recruitment just yet, intending to wait until Xiao Sanzi and Nyonyo commenced their schooling, allowing him to devise his plans at a measured pace. Additionally, Tang San had successfully crafted 2 Desert Eagles, a feat that had left him elated for quite some time. When paired with armor-piercing ammunition, these weapons were capable of delivering fatal blows to soul masters below level 40, save for those with exceptional defensive capabilities. Even a Soul King of level 50, if caught off guard, could meet a grim fate. Tang San felt a sense of relief, having completed the task entrusted to him by Su Lu, and now possessed a means of self-defense. As for Tang Hao, he had departed from the Holy Soul Village a month prior, taking with him a copy of the Barrett and armor-piercing ammunition blueprints. Su Lu speculated that Tang Hao was likely preparing for mass production, intending to surprise the Spirit Hall. Before his departure, he bestowed upon Su Lu a token, which upon closer inspection resembled the one meant for the master. Now, it had found its way into Su Li's possession. With only 10 days remaining until the commencement of classes at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Su Lu awakened Nyonyo and Tang San early that morning. Ever since Tang Hao's departure, Su Lu had welcomed Tang San into his home. After breakfast, the 4 of them packed their belongings and boarded a carriage destined for their goal. The thought of their destination ignited excitement in Tang San. Even with his experiences from 2 lifetimes, Nyonyo was practically bubbling over with enthusiasm. The little girl, filled with joy, was embarking on her first journey. Despite the carriage's bumps, the novelty of the experience kept their spirits high. She frequently lifted the curtain to peek outside, marveling at the bustling crowds and the myriad of shops. Their hearts brimmed with anticipation for the world beyond. "Brother, how much longer until we reach the Star Dou Forest?" Nyonyo inquired eagerly. "We've just boarded the carriage, and there's still quite a bit of time," Su Lu replied with a gentle smile, lifting the spirited Nyonyo into his arms. Instantly, she became much more docile in his embrace. "Are there many soul beasts in the Star Dou Forest? Will we encounter the 10 divine beasts you mentioned, brother?" Nyonyo's question piqued the curiosity of both Tang San, who had been resting his eyes, and Dongfang Bubi. "The 10 divine beasts? Yes, you're unaware of them?" Nyonyo began to count on her fingers, her excitement palpable. According to Brother, the top-ranked divine beasts include the first, the alpaca, which dwells on the grasslands; the second, the Yame butterfly, which soars through the skies; and the third, the Vako squid, residing in the ocean. Right, brother? Did I say it correctly? With that, Nyonyo proudly tilted her head, gazing at Su Lu with a sense of accomplishment. Alpaca? Yame butterfly? Vako squid? Are these truly divine beasts? Why have I never heard of them? Tang San sighed as he pondered, realizing perhaps his own ignorance. He committed to memory the mystical beast that Nyonyo had just described. Meanwhile, Dongfang Bubi furrowed her brow. Despite Nyonyo's vivid portrayal, she sensed something amiss and cast an odd glance at Su Lu. At that moment, Su Lu wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. He had merely concocted a tale of the 10 divine beasts of the heavenly dynasty when Nyonyo had asked for a story, never anticipating that she would remember it. Yet, faced with the current predicament, Su Lu could only muster a professional smile, nodding affirmatively. The journey of several hundred miles, though not excessively long, was not short either. It was only by noon on the 3rd day that they finally arrived at their destination, the Star Dou Forest. As they disembarked, Tang San felt puzzled. Wasn't this supposed to be a forest? In his and Nyonyo's minds, a forest should resemble the serene heights of the back mountain, teeming with trees, imbued with the essence of nature, tranquil and fresh, with scant human presence. However, the small town before them, at least on its outskirts, felt distinctly like a bustling settlement. Indeed, it was a town, with vast constructions of houses and shops lining the forest's edge. The air was thick with the cacophony of merchants hawking their wares. Level 40 Soul Master leading the charge, hunting for Millennium Soul Rings. Level 30 and above Soul Respect. 5 Soul Masters waiting for assistance. Ladies first. No toxic milk. Level 50 Soul King leading hunts for Soul Rings. Century Rings at 100 gold soul coins each, with an increase of 100 coins for every additional century. Millennium Rings at 1,000 gold soul coins each, and we won't take on anything above 5,000 years. Such calls echoed through the town, where most shops offered an array of weapons, armor, and food supplies. Having lived here for 22 years, Su Lu, despite not becoming a soul master, was well acquainted with the dynamics of this place, and began to explain to the others. Chapter 14. Arrival. You may be wondering why a forest's outskirts would be so lively. The explanation is quite simple. Where there are soul beasts, there are soul masters, a wealthy demographic. Countless individuals aspire to profit from soul masters, which makes the goods here at least double the price of those found elsewhere. Upon hearing Su Li's explanation, Tang San and Nyonyo turned their attention back to the shouting groups. Nyonyo looked up at Sulu and inquired, "Brother, what do those people calling for teams mean?" Sulu affectionately ruffled the hair of both Nyonyo and Tang San. Hunting soul beasts is not an easy task. Some inherently powerful soul beasts possess formidable attack capabilities, even if their cultivation time is short. This so-called team hunting involved several individuals cooperating to hunt the soul beasts they require for soul rings. With the assistance of others, one only needs to deliver the final blow to the soul beast. This is the most common and safest method of hunting soul beasts on the continent. "Oh, I see." Tang San nodded thoughtfully before continuing. "So, are we going to team up with them?" Upon hearing Tang San's words, Su Li's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain. Forming a team? Such an endeavor was utterly impossible. In this lifetime, he would never team up with anyone. All that was required was to cling to a powerful ally and rest comfortably in their shadow. With that thought, Su Li cast a glance at Dongfang Booby. "Right, dear wife?" To his surprise, Dongfang Booby showed no reaction, and the fiery Nyonyo had already shaken off Su Li's hand, crossing her arms in a huff. "Oomph! Ha ha ha!" Suddenly, Dongfang Booby's laughter chimed like silver bells, drawing the attention of many onlookers. They were captivated by the stunning woman in red, their mouths agape in admiration. "What a beauty!" A nearby man murmured, drooling, but before he could finish a sentence, Dongfang Booby shot him a piercing glare. The man, as if struck by a vehicle, spat blood and slid across the ground for 10 meters before collapsing, his fate uncertain. The entire scene fell into silence, and Tang San stared in awe at Dongfang Booby. It was the first time he had witnessed her in action, and he was astonished to realize that his sister-in-law was a formidable expert. He pondered her rank, perhaps a soul king or a soul sect. Ignoring the commotion, Su Lu took Nyonyo's hand, leading their group away into the distance, while the crowd parted, wary of inciting the wrath of these formidable individuals. Along the way, Su Lu shared important precautions with Tang San and Nyonyo. As they emerged from the town and beheld the vast expanse of the Star Dou Forest, both Tang San and Nyonyo were momentarily awestruck by the towering trees that bore testament to their age. The Star Dou Forest lay directly south of the Heaven Dou Empire, straddling the borders of two great nations. Due to the multitude of soul beasts inhabiting it, this area marked the most ambiguous boundary between the two empires. From a map's perspective, the majority of the forest territory resided within the Star Luo Empire, a fact the Heaven Dou Empire had never acknowledged. As one of the 3 major habitats for wild soul beasts, it was a place most coveted by soul masters. For each visit heralded the prospect of advancement. No one could ascertain how many years the Star Dou Forest had existed on the Douluo continent. A refreshing breeze wafted towards them, carrying the fragrant scent of flora that was utterly invigorating. Breathing in the crisp air, Su Lu felt as if all 36,000 pores of his body unfurled in bliss. The sensation was indescribably refreshing. In truth, if tasked with hunting soul beasts, the royal breeding grounds would suffice for Tang San and Nyonyo. However, Su Lu sought a greater challenge. After all, with his physical soul power already at level 50, it would be a waste to pursue the lower-tier creatures. Thus, prepared to don 5 black rings, Su Lu arrived at the Starry Forest. The forest was exceedingly dense, and the phrase obscuring the sky and blocking the sun aptly described it without exaggeration. Glimpsing sunlight within the woods proved to be a challenge. After traversing for approximately an hour, they found themselves at midday. During this hour, they encountered numerous soul beasts, predominantly those of 10 and 100 years, which were unsuitable for them, leading them to evade direct confrontation. Occasionally, some foolish creatures approached, only to be dispatched by Dongfang Booby's ice-cold silver needles. In response to this, Tang San was filled with confusion. "Brother Su, with you and sister you possessing such formidable strength, why do we still avoid those soul beasts?" Upon hearing Tang San's words, Su Lu sighed. "Unless absolutely necessary, we should refrain from hunting other soul beasts. You see, while soul beasts appear plentiful now, what about in a few years, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years? Once the soul beasts are hunted to extinction, where shall we procure our soul rings?" Tang San was struck as if by a thunderclap. He had not anticipated Su Li's far-sighted perspective. He resolved to learn diligently in the future. Another 2 hours passed, and although they encountered many soul beasts, none were suitable. Noticing that Nyonyo and Tang San's breathing had become somewhat labored, Su Lu sought a clearing. "Let us take a moment to rest." Just as they settled down, however, Dongfang Booby suddenly stood up. Before Tang, San could inquire. He noticed a multitude of ghostly green lights approaching them, hundreds of wolf-shaped soul beasts, each approximately 1.6 meters in length, their bodies a purple-gray hue, with those eerie green lights being their eyes. The leader of the pack appeared almost transparent, flickering in and out of visibility within the forest. At that moment, the soul-reaping scythe unexpectedly manifested in Nyonyo's hands. Initially puzzled by how the scythe had emerged, Nyonyo soon received a message from it. She lifted her head as if listening to something, then pointed ahead at the ghostly wolf leader not far away. "Little scythe, which one do you desire?" Douluo inquired, his gaze fixed on Nyonyo, intrigued. "Little scythe?" It actively requested this. Nyonyo nodded, cradling the scythe. "Yes, Little Scythe says this wolf is very suitable for me." Upon hearing Nyonyo's affirmation, Douluo made a decisive statement. "Then it shall be. Dear wife, deal with it. But do not kill it outright. Leave it with a breath." Dongfang Booby shot Douluo a glance, a mixture of amusement and exasperation crossing her features, yet she did not refute his request. With a gentle lift of her arm, she spun gracefully, and a myriad of steel needles flew forth from her sleeves like blossoms scattered by a goddess. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The hundreds of ghostly wolves surrounding them collapsed in response. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the leading ghostly wolf remained unscathed. The incoming steel needles passed through its form, embedding themselves into the trees behind. This is quite intriguing. Upon witnessing this scene, Dongfang Booby's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Chapter 15. Nyonyo's first soul ring. The leader of the Phantom Wolves recognized that this group was formidable and, with a wary gaze, retreated a couple of steps before fleeing without a backward glance. "Where do you think you're going?" With a flick of his fingers, Dongfang Booby unleashed a bolt of azure spiritual energy towards the fleeing leader of the Phantom Wolves, its speed astonishingly swift, leaving no opportunity for evasion. This time, the azure energy did not pierce through the leader's body like a steel needle. Instead, it struck it with substantial force. As the blue energy penetrated, the next moment saw the leader of the Phantom Wolves erupt in a burst of light, transforming into a statue of ice, standing stark against the distance. "All taken care of," Dongfang Booby remarked, clapping his hands as if it were a trivial task. Yet, the reality was that it would be disgraceful for a golden core stage expert to let a Millennium Soul beast escape. Meanwhile, Nyonyo, clutching her soul-reaping scythe, began to radiate a crimson glow. Douluo, observing her, urged, "Nyonyo, if you slay it, you will obtain your first soul ring." However, before Douluo could finish, Nyonyo raised her scythe and charged at the leader of the Phantom Wolves. With a sharp crack, the soul-reaping scythe cleaved through the body of the Phantom Wolf leader, severing it in two, which fell to the ground like shattered glass, scattering into fragments. An imperceptible crimson light seeped into the scythe, intensifying the surrounding black mist. Simultaneously, a purple halo emerged before Nyonyo. "A Millennium Soul Ring?" Douluo furrowed his brow, abruptly halting Nyonyo's attempt to absorb it. "Brother, what's the matter?" "The scythe says it wants to." Nyonyo turned her head in confusion. "No, this is a Millennium Soul Ring. The limit for a soul master absorbing their first soul ring is 400 years. This exceeds that limit, and Nyonyo will be in danger." Upon hearing Li's words, the others turned to him, with San asking in bewilderment, "Brother Su, what do you mean by the absorption limit for the first soul ring?" Douluo stroked his chin and replied with utmost seriousness. "This concept was proposed by a great thinker. It delineates the maximum age of soul rings that each rank of soul master can absorb. Exceeding this threshold can result in catastrophic consequences. A Millennium Soul Ring can only be absorbed by a soul master of at least the rank of Soul Sovereign." The complexion of both Nyonyo and San turned pale at Li's revelation. If Nyonyo had absorbed it just now, the consequences would have been dire. Realizing this, they both swallowed hard. Nyonyo gently caressed her scythe, saying, "Little scythe, you cannot absorb this. Let us find another." Upon hearing her words, the soul-reaping scythe remained calm, the crimson glow dimming as it obediently rested in Nyonyo's hand. Just as Douluo lamented the lost opportunity of this soul ring, Dongfang Booby interjected, "If that is the case, I believe Nyonyo's physical constitution is entirely adequate." Upon hearing the words of Dongfang Booby, the crowd turned their puzzled gazes toward him, whereupon he pointed at several individuals. "To be frank, during this period, I have administered a substance into your meals." "A substance?" Upon hearing Dongfang Booby's revelation, Douluo and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Even San appeared perplexed. As a member of the Tang sect, He was no stranger to poisons, yet it seemed implausible that he could have been unaware of being drugged. Indeed, however, it is not a poison per se, but rather a substance known as the body-refining pill, whose primary function is to enhance physical prowess. I have just scanned you all, and the bodies of Xiao San and Yonyo have already reached a level comparable to those of Soul Masters. Thus absorption should pose no issue. So that is the case. Su Li's understanding was swiftly illuminated by Dongfang Bubi's words. No wonder my trips to the restroom have increased these past few days. I had thought it was due to dietary issues. Tang San nodded in agreement, clenching his fists. I too was curious about how my strength had surged so dramatically. I had attributed it to my training. Only Nyonyo, clutching her soul-reaping scythe and gently biting her lip, remained silent. Su Lu hastily patted Nyonyo's head. Since that is the case, there should be no problem. Nyonyo, you may begin your absorption. Nyonyo nodded and commenced her absorption. At that moment, as the 1,000-year Netherwolf's soul ring approached, she felt an unprecedentedly powerful pressure. Despite the enhancement from the body-refining pill, her bones emitted faint sounds under this strain. Soon, the purple ring hovered above Nyonyo's head, denying her any opportunity to react. The purple ring suddenly contracted, transforming into a solid, bracelet-sized aura that directly settled upon her soul-reaping scythe. Nyonyo felt as though her right hand had plunged into molten lava. A torrent of searing energy surged violently within her, igniting her insides as her body trembled violently. Absorbing a soul ring of a higher level invariably comes with peril. Yet fortunately, the soul-reaping scythe in Nyonyo's grasp emitted a crimson glow, introducing a cooling sensation into her body, alleviating her pain considerably. In the next moment, the soul power within Nyonyo surged, the might of the soul ring having baptized her body, and in an instant, she successfully broke through to the 10th level. How delightful! Nyonyo could not resist stretching her limbs. The euphoria that accompanied the absorption of the soul ring was beyond description, as if she were floating on clouds, free from the weight of the world, or perhaps experiencing the pinnacle of bliss. Every one of her 36,000 pores opened wide, greedily inhaling the exquisite air. The next moment, Nyonyo opened her eyes, gazing at the newly acquired purple ring on her soul-reaping scythe, and joyfully dashed toward Su Lu and Tang San. Brother, look, I have acquired a soul ring. I am officially a soul master now. From this day forth, I shall protect you, brother. Observing the excited little girl, Su Lu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Yes, brother sees it. Our little darling truly is the most formidable. Tang San nodded and gently patted Nyonyo's head. Indeed, Nyonyo was the very best. In the distance, Dongfang Bubi observed this tender scene with a hint of melancholy. Just then, a delicate voice chimed in. Nyonyo had approached Dongfang Bubi, and in her astonished gaze, Nyonyo bent down and then looked up at her. Thank you, sister Yu. From now on, you shall be my sister. Therefore, you cannot vie with me for my brother. Upon hearing Nyonyo's words and noticing Su Lu and Tang San's expressions, Dongfang Bubi realized she had seemingly been welcomed into this family. A radiant smile blossomed on her face, akin to a garden in full bloom. But Sister Yu intends to compete for your brother. Nyonyo froze at Dongfang Bubi's remark, then turned away, clutching her soul-reaping scythe. You cannot outmatch me. Chapter 16. Their first soul ring, ha! Observing Nyonyo's adorable demeanor, Su Lu and the others could not help but burst into laughter. Nyonyo, bewildered, gazed at them, puzzled by their amusement. Moments later, regaining her composure, Su Lu looked at Nyonyo with anticipation. By the way, Nyonyo, what is your first soul skill? Show it to everyone. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Nyonyo nodded, raising her little head proudly as she declared, Nyonyo's first soul ring is named Phantom Guardian. As she finished speaking, her first soul ring glowed with a brilliant purple light, and her body transformed, becoming ethereal like the leader of the Phantom Wolves. This is the Phantom Assault state. As long as I do not attack, it can be sustained indefinitely. During this time, I ignore all physical damage, increase agility by 100%, and reduce elemental damage by 50%. Gasping at Nyonyo's description, the group collectively inhaled sharply, ignoring all physical damage. This was tantamount to being half invincible. Against those soul masters who relied solely on brute strength, it would tire them out, and moreover, even elemental damage would be halved. Excellent. This soul ring is remarkable. A life-saving technique. Su Lu expressed his profound satisfaction, while Tang San gazed at Nyonyo from afar, a trace of envy flickering in his eyes. Is this truly Nyonyo's first soul skill? How formidable. Do not be so envious. I already have a target for your soul ring. I just have yet to encounter it. Let's go find yours now. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement, his fists clenched. Thank you, Brother Su. He then bowed slightly towards Dongfang Booby. And thank you, Sister Yu. Dongfang Booby chuckled lightly and waved her hand. It is nothing. The group continued deeper into the forest. Sulu had already made a decision regarding Tang San's soul ring. Any soul beast could essentially enhance blue-silver grass and resilience. But must the other be poisonous? There exist myriad methods to achieve control over a destination. In the original narrative, Tang San primarily seeks to breach defenses to poison his adversary, a tactic that Su Lu deems rather unwise. After 2 hours, Dongfang Booby suddenly came to a halt. We have arrived. The soul beast you described lies 100 meters ahead. Allow me to weaken it first. As the words left his lips, Dongfang Booby deftly flicked his fingers, sending forth a spirit-infused silver needle. With Dongfang Booby leading the charge, the quartet advanced toward the target soul beast. In the distance, they beheld a creature exceeding 3 meters in length, adorned with intertwining blue and purple stripes. Most peculiarly, it erupted with flashes of blue lightning at intervals. As Tang San scrutinized the soul beast, Sulu interjected, Little San, swiftly vanquish this lightning serpent and claim your first soul ring. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San chose to absorb the soul ring, firmly believing that Su Lu would not lead him astray. Over the past 3 months, Su Lu had meticulously charted Tang San's future path, cryptically proclaiming himself as the crowd controller, while Nyonyo was designated as the assassin, leaving the roles of the top laner, ADC, and support unfilled. As Tang San began the absorption of the soul ring, Nyonyo experienced a similar sensation simultaneously. Feeling the pain coursing through her body, Tang San was further motivated by the thought that Nyonyo had persevered. Suddenly, a spark of enlightenment illuminated his consciousness. Tang San perceived himself enveloped in a tempest of thunder and lightning. At the very center of this chaotic domain, a solitary blue-silver grass swayed delicately amidst the electric storm, impervious to the relentless strikes of lightning. A surge of elation filled Tang San's heart. This appeared to be a glimpse into the realm of inner vision. In his previous life, he had been too advanced in age to experience such a state while cultivating the Xiantian treasure record. To his astonishment, it manifested during the absorption of his first soul ring. Under the baptism of thunder and lightning, the blue-silver grass began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The originally slender blades of grass elongated and broadened, their pale blue hue deepening into a profound azure. As the surface shimmered, flickering blue lightning danced across it, and the light blue blades transformed into a rich navy. In the next instant, a crisp crack echoed in the air, followed by an eruption of warmth that dispersed and then coalesced into a milky white stream. The once meandering brook swiftly morphed into a flowing river, gurgling gently as the searing pain dissipated, leaving behind a soothing comfort, a triumphant success. Ecstasy washed over Tang San once more. He was intimately familiar with that shattering sensation, reminiscent of breaking through the first bottleneck of a Xiantian skill. His internal energy merged seamlessly with the power of the spirit ring, evolving into a more formidable force that swiftly spiraled around his meridians several times before gently flowing into his dantian. Just as he had surmised, upon entering this world, his Xiantian skill had unconsciously formed a peculiar synergy with the spirit power of spirit masters. Each level of the Xiantian skill corresponded to a title of a spirit master, and having acquired this first spirit ring, he had finally surpassed the initial barrier of the Xiantian skill. As Tang San slowly opened his eyes, uncontainable joy shone within them. Congratulations, Xiao San. Congratulations, brother, came the jubilant exclamations from Su Lu and the others. Raising his right hand, Tang San declared, Brother Su, I have successfully obtained my first spirit ring. With that, a faint white light illuminated his skin, and deep blue silver grass surged forth from his palm. A dazzling purple halo ascended from beneath his feet, spiraling around his body, an unmistakable characteristic of a first-ring spirit master. The previous blue-silver grass, barely half a finger's width, had now thickened to the size of a hemp rope, with blades several times denser than before, adorned with blue lightning that seemed to leap with energy. Brother Su, my blue-silver grass has not only become significantly stronger, but also swifter than lightning, with attacks that carry a paralyzing effect. Any contact with an enemy's skin will trigger its potency. Su Lun nodded in acknowledgement of Tang San's description. That aligns with my thoughts. What about your first spirit ring? It wouldn't be a binding effect, would it? Binding? Tang San shook his head, and suddenly, his first spirit ring blazed with radiant purple light. My first spirit ring is called Electric Shock Trap. As he spoke, dozens of strands of blue-silver grass formed intricate snares that swiftly ensnared several nearby trees, tightening rapidly. In the next moment, the blue light on the grass flared brightly, and a tempest of lightning surged toward the captured trees, igniting an electrifying spectacle. Su Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, incredible. The electric shock therapy of the sheep beast. However, after a brief moment, Tang San was already panting heavily. To unleash a Millennium Soul skill using his 14th level of soul power without being completely drained was quite commendable. Chapter 17. Su Li's Extraordinary Martial Soul Brother. Your soul skills are incredibly powerful. Observing Tang San retracting his martial soul, Nyo hurried over to support him. Indeed, they are formidable, but the consumption of soul power is excessive. Despite his words, an uncontrollable excitement gleamed in Tang San's eyes. All right, clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Su Lu clapped his hands to garner everyone's attention. Now that Xiao San and Nyo have completed their soul ring hunting, let us return. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Brother Su had forgotten he possessed another martial soul? Just as he was about to speak, Su Lu interrupted him. Xiao San, I am aware that you have another martial soul. However, there is no rush to reveal it. I have mentioned before that each soul master has limitations on soul ring absorption at each level. Tang San nodded in understanding. The reason they were able to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring today was entirely due to Dongfang Bubi's efforts. I understand, but you are different. You possess twin martial souls. You can cultivate your blue-silver grass martial soul to procure soul rings for them. One day, when you reach the rank of Title Dou, Su Li's words trailed off as he glanced at Tang San, who seemed to have an epiphany. At that time, I could potentially possess an entire set of 10,000-year soul rings, or even those of 100,000 years. Su Lu snapped his fingers. Bingo, you got it right. The four of them exited the forest and arrived at a small town. Su Lu concocted an excuse to linger a few more days, intending to hunt for soul rings. As 10,000-year soul beasts resided deeper within, Su Lu deemed it prudent for only himself and Dongfang Bubi to venture forth. That night, in the Star Dou Forest, a man and a woman engaged in conversation. Woman, you're quite peculiar, aren't you? Man, am I? Woman, given the circumstances, how can you not be? Man, I think it's rather normal. The two were none other than Su Lu and Dongfang Bubi. Su Lu slowly opened his right hand, and the originally copper, coin-like martial soul transformed into a golden soul coin after absorbing the soul ring. In this narrative, Su Lu absorbed one soul ring after another, transforming copper coins into string of them, then into silver soul coins, and finally into golden currency. However, what was meant to manifest as a 50,000-year black soul ring instead morphed into 5 golden soul rings. Moreover, Su Lu discovered that his 5 soul skills were rather peculiar. The first skill, Wealth of a Million, upon activation, conjured a golden shield capable of withstanding any harm. To test its defensive power, he faced off against Dongfang Bubi, who, despite exerting his full strength, could not breach it. Yet, Su Lu soon realized that he had lost several tens of thousands of golden soul coins from his celestial ring, coming to understand that his soul power was linked to the value of his possessions. For instance, the second skill, 1,000 gold for a throw, allowed Su Lu to inflict damage equivalent to the monetary value or valuable items he cast away. With this ability, he hurled 100,000 golden soul coins, successfully vanquishing a 10,000-year soul beast. Conservatively estimating, he mused that he could potentially eliminate 10 Shura gods with the wealth at his disposal, though such a claim was purely speculative, as the actual cost for such a feat remained uncertain. The other 3 soul skills were as follows: Greed's Temptation, which involved spending money or valuable items to confuse the target into doing his bidding; Self-Destructive Wealth, which enabled him to flee great distances in exchange for monetary expenditure, with greater costs yielding farther escapes; and words worth 1,000 gold, allowing Su Lu to manifest his spoken words into reality, with the extravagance of his statements demanding ever greater sums of money. Upon sharing these skills with Dongfang Bubi, who exclaimed in astonishment at their absurdity, Su Lu reveled in his newfound power, proclaiming that wealth indeed afforded one the freedom to act as desired. After 3 days of hunting, Douluo and his companions finally began their journey home, arriving at Nodding City as the school term commenced. Although Nodding City was not particularly large, its proximity to the border of the Tiando Empire necessitated robust fortifications. The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was located in the western part of the city, and the four of them eventually reached its gates. In the distance, they beheld a grand archway, spanning 20 meters in width and over 10 meters in height. Constructed from sturdy stone, with 2 iron gates at its base, dark and imposing. Through the iron bars, they glimpsed a winding path leading inward, flanked by towering trees. At the center of the archway, for prominent characters read, Nodding Academy. The mere sight of the academy's entrance underscored the significance of the soul master profession in the Douluo continent, and this was merely a junior academy. As Douluo approached, a young gatekeeper promptly intercepted him, and upon observing Douluo and his companion's distinguished demeanor, his tone softened considerably. He kindly addressed Tang, San, and Yonyo, inquiring if they were there to assist with their enrollment. Contrary to the anticipated confrontational scenario, Douluo merely raised an eyebrow, bemused by the lack of such theatrics, recognizing that the gatekeeper was not a fool. However, this absence of conflict raised questions about how Tang San would seek out his master. Forget it. I no longer wish to ponder. Douluo waved his hand dismissively. With a casual gesture, he handed over the credentials of Nyonyo and Tang San. The young man took them, and upon inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment. Innate full soul power. As the realization dawned upon him, he swallowed hard, and his gaze towards Nyonyo and Tang San shifted significantly. It must be said, this is the very nature of humanity, when a person rises from poverty to wealth. Many may question the legitimacy of their fortune. However, when the offspring of affluent families are involved, it suddenly seems entirely justifiable. May I have a look? At that moment, everyone turned to see a man of average height, slightly on the lean side, approaching Douluo and his companions. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair styled in a 3/7 parting and an unremarkable appearance. Yet, he exuded a unique aura, his eyes reflecting a blend of lethargy and despondency. Douluo's eyes narrowed in recognition. Master. Of course, he merely thought this in his heart as he handed the credentials to the master. Here, the master, without further ado, glanced at the credentials and let out a sigh. Indeed, it is innate, full soul power. He nodded towards Nyonyo and Tang San. Since you are here to enroll, allow me to escort you inside. Upon hearing the master's words, Nyonyo and Tang San turned to Douluo, offering him a gentle smile as they patted their heads. Be good, both of you. Remember to listen to your teachers at school. Tang San, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. Yes. However, tears began to well up in Nyonyo's eyes. But I will miss brother and sister you. Observing Nyonyo's distress, Douluo hurriedly reassured her. It's all right. Brother will come to see you often, and besides, you have your third brother to keep you company. Chapter 18. Apprenticeship, really? You and sister you will visit us often? Dongfang Booby nodded, crouching down to gently pat Nyonyo's head. Of course. Now be a good girl and go. Then I shall take my leave. Sister you, brother, farewell. Sudagu, sister you, we are off. Thus, Tang San took Nyonyo's hand, following closely behind the master, glancing back multiple times as they entered the academy. What is the matter? Are you reluctant? Upon hearing Dongfang Booby's words, Douluo shook his head. No, I merely reflect on how our little one has grown and is now attending school. It's time for us to plan our own endeavors. Hand in hand, Dongfang Booby and Douluo departed from Nodding City. Meanwhile, under the master's guidance, Tang San and Nyonyo finally stepped into the academy, bowing respectfully to the master. Thank you, master, for bringing us in. The master cast a glance at Tang San and Nyonyo, responding in a calm tone, Master, I'm not a teacher of the academy. Upon hearing this, Nyonyo raised her adorable head in confusion. ISNT at the teacher? Did you not just say you represent the academy? The master shook his head, typically lacking in patience. He surprisingly exhibited a rare generosity today, managing to force a rather unattractive smile. Who says that only a teacher from the academy can represent it? At the master's words, Tang San suddenly recalled something. I understand now. You must be the principal or a leader of the academy, right? The master couldn't help but laugh aloud at Tang San's response. You are quite astute for a 6-year-old child, but you are mistaken. Nyonyo, feeling puzzled, pouted her lips. Then what are you? Hearing her query, Tang San quickly tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Nyo, we mustn't be rude. However, the master waved his hand at this scene. I'm merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality. Like everyone else, you may call me master. That is how everyone refers to me. I have even forgotten my own name. As he spoke, a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes before he turned to Tang San and Nyo. The proof from the Wuhuan Hall states your name is Tang San, and yours is Nyo, correct? You must understand that the terms master and teacher are worlds apart. Do not confuse them unless. His voice trailed off, yet a fiery spark illuminated his gaze. Unless you truly wish for me to be your teacher, are you going to teach Nyo and me how to cultivate our martial spirits? Tang San inquired, as the master halted his steps, standing before him with an eager expression. Are you willing? Tang San, holding Nyo's hand, naturally came to a stop as well. Nyo, clutching his hand, declared, if brother is apprenticed, then I will too. Upon hearing her words, Tang San remained silent, merely gazing at the master, uncertain of what the master could impart. He deemed it prudent not to agree or refuse, thus maintaining a neutral stance. Observing Tang San's demeanor, the master couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Two innate, full-spirit powers, with extraordinary talents and such intelligence. It seems I must be persistent in my endeavors. After all, Nyo's martial spirit is also a variant one, and you are the third individual in a century with dual martial spirits. Tang San was taken aback by the master's words. While Nyo's gaze towards him shifted, her hands instinctively reaching for her waist. She understood this to be her brother's secret, yet was bewildered as to how this old man knew of it. Her brother had warned her against revealing their secret. Thus, she contemplated drastic measures to ensure silence. Tang San, noticing Nyo's movement, subtly restrained her, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. Meanwhile, the master revealed his reasoning for being certain about Tang San. Without any hesitation, Tang San knelt before the master, and seeing this, Nyo followed suit. Master, please accept me as your disciple. On the other side, Nyo was also learning with admirable diligence. All right, let's go. I shall escort you to the Academic Affairs Office for registration. The master nodded in satisfaction, extending his hand to lift the two, his previously dry palm now slightly damp with excitement. The Academic Affairs Office was located on the first floor of the main teaching building, where an elderly teacher, appearing to be in his 60s, was responsible for welcoming new students, assisted by two younger teachers under 30. The master placed the documentation on the desk and addressed the elder teacher. Director Su, these are the two newcomers who have enrolled this year. Could you kindly assist them with their registration? Upon seeing the master, Director Su beamed with delight. Master, what a rare visit. Please have a seat. The master shook his head, instructing Tang San and Nyo. You shall register here by yourselves. These teachers will guide you through the process. I must take my leave now, but I will come to find you later. Tang San nodded respectfully, replying, Goodbye, teacher. Nyo obediently stood to the side. Bye-bye, teacher. Hearing their voices, the master smiled, gently ruffling their hair before turning to depart. Noticing their address towards the master, Director Su seemed intrigued. You too? You call him master? Do remember, he is not a teacher from our academy. So what? My brother San and I have just taken him as our teacher, Nyo responded. Director Su was momentarily taken aback. You too have taken a master as your teacher? His expression was peculiar, a blend of amusement and restraint, prompting Tang San to furrow his brow. Is there something amiss? Teacher? Director Su shook his head repeatedly, finally unable to suppress a laugh. No, I never expected the master to take disciples. However, you are still students of this academy and must adhere to its regulations. Do you understand? Though somewhat displeased, Tang San suppressed his inner frustration and nodded. Meanwhile, the two younger teachers beside Director Su lacked his composure. One of them picked up the proof from the spirit hall, glancing at it, and remarked, Tang San, is it? As a teacher of the academy, I must remind you that a master is not someone to be taken lightly. Any spirit master, regardless of whether they graduated from the academy, can only acknowledge one master. Otherwise, they will be scorned by society. Do you truly believe the master is a suitable choice? Oh, you possess innate full spirit power, but alas, your martial spirit is merely blue silvergrass. Upon seeing the words innate full spirit power on the proof, the teachers present displayed expressions of astonishment, yet the mention of blue silvergrass turned their astonishment into regret. However, upon catching sight of Nyo, their expressions shifted entirely. A martial spirit, the soul reaping scythe, innate full spirit power. What, is that true? Upon hearing the teacher's words, even Director Su approached the group. Chapter 19. The astonished Master Tang San regarded the expressions of the few individuals present with a sense of foreboding. After all, Nianyo was indeed an authentic innate, full soul power. Both of them had absorbed their soul rings, elevating their strength to the 14th level. However, the notion that Nianyo had chosen to apprentice under the master filled him with regret. Director Su cast a sympathetic glance at Nianyo and sighed. If only I had known sooner. Another teacher nearby echoed this sentiment. Indeed, that eccentric old man is truly cunning. Who would have thought he silently took in two innate, full soul powers, one of whom is an undeniable genius? What a waste of talent. Upon hearing this, Director Su furrowed his brow. Although he concurred with their assessment, it was essential to remember that the master was a guest of the principal. Silence. While the master may lack combat prowess, he is unparalleled in the realm of soul theory. Although Director Su seemed to defend the master, he was subtly reminding the others that the master's strength was lacking, possessing only a few insights concerning soul theory. At that moment, Tang San and Nianyo had already knitted their brows. Despite their limited understanding of the master, they felt that it was rather excessive for the teachers to speak about their own mentor in front of the students. Consequently, Tang San took Nianyo and prepared to leave. Esteemed teachers, we shall take our leave now. Without lingering, the two of them departed directly towards the dormitory building. In his previous life, Tang San could not afford to stay in the work-study students' dormitory, but this time, with Su Li's assistance, they opted not to reside in the work-study accommodations. After paying a substantial lodging fee, they arrived at the 3rd floor. In a 60-square-meter room containing only 2 beds, a request from Nianyo, the furnishings were all brand new. Yet, unable to remain idle for long, Nianyo soon urged Tang San to leave the dormitory building for a stroll. Just as they stepped outside, they encountered the master. "Follow me," he instructed without any unnecessary preamble, leading the two to the cafeteria for a meal. An hour later, in the master's room on the top floor of the dormitory, he looked at the 2 children, beginning with Tang San. "Release your other martial soul." Tang San nodded. The master was already aware of his dual martial souls, leaving no reason for concealment. He raised his left hand, and a surge of black light erupted, coalescing into a modest hammer. Upon seeing the hammer in Tang San's hand, the master abruptly leaped to his feet, his eyes brimming with intense excitement, fixated on the hammer. Tang San of the Tang family. All right, retract your martial soul. Do not reveal it casually in front of others, and remember, without my permission, never attach a soul ring to this martial soul. This is paramount. Hearing the master's words, Tang San was taken aback, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his eyes. This was also mentioned by Brother Su. Brother Su? The master furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something. The man who brought you here that day? Indeed, the 2 individuals nodded. Yet they were somewhat intrigued by the astonished expression of the master. Once they had finished speaking, the master composed himself and said, "Tomorrow marks the commencement ceremony, and the formal classes will begin the day after. However, for the 2 of you, it merely represents a delay. The pressing matter at hand is to ensure that your martial souls can continue to cultivate. After taking you on as my disciples this morning, I contemplated the situation carefully. Tomorrow morning, you shall leave the academy with me, as I shall guide you in search of a suitable soul ring, enabling you to advance to the rank of Soul Master." Nianyo raised her small hand and cautiously spoke, "Teacher, Brother Su has already taken me and Sangu to obtain our soul rings." The master widened his eyes in surprise. Tang San, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. "Just 10 days ago, Brother Su and Sister Yu led us to the Star Dou Forest to acquire our soul rings." Upon hearing Tang San's words, the master felt a twinge of melancholy, for he was unaware of what soul rings the 2 had obtained. With a sigh, the master continued to inquire, "Tang San, Nianyo, what are your thoughts on the future development of your blue silvergrass and soul-devouring scythe?" As the master's gaze fell upon her, Nianyo stroked her chin, recalling the knowledge imparted by Su Lu, before responding, "My martial soul leans towards agility. I plan to become the team support, providing assistance wherever needed, primarily aiming to eliminate the opposing team's healers and damage dealers." Hearing Nianyo's words, the master nodded in satisfaction, though his curiosity was piqued. "Indeed, your self-assessment is quite accurate and aligns with my thoughts. However, what do you mean by support and damage dealers?" Nianyo suddenly realized something and, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed her head. "Oh, I forgot that the teacher might not understand. These terms were coined by my brother." She then began to explain with her fingers. "My brother said that a team should consist of a main tank, crowd control, healer, support, ADC, assassin, and AP. The main tank absorbs damage, requiring resilience and offensive capability. The healer is also a form of support, responsible for restoring health and energy, while support enhances various beneficial buffs. The dual refers to ADC and AP, representing the team's damage dealers, one inflicting physical damage and the other magical damage, thus mitigating the risk of counterattacks. At this point, Nyonyo sat up proudly and declared, "Next are crowd control and the support role." She pointed at Tang-san. Sang-gu will pursue the crowd control path, primarily focusing on restraining the opponents, making it easier for us to strike during battle. Observing Nyonyo's enthusiastic discourse, the master's eyes sparkled brighter. As she concluded, Nyonyo confidently patted her small chest, exclaiming, "As for me, the support role is akin to an assassin. Wherever there is a need, support shall be provided." Brother Su stated that one should not recklessly pursue those opportunities. Leave them to the dual C to resolve, while I merely need to address the opposing dual C and the healing support. Upon hearing Nyonyo's words, even the master could not help but applaud, expressing curiosity about Su Lu. Indeed, your brother Su is quite the remarkable individual, since you have established a clear direction for your future development. Allow me to impart some additional knowledge. Release your martial spirits. I wish to observe your soul rings. Yes, teacher, Tang-san and Nyonyo replied in unison, as the master observed the two unveiling their martial spirits. Your first soul ring must be a 100-year soul ring, though I wonder how many hundreds of years it truly is. The closer the first soul ring approaches 400 years, the better. After taking a sip of water, the master suddenly choked. Cough, cough. How is this possible? Teacher, are you all right? The two rushed over, concerned at the master's appearance. I'm fine, and you? The master was astounded, his gaze fixed on the two, oblivious to the quilt that had fallen from his grasp. They understood the source of the master's astonishment, yet they could not provide an explanation. After a lifetime of research being overturned in a single moment, it was only natural for anyone to react this way. The master stood, grasping their hands, examining them closely. This, impossible. The absorption limit for the first soul ring is 400 years. How can the first soul ring already reach a 1,000-year level? While the master wrestled with disbelief, Su Lu, deep in thought, noticed that his system was inundated with notifications. Shock value from Yu Xiaojiang. 256. Shock value from Yu Xiaojiang. 547. Shock value from Yu Xiaojiang. Shuru, Buideld, Wundeld, Yuxiaogon. ISN, Tihi the master? What has astonished him so? In just 30 seconds, Yu Xiaojiang had contributed an astonishing 30,000 shock points, indicating his profound astonishment. However, after a brief moment, Su Lu set this matter aside, tossing a golden orb of light in his hand, and continued to contemplate the significant endeavor he was about to undertake, the concrete execution of ushering the Douluo continent into the digital age. In Su Lu's hand was an item procured at the cost of millions in shock points and tens of billions of gold soul coins. A celestial satellite of the otherworldly variety, a product of diamond-level quality. The journey of this otherworldly satellite has indeed been fraught with twists and turns. After departing from Nodding City, Su Lu found himself preoccupied with thoughts of his fifth soul skill. One word, 1,000 gold. Pondering whether it could be applied to the system. Upon returning home, Su Lu cautiously put to the test, and to his astonishment, his fifth soul ring suddenly illuminated. Eagerly, he exclaimed, "If only I could draw a golden item." As soon as his words faded, he keenly realized that his several million gold soul coins had mysteriously vanished, prompting him to commence the lottery. Sure enough, as the recruitment interface displayed the rotating silver cards, 9 thank you for your patronage cards appeared, leaving behind a singular golden card. Golden character card. Enhanced version of Tokyo Ghoul's Gecko. Description. Upon use, it can be deployed, enhancing the character. Gecko. The moment Su Lu obtained the card, a singular thought resonated in his mind. I am destined for greatness. Indeed, with the knowledge that his martial soul's abilities could be applied to the system, countless ideas began to crystallize. For instance, he could usher the Douluo continent into the digital age, greatly facilitating his quest for shock value. Without hesitation, armed with millions of shock values and half of his fortune, Su Lu procured the essential items needed to forge this new era. The otherworldly satellite, once activated alongside the otherworldly information processor, could envelop the entire Douluo continent. Even if it resided within the spirit ring, it would pose no issues. He had even drawn out a smartphone powered by spiritual energy, yet it was devoid of any functionality leaving Su Lu utterly perplexed about how to study it. Fortunately, with Dongfang Bubi's insights, 2 formations were installed on the phone, linking it to the otherworldly processor. Through the processor's transmission via the satellite, video calls became a reality. Currently, this otherworldly smartphone, aside from video chatting, possesses no other features and is far from ready for mass production. Contemplating the remaining 200,000 shock values, Su Lu pondered what he could draw to resolve his current dilemmas. After considerable reflection, he suddenly slapped himself in astonishment under Dongfang Bubi's puzzled gaze. How could I be so foolish? Why not create an artificial intelligence? I could delegate the entire otherworldly network to it. With this realization, Su Li's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, invoking his soul skill. One word, 1,000 gold. If only I could draw the Red Queen from Resident Evil. As his gold coins dwindled, he eagerly opened the system to commence the lottery. Accompanied by 9 thank you for your patronage cards, this was unavoidable, serving as a sacrifice of sorts to obtain what he desired, unless Su Lu employed his soul skill to request it. The subsequent draws would see the gold soul coins increase exponentially. For instance, to draw a golden item in this wave would require 10 million gold soul coins. But the second draw in the same wave would demand 20 million, the third 40 million, and so on. Let's set aside the previous discussions. Su Li's final card is, of course, the artificial intelligence known as Red Queen from Resident Evil. Golden Special Card. Red Queen Description. An artificial intelligence from Resident Evil, capable of being integrated into a processor and automatically recognizing its master. Yay! Su Lu clenched his fist in a gesture of encouragement. Observing his demeanor, Dongfang Bubi revealed a faint smile. It appears to have been successful. Indeed, Su Lu nodded, selecting the card in his hand to activate it. In an instant, a virtual image materialized before them, a little girl clad in red, the Red Queen herself. Upon her arrival, she respectfully bowed to Su Lu. Red Queen acknowledges her master. Su Lu waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned by the formality. You need not refer to me as master. Simply call me young master. By the way, can you develop various modern applications on this mobile device? Upon hearing Su Li's inquiry, the Red Queen remained silent for a moment, her eyes emitting a crimson glow as she began to scan the otherworldly phone in Su Li's hand. Within mere seconds, she halted her examination. No problems detected. Fantastic! It's finally possible, Su Lu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The era of the internet was on the horizon, and soon, amassing shock value would become significantly easier. The current challenge lay in the mass production of the phones. However, with financial resources paving the way, this task would be rendered exceedingly simple. 3 months later, Su Lu surveyed the first batch of 30,000 phones before him. Aside from their appearance and memory capacity, the functions varied. Of these, 25,000 were civilian models, crafted from special metals and adorned in black, closely resembling contemporary smartphones. The remaining 4,900 comprised the Collector's Edition and the 100 Supreme Edition, fashioned in gold and crystal, respectively. Satisfied, Su Lun nodded in approval. Now it was time for market deployment. That very night, this batch of smartphones was dispatched to various cities within the Tiando Empire. The following morning, across the cities, shops named Suji Mobile Store opened their doors. Naturally, in Nodding City, with the inauguration of the new store, throngs of people began to gather, as there are always onlookers in any world, especially when there are benefits to be gained. Outside the store hung a sign proclaiming, a revolutionary product. The mobile phone has arrived. A device unlike anything you have ever seen, a product that exists solely in your imagination. Available exclusively at Suji Mobile Store, which is willing to offer a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins for any similar item presented immediately. Chapter 21. The mobile phone released 10,000 gold soul coins? What a substantial offer. Suji, that name seems familiar. Ah, isn't that the establishment that publishes comics and novels? Why are they selling such a thing now? I have no idea. Why abandon a perfectly good bookstore for this? A mobile phone? What could that possibly be? Perhaps it is a soul-guiding device. Is it the item that woman was holding? Amidst the perplexed gazes of the crowd, a young maiden stepped forward, clutching a mobile device. Good morning, esteemed villagers and distinguished soul masters. Allow me to present the latest innovation from our establishment, the mobile phone. Before delving into its features, may I inquire how you typically communicate? Upon hearing her question, many in the audience furrowed their brows. We shout across short distances or exchange letters over longer ones, came the replies. The maiden nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your input, dear sir. She then continued, The first remarkable feature of this device is its capability for long-distance communication. Long-distance communication? The crowd murmured in confusion. Indeed, it allows you to converse as if you were a tidal Douluo, transmitting messages across thousands of meters. No, it surpasses even that. It enables communication from any corner of this world. What nonsense! Young lady, stop jesting. Indeed, such grand claims are hard to believe. The audience erupted in disbelief, prompting the maiden to raise her voice. Everyone please quiet down. As the crowd settled, she proceeded to demonstrate. I would like to invite a volunteer from the audience for this experiment. Rest assured, it poses no danger. Regardless of the outcome, we will offer a reward of 10 gold soul coins as gratitude. I'll do it. I'm young. Let me try. The excitement in the air surged once more as the maiden randomly selected a middle-aged man. You there, sir? The chosen man, taken aback, happily approached, albeit with a hint of nervousness. What must I do? The maiden smiled gently. You will simply accompany us to witness the demonstration. With that, she nodded to her companion, a fellow soul master, and together they dashed toward the outskirts of the city. 10 minutes later, the crowd was left bewildered, uncertain of the unfolding events. Just as impatience began to brew among the onlookers, the peculiar device in the maiden's hand emitted a radiant light. As the connection was established, a vivid image materialized before the astonished crowd, accompanied by sound. Esteemed soul masters, can you truly see us? Exclaimed a voice from the other end. Indeed, we can see them. The realization struck the audience like lightning. The figures on the screen were none other than the recently departed soul master and the fortunate volunteer. Is this for real? It cannot be. Skepticism echoed within the crowd until the middle-aged man on the screen spoke again. Can you hear me? I am currently outside of Notting City. The maiden beamed with delight. Yes, we can hear you. Remarkable. They say they can hear us. This is truly extraordinary. Before us stands a man, brimming with excitement, gesturing animatedly at his phone. I cannot believe this, he exclaims. Surrounding him are numerous onlookers, equally incredulous. After all, they are miles away from Notting City. Without hesitation, they channel their spiritual energy and rush towards the city's outskirts. It is at this moment that someone makes a startling discovery. This is truly outside the city. A voice calls out, pointing to a large tree bearing a distinctive scar from a blade. I rested there the last time I ventured beyond the city walls. Indeed, I recognize that man. He is Old Wong from next door, a genuinely good person. Another adds, I remember when my wife fell ill. He hurried to find a doctor for me. More anxious than I was. Absolutely. There is no way he could be aiding a fraud. The doctor diagnosed me with impotence, declaring it beyond remedy. Yet after taking the medicine Old Wong provided, my wife was pregnant within 3 days. He even named my son. ISNT this green hat on my head splendid? Old Wong bought it for me. It's so warm. As these testimonies are shared, though a sense of disquiet lingers, the crowd nods in agreement. Moments latte. Those who had raced to the city's edge truly encounter Old Wong, and simultaneously, their faces appear on the screen projected by the phone. In that instant, the crowd erupts in fervor. This is real. My heavens, is this a magical artifact? Observing the astonished faces, a young woman's lips curl into a subtle smile. Balance has been restored. She recalls her own introduction from the previous day, though she knows this is merely the beginning. Clear her throat. She swiftly regains the audience's attention. But wait, do you think the phone has capabilities, Indir? Oh no, it possesses an incredibly powerful feature. It can install applications. What is this app you speak of? Such an odd term. Noticing their curiosity, the young woman hastens to clarify. An app is a function you can install on your phone. As long as there is sufficient memory, you can add numerous features. For instance, as she speaks, she opens an image of a pea and, before the captivated crowd, begins to play Plants vs. Zombies. What is this? It seems so entertaining. Shoot him, green pea. Having successfully captured the crowd's attention, she abruptly closes the game. Why did you stop? Keep going. The young woman clears her throat once again. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are here to introduce the phone, not to play games. The game you just witnessed is called Plants vs. Zombies. Once you purchase the phone, you can download it, and in the App Store, there are countless delightful games and remarkable apps available. Upon hearing her words, the crowd can no longer contain their excitement. A late arriving soul master raises his hand. How much does it cost? I want to buy one. Indeed, such marvels must come at a steep price. It appears we cannot afford it. These wonders are reserved for the esteemed soul masters. Upon hearing the crowd chatter, the young lady smiled and shook her head. In an effort to give back to society, Su's mobile shop has developed an affordable version, available for merely 1 silver soul coin. 1 silver soul coin? Is that truly the case? It seems implausible that such an extraordinary device could cost only 1 silver soul coin. Indeed, the young lady nodded proudly and stated, "You heard correctly. It is indeed just 1 silver soul coin. Of course, its functionalities may be slightly diminished, but it is still capable of making calls and playing games." Chapter 22. 5 years, how wonderful. I must hurry, or I shall miss my chance. Charge forward. I aim to be the first to purchase. Do not jostle me. Who dares to touch my backside? What began as mere spectators turned into a fervent crowd, led by a few enthusiastic individuals, all rushing into the store. The leader among them quickly produced a silver soul coin. "Owner, I would like a mobile phone." As the eager customers arrived, the store attendant greeted them with a professional smile and presented the phones. "Dear customer, please make your purchase here, and once the payment is completed, you can enjoy calling and video chatting." On the inaugural day of mobile phone sales, the response was overwhelmingly enthusiastic. Within a mere 2 hours, every mobile shop across the Tiando Empire was completely sold out. Fortunately, Su had already expedited the production of a second batch of phones, which too quickly vanished from shelves. Now, on the streets of various cities within the Tiando Empire, one could frequently see individuals proudly wielding their mobile phones, not for any other reason but to flaunt them. When a curious onlooker approached to inquire, they were met with astonishment. "You don't know? This is the hottest product of the year, the mobile phone." Thus, as more and more individuals acquired mobile phones, within 3 months, nearly every household in the Tiando Empire that enjoyed a modestly prosperous life possessed at least one. This heralded the imminent dawn of the internet age. Those who recognized the value of mobile phones and sought to replicate them could only manage to create empty boxes devoid of any functional capabilities. The apps within the mobile marketplace became increasingly familiar to the populace. In just 5 years, in partnership with the royal family of the Tiando Empire, the internet had finally permeated the entire nation, extending outward. During this transformative period, the impact of the internet on the Douluo continent was monumental, giving rise to a plethora of novel professions, such as delivery personnel, couriers, and actors, among others. This diversification rendered Su's world more vibrant and colorful. As the dust settled, Su garnered billions in astonishment value, preparing to embark on the next phase of transformative plans. Soto City is a grand metropolis, a fact evidenced by its Spirit Hall, which boasts a third-tier Spirit Master Palace. At this moment, just past noon, the sun blazed fiercely. 3 young individuals entered through the west gate of Soto City, appearing to be merely in their teenage years, with no visible luggage. There was 1 boy and 2 girls. The boy, looking to be around 12 or 13 years old, stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, dressed immaculately in a light blue outfit that exuded a sense of sharpness. A belt adorned with 24 jade stones encircled his waist, and his shoulder-length black hair hung just shy of his shoulders. Although he was not exceptionally handsome, he radiated an approachable aura, his lips perpetually curved into a gentle smile. If this boy seemed calm and ordinary, the 2 girls accompanying him were anything but. The girl on the left possessed bright, clear eyes, with gracefully arched brows and long eyelashes that fluttered delicately. Her flawless, fair skin exhibited a faint rosy hue, and her thin lips resembled the tender petals of a rose, poised to drip with dew. She held a smartphone in front of herself, her lips slightly upturned, revealing 2 adorable canine teeth. To her right stood another girl of similar age, her silky black hair meticulously styled into a neat braid that cascaded down past her calves. She wore a pink top that accentuated her slender waist, which would evoke envy from countless women. Her long, toned legs were enveloped in white trousers, presenting a perfect golden ratio. Despite her youthful appearance, with a cherubic face, her rounded, pert figure exuded a certain allure. Her naturally shaped brows framed a pair of bright, expressive eyes that complemented her slightly rounded, rosy cheeks, lending her an enchanting charm. The trio in question has indeed graduated from the prestigious Nodding Academy, Nyo and her companions. Indeed, I recall the time when Xiao Wu aspired to dominate the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. Naturally, Nyo was not willing to be overshadowed. Thus, the 2 became acquainted through their playful rivalry. Despite the strong interference from the will of the plane, Xiao Wu ultimately found herself intertwined with Tang San and Nyo. As he glanced back at the 2 behind him, Tang San felt a slight headache and rubbed his temples. His 2 younger sisters, Nyo and Xiao Wu, were busy taking selfies. Third brother, do you think this photo of me and Xiao Wu is beautiful? After a brief moment of posing, Niao dashed over, phone in hand, and leaned in front of Tang San. With a resigned nod, he replied, yes, it's lovely. Upon hearing Tang San's perfunctory response, Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, retorted angrily, humph. Third brother, you're just being dismissive. If Brother Su were here, he would surely guide us through all the poses. Niao nodded in agreement. Exactly. Last time, Brother Su taught us that pose. It made our heads, backs, and necks ache, yet the resulting photos were stunning. Tang San felt a sense of helplessness at their words. He had endured this conversation countless times along their journey. With his limited expertise in photography, he could only respond in such a manner. Observing the two move ahead, he hurriedly caught up with them, all the while heading toward the Rose Hotel. On the top floor of the Rose Hotel in Soto City, a lavish room housed only Su Lu, who was contemplating a matter while holding a glass of wine. His second plan to change the world was to transform an ordinary individual into an unparalleled master. This person was initially an average citizen, not a soul master. Then, defying Newton's laws, they would miraculously leap into the air, exposed to the public eye. Once this incident spread, an ordinary person, devoid of any soul power, would become a formidable opponent to soul masters through sheer chance. How could that fail to attract attention? With a bit of hype, wouldn't the shock value be assured? However, the details of this transformation required meticulous consideration. Otherwise, the sudden emergence of a master would seem implausible. After much deliberation, Sulu ultimately settled on a rather cliché approach, acquiring divine skills by leaping off a cliff. Such a plot, when manifested in reality, would undoubtedly leave one in utter astonishment. Imagine an ordinary individual plummeting from a precipice, only to acquire unparalleled martial prowess, soaring back to the summit. It is imperative that this chosen individual possesses significant renown within the realm of Douluo continent, garnering considerable attention. Additionally, it is essential that this person remains elusive for a brief period, so that by the time they are sought after, the selected individual has already ascended to the mountain's peak. Achieving this is not overly complex. A single cultivation technique, supplemented by a few elixirs, would suffice. The remainder of the endeavor would involve drawing the attention of the masses, ideally mobilizing a multitude to scour the mountainside, so that when the chosen individual rises, all eyes are upon them. Chapter 23. The brawl. As Su Lu pondered whom to select, a cacophony erupted from below, the source being a skirmish in the hall. Tang San furrowed his brow at the man who had cut in line. This brother seems to be the one who arrived first. The man with dual pupils didn't even bother to turn around, coolly retorting, so what? He had never been one to explain himself. Tang San, possessing a relatively mild temperament, was countered by Xiao Wu and Niao, who were not as easily intimidated. In an instant, they flanked the man. You're not so impressive. Just get lost. Do you even know who my sister Niao is? Finally, the dual-pupiled man turned to face them, his cold, sinister gaze sweeping over Niao and Xiao Wu, nodding slightly. Very well. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. You both exude a soul power aura. You must be soul masters. Then let us engage together. If you can best me, I shall depart immediately. Otherwise, please demonstrate what it means to get lost. Upon hearing the dual-pupiled man's words, the twin girls beside him giggled, showing no signs of concern, as they sweetly released their hold on his arm and stepped aside. At that moment, the previous waiter emerged, accompanied by a middle-aged man, who had evidently overheard the exchange between the dual-pupiled man and the two girls, his expression fraught with urgency. Let us speak amicably. Please, do not resort to violence. The dual-pupiled man cast a sidelong glance at him. Manager Wong, your business acumen seems to have sharpened. Manager Wong wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. Young Master Dai, please do not say that. It is merely the fault of my subordinates. This fellow just arrived yesterday and is unaware of the rules. My sincerest apologies. I will arrange a room for you immediately. Turning to the group, he expressed contrition. I apologize, esteemed guests. That room has been reserved by young Master Dai. I kindly ask you to seek accommodations elsewhere. If one were to adhere to Tang San's temperament, he would have readily acquiesced. After all, with an abundance of hotels, switching to another would pose no significant concern. However, Xiao Wu and Niao, with their penchant for chaos, were notorious figures at the nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy. Niao clenched her fists, casting a malevolent gaze in his direction. We shall not yield. How about that? You arrogant fool. Do not presume that our youth renders us easy prey. Daimubai, skull for the coldly. Even if you wish to relent now, it won't be that simple. Having insulted me, departing unscathed is out of the question. Dai Xiao. Manager Wang exclaimed in desperation, his expression pleading. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes as he waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the idle chatter. I will bear all losses. Having held the position of the leading figure at Nodding Academy for so long, neither Niu nor Xiao Wu could tolerate the other's brazen demeanor. They launched a coordinated assault from either side. Meanwhile, Tang Sen discreetly harnessed his soul power, confident in the capabilities of his companions, yet prepared for any eventuality. As the two approached with their attacks, a look of disdain crossed Dai Mubai's face, but in the next moment, bang, their strikes impacted him. And amidst the startled gasps of the observing twin sisters, Dai Mubai was propelled like a cannonball against the wall, crashing to the ground. Rising to one knee, he wiped the blood from his lips, realizing that had he not reacted at the last moment, he might have faced death or severe injury. Yet, even in his preparedness, the unique force behind their attacks caused his blood to surge tumultuously. It was astonishing that such slender physiques could wield such might in their punches and kicks. Xiao Wu tilted her head, gazing at the recovering Dai Mubai with astonishment. Wow, he is not dead? I can't believe he is merely injured. This is going to be fun. Niu raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How intriguing. You both qualify to be my rivals. Dai Mubai studitao. His gaze ablaze with fervor directed at the two. I never expected to encounter two formidable opponents here. It would be a disservice to this serendipity not to engage in a contest. Regardless of the outcome, this room is yours for today. With a slight tremor in his shoulders, Dai Mubai raised his arms, transforming before their eyes. Previously aloof and disdainful, he now radiated an intense fighting spirit. Very well, I shall indulge you in this game. Observing Dai Mubai's fervent resolve, Niu and Xiao Wu prepared themselves, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. White Tiger, possess me. A brilliant burst of pale light suddenly erupted from his being. Dai Mubai extended his arms outward, his chest thrust forward as the bones in his body cracked audibly, and his muscles swelled dramatically, straining against his clothing. Each muscle beneath the fabric became strikingly apparent, and even the air around him seemed to grow tempestuous. His golden hair transformed instantaneously into a striking blend of black and white, the latter dominating, with a few strands of black standing out prominently. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for king. His hands underwent the most significant transformation, expanding to twice their previous size, shrouded in white fur. As his fingers flexed, short, dagger-like claws emerged from his palms, retracting with each movement. Each claw resembled a blade, measuring a full 8 inches, glimmering with a chilling, ethereal light. Dai Mubai leaned forward slightly, his 4 eyes now a deep, profound shade of azure, exuding the aura of a relentless killing machine. Beneath his feet, 3 luminous rings ascended in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple, while the swirling soul rings generated a tidal wave of soul power that surged toward him. Gazing at the 2 individuals before him, Dai Mubai, brimming with combat spirit, proclaimed, I am Dai Mubai Wuan, White Tiger, 37th level Soul Sovereign. I seek your guidance. Amidst his imposing aura, he declared his martial spirit and rank, signaling a formal challenge. 37th level? No wonder he can withstand our attacks. Niu and Xiao Wu exchanged knowing glances, and Xiao Wu was the first to summon her martial spirit. Xiao Wu, Wuhuan Rabbit, 29th level Great Soul Master. Niu, Wuhuan, Soul Reaping Scythe, 29th level Great Soul Master. As the two released their soul rings, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao Wu's level seemed reasonable since she had condensed her own soul ring without the aid of Dongfang Boobies hunting. However, what was the other one? 2,000-year soul rings? This must be a fabrication. Noting the shock in Dai Mubai's eyes, as he swallowed nervously, a subtle smile crept onto Niu's lips. She relished witnessing the astonishment on her opponent's face when revealing her martial spirit during combat. Chapter 24. The Halt. As the soul reaping scythe materialized, a cloud of black mist enveloped Niu, who gripped the scythe with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Hey, have you seen enough? Coughing awkwardly in response to Niu's teasing remark, Dai Mubai regained his composure, his fighting spirit intensifying. Then please guide me. With his words barely settled, Dai Mubai leaped into action, transformed by his martial spirit. He seemed like an entirely different person. As his white hair floated upward, His explosively powerful form surged toward Nyonyo. Claws extended from his fingertips. He lunged at her, while Nyonyo, undeterred, swung the soul-reaping scythe toward his body. Are we exchanging injuries? Then let it commence. Observing the defenseless Nyonyo, a glimmer of golden light flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. However, just as his claw was about to make contact with her, he discovered that his attack had effortlessly passed through her form. How could this be? A sudden haze enveloped Dai Mubai's mind. Why was he unable to strike her? Look over here. Instinctively, Dai Mubai glanced toward Xiao Wu, only to witness her second spirit ring illuminating instantaneously, her eyes radiating an enticing pink glow. Xiao Wu's second spirit ability, Charm. This is bad. A sense of dread surged within Dai Mubai, yet he found himself paralyzed in midair. It's my turn, Nyonyo exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement as her second spirit ring emanated a violet glow. Shadow Bite. Nyonyo transformed into a shadowy figure, darting through Dai Mubai's body. And in the blink of an eye, she had positioned herself behind him. In the next moment, she raised her soul-reaping scythe and struck towards Dai Mubai with astonishing speed. The sound of slicing air resonated as the scythe approached him. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Dai Mubai regained his senses. This was not good. The blow was too swift to evade. He felt a threat to his life. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out a roar, and his third spirit ring blazed with purple light. The air around him began to distort, his eyes transforming into a blood-red hue, and his body underwent a second metamorphosis. At this moment, Dai Mubai, now facing Nyonyo, had undergone yet another transformation. His already formidable physique, enhanced by the white tiger martial spirit, swelled further, with muscles grotesquely bulging. His upper garments were completely torn apart, revealing a terrifying muscular outline. Strangely, black stripes adorned his skin, reminiscent of a tiger's hide. If not for the absence of fur, his tiger-like paws expanded, the protruding blades gleaming in bright silver. Most peculiarly, he was enveloped in a radiant golden light. As if gilded, his blood-red eyes exuded a savage glint, emanating the regal ferocity of the Beast King. Yet, despite this transformation, Nyonyo's soul-reaping scythe had still left a wound on Dai Mubai's back, forcing him to stumble forward under the weight of immense power. Waistbow. Xiao Wu, who had been waiting for this moment, activated her first spirit ring, swiftly clamping her legs around Dai Mubai's head. Nyonyo prepared to strike once more. Just as the situation reached a critical point. Nyonyo, Xiao Wu, enough of this. The sudden sound caused both individuals to halt momentarily, subsequently dispelling their martial spirits and dashing toward the origin of the noise. Brother, Su Dei. The source of the commotion was Su Lu. Upon seeing the two approaching girls, scooped them up in his arms. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, who had narrowly escaped a perilous fate, felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. Had it not been for the intervention of that individual, he might have truly met his demise. Contemplating this, Dai Mubai revealed a bittersweet smile, reflecting on the unusual circumstance of being chastised by two formidable soul masters. Shaking his head, he dismissed any lingering thoughts. Defeat was defeat. He was not one to shy away from loss. The crimson glimmer in his sinister eyes flickered as his robust muscles gradually relaxed, the red light in his gaze dissipating quietly. The effects of the white tiger martial spirit receded, restoring everything to its norm. With his ominous gaze returning to normal, Dai Mubai cast a lingering look at the group. I have lost, but I believe we shall meet again soon. Next time, I shall not be defeated. With that, he turned without hesitation and walked toward the exit of the hotel. Observing the wound on his back, Su Lu felt genuine concern that he might bleed excessively and perish. Casting a sharp glance at the two girls in his arms, he was about to speak when Tang San approached. Su Dei. Su Lu set the girls down and affectionately ruffled Tang San's hair. It has been a year. You have grown quite a bit. Feeling the warmth of this long-awaited affection, Tang San's heart swelled with warmth. Su Lu then clapped his hands together. All right, we've just arrived, and you must be hungry. Let's go eat. There are a few days until the commencement of Shrek Academy. I shall take you out for some fun. At the dining table, Nyonyo curiously inquired of Su Lu. Brother, what about Sister Yu? Hearing Nyonyo's question, both Tang San and Xiao Wu also looked up with intrigue, having sensed that something was amiss. It was only upon Nyonyo's mention that they recalled the absence of Dongfang Yu. Su Lu chuckled at Nyonyo's words. Your sister Yu has recently developed a passion for filming and is preparing to direct her own television series. The group's eyes widened in astonishment. their mouths agape in disbelief, struggling to fathom that Sister Yu, now a formidable Yuan-Ing level cultivator, would venture into the realm of television. What? Sister Yu is going to film a show? Xiao Wu's expression morphed into one of incredulity as Su Lun nodded in affirmation. However, she will be directing, and it seems to be titled My Overbearing Goddess Spirit. Now, that makes sense. The group exhaled in relief, but suddenly, Nyonyo pondered something and eagerly asked, Brother, are you saying it a large-scale youth romance drama called My Overbearing Goddess Spirit? Upon witnessing Nyonyo's astonished gaze, Su Lu felt a flicker of confusion. Yes. What is the matter? Just then, Xiao Wu recollected an important detail. I remember now. That's the very series starring Lin Xinxin. Observing the two individuals, Su Lu increasingly felt a sense of peculiarity. Who, pray tell, is Lin Xinxin? Tang Xin could only gaze in bewilderment at the excited Nyonyo and Xiao Wu. My heavens! Are you truly unaware? Lin Xinxin, the goddess of the common folk. She is but an ordinary person who, through her exceptional acting, achieved instant fame in My Barbaric Soul Master and subsequently rose to stardom. Upon uttering this, Nyonyo regarded Su Lu with incredulity, as though he were an extraterrestrial. Xiao Wu chimed in. Currently, Lin Xinxin has become a sensation across 2 empires, with numerous soul masters among her devoted admirers. Chapter 25. The plans commence, Their words ignited a spark of inspiration in Su Lu's eyes. He had just been lamenting the difficulty of finding a suitable candidate, and here one had presented itself so fortuitously. Do you wish to see Lin Xinxin? Is it permissible? Observing the fervent expressions of Nyonyo and Xiao Wu, reminiscent of the fervor of star chasers from his previous life, Su Lu smiled and nodded. Well, have I ever deceived you? Once we finish our meal, we shall go. Yay! That's splendid. The two exclaimed in unison, joyfully devouring their food. Moments later, they set down their bowls and eagerly fixed their gazes upon Su Lu. You too. Su Lu shook his head in mild exasperation. Let's be off. It's not far from here. In less than half a day, the quartet arrived at a cliff several hundred miles from Suatuwa City, where many had set up camp. Upon noticing Su Lu and his company, Dongfang Bubi approached with evident delight. Lele, what brings you here? Have you finished your work? Huh? Upon hearing Dongfang Bubi's words, the others couldn't help but feel a shiver run down their spines. Xiao Wu couldn't resist teasing. Sister Yu, we are still here. Is such a display necessary? Su Lu shot an exasperated glance at the group and took Dongfang Bubi's hand. Mind your own affairs. Do what you wish, but do not disturb us. The others were left speechless by the blatant favoritism exhibited by this fellow, merely observing the two. Male. Yeah, do you miss me? Female. Lele. It's been 10 days since we last met. I miss you dearly. Nyonyo and the others hurried out to seek Lin Xinxin, preparing to obtain her autograph, while Su Lu, having indulged in a moment of tenderness, began to prepare for the tasks ahead. The following dawn, atop the mountain, after the commencement of the filming ceremony for My Domineering Goddess, the shooting began in earnest. Dongfang Bubi, gazing at Lin Xinxin clad in ancient attire, resembling a celestial being, nodded in satisfaction. This production was under her direct supervision, though after strategizing with Su Lu the previous day, she had delegated the responsibilities to her subordinates. Sister Xinxin, your role in the first scene requires you to descend as a goddess, necessitating the use of wires as it takes place perilously close to the cliff's edge. Are you afraid? If so, we can use a doll as a stand-in and edit it during post-production. Lin Xinxin is now a top-tier actress in Douluo, boasting a vast fan base, including soul masters, and she is naturally a valuable asset to Shuji Entertainment. Heeding the director's advice, Lin Xinxin shook her head. Thank you for your concern, director, but there's no need. I have faced far more perilous scenes than this, and have always taken them on myself. I have no intention of using a stunt double. After all, a double is inherently imperfect, and the audience can discern that instantly. Having debuted 4 years ago, if I had allowed fear to dictate my choices, I would not have come this far. I'm fine. Let us proceed. Upon seeing Lin Xinxin's resolve, the director couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Excellent. As expected of Sister Xin. Rest assured, all equipment has been professionally tested. There will be no issues. Lin Xinxin nodded, and shortly thereafter, a female assistant from the crew approached to attach the wire harness to her. These preparations had been made in advance for the evening shoot, as Dongfang Bubi was set to personally assist, using spiritual energy to help Lin Xinxin perform. Observing Lin Xinxin secured in the harness, the director activated the soul image camera, preparing to commence filming. He called out to the other actors, All actors ready. Departments. Pay attention. We will begin the first scene of my overbearing goddess soul. The celestial maiden descends. Action. With the director's commanding voice. Lin Xin was lifted into the air by the harness. At that moment, her entire body dangled above a precipice, and if the wire were to snap, she would plummet directly downwards. It is worth noting that this cliff towered thousands of meters high. A fall from such heights would leave even a soul master in utter ruin. Hanging suspended in mid-air, Lin Xin glanced down, unable to see the bottom. Though she did not suffer from acrophobia, a flicker of anxiety coursed through her. Nevertheless, her professionalism allowed her to gradually regain her composure, redirecting her gaze towards the camera. Action. With the director's call, Lin Xin found herself floating above the abyss, clad in an elegant ancient costume, resembling a celestial maiden, wielding a long sword as she danced gracefully in the air. Once the wires were digitally removed and enhanced with special effects, it would undoubtedly create a breathtaking scene. Just then, Dongfang Booby extended a finger towards the harness, channeling a surge of spiritual energy that severed the wire. With a sharp snap, the cord suspending Lin Xin instantly broke, and as she continued to wield her sword mid-air, she plummeted towards the unfathomable abyss below. In that moment, the scene was enveloped in a profound silence. Mere seconds later, chaos erupted among the entire crew as Lin Xin's close friend and manager shouted, "Sister Xin! Sister Xin!" Panic-stricken, the crew members rushed over, but it was all in vain. Zhao Xin had already plummeted out of sight. Unbeknownst to them, a figure in the nearby forest leaped into action, diving downward. As the wires snapped, Lin Xin's expression turned ashen in an instant, her mind blank. She could only hear the rushing wind around her. In her despair, she thought, "I never imagined I would meet my end this way." Falling into the abyss. Lin Xin could scarcely believe that anyone could survive such a drop. In those fleeting seconds, she reflected on her life. At 6 years old, she had failed to awaken her martial spirit, resigning herself to a mundane existence. However, when the online storm surrounding Douluo continent emerged, she resolutely immersed herself in it, quickly amassing wealth and fame. She had no regrets, only a tinge of sorrow. If given the chance to choose again, she would make the same decision. Yet, pondering further was futile. As Lin Xin closed her eyes to await her fate, she felt an unexpected embrace. Struggling to open her eyes, she sensed a sharp pain in her neck, and then she succumbed to unconsciousness. The one holding her was Su Lu, who remained remarkably calm. At the halfway point down the mountain, he gently tapped his feet, miraculously halting their descent, even ascending slightly. Before them lay a protruding platform where, after a few moments, Su Lu placed her down. Behind the platform was a cave, a project the two had worked on by night. Gazing at the branches overhead, Su Lu thought that to perform the scene properly, he needed to ensure everything was in place. He promptly snapped a branch to lay beside Lin Xin. Then, picking up another branch, he tore away a portion of her clothing, revealing her delicate, pale skin. Just as he was about to ponder the implications, a mocking voice interrupted. "Is it beautiful?" A chill ran down Su Li's spine, yet he steadied himself. "Remain calm." He turned his head with composure. "Yeah, I'm just doing the full set. She can't compare to you, not even 1/10,000th. Oof. At least you know your place," came the cold retort from Dongfang Booby. Chapter 26. Yubuchuan Su Lu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Xin, whose clothing lay torn, revealing her porcelain skin marred by purple bruises. "I'm giving you a chance. Enduring this little hardship will be worth it, right?" As she turned away with Dongfang Booby after a few breaths, they had already returned to the summit of the mountain. As a popular actress in the Douluo continent, the filming of her new drama naturally attracted a multitude of journalists and live-streaming moguls, not to mention numerous devoted fans, totaling at least a few thousand. Now, with the chaos unfolding in the production, the news was bound to spread rapidly, and those who caught wind of the situation began to flock to the scene. Fans who were aware of the news could hardly believe it and rushed frantically to the filming location. Lin Xin's agent, filled with indignation, shouted loudly at the director. "Guoliang, you are finished. How could you use such substandard equipment for the vital wire rigging? It even broke. Now that Sister Xin has fallen, her life is in peril. You are done for, and so is the force behind you." Hearing this, Guoliang erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of curses. He realized that he was in deep trouble, for these were people from Shuji Entertainment, a subsidiary of the Su family conglomerate, a force backed by 3 titled Douluos. Most crucially, a high-ranking official from their company was present. Props team, how could you be so negligent? We entrusted you with 10,000 gold soul coins for procurement. And this is how you deliver? How much did you embezzle? You dared to steal even this small amount. If I perish, none of you shall escape unscathed. Amidst the turmoil, Su Lu remained unaffected. Upon returning to the summit, he promptly produced a card, preparing to make his move. On the platform, the unconscious Lin Xin slowly opened her eyes. Huh, am I not dead? Ouch, it hurts. Feeling the pain, Lin Xin gradually sat up and realized she was on a high platform beside a tree. Standing up, she discerned that she was on the mountainside of Huashan. Observing the broken tree with its crooked neck and her own injuries, Lin Xin's mind began to piece together the scene. She must have fallen onto the tree, causing it to break under her weight and drop her here. She sighed in relief, thinking, thank goodness I landed on the tree. If I had fallen directly to the ground, it would have been far worse. I'm fortunate to have only sustained minor injuries. All I need to do is stay here and wait for rescue, right? As Lin Xin surveyed her surroundings, she suddenly noticed a most peculiar sight. Thick fog had enveloped her. Though it was not completely obscuring, it was dense enough to induce panic. Oh no, wasn't it said that surviving a great calamity brings blessings? Why is there fog now? With such heavy mist, even if the company sends soul masters to find me, it will take ages. By then I might starve. Lin Xin couldn't help but regret her decisions. If it weren't for the company's higher-ups appearing, she wouldn't have insisted on taking the lead role. What was she to do now? At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the air. Although it was summer, the high altitude made Lin Xin, an ordinary person, shiver involuntarily. She instinctively glanced behind her, where a cave large enough for a person loomed, shrouded in darkness and seemingly profound. As she beheld the cave before her, Lin Xin blinked her beautiful eyes and pondered quietly. Should she venture inside? Would there be soul beasts, devil bats, or mandala snakes lurking within? The mere thought of these creatures heightened her trepidation. However, as another breeze rustled past, she dismissed her fears. Perhaps the cave held a way out. After all, staying on the platform would surely lead to her demise from the cold. So she resolved to explore further. With caution, Lin Xin entered the cave, navigating its twists and turns. The darkness enveloped her, and without her phone to provide light, she could barely see her own hand in front of her. Thus, she carefully pressed against the wall, advancing forward. She lost track of time, but based on her internal clock, she estimated she had been walking for about 5 minutes. Although her pace was slow, surely she must have covered a distance of 100 or 200 meters. After what felt like several more minutes, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared before her. Encouraged by this illumination, Lin Xin's eyes brightened, and she quickened her pace toward the source. Upon reaching the bend, she found herself in a stone chamber, its brightness stemming from 2 luminous orbs suspended above. Could these radiant spheres be soul-guiding devices? Lin Xin contemplated thoughtfully as she gazed at the orbs. These 2 orbs are not soul-guiding artifacts. Rather, they're 2 luminous night pearls that Su Lu has drawn. Lin Xin shifted her gaze from the night pearls to the scene within the stone chamber, and upon witnessing the sight before her, she gasped in terror. She beheld a skeleton seated beneath the night pearls, adorned in bizarre, tattered garments. In the past, her startled cry would have evoked a protective instinct in countless onlookers. However, here, she was utterly alone, save for Dongfang Bubi and Su Lu. After a moment of fear, she steeled herself and approached the skeleton. Realizing that this stone chamber marked the end of the cave, a dead end, with the entrance behind her now sealed. With no path forward and no retreat possible, despair began to envelop Lin Xin. It seemed her only fate was to await her demise. Standing before the skeleton, she sighed, contemplating whether, many years hence, someone might discover this cave, only to find 2 skeletal remains. Just as Lin Xin shook her head in resignation, a sudden golden light emanated from the skull of the skeleton, illuminating the center of her forehead. To her horror, she heard a voice whisper in her ear, "Greetings, kindred spirit. I am Yubuchuan." Yubuchuan? Who is that? I do not recognize the name. Lin Xin felt her head spinning, her body trembling. Though she was uncertain, an instinct told her she had come into contact with something extraordinary. If you hear this message, do not panic. It signifies that the ancient continent is reuniting, awakening a fragment of my consciousness that has lingered for millennia. Ultimately, I could not break free from the shackles of my existence. But your presence here suggests a connection between us. You may learn my sex martial arts and beside the techniques lies a pill known as the golden elixir. Consuming it will elevate your cultivation to the golden core realm. However, advancing beyond that will prove exceedingly difficult, so proceed with caution. Chapter 27. A fortuitous encounter. As the words fell, the astonished gaze of Lin Xinxin beheld the skeletal figure before her gradually transform into shimmering motes of light, vanishing into thin air. All that remained beneath, it was a weathered martial arts manual and a porcelain vial. This was, of course, the handiwork of Su Lu, a mere illusion conjured by Dongfang Bubi's breath. Once Lin Xinxin attempted to emulate it, she would discern its falsity. Consequently, Su Lu swiftly severed the connection, bringing matters to a close. At this moment, Lin Xinxin's eyes were still filled with disbelief. Were it not for the enchantment of the cavern and the words she had just heard, she would have certainly deemed herself to be dreaming. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to take on an apprenticeship. Slowly kneeling, she bowed 3 times in reverence towards the direction of the vanished skeleton before rising to retrieve the yellowed tome from the ground. Unexpectedly, the moment she grasped the book, it emitted a soft, golden glow, and the pages seemed to transform into countless characters that surged into her mind. In an instant, a splitting headache ensued, but it was fleeting. After several seconds, Lin Xinxin opened her eyes, a look of incredulity gracing her features. She had fully memorized the essence of the Zixia divine skill. From that moment forth, Lin Xinxin's worldview was irrevocably shattered. How could such a miraculous scene not dismantle her perceptions? The Zixia divine skill and the information transmitted to her were undeniably authentic, causing her to sit down in sheer astonishment. Was this truly real? In her mind, the memories imparted by Dongfang Bubi revealed to her that the Douluo continent she inhabited was but one realm among many others. Now, for reasons unbeknownst to her, these realms began to converge, heralding the emergence of legacies from other worlds. The inheritance she had received belonged to a realm known as the Xinxia version of the legend of the Condor Heroes, where its practitioners, claiming to be cultivators, were not in the slightest inferior to titled Douluos. They required no soul rings, yet wielded a plethora of spells. After a moment of reflection, Lin Xinxin sighed softly. Surviving great tribulations surely leads to greater blessings. Perhaps this adage pertains to me, she mused inwardly, having organized the knowledge of the Zixia divine skill in her mind. Her gaze then shifted to the white porcelain vial, which contained a golden elixir. Upon consumption and practicing the methods of the Zixia divine skill, she could advance to the golden elixir stage and thus escape this place. In her view, the might of the golden elixir was formidable enough. Leaving would be a trivial matter. Lin Xinxin silently expressed her gratitude towards the predecessor Yu Buqian, were it not for the golden elixir left behind by the senior. Her pursuit of the Zixia divine skill would have been impossible, as the lack of sustenance would have surely led to her demise before she could even practice for long. However, with the golden elixir, the situation was markedly different. Once consumed and fully absorbed, she would be able to break through to the golden elixir stage. During this period, the elixir would sustain her body, alleviating hunger and thirst. While it might be challenging to progress further thereafter, it was certainly preferable to death. Besides, who could say she might not uncover other inheritances to resolve her predicaments? With resolute determination, Lin Xinxin unhesitatingly removed the lid from the porcelain jar. As the lid was lifted, an exquisite fragrance wafted forth. She poured a mouthful of the contents directly into her mouth, disregarding any concerns about impurities or expiration. At this moment, she found it hard to believe, even accepting the possibility of poison. The elixir dissolved instantly upon contact with her tongue, and the slight thirst and hunger she had felt vanished in an instant. Furthermore, a vital energy began to burgeon in her dantian, which she promptly channeled according to the principles of the Zixia divine art. Observing Lin Xinxin's initiation of her cultivation, Su Lu felt a slight sense of relief. It had finally succeeded. Meanwhile, news of Lin Xinxin's fall from Mount Hua had spread like wildfire, with numerous journalists and influential live streamers present. Along with throngs of fans at Mount Tai, it was impossible to conceal the information. The crew of my overbearing goddess soul found themselves besieged by enraged fans. Directors and prop teams were all accosted as the fans blamed them for Lin Xinxin's misfortune. Once the news broke, it swiftly ascended to the top of the trending charts, with Lin Xinxin monopolizing the entire list. Many fans were present nearby, and news spread rapidly. One person told 10, and 10 told 100, resulting in a multitude rushing to the scene. Fortunately, Suji Entertainment dispatched personnel to maintain order. Had they not intervened, the crew of my overbearing goddess soul might have faced severe repercussions from the fans. However, since Su Lu was the architect of the situation, their role was merely to uphold the peace. Concurrently, a soul master of formidable prowess was dispatched to search for Lin Xinxin's whereabouts. Due to the dense fog, the search was hampered, and if her fall had been vertical, it would have led deep into the forest. Fans and personnel from Suji Entertainment were all diligently searching, and the area of the search continued to expand. The news of Lin Xinxin's fall from Mount Hua also spread further. At Su Li's behest, the head of Suji Entertainment convened a press conference, propelling the incident to its zenith. Now, all Su Li needed to do was wait. Based on prior experience, it would take Lin Xinxin 2 days to achieve the Golden Elixir stage. Attaining such prowess would equate to the strength of a tidal Douluo, a feat that would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the community. Thus, he patiently awaited, seeking to expand his plans step by step. As time passed, 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, under Su Li's guidance, Lin Xinxin's trending topic remained at the pinnacle, with 9 out of 10 entries on the hot search list revolving around her. Although some of this was orchestrated by Su Lu, it was evident that his decision had been astute. A person of significant renown carried substantial weight. Moreover, the search for Lin Xinxin at the cliff continued unabated. Despite the lack of success, this very absence of results encouraged more fans to join the search, holding on to the hope for a miracle. As long as the body remains unseen, there exists a glimmer of hope for the belief that Lin Xinxin is still alive. Numerous soul masters have gathered to search, yet their efforts have yielded nothing. Notably, the crew of my domineering goddess's film remains trapped atop the mountain, guarded by fervent fans who would not allow them to descend. Although Su Lu has dispatched individuals to oversee the situation, a few irritable soul masters disguise themselves as delivery personnel, resulting in an altercation with the director. In the eyes of the fans, all reasons for Lin Xinxin's fall are attributed to the production team. After all, they cannot afford to offend Suji Entertainment Company, Limited. Nor can they dismiss the plight of an ordinary person. How could they dare to purchase such inferior safety harnesses? Instead, they should have invested heavily to hire soul masters to support her with their soul power. Would that not have been far safer? Chapter 28. Fermentation. Upon witnessing these events, Su Lu felt a sense of satisfaction. Over the past few days, he had been tirelessly working to amplify the situation. The star he adored had fallen off a cliff, and even the formidable Dongfang Bubi had been summoned by Niu Niu and Xiao Wu for assistance. Alas, Dongfang Bubi could only feign involvement. Meanwhile, Su Lu meticulously planned his next actions within the confines of his tent. Once Lin Xinxin successfully completed her training and made her appearance, he would be able to implement a series of ideas he had conceived. Time seemed to have passed amply, and, as he closed his eyes, his consciousness drifted into the cave where Lin Xinxin was nearing her final breakthrough. At this moment, her complexion was radiantly flushed, with wisps of heat emanating from above her head. Moments later, Lin Xinxin opened her eyes, exhaled deeply, and her color gradually returned to normal. Uncertain of how many days had elapsed, she realized she had successfully broken through to the golden core stage. Would a tribulation arise? Nonetheless, it was time to depart. As Lin Xinxin opened her eyes and surveyed the stone chamber, she contemplated silently. The trace of spiritual energy within her had surged to over 1,000 times its original capacity, now almost self-sustaining. As long as she did not exhaust it excessively, it would replenish itself in a short span of time. Rising to her feet, she made her way towards the exit of the stone chamber, only to be met with the rumbling sounds emanating from her stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Xinxin's expression turned peculiar, while Su Li's countenance mirrored a strange amusement. Could it be? In the next moment, Lin Xinxin, clutching her abdomen, bolted from the cave. Observing her haste, Su Lu coughed discreetly, allowing his consciousness to drift out of the cave. While admiring a beautiful woman is a pleasure, spying on her during such a private moment is decidedly inappropriate. After a brief interval, Lin Xinxin finally emerged from the cave, and Su Lu astutely noticed that her shawl had vanished, prompting him to reveal a mischievous grin. It was indeed time to leave. After having been missing for so many days, did they all assume that I had perished beyond recognition? Lin Xinxin stood atop the high platform, gazing through the thick mist towards the heavens, murmuring to herself. After closing her eyes to contemplate the first level of the Zixia divine skill, specifically the technique of using qi to elevate the body. She opened her eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within them. Failure was not an option. With a gentle push against the platform, she summoned the spiritual energy within her, her body feeling weightless as she ascended towards the sky. In an instant, she soared over 20 meters into the air. However, Lin Xinxin did not rush to continue her ascent. Instead, she descended gracefully, much like a falling leaf, returning to the platform. This was her first attempt, and she needed to familiarize herself with the technique. Otherwise, would it not be folly to perish before achieving her goal? Having received such a monumental opportunity, it would be absurd to falter due to overconfidence and meet her demise from unsteadiness in the air. Observing her demeanor, Su Lun nodded in satisfaction. Her lack of blind confidence indicated she was a talent worth nurturing. After several minutes, Lin Xinxin stood on the platform once more, her gaze directed upward, confidence now evident in her eyes. She had fully mastered the technique of lightness. After waiting for a few moments, she began her return journey. With a swift motion, she activated her internal qi and leaped, ascending several dozen meters in an instant. Utilizing the Zixia divine skill midair, she seized the opportunity to exert force beneath her, propelling herself further upward. At this juncture, she had traversed the dense mist conjured by the invincible Dongfang, and the mountain peak was now within a few hundred meters' reach. At the summit of Mount Tai, a throng of spectators had gathered, fans of Lin Xinxin, reporters, and prominent live streamers, all assembled to be the first to capture news of her. However, the overwhelming crowd made life difficult for the crew of her drama, My Overbearing Goddess. Each day, stones were hurled at their makeshift shelter, and had it not been for Su Li's provision of iron plates to fortify the surroundings, the crew might have faced grave danger. Although they had escaped serious injury, the frustration of confinement was palpable. Surrounded by iron plates and with doors tightly shut, they would likely suffocate if not for the occasional delivery of essentials from the outside. The duration of such days remains uncertain. Given Lin Xinxin's popularity and fervor, their desire to venture outside proves exceedingly challenging. They may endure this existence for a year and a half. Even after that, who can guarantee that a few zealous fans won't descend upon them at a moment's notice? Although sustenance is available here, the luxury of bathing is a distant dream. Contemplating this further fuels their resentment towards the props team, who endure daily scorn and rebuke from others in the production, yet dare not retaliate or voice their grievances. The members of the props team bear their own silent suffering. They have not misappropriated a single penny. The filming location is fraught with peril, and as Lin Xinxin remains affiliated with Shuji Entertainment Company Limited, they would never dare procure items that do not adhere to safety standards. Fortunately, the representatives of Shuji Entertainment Company Limited have not cast blame upon them. This was naturally a signal from Su Lu. It would not be appropriate for an ordinary person to bear the blame for something they did themselves. However, despite their explanations, no one believed them, and in the end, they could only endure the humiliation and the scolding. Finally, they were about to ascend. Lin Xinxin gazed at the mountaintop, merely a dozen meters away, her face breaking into a smile. With a gentle leap, she could reach the summit. With a whoosh, Lin Xinxin pushed off the air, her body soaring upward, effortlessly crossing over the peak. Atop the mountain stood countless onlookers, and many were witnessing this scene. Were they dreaming? Or were they seeing? Was this a celestial being? Dressed in ancient garb, Lin Xinxin exuded an otherworldly charm, and with her feet seemingly treading on nothingness, it was only natural that anyone would question whether they were in a dream. As Lin Xinxin hovered in the air and noticed a multitude of people at the mountain's apex, she too was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly realized that these individuals had likely gathered because of her fall down the mountain. Regardless, she was indeed a star from the immensely popular Douluo continent. When all the spectators were momentarily stunned, upon catching sight of Lin Xinxin's face, they were collectively astonished. Wasn't this Lin Xinxin? What was happening? Hadn't she fallen down the mountain? What on earth had just occurred? It seemed they had witnessed Lin Xinxin flying up from the edge of the cliff. Was she not an ordinary person? What was truly going on? At that moment, both Xiao Wu and Niu widened their eyes in astonishment. Just moments ago, they had sensed an aura of spiritual energy emanating from Lin Xinxin, especially as she ascended into the sky seemingly without effort. Undoubtedly a manifestation of profound cultivation techniques. It is worth noting that after 5 years of diligent practice, they had only reached the qi refinement stage. To fly as Lin Xinxin did, one must attain at least the foundation establishment stage, and to accomplish such a feat, the golden core stage would be requisite. Tang Xin clenched his fists, realizing he too must intensify his training. He possessed cultivation techniques as well, which he had received from Su Lu, and the excitement had kept him awake for many nights. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Were they merely dreaming, or was Lin Xinxin truly not an ordinary person, but a genuine goddess? Had her fall inadvertently revealed her true nature? With a gentle exertion of her energy, Lin Xinxin gracefully landed at the precipice of the cliff. While all eyes on the mountain were fixated upon her, each individual rendered speechless. However, it was not long before the first person regained their composure, triggering a chain reaction that plunged the scene into chaos as everyone rushed towards her. Particularly, the journalists and live-streaming influencers, even the soul masters dispatched by Su Lu, were unable to restrain themselves, surging forward in a frenzy. Cameras pointed eagerly at the edge of the cliff, capturing Lin Xinxin's ascent in crystal clarity, a story that would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entirety of Douluo continent. It must be remembered that Lin Xinxin was an ordinary person, even if she were a soul master. She would require a flying soul beast to soar. Yet, Lin Xinxin had accomplished this feat without possessing a martial spirit or soul rings, simply ascending to the mountainous summit. This news was colossal, igniting an insatiable curiosity among countless onlookers. In an instant, the tale spread like wildfire, as fans nearby flocked to the scene, and various streamers broadcast the astonishing revelation across their platforms. Fans still scouring the base of the mountain for Lin Xinxin's remains received the news and hurriedly raced towards the summit. It was surreal. A mere mortal plummeting from a 10,000-meter cliff should have met with certain death, although many had remained at the base, and countless others refused to abandon their search. Deep down, everyone had believed that Lin Xinxin could not possibly have survived. Yet now, not only was she alive, but she had soared to the peak as if she were a celestial being. Those who heard the news were initially incredulous. But could so many witnesses at the summit be mistaken? Before the collective gaze of the crowd, the astonishing scene was undeniably real. Miss Lin Xinxin, may I inquire how you managed to ascend? Miss Lin Xinxin, are you not an ordinary person? How did you come a fly? Countless journalists and prominent streamers encircled Lin Xinxin, bombarding her with questions. At that moment, she remained remarkably composed, for she was no longer the newcomer she once was. After cultivating the Zixia divine art, she felt a profound mastery over her body, able to maintain a serene demeanor regardless of her emotions. Xinxin Jia, the assistant, having received the news, immediately pushed through the crowd, making it hard to fathom how a young woman could possess such strength. Sister Xinxin, are you really all right? That is wonderful, truly wonderful, the assistant exclaimed, her eyes glistening with emotion as she approached Lin Xinxin. I'm fine, Lin Xinxin replied, glancing at her assistant and gently shaking her head. Her assistant, still brimming with excitement, pressed on, Sister Xinxin, what on earth happened? Some say you flew here. Others claim you're a goddess. Is it true that you are a goddess? A goddess? Certainly not, Lin Xinxin replied, aware that she was merely at the golden core stage. However, she recognized that once she reached the nascent soul stage, she could indeed be considered a terrestrial immortal. Yet, she understood the boundaries of what could be revealed and what must remain unsaid. Clearly dissatisfied with her response, the assistant lowered her head for a moment before asking again. Then how did you manage to fly here? Upon hearing this, all the reporters and fans present turned their curious gazes towards Lin Xinxin. A multitude of cameras poised to capture this miraculous moment. I cannot divulge much, she began, but I can assure you that I have not ascended to divinity. As for how I was able to fly here, let us just say I encountered a fortuitous event during my fall. At the moment I thought I was doomed, a large tree intervened, preventing my demise and allowing me to land on a platform. As she spoke, Lin Xinxin couldn't help but marvel at her own fortune. It's akin to a tale from a novel. I received a legacy akin to that of a titled Douluo, enabling me to traverse the skies from midway up the mountain. Please, refrain from probing further. I will not disclose more than this. Having concluded her statement, she cast a calm gaze over the throng of reporters and fans. With so many eyes upon her, she knew she couldn't remain silent, especially given the overwhelming circumstances. She doubted that Su Entertainment and the Su Group behind it would remain passive. Rather than conceal the truth, she opted to share what little she could, taking each step as it came. After all, with her current strength, she felt capable of self-preservation. One incredulous reporter shook his head in disbelief. A cultivation legacy? Isn't that purely a fabrication of fiction? How could it possibly be real? However, he quickly found himself at a loss for words. As a living example before him, Lin Xinxin was irrefutable proof. In that moment, the worldviews of all present began to crumble. It was well known that awakening a martial soul at 6 years old, coupled with an inability to cultivate, effectively extinguished any hope of becoming a soul master. Yet, what of Lin Xinxin? Lin Xinxin merely shook her head once more. Who can say what is true? I once held the same disbelief, but now I find myself convinced. If someone had told me such a tale before, I would have dismissed it as nonsense. Yet now, experiencing it firsthand, disbelief is no longer an option. Shock level, 215. Shock value, 643. Shock value, 458. Meanwhile, Su Lu began to accumulate shock value as well. The first step was now complete. Next, he would deliberately conceal the matter, prompting the two great empires and the Spirit Hall to send envoys for negotiations, seeking the truth. At that moment, he would feign pressure, compelled to reveal the information. And thus, the entire Douluo continent would erupt. Just then, above the cliff, a previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded by a mass of ominous clouds. Resembling an ancient beast with a gaping maw, poised to devour at any moment. Lightning flashed and thunder roared amidst the dark clouds, and a tempest arose. What is happening? Why such a bizarre phenomenon? Look, it seems these dark clouds are directed towards Lin Xinxin. Tang San, Niao, and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual astonishment. Their conjecture had indeed proven correct. The golden core, tribulation. Lin Xinxin gazed up at the clouds above, fully aware of their significance. A touch of concern etched on her face as she contemplated the power of the golden core, tribulation. Uncertain if she could withstand it, she recognized that now was not the time for worry. With a decisive wave of her hand, she commanded, "You all must leave quickly. I shall undergo my tribulation here, and the surrounding area will be affected within 100 meters." Upon hearing her words, everyone felt a gentle wave of energy wash over them, and when they regained their senses, they found themselves 1,000 meters away. Observing Lin Xinxin from afar, Tang San, Niao, and Xiao Wu were exceedingly serious. This was an encounter they would face in the future. Although Sister Yu had prepared magical artifacts for them, it would be beneficial to witness it firsthand. Do you think she can survive? In the sky, 100 meters away from Lin Xinxin, Su Lu watched with a smile beside Dongfang Bubi. 10 deaths without life. Dongfang Bubi shook his head and pointed to the distant Lin Xinxin. She has no magical artifacts, no divine powers, and is still reliant on medicinal aids. How can she endure this heavenly tribulation? Indeed, it seems I must lend her a hand, for this is a crucial part of my plan. I should have spoke. He silently activated his martial spirit, a mid-grade spirit stone appearing in his hand, and dozens of golden soul rings materializing around him. Though she was gravely injured, she would surely overcome the heavenly tribulation. As Su Li's words resonated, the fifth soul ring on his body suddenly shone brightly. And as countless golden soul coins vanished from the celestial spirit ring, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Xinxin stands upon the precipice, where visibility is utterly obscured, as if the thick darkness enveloping her is a viscous liquid, closely clinging to her form. Is this the apocalypse? At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the mountain summit. Even the formidable soul master dispatched by Su Lu at level 80 gazed at the tumultuous lightning in the sky with trepidation. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere enveloped the scene as the clouds churned and gathered ominously. Had someone provoked the heavens? This thought flickered through the minds of the onlookers. When the darkness seemed insurmountable and the sky was devoid of light, reminiscent of the primordial chaos before creation, suddenly, a bolt of lightning snaked down from the black clouds, accompanied by a deafening roar that erupted above the crowd. The tribulation of the golden core had finally commenced. Crack! The first flash of lightning burst forth from the swirling clouds, shaking the very ground beneath, leaving countless spectators 100 meters away spellbound by this extraordinary spectacle. The clouds continued to whirl, revealing a vast vortex at its center, and in the next instant, a lightning bolt, as wide as a bowl, hurtled toward Lin Xinxin. Confronted by the impending wrath of nature, Lin Xinxin hesitated not for a moment. She summoned her inner energy, erecting a series of rudimentary defensive shields in an attempt to withstand the force of the tribulation. It must be said that Lin Xinxin exhibited a modicum of cleverness. As the first bolt of heavenly lightning struck her protective barrier, the 3 shields she had conjured were instantly shattered. Fortunately, the barriers mitigated the lightning's ferocity. And while Lin Xinxin coughed up a mouthful of blood, she surprisingly endured the onslaught. Indeed, it was possible. Though wounded, Lin Xinxin's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Her strategy had proven effective. Seizing the moment, she resolved to conjure additional shields, her determination steeled by the thought that once this tribulation passed, she would undoubtedly seek out greater powers. As the bolts of lightning descended one after another, Lin Xinxin withstood 3 strikes. However, upon the arrival of the 4th, she realized her internal energy was depleted. Yet, the lightning showed no mercy, and this time, without any defenses, Lin Xinxin faced the calamity head-on. With a sudden gasp, she expelled a mouthful of essence blood, collapsing to the ground, her breath shallow. As she gazed at the brewing storm above, despair flickered in her eyes. Had her hard-won fortune been in vain? Was she destined to perish? The heavens had forsaken her. Not only was she distressed, but the fans below were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend why the skies would unleash their fury upon their idol. Each devoted follower clenched their fists tightly, silently urging her on. Observing Lin Xinxin's plight, Tang San shook his head. It was insurmountable. Indeed, Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, while Niu Niu beside her wore a look of regret. As fellow practitioners, they inevitably shared a sense of sorrow for the fate of others. However, the thought of having a powerful backing eased her heart, for unlike Lin Xinxin, she possessed neither extraordinary abilities nor magical artifacts. Perhaps among those present, aside from Dongfang Bubi and Su Lu, no one believed Lin Xinxin would survive this heavenly tribulation. Su Lu, however, remained unfazed. He even took out a pack of sunflower seeds to share with Dongfang Bubi. His curiosity lay in how the rules would intervene to assist Lin Xinxin in overcoming the tribulation. After all, having invested his own resources, he expected a return on his investment. He recalled that during the last time he assisted Dongfang Bubi in transcending the nascent soul tribulation, he had also encountered similar circumstances. Yet, with Dongfang Bubi's formidable strength and having drawn numerous valuable items, the ordeal had been relatively effortless. Boom! In but a moment, the 6th thunderbolt descended. Feeling the overwhelming force of the lightning, Lin Xinxin, in despair, closed her eyes. At that moment, she sensed a disturbance beneath her feet. The ground trembled violently, causing her to slip precariously. What in the world is happening? Su Lu exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed the unfolding scene. Above Lin Xinxin loomed a colossal tortoise, stretching 100 meters in length. Initially, it had been an ordinary stone tortoise, a spirit beast that had slumbered for 100,000 years. Long ago, it was merely a 10-year-old spirit beast, but after a millennium of slumber, the landscape had transformed, and the once humble stone had evolved into a towering mountain, while the little stone tortoise had ascended to the status of a 100,000-year spirit beast. The rock turtle appeared somewhat bewildered, having just awakened with a muddled mind. A resounding noise echoed, accompanied by a peculiar sensation of someone scratching its shell. Wait, something felt amiss. The rock turtle sensed a pressure descending from above, prompting it to retract into its shell. Thunder rumbled. The descent of Lin Xinxin and the awakening of the rock turtle led the heavenly tribulation to mistakenly believe that assistance was being rendered to Lin Xinxin, thereby amplifying its ferocity. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, transformed mid-air into a thunderous dragon. What a troublesome predicament. The rock turtle swiftly summoned its profound soul power accumulated over 100 millennia and activated its innate skill, Stone Shield. As the turtle unleashed its ability, a radiant, earthy glow emanated from its back, embellishing its shell with intricate patterns that resembled small shields crafted from stone, appearing remarkably formidable. Yet, despite this display of defense, the rock turtle remained apprehensive and channeled all its soul power. Boom! In the next instant, the thunder dragon struck the rock turtle's back. Fortunately, the turtle possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. The thunder dragon merely left a charred mark upon the earthy shield on the turtle's back. Before the rock turtle could exhale a sigh of relief, the celestial tribulation unleashed its fury once more. Without granting the turtle a moment's respite, dozens of thunder dragons descended from the heavens, roaring as they aimed for the rock turtle. Feeling the onslaught from above, the rock turtle had a few choice words to express its frustration. It had been enjoying a peaceful slumber, only to awaken and find itself besieged by lightning. The earth trembled, and onlookers gazed in astonishment at the mountain. Surely this was the end? What sin had Lin Xinxin committed to invite such a calamity? Was she perhaps a soul beast? And what of the turtle? Had it met its demise as well? As the crowd murmured, flashes of light erupted amidst the darkened sky, illuminating the surroundings and revealing that, despite the shattered stone shields on its back and the cracks in its shell, the rock turtle remained unharmed. While Lin Xinshin beneath, it was safe and sound. Could it be? It had withstood the assault. This creature must be at least 10,000 years old. I love your naive expression. Let me enlighten you. This is a 100,000-year soul beast. How do you know? Just a guess. On the cliff, Lin Xinshin, positioned beneath the rock turtle, was equally perplexed. She had prepared for death, only to discover that a turtle was sheltering her from the lightning tribulation. There was no time for joy, however. Gazing up at the impending heavenly trial, a hint of despair flickered in her eyes. With external assistance, the power of the tribulation would multiply several times over. This was the final strike, and she wondered whether this noble turtle could endure it. Ah well, having lived this long was already a sufficient gift. With so many witnesses present, perhaps it would become a tale for the ages. After a brief interval, akin to the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, the last thunderstorm in the sky finally reached its culmination. This time, it manifested as a single bolt of lightning, no thicker than an arm. Yet it was unlike the previous azure strikes, transforming into a delicate shade of lavender. The rock tortoise, however, sensed an overwhelming wave of despair upon this lightning's arrival. There was no resisting it. In the next instant, as the purple lightning crashed down upon the rock tortoise, the heavens and earth were enveloped in a violet haze. The soul energy within the tortoise surged uncontrollably, like a torrent unleashed upon its shell, but it could only withstand the onslaught for a fleeting moment before the lavender lightning pierced through its armor, striking the creature directly. Lin Xinshin, standing beneath, could not escape this fate either. The lightning danced around her like a web of electricity, engulfing her entirely. The pale purple luminescence incessantly ravaged her form. From a distance, one could see a column of violet light enveloping the spot where Lin Xinshin stood, and in that moment, silence fell over the onlookers, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a brief pause, fervent discussions erupted among the crowd. Is this truly the end? Alas! They lamented not having uncovered the mystery surrounding Lin Xinshin. Oh my goddess Xinshin, how could you have perished? Ha ha ha. This wretched BZ has finally met her demise. My husband's infatuation with her has come to an end. At this moment, among the crowd, there were those who sighed and others who reveled in misfortune. Even Tang San did not believe that Lin Xinshin could survive this tempest of lightning. Only Su Lu and Dongfang Bubi, suspended in the sky, were privy to the fact that Lin Xinshin had indeed endured. As the purple light faded and the dark clouds dispersed, the sky soon returned to its serene azure, and the onlookers craned their necks eagerly towards the cliff. Qin Shou, the departmental supervisor of Suji Entertainment Company and a formidable level 80 soul Douluo, meticulously directed the crowd forward. Many keen observers noted that the rock turtle had vanished, its tough shell reduced to mere ashes. The summit had been flattened by nearly half, and there remained a crimson object on the precipice. Qin Shou cautiously approached, when suddenly, Dongfang Bubi recalled something and swiftly covered Su Li's eyes. Do not look. What should I not look at? Su Lu, momentarily bewildered by the blindfolding, felt a surge of curiosity and gradually released his spiritual awareness to investigate. At that moment, Dongfang Bubi's icy voice pierced through the air. If I catch you peeking, you shall face dire consequences. Su Lu immediately felt a shiver run down his spine and steadied himself. Panic at this juncture would spell disaster. He then resolutely declared, Are you instructing me how to act? You said not to look, so I shall not. Suddenly, a voice erupted from below, startling Qin Shou into unleashing his martial spirit. On high alert, before him stood a shadow, from which the glint of teeth and eyes suggested a human presence, eliminating the possibility of the rock turtle. The roar unmistakably belonged to Lin Xinshin, whose ordinary attire had succumbed to the might of the lightning tribulation, reduced to tatters. Her hair stood on end, and though her fair skin was singed black from the strike, it concealed her modesty. Despite her grievous injuries, she could not suppress a roar towards the heavens. Yet the internal injuries forced her to cough up blood. Indeed, she was the fated one, the cliff-diving heroine. With the aid of the turtle during her tribulation, was she not a protagonist straight out of a novel? As this scene unfolded, Dongfang Bubi furrowed his brow, fearing that she might directly succumb to her anguish. He promptly transmitted a message into Qin Shou's mind. Bring Lin Xinshin back. I have already dispatched someone and sealed off the entire mountain to prevent any news from leaking. Upon receiving the command, Qin Shou was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with excitement. He was well aware of Dongfang Bubi, a prominent figure within the Su family conglomerate. Though he was unsure of his exact position, he knew that his role was to obey orders. He recalled the words of his mentor. To enter the Su family group is to truly enter the core. You will then comprehend the depths of the Su family's influence. His mentor was a formidable title Douluo of the 91st rank. Even so, following his mentor's guidance seemed to place him below the pinnacle within the Su family. With a serious demeanor, Qin Shou straightened himself, disregarding whether the voice could hear him, and respectfully bowed in salute. Yes, my lord. In this moment, no voices echoed within Qin Shou's mind, prompting him to rise and gesture behind him, signaling the commencement of his commands. Lin Xin is alive. Good heavens! She has truly survived. Was it not obvious? Did you not see that crimson entity? That is a soul ring spanning 100,000 years. This implies that a soul beast of that extraordinary age has shielded Lin Xin from harm. Her survival is hardly surprising, is it? How could you possibly know? Follow the esteemed master on Liu Live. I assure you, his theoretical knowledge is remarkable. Chapter 32. Suppression instantly. Numerous individuals retrieve their phones, eager to follow along, only to discover a lack of network connectivity. As they puzzled over whether their balance had depleted, members of Suji Entertainment Company seized their devices, inciting immediate panic among the crowd. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you snatching our phones? Indeed, our soul masters so formidable. I am one too. Does Suji Entertainment Company truly believe they reign supreme? On what grounds do you confiscate my phone and delete my videos? Despite the presence of numerous soul masters within Suji Entertainment Company, the sheer number of civilians was overwhelming, and among the masses were several wild soul masters, leading to a standoff. Observing the commotion below, Dongfang Bubi regarded Su Lu with a hint of perplexity. Did you not wish for more people to be aware? Why then command a suppression of the situation? Su Lu offered a faint smile in response, countering, is it truly suppressible? Dongfang Bubi furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before articulating, with our true strength, we could indeed suppress it. We possess that capability. The data connector can identify the phone's owner, and satellites can ascertain their locations. We merely need to eliminate them all. Coughing, Su Lu nearly choked on his words, momentarily stunned by Dongfang Bubi's bluntness. Just moments ago, he had pondered the impossibility of suppression, given the extensive knowledge shared through the internet, only to be met with the outrageous suggestion of annihilation. Regaining his composure, he playfully flicked Dongfang Bubi's nose with his finger, exclaiming, "Oh, I was merely feigning an intention to suppress this matter. After all, this world is teeming with talent. Some have even managed to produce special effects. Even if it were posted online, some would dismiss it as a new television series or film. Allowing them to investigate on their own would only bolster their belief." Dongfang Bubi shot Su Lu an exasperated glance. Only you could conjure such crafty schemes in a single day. Recently, the personnel of Shuji Entertainment Company Limited have incited widespread outrage. A situation so dire that even Qin Shou, an esteemed level 80 soul Douluo, could not quell the unrest. Amidst the fervent crowd of fans, there was unexpectedly a wild soul Douluo who rallied the supporters to stand in opposition to the representatives of Shuji Entertainment. Tang San, perplexed, wondered where brother Su and sister Yu had vanished during such tumult. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Nyo were brimming with excitement, relishing the chaos as if they were bandits reveling in their exploits. Just as Qin Shou found himself in a precarious position, two figures descended from the sky, one of whom caught his eye with a glimmer of hope. Reinforcements had arrived. He rushed forward, exclaiming, "Teacher, you've come." Among the newcomers was none other than Qin Shou's mentor, Chen Xiao, a venerable figure in his 60s with a crown of white hair. After acknowledging Qin Shou with a nod, he unleashed a formidable aura that rendered the nearby soul Douluo, who had been leading the onlookers, utterly immobile. A chill ran down his spine as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Title Douluo. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, thick enough to hear the collective heartbeat of the crowd. The presence of a single soul Douluo had already been overwhelming. Now, the revelation that Shuji Entertainment had dispatched not one, but two titled Douluos sent shockwaves through the assembly. Chen Zhao's commanding voice broke the silence. "I hope everyone here will cooperate with Shuji Entertainment Company Limited. You have just infringed upon the portrait rights of our employee, so we kindly request that you delete any videos on your phones. In return, we will graciously offer each of you 100 gold soul coins as a token of our appreciation." His words, though softly spoken, resonated with the thousands present, inciting a flurry of chatter among them. Such sweet words. I suspect they merely wish to monopolize Lin Xinshin's secrets. What if they do? Can you defeat 2 titled Douluos? Indeed, it might be wiser to comply and earn 100 gold soul coins for nothing. While the crowd buzzed with speculation, Qin Shou, under Chun Zhao's subtle directive, began his task. The other titled law escorted Lin Xinshin away, and under the palpable pressure of the titled Douluos, the remaining crowd complied. Even those with stubborn dispositions found their resolve waning. Simultaneously, news of this event spread across the internet, with many capturing the moment through live streams and posting the videos on platforms like Weibo and Liba. Shocking. Lin Xinshin falls from a cliff, encounters a miraculous event, and is struck by lightning upon her ascent. With thousands watching, the secrets of the goddess Lin and the turtle became the talk of the town. In no time, sensational headlines proliferated, with some claiming Lin Xinshin had practiced dark arts, drawing the blood of thousands, which summoned divine retribution in the form of lightning. Though the titles varied, the content of the videos remained the same, igniting fervent discussions below. Is this for real? Could it be a promotional clip for a new drama? I think it is. The special effects are truly impressive. Is it possible that the renowned Douluo is involved? What a price to pay. And that turtle, where did you find one so large and obedient? This is the truth. Did you not see that it was a live stream recording? It is indeed real. I was watching the live broadcast at that time and was utterly terrified, as these videos spread like wildfire within seconds. All information regarding Lin Xinshin's leap from the cliff on Weibo and Labar vanished without a trace. No matter how diligently one searched, it was nowhere to be found. Those who understood the truth realized that the Su family had intervened. In an instant, even the skeptics began to harbor suspicions. Could this incident truly be real? Did the Su family seek to suppress this matter and monopolize the secrets surrounding Lin Xinshin? Rumors began to swirl, and more individuals grew curious, privately disseminating information. The number of those following Lin Xinshin was overwhelming, and the crowd on Weibo was vast. Soon, a video titled "Daringly Capturing the Cliffside Condition of Lin Xinshin" went viral. The filming was conducted with utmost secrecy, revealing scenes of Su Entertainment Company securing the area with spirit masters patrolling. In the blink of an eye, countless comments appeared. I once thought my life would remain mundane. Is it truly possible that Lin Xinshin could ascend the mountain in just 10 days? Surely, it must be a title de law. This is astonishing. I must venture to the mountainside. My grandfather is a soul de law, and I must uncover the truth behind this mystery. Take me with you. Let's explore together. Count me in. A chorus of voices echoed. Who do you think you are? Chapter 33. Inquiry Do Not Go. I was nearby at the scene. The video is authentic. The Su family has dispatched 2 titled Douluos. It is better for your grandfather to enjoy his retirement in peace. The timid perish from hunger, while the bold meet their demise. What if I, too, encounter an extraordinary fate like Lin Xinshin? If you seek death, no one will stop you. If you dare to approach now, congratulations, you may perish at the hands of a titled de law, which could be considered an honor. As time passed, numerous videos from the scene surfaced on Weibo, each with countless comments, ranging from tens of thousands to millions. However, within less than half an hour, all videos were swiftly harmonized. The Su family promptly issued a statement, accompanied by a denial. The video of Lin Xinshin was merely a performance. Please do not believe it. Let us create a beautiful and harmonious Douluo world together, and do not spread rumors. As soon as this denial was released, a wave of insults followed. Only a fool would believe in a fabricated sealed cliff. I studied synthesis for 4 years. I have seen the video, and it is undeniably authentic. I implore the esteemed individuals to share the video. I arrived late and witnessed nothing, unable to provide, as action was taken too swiftly. The video can no longer be transmitted through any means. Uploading to cloud storage resulted in immediate censorship, and direct transmission via leg was also met with obstruction. Uploading to Weibo yielded a failed transfer as well. Currently, the only available option is to download it onto a mobile device and share it face-to-face with others. At this moment, the news of Lin Xinshin's miraculous survival pales in comparison to the fervor generated by her unexpected fortune and ascent to the mountains. Observing the increasingly agitated crowd and the rapidly escalating astonishment, Su Li's expression twisted into a mischievous grin. Yes, this is precisely the effect desired. Even the nearby Dongfang Bubi could no longer bear to watch. With a delicate gesture of her slender hand, she pointed at Su Li's forehead. Look at your foolish demeanor. There's another person inside you. How do you intend to resolve that? Su Lu then retracted his smile, enveloping Dongfang Bubi in a warm embrace, and leaned closer to her ear to whisper, "Prepare yourself, my dear wife, for an entertaining spectacle." Within a room, Lin Xinxin, having somewhat recovered from her injuries, immediately proceeded to freshen up. After some time, having washed herself thrice, she emerged from the bathroom just as a knock echoed at the door. "Knock, knock, knock, here it comes." Lin Xinxin realized that she was likely about to face the upper echelons of the Su Corporation. After tidying her hair, she opened the door. Standing outside was a strikingly handsome man clad in white, his skin unusually pale, suggesting he had not ventured outdoors for an extended period, appearing almost malnourished. His eyes resembled those of a serpent, accentuated by two violet shadows at the corners. He was none other than Orochimaru, a trusted ally recruited by Su Lu. Upon glancing at Lin Xinxin, Orochimaru offered a slight smile that warmed her heart. He extended his left hand and introduced himself. "Greetings, my name is Orochimaru, the manager of the research department at Su Corporation. It is a pleasure to meet you." His tone was exceedingly gentle, evoking no sense of aversion. It must be said that as a notorious figure in the Naruto universe, his skills in persuasion were remarkable. Lin Xinxin, somewhat entranced, extended her right hand. Hello, manager." Upon hearing this title, Orochimaru showed no reaction. "You may call me by my full name." Meanwhile, through the surveillance camera in the room, Su Lu and his companions observed the unfolding scene, with Tang San and others expressing keen curiosity about the events transpiring with Lin Xinxin. In the footage, Lin Xinxin and Orochimaru entered the room without hesitation. Orochimaru promptly spoke. "I trust Miss Lin is aware of my purpose for visiting. Therefore, I shall be straightforward. Could you kindly share what transpired after your fall from the cliff?" "Certainly." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xinxin nodded, setting aside her current injuries. Even during her peak, her strength as a titled Douluo seemed insufficient within the Su Corporation. Without any reluctance, she recounted approximately 80% of her experience following the fall, including the essence of her martial arts, even divulging information regarding the merging of realms. As Lin Xinxin spoke, apart from Su Lu, Tang San, who was hearing such revelations for the first time, felt a surge of astonishment, his mind racing with thoughts. Observing Su Lu and Dongfang Bubi's unperturbed expressions, he inferred that Su Ge and Yu Jie had likely been privy to this information long before. The rise of Su Corporation must be attributed to Su Ge acquiring a legacy from a certain realm. The martial arts practiced by him and his sisters were likely the result of newly discovered techniques. As this development continued, an increasing number of fortuitous encounters might be unveiled, leaving one to ponder whether there would be any extraordinary legacies related to the Tang sect. Upon reflecting on this, Tang San could hardly contain his excitement. It was evident that Nyonyo had noticed that Su Lu and Dongfang Yu were not surprised, and she curiously inquired, "Brother, sister Yu, why do you seem so uncurious?" Su Lu turned his head slightly and smiled. "We have known for quite some time. After all, where do you think your cultivation techniques originated?" "What?" Upon hearing Su Li's words, Xiao Wu and Nyonyo gasped in astonishment, while Tang San displayed a knowing expression. Nyonyo, however, pouted and turned away in a huff. Why didn't you tell us?" Observing Nyonyo's adorable demeanor, Dongfang Bubi gently patted her head. "Sweetheart, you are still young. Engaging with such matters too early could hinder your growth. When you mature and strengthen your abilities, joining the Su family will illuminate all of this for you." At Dongfang Bubi's words, the others clenched their fists, realizing that the world was far more complex than they had imagined. They silently encouraged themselves to become stronger so they could uncover the truth of the world. Watching their spirited resolve, Su Lu felt a twinge of guilt. How would he explain this later? Would he say it was all orchestrated by his brother? Perhaps that was a discussion for another time. In the room, Lin Xinxin, having finished her lengthy narration, radiated with pride as she took a sip from the glass of water on the table, thinking to herself, "Even if you are from the Su family, you must be utterly astonished." However, when she set down the glass, the enigmatic man before her merely nodded calmly. This left Lin Xinxin somewhat bewildered. She could not discern whether Orochimaru was feigning indifference or if he truly had a stoic demeanor, as he appeared outwardly composed while internally he was quite astonished. Curiously, she asked, "Aren't you surprised?" Orochimaru calmly shook his head and took a sip of water as well. Lin Xinxin was even more perplexed. "Come on, even if you are from the Su family, show some reaction." She paused, reconsidering her approach, and inquired differently. Chapter 34. Joining the group. Was my explanation not clear enough? Orochimaru shook his head with composure. No, you were quite clear. Observing Orochimaru's demeanor, Lin Shinshin felt even more confused. Are you really not surprised at all? Suddenly, a realization struck her as she stared wide-eyed at Orochimaru. You all must have known already, right? Without uttering a word, Orochimaru simply nodded in affirmation. Lin Shinshin inhaled sharply, understanding dawning upon her. No wonder the Su family has grown so rapidly, becoming a colossal entity capable of rivaling the two great empires and the Spirit Hall in just 5 short years. I should have anticipated that the owner of the Su family must have encountered extraordinary fortunes as well. Listening to Lin Shinshin, Orochimaru remained silent, merely observing her intently. Under the penetrating gaze of Orochimaru, Lin Shinshin felt akin to a prey ensnared by a serpent, a shiver coursing through her. After a lengthy pause, she suppressed her discomfort and fixed her gaze steadfastly on Orochimaru. I am willing to offer my techniques. Upon hearing Lin Shinshin's declaration, Orochimaru revealed a hint of a smile. A wise choice. What do you desire? I wish to join the Su family conglomerate and become an integral part of it. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Shinshin articulated her wish. Realizing the gravity of her situation, she understood that the Su family would likely not allow her to leave freely. Even if she were to escape, would the forces of the two empires, particularly the Spirit Hall and the 3 sects, permit her to go unscathed? Although she possessed the strength of the Golden Core stage, she lacked any formidable abilities. In a confrontation, she might not even stand a chance against the Soul Douluo. Thus, it was wiser to align herself with the Su family and secure her position as a core member. Not an issue. Orochimaru agreed to Lin Shinshin's request without any hesitation, his promptness leaving her momentarily stunned. Is that it? Have I joined just like that? Isn't it too hasty? Orochimaru rose, furrowing his brow. What else? Do you expect a welcoming ceremony? Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Orochimaru tossed her a watch and continued. Just say activate. It is specifically for the Su family. Study it well, and you'll understand. I must take my leave. With that, he disregarded Lin Shinshin and departed, leaving her utterly bewildered. What? Is it truly that simple to join the Su family? Do they not fear infiltrators? Watching the scene unfold through the cameras, Tang San and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, mirroring Lin Shinshin's astonishment. Isn't this rather rash? Su Lu shook his head, offering no further explanation, and gently patted their heads before turning off the room's cameras. In due time, you shall understand. Shrek Academy is about to commence. Tomorrow, I will escort you and sister you. With that, he led the group out of the room. Meanwhile, Lin Shinshin, regaining her composure, suddenly remembered something. Wait, my techniques were not taken from me. She dismissed the thought for now and began examining the watch in her hand, crafted from an unknown white crystal, entirely transparent, resembling an ornament. What use is this? She pondered, noticing the absence of any buttons. Her curiosity piqued. All right, he mentioned something about activating it. As Lin Shinshin spoke, a blue light emanated from the watch, and a panel materialized before her, displaying several lines of text, accompanied by a mechanical voice. Su family employee watch activating. Please complete the binding. Blood recognition. Naturally, this is a low-grade magical artifact crafted by Su Lu and the invincible Dongfang, combining technology with the art of cultivation. As Lin Shinshin dripped her blood to acknowledge her mastership, the watch emitted a radiant blue light and began to scan her. The binding was completed, initiating the host scan, which swiftly concluded. In the blink of an eye, the panel revealed Lin Shinshin's information. Name, Lin Shinshin. Age, 23 years. Position, level 3 employee. Strength, initial stage of Golden Core. Title, Douluo. Just as Lin Shinshin was filled with curiosity, a small sprite emerged, twirling around her. Greetings, Sister Shinshin. I am your exclusive employee sprite, Lily. Allow me to guide you through the functionalities of the Su Corporation Employee Watch. As Lily spoke, Lin Shinshin's gaze became fixated on her. This watch possesses 3 primary functions: tasks, marketplace, and chat group. Let's begin with tasks, Lily proclaimed, and the panel before Lin Shinshin transformed to display the tasks. By merely contemplating the tasks, the panel will materialize. As a level 3 employee, you may only undertake tasks of the same rank. Completing these tasks will earn you contribution points, which serve as vital currency within the Su Corporation. These points can be utilized to post tasks or acquire items in the marketplace. Upon accomplishing a certain number of tasks, you will be eligible for a promotion in your employee rank. Listening intently to Lily's explanation, Lin Xinxin curiously examined the task panel, where the first task was displayed. No level task, contribution, repeatable. Task description, contribute valuable items to the corporation. Task reward. Reward will be based on the value of the contributed items. At this moment, Lin Xinxin finally understood why Orochimaru had not inquired further. Without any hesitation, she chose to accept the task, offering up the Zixia divine skill that resided in her mind. Task completion. Contribution item. Zixia divine skill item grade. Golden task reward. 1,000 contribution points, although she was uncertain about what these contribution points could be exchanged for. It did not hinder Lin Xinxin's elation. Observing her excitement, Lily naturally opened the marketplace. As Lin Xinxin gazed upon the dazzling array of products, her breath quickened. Various miraculous elixirs and mystical artifacts caught her eye. However, the highlight was a particular pill she spotted, the body-refining golden pill. Its sole function was to refine the body, enabling its user to continue their cultivation. Although progress would be slow, other pills were also available. In an instant, Lin Xinxin was filled with renewed determination. Yet, there was another function she wished to explore. Perhaps she would embark on the task after perusing it. At her signal, Lily opened the final feature, the employee chat group of the Su Family Corporation. Wang Feng, Junior Necromancer, level 90 title Douluo, let us take on a task. Icy Cold Region. Hunt the 10,000-year Icefield Snow Wolves. Those interested, join the group. Li Defa, Mid-Stage Golden Pill, level 95 title Douluo Mimi. Count me in. Lin Xinxin, Early Stage Golden Pill, joined the employee chat group. The chat group fell silent for a moment, but soon erupted into lively chatter. Wu Qi, Junior Sorcerer level 90 title Douluo, it's been 3 months. Finally, a newcomer has joined. Chun Sheng, Intermediate Battle, Saint level 95 title Douluo, and it's a girl. Luo Jiaoyang, level 93 title Douluo males, submit your undergarments. Females, submit your photos. Luo Fei Xue, level 94 title Douluo, stop being lewd, Jiaoyang. Don't scare the newcomer. Lin Xinxin was somewhat bewildered by the antics of these individuals. Were they truly the formidable title Douluo? Regardless, she decided to disregard it. Lin Xinxin, hello everyone. I am Lin Xinxin. Luo Jiaoyang. Indeed a girl. Chun Sheng, girl. Share your picture. Share your picture. In an instant, the group was bustling with excitement. Just then, a message from one individual silenced the entire group. Orochimaru, supervisor, is anyone taking on the task? Human experimentation, 100 contribution points per day. Those interested, please message me privately. Seeing this name, Lin Xinxin felt a twinge of confusion. Was Orochimaru not the same person from before? 100 contribution points per day for such a task seemed quite a generous reward. Why had everyone suddenly fallen silent? Could it be that they had all gone to message him privately? Considering this possibility, Lin Xinxin quickly sent a private message to Orochimaru. Lin Xinxin, supervisor, I would like to take on this task. Are there still openings? Orochimaru, yes, please report to headquarters in Yanwang City tomorrow. Lin Xinxin, all right. Thank you. Supervisor. Upon accepting the task, Lin Xinxin exhaled deeply, elated beyond measure. In that moment, she noticed someone had sent her a private message. Upon opening it, she discovered it was from Luo Fei Xue. Luo Fei Due, Dingdingye. Please do not accept the task. Lin Xinxin, puzzled, furrowed her brow and inquired why not. The task rewards are exceptionally high. Luo Fei Xue replied, are you aware of what human experimentation entails? Generally, the human medicinal department's experiments involve ingesting elixirs. Those fortunate enough may experience no adverse effects and even enhance their strength. However, those less fortunate may suffer from poisoning, which is quite common. But the research department is far more terrifying. They are a bunch of deviants. I can hardly bear to say more. As if recalling a disquieting memory, Luo Fei Xue fell silent, leaving Lin Xinxin shivering with trepidation. I've already accepted. Luo Fei Xue responded. Is it too late then? I wish you good luck. Reading the words typed by Luo Fei Xue, Lin Xinxin felt an ominous premonition arise within her. Nonetheless, gritting her teeth, she resolved to proceed, for she had already committed herself to the task. The next day, as Lin Xinxin departed, Su Lu and his companions made their way toward the outskirts of Sotawa City. Along the journey, Nyonyo gazed at Su Lu with curiosity. Brother, don't you have matters to attend to with Sister Yu? You may go ahead. We can manage on our own. Tang Sen nodded in agreement. There is no need for any inconvenience. Suga, we are not children. Nyonyo and Xiao Wu can take care of themselves. Just escort us here. Hearing their words, Su Lu and Dongfang Bubi exchanged smiles. It is quite all right. My purpose today is to visit the academy where you are planning to enroll. Although intrigued by Su Li's statement, the group refrained from pressing further. We should be arriving soon, Nyonyo remarked, glancing at her phone's navigation. As they approached, Xiao Wu followed the direction indicated by Nyonyo's finger and noticed a small village about a mile ahead. All were formidable in their own right, and the village appeared to consist of approximately 100 households. Surrounding the village was a wooden fence, seemingly erected to ward off wild beasts. At the entrance, a considerable crowd had gathered, the reason for which remained unclear. As they drew closer, the trio of Nyonyo, Tang San, and Xiao Wu sensed something amiss. Indeed, a significant number of youths, mostly accompanied by their parents, congregated at the entrance. A table was set up at the village entrance, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. To the astonishment of Tang San and Xiao Wu, an archway fashioned from wood displayed a somewhat tattered sign inscribed with 5 simple characters, Shrek Academy. Before these 5 characters was a green emblem resembling the head of a humanoid creature, appearing somewhat adorable in its verdant hue. The elderly man at the table also bore a similar circular green badge on his chest, likely the emblem of Shrek Academy. Could it be? Xiao Wu and Nyonyo rushed forward, gazing in astonishment at the signboard. Even Su Lu and Dongfang Bubi were taken aback. The scale of the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was undoubtedly far greater than this place, which appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary small village. The archway at the entrance was not only made of wood, but was also less than a third the size of that of Nodding Academy. Can this truly be called a Soul Master Academy? Third brother, could it be that the teacher has made a mistake? I fail to see how this resembles an academy. Surely, this cannot be a deception. Nyonyo, with a shocked expression, glanced at her phone, contrasting the opulent images of the academy with the scene before her. She then raised her hand, indignantly turning to Su Lu behind her. Brother, you should address your subordinates. Look at this. How could it be the same? Su Lu awkwardly cleared his throat a couple of times. Yet before he could respond, Tang San had already smiled wryly. Since we are here, let us observe before passing judgment. At that moment, there were approximately 100 applicants ahead of them, many of whom wore furrowed brows, clearly harboring similar thoughts. Among those in line was a young boy, flanked by his parents. The boy's mother exclaimed, "Is this truly the so-called Soul Master Academy? The one that boasts graduates will become barons of the empire?" The images on our phones depicted something magnificent. What is this? The boy's father also appeared uncertain. This is what the Spirit Hall representatives claimed. It should not be erroneous, but this academy does seem rather dilapidated. Unable to contain himself any longer, the boy protested. "Father, I refuse to attend school here. It's too embarrassing. I would rather go to the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. After all, I was considered a genius at the Junior Academy." The boy's father frowned slightly. "Since we have already arrived, let us wait a while longer. Perhaps this is a test. The true academy may not be located here." Similar dialogues were undoubtedly prevalent among the crowd of applicants. Yet the expressions of most youths and their parents were marked by profound disappointment. The gaze of the group did not linger on the other applicant for long. Their attention was drawn to the front of the line, the registration area. Thanks to the enhancement of their vision and hearing from the Xintian skill, they could vaguely overhear the conversations taking place there. The elderly man seated behind the table, responsible for accepting registrations, appeared rather lethargic. His attire, to describe it charitably, was simple. He resembled a village elder, and even less spirited than old Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village, where Tang San resided. At that moment, a young lad approached the desk to register. The elderly man languidly remarked, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Simply place them in that box." The boy's father promptly extracted 10 gold soul coins and deposited them into a box fashioned from a few nailed wooden planks. Chapter 36. The examination. Extending his hand as instructed, the boy offered it to the elder, who pinched it lightly twice and shook his head while gesturing dismissively. "Your age does not meet the requirements. You may leave." The boy paused, glancing back at his father, recognizing that few boys his age were as precocious as Tang San. His father, eager to appease, quickly produced several gold coins. "Sir, my son has only just celebrated his 13th birthday. Would you consider making an exception?" The elder, noticing the coins in the man's hand, took them without hesitation. Just as the man believed he had succeeded, the elder's demeanor turned serious. "Bribing a teacher only worsens your predicament. Depart quickly and do not disrupt the others. Are you not aware of the academy's rules? We only accept children under the age of 13. Those over are not permitted. You may leave." The boy's father was left stunned. "What about our registration fee?" The elder helplessly spread his hands. Money? What money? I have seen none. The boy's father, unable to contain his anger, shouted, "This is clearly a scam. We demand our registration fee back, or we shall not leave." Had we known the so-called Shrek Academy was so dismal, we would never have come. Upon hearing the commotion, the elder turned his head. Is there a disturbance? Move by. Someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Please handle this. From the ground nearby, a figure sprang up. It was none other than Dai Mu Bai, who had been recently bested by Nyo Nyo and Xiao Wu at the Rose Hotel. Without wasting words, he summoned his soul power, unleashing all 3 soul rings, 2 of 100 years and 1 of 1,000 years. The surging soul power generated an invisible pressure in the air, and his cold gaze flickered as he regarded the father and son. If you wish to reclaim your registration fee, you must defeat me first. His expression bore a hint of resignation. While Xiao Wu and Nyo Nyo were equally surprised to find Dai Mu Bai here, evidently a student of this institution, they quickly pulled Tang San aside. Sango, once you enter the academy, avoid getting too close to this lecherous tiger. Indeed, Sango is still quite young to be caught up in such affairs. Under no circumstances should one. At this moment, Xiao Wu abruptly covered her mouth, eliciting bemusement from the onlookers. A hint of embarrassment flickered across her face as she waved her hand dismissively. In the distance, the display of soul rings by Dai Mu Bai rendered the atmosphere utterly silent. Among soul masters, the presence of soul rings invariably held the most persuasive weight. Observing the 3 soul rings adorning Dai Mu Bai, including one of the millennium, the expression of the young man's father shifted dramatically. He muttered a resigned acknowledgement of their misfortune and hastily took his son away. Dai Mu Bai returned to his previous spot, casting a cold, menacing glance at the youths and their parents who had come to register, the threat in his gaze unmistakable. The oppressive force emanating from the 3 soul rings was beyond the endurance of ordinary individuals. At that moment, he no longer resembled a reckless young master. Instead, he bore the demeanor of a formidable enforcer. As this scene concluded, the queue dwindled by a third, for none were eager to squander their coins, especially given the rather unimpressive exterior of the Shrek Academy. A young lad approached the elder, accompanied by his parents. His mother, brimming with confidence, placed 10 gold coins into the wooden box, while the boy obediently extended his hand. The elder squeezed the boy's hand and looked up to meet his gaze. He was precisely 12 years of age. Now, unleash your martial soul for me to see, commanded the elder. The boy nodded, and a pale green aura emanated from within him, with a century-old yellow soul ring pulsating rhythmically around his body. The presence of the century-old soul ring was unmistakably formidable as his martial soul manifested. A thick, elongated vine spiraled around him. This martial spirit bears a resemblance to Tang San's blue silver grass. However, it is not a grass, but rather a type of vine. Akin to Tang San's second spirit ring, the ghost vine, albeit devoid of its toxic properties. The elder shook his head. Unqualified, you may leave. The boy's parents, initially brimming with confidence, were instantly struck dumb by the elder's pronouncement. The mother could not restrain herself from inquiring, "Why? My son is an outstanding student at the junior academy. Did you not see that his spirit ring is a century old? Few spirit masters possess a century-old spirit ring." The elder spoke with an unruffled tone. The first spirit ring is indeed a century old. However, he is merely an ordinary individual. The boy's father furrowed his brow as he regarded the elder. "I do not comprehend your meaning." The elder, somewhat impatient, rose from behind the desk, addressing both the boy's parents and the line of applicants behind them. "If you wish to enroll in our Shrek Academy, you should first be aware of the rules. Coming here without understanding them is merely a waste of your registration fee. We at Shrek cast a wide net, but we seek only the exceptional. It is not too late to reconsider. Do you know the significance of the name Shrek in Shrek Academy?" Most applicants wore blank expressions upon hearing the elder's words. The elder coldly elucidated, "Shrek is a type of monster, a most peculiar existence even among spirit beasts. The meaning of our Shrek Academy is simply Monster Academy, which indicates that we only accept those who are extraordinary, not the ordinary. Anyone over the age of 13 or lacking a spirit power of at least level 21 should not waste their time here." Initially, Tang San felt somewhat disillusioned about Shrek Academy, much like his friend Xiao Wu. However, upon hearing the elder's words, his interest was piqued. An academy that only accepts monsters? The term monster could also imply genius, could it not? As he spoke, the elder suddenly emanated an incomparably formidable aura, causing the two to instinctively take a step back. A vivid crimson light burst forth from the elder, and a long staff adorned with countless intricate patterns appeared in his right hand. Most terrifyingly, 6 spirit rings ascended from beneath his feet, their brilliant radiance instantly capturing the attention of the entire assembly. The 6 spirit rings comprised 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, signifying 1 10-year spirit ring, 1 century-old spirit ring, 3 millennium spirit rings, and 1 10,000-year spirit ring. The seemingly ordinary old man, appearing as a mere peasant, turned out to be a formidable soul emperor of over level 60. An utter silence enveloped the arena. Even Tang San and his companions displayed expressions of astonishment. Since learning of Dongfang Bubi's formidable capabilities akin to the Golden Core stage, their perspectives had broadened. While this revelation might not be particularly astounding for Su Lu and his companions, for others, a level 60 soul master is an exceptional rarity, even within the entirety of the Balik Kingdom. Chapter 37. The second trial, the old man's staff thudded heavily upon the ground, releasing a resonant sound that reverberated through the air, akin to a tremor, causing the footsteps of nearly all present to falter momentarily. With an air of impatience, he waved his hand dismissively at the astonished trio before him. Next, the family hastily departed, and as they left, the elderly man's soul ring dimmed, his spiritual energy dissipating in an instant. He returned to his previous languid demeanor, as if the formidable presence of a soul emperor had never been his to wield. If there were parents who had previously felt resentment towards the elder's words, now all were rendered silent, their expressions betraying a palpable fear. Who would dare to offend a soul emperor, especially one possessing a millennium-old soul ring? It is crucial to understand that in times of war, the power of a soul emperor is tantamount to that of 1,000 exceptional warriors. Yet soon, most parents exhibited expressions of regret, quietly escorting their children away. The disdain and scorn that had once flickered in the eyes of parents and aspiring students alike vanished in an instant. A teacher responsible for registrations wielded a strength surpassing level 60. One could only speculate the caliber of faculty at Shrek Academy. However, it was evident that most parents were now marked by a sense of lament, silently leading their children away. Achieving over level 20 in soul power by the age of 12, as the elder had stated, could indeed be the realm of monsters. In the blink of an eye, the originally lengthy queue dwindled to a mere handful of registrants. The elder seemed unconcerned with the number of students, continuing his registration process undeterred. Before long, Nyo and her companions arrived. Nyo tossed in 30 gold coins, and the elderly gentleman proceeded to examine each of their hands in turn, revealing a look of astonishment. He realized he could not discern the innate talent of these individuals, and thus could not estimate their ages. "Old man, is that sufficient?" Tang San inquired politely, regarding the elder who held his hand. The elder, slightly embarrassed, coughed softly. "Ahem, that's enough. You may reveal your martial spirits." Although he was uncertain of their precise ages, they appeared youthful, and he did not wish to lose face in front of his juniors. Without any hesitation, Nyo and the others activated their martial spirits, and 4 soul rings materialized around them. How is this possible? It must be a trick. I refuse to believe it. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Even the elder wore an expression of shock, his mouth agape, as he pointed incredulously at the 2 4,000-year soul rings. The elder had seen his fair share of extraordinary talents, but never had he encountered 2 individuals adorned with 1,000-year rings as their first and second soul rings. Even Dai Mubai, who had previously observed Nyo and Tang San, felt a shiver run down his spine. Not to mention the 2 other girls present, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, whose wide eyes reflected their astonishment. "Grandfather, does this mean we have passed?" Nyo asked sweetly, her smile bright. The elder struggled to close his mouth and nodded silently. "Very well, Mubai, take them inside." The 3 expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, grandfather." At that moment, Dai Mubai approached with a smile. "It's good to see you again. Follow me. If all goes well, we shall be classmates. My name is Dai Mubai." Nyo and Xiao Wu, however, regarded him with disdain, letting out a cold huff that left Dai Mubai feeling somewhat awkward. Tang San, on the other hand, offered a warm smile, thinking it unwise to sour their relationship before they even began their studies together. "Thank you, senior. My name is Tang San, and these are my sisters," he said, gesturing towards Nyo and Xiao Wu. "This is Nyo, and this is Xiao Wu." Before Tang San could elaborate further, Su Lu and Dongfang Yu approached. "I'm her older brother, Su Lu, and this is my wife, Dongfang Yu." Dai Mubai regarded Su Lu and Dong Fengyu with curiosity, as it was evident that with three talented siblings, Su Lu must possess significant merit himself, though he could not discern it at that moment. Let us all proceed together. With Dai Mubai leading the way, the five individuals entered the academy. Upon reaching the second checkpoint, Dai Mubai whispered a few words to the instructor nearby and gestured towards Tang San and the others. The instructor nodded. Very well. You may take them directly to the fourth stage. If they succeed, they will be admitted. Dai Mubai returned to the group, ready to guide them deeper into the academy. The examinees waiting in line grew restless, and a male candidate stepped forward. Teacher, what is the reason for this? Why are they allowed to directly enter the fourth examination while we must pass each stage one by one? The elderly instructor glanced at him with indifference. If your soul power exceeds level 25, you too may proceed directly to the fourth examination without wasting time here. However, your current test reveals a soul power of only level 21. Thus you must pass each stage in succession. Upon hearing the teacher's words, the male candidate looked at Tang San and his companions in confusion. Could it be that their soul powers surpassed level 25? That seemed implausible. We're merely 12 years old. How could such high levels of soul power exist? Those standing here all possess soul powers exceeding level 21 and are no older than 13. In the original junior academy, individuals like them were undoubtedly the stars of the institution. Yet, arriving at Shrek Academy, they faced numerous challenges and their moods inevitably shifted. Dai Mubai snorted dismissively. Oof. Just because you cannot does not mean others cannot. When I entered the academy, my soul power was already level 25. Tang San, show them your soul power. As he spoke, he tossed a piece of white crystal to Tang San. The testing crystal varies in color, depending on the level. This white crystal is specifically for testing soul powers below level 30. If one's soul power exceeds 30, the crystal would shatter. Tang San then understood why Dai Mubai had insisted on bringing them in directly. Evidently, this stage was responsible for accurately assessing the candidate's soul powers. Without hesitation, he took the white crystal and infused it with his soul power. In an instant, brilliant white light emanated from his hand, and the white crystal sparkled like a diamond, its intense radiance filling every corner. This was unmistakably a symbol of nearing level 30. A sly smile crept onto the face of the instructor overseeing the test. It appears that Shrek Academy will welcome another remarkable talent this year. With a smile, Tang San handed the crystal to Nyonyo, not wishing for others to gossip about his two younger sisters. He held absolute confidence in their abilities. Chapter 38. The fourth examination, the same brilliant white light shone once more. As the last of the group, Xiao Wu completed her test. The murmurs of the other examinees were effectively silenced. Their gazes turned peculiar as they beheld the trio. Reaching level 29 at just 12 years old. Was that even within the realm of human possibility? Yet, reality proved that such prodigies were not rare. For more candidates stepped forward. Teacher, if that is the case. Oh, in this moment, not only was the elder perplexed, but even Su Lu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Familiar with the storyline, he widened his eyes at the sight of two unfamiliar faces alongside Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Had his little butterfly effect summoned them? In truth, this was indeed the case. Ever since the advent of mobile phones, selecting schools had become significantly more convenient. Numerous Soul Master Academies began disseminating admission information online, attracting these two prodigies. One, named Wen Chong, possessed a soul power of 26, while the other, named Kudi, boasted a soul power of 28. Naturally, they breezed through the entrance requirements. Under the guidance of Dai Mubai, they arrived at the final examination site. Upon arrival, Dai Mubai halted his steps. They found themselves in a considerably smaller clearing, roughly 200 square meters in size. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, was seated on a chair, engrossed in some activity. Thanks to my old friend for the Millennium Soul Ring. Thank you. Watch as I perform a trick with 3 mouthfuls and a pig. Just as the middle-aged man prepared to indulge, a voice interrupted. Ahem. Teacher Zhao, I brought people for the 4th round assessment. This year, we have candidates for the 4th round? And 6 of them, no less. The middle-aged man paused, his hand holding a roasted pig suspended in midair, as he turned in astonishment to gaze at the 7 youthful figures before him, as if confronted with an extraordinary occurrence. Dai Mubai nodded in affirmation. Not only had these individuals made it to the 4th round, but they had also been exempted from the 2nd and 3rd round assessments. Naturally, Dai Mubai concealed the presence of Tang San and the others, eagerly anticipating Zhao Wujia's astonishment. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up as he rose from his chair. Though he was of modest height and possessed an ordinary appearance, he exuded an impressive sturdiness, even shorter than the 12-year-old Tang San, yet radiating a sense of strength. His warm gaze swept over Tang San and his companions, and he nodded with delight before shifting his attention to Su Lu and Dongfang Bubi. Who are they? Dai Mubai promptly replied. They are parents wishing to see the school environment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujin nodded in acknowledgement, though he paid little heed to the two adults, his eyes sparkling as he focused on the group of youngsters. It appears that this time, we are indeed fortunate in our recruitment. I am Zhao Wujia. Since you all have passed the second and third rounds without assessment, I shall personally guide you through the experience. I shall give you an incense sticks time to familiarize yourselves and discuss amongst one another. After that, the test will commence. The objective is for you to collectively withstand my attacks for the duration of an incense sticks time. If even one of you can endure until the end, you shall all pass. I hope you all comprehend that attempting to take shortcuts is futile. No one can escape this domain through sheer speed. Furthermore, I must remind you that it is impossible to withstand my assault relying solely on individual strength. Your only chance of success lies in mutual coordination and collaboration. Upon hearing the words of Zhao Wujin, Dai Mubai hesitated for a moment. Teacher Zhao, isn't this rather inappropriate? Zhao Wujin shot him a glare. What is inappropriate about it? With the dean absent, I am the highest authority in the academy. Why say goes? Now, I shall light some incense. You have little time left, so prepare yourselves. Shout by. You may also inform them of my strengths to give them some preparation. After uttering these words, he mysteriously produced a stick of incense, pinched the head of it, and astonishingly ignited it, placing it firmly into the ground without a tremor. Having completed this, Zhao Wujin resumed his seat and addressed the live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, soon, you shall witness the clash between soul masters. Let the gifts flow. Let us go. The few present felt no particular unease regarding the testing method proposed by Teacher Zhao. Rather, they found the teacher's live stream quite amusing. Even Nyo took out her phone and entered his live stream, gifting a 10,000-year soul ring. Thanks to Miss Nyo for the 10,000-year soul ring. Thank you, my wealthy patron. I shall certainly teach them a lesson. Observing Zhao Wujin, Nyo and the others couldn't suppress their laughter. While Dai Mubai wore a grave expression and beckoned a group. Come closer. The crowd gathered around him, and Dai Mubai looked at them with utmost seriousness. Teacher Zhao is a soul sage at level 76. Consider yourselves fortunate. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, the group's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Wu stole a glance at Zhao Wujin and swallowed hard. After all, witnessing the contrast between a titled Douluo and a soul sage is an entirely different concept. He appears younger than the teacher at the entrance. Dai Mubai, nodded earnestly. Teacher Zhao's martial spirit is the great strength diamond bear. The disparity you faced previously renders him virtually invulnerable. Time is short. Quickly devise your strategies. With that, Dai Mubai exited the arena, and Su Lu and Dongfang Bubi stepped aside. The remaining 7 exchanged glances, and it was Tang San who spoke first. Since we are to cooperate shortly, let's get acquainted. Tang San began his introduction. I am Tang San, with a blue-silver grass martial spirit, a level 29 control-type soul master. Xiao Wu, noticing Tang San speaking, was second to introduce herself. I am Xiao Wu, with the beast martial spirit rabbit, a level 29 assault-type soul master. Nyo also set down her phone and spoke up. I am Nyo. My martial spirit is the soul-reaping scythe, at level 29, a speed-type soul master. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment before speaking. As a rank 26 support spirit master wielding the 7-treasure glaze tile, her words drew the attention of her companions. For the 7-treasure glaze sect is renowned for its unparalleled auxiliary spirit. However, they quickly returned to their usual demeanor, while the icy girl remained indifferent. Speaking in a flat tone, Zhu Zhuqing, a rank 27 agility attack spirit master with the beast spirit of the Netherworld spirit cat, followed suit. The two boys then introduced their spirits as well. I am Wen Chong, and my spirit is the Ice Bow, a rank 26 battle spirit master. I am Kadi, and my spirit is the 1,000-year shield, also a rank 26 battle spirit master. Chapter 39. The battle. As the introductions concluded, Nyo could no longer contain her excitement and clapped her hands. Wonderful. We now have crowd control. An ADC support and a tank are present. Though we lack an AP, but the 2 assassins should suffice. Except for Tang San and Xiao Wu, the others looked at Nyo in bewilderment. At that moment, Tang San began to elucidate the situation and formulate a strategy, and soon the 7 of them nodded in agreement towards Dai Mubai. Teacher, we are ready to begin. Dai Mubai called out to Zhao Wujin, then quickly stepped aside to observe. Su Lu raised an eyebrow and smiled, inquiring, do you think they can hold their ground? Dongfang Bubi shot Su Lu an exasperated glance. Given the number of life-saving items you provided them, what do you think? Ha ha ha, that's true. Su Lu scratched his head awkwardly. Zhao Wujin placed his phone aside, adjusted the camera towards the arena, stood up again, clasped his hands, and stretched his wrists. The unsettling sound of cracking bones filled the air, and an unseen pressure intensified. Zhao Wujin conjured an incense stick, but before he could light it, Ning Rongrong had already taken the initiative. 7 treasures, manifest! She twirled gracefully in place, releasing a dazzling array of colorful light from within her. At the core of this resplendent radiance, a towering, multicolored pagoda materialized in the palm of her right hand, shimmering with brilliance. With a smile illuminating her face, she appeared ethereal. 2 circles of yellow spirit rings rose from beneath her feet, swirling around her in silent harmony. The first of the 7 treasures is strength. The first spirit ring ascended, enveloping the 7 treasure pagoda. Under Ning Rongrong's guiding finger, 3 beams of multicolored light simultaneously emanated, each descending upon the 4 members of the Shrek team. The second of the 7 treasures is speed. Once again, 3 beams of colorful light gracefully emerged, activating Ning Rongrong's second spirit ring. Instantly, a warm surge of energy flowed through every limb and sinew, and the 6 individuals felt invigorated, their bodies becoming notably lighter, as the soul power within them surged forth like a boiling tide. Zhao Wujia looked at Ning Rongrong with a hint of astonishment. To his surprise, there was indeed a member of the 7 treasure Glazed Tile clan among this year's candidates. The other youngsters were formidable as well, quite impressive. Surely, Old Flander would be elated by this turn of events. As he spoke, the incense in his hand was lit, which he casually tossed to the ground. Upon noticing the trio of girls, Zhao Wujia's eyes widened, and the live broadcast room erupted in excitement. Ha ha! Look, old Zhao's eyes are as wide as saucers. Are these children all monsters? They appear to be merely 11 or 12 years old, and yet they are already second-ring soul masters? What is this? Look at those last 2. They possess 1,000-year spirit rings. This cannot be real. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhao Wujia sprang into action, not charging toward the front where Kadi stood, brandishing a golden shield, but rather crouching slightly and striking the ground with both fists. However, someone was quicker. The first spirit ring on Kadi, who stood in front with the golden shield, suddenly glowed. Savage charge! Kadi propelled himself like a cannonball towards Zhao Wujia. Observing the incoming attack, a flicker of delight crossed Zhao Wujia's eyes. His combat awareness was commendable. Come at me. Offense is the best form of defense. Being passive will hinder my full potential, and they certainly 1T seize the opportunity. It would be wiser to attack in lieu of defending, perhaps buying some time. Yet, as he regarded Kadi's oncoming assault, Zhao Wujia showed no inclination to evade. The vast disparity in soul power rendered him disinterested in even summoning his martial spirit. With a mighty palm strike against the ground, a thunderous sound erupted, causing the earth to tremble violently. A wave of earthy energy surged forth, directed towards Tang San and his companions. Little Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Nyonyo reacted swiftly. Little Wu leapt forward, while Zhu Zhuqing darted from the side, both gracefully avoiding the shockwave. Tang San and Little Wu took flight almost simultaneously, their leap heights nearly identical, with Ning Rongrong and Wen Chong being lifted into the air by Tang San's blue silvergrass. Meanwhile, Kadi reached Zhao Wujia. As the golden shield collided with Zhao Wujia, a radiant beam of light penetrated his body. This light is strange, Zhao Wujia exclaimed in alarm, channeling his soul power to dispel the golden glow. Alas, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, it reached his brain, inducing a sudden wave of dizziness. Dizziness. Zhao Wujia stood rigidly in place. Nyonyo, Zhuqing, Little Wu, Wen Chong, here we go. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu deftly balanced on the tips of her toes within Tang San's palm, utilizing his momentum to propel herself downward like an arrow aimed directly at Zhao Wuji. Naturally, Xiao Wu would not let such an opportunity slip by. Her body curled mid-air, rolling forward with fierce determination. Just as she was about to reach Zhao Wuji, her lithe form unfurled, having completed the manifestation of her martial spirit in a mere instant. With precision, her feet struck the sides of Zhao Wuji's neck. Two muffled sounds resonated simultaneously as Xiao Wu's feet landed accurately upon Zhao Wuji's shoulders. However, even in his dazed state, Zhao Wuji remained utterly unmoved. It was as if her feet had become glued to his shoulders, and then, with a sudden inward motion of her toes, she struck the carotid arteries on either side of his neck. With all her might, she twisted her body, spinning in midair. Initially, Xiao Wu's strength seemed insufficient to affect Zhao Wuji's bulk. Yet, with him being momentarily incapacitated and aided by others, the tide turned. In that instant, Tang San's first spirit ring glowed with a vibrant purple light. The paralysis trap, Zhao Wuji suddenly felt a constriction around his neck, as if bound tightly by vines that tightened with ferocity. In an instant, blue electric currents surged through his body, coursing along the blue silver grass, rendering him immobile in a state of paralysis. Under the influence of Xiao Wu's feet, Zhao Wuji's body began to spin through the air, ensnared by Tang San's blue silver grass, as if he were to be torn apart by 5 horses. Xiao Wu, using her hands to brace against the ground, executed a scissor kick. Should this have been an ordinary person, their neck would surely have been snapped by her strike, culminating in a devastating impact to the head as she propelled herself backward with tremendous force. Chapter 40. Spirit Tool? With a fierce descent toward the ground, Zhu Zhuqing, not one to remain idle, observed Zhao Wuji's lack of response. Her 2 yellow spirit rings flared to life, and her blue and green eyes narrowed, transforming into slits. In an instant, she surged forward with silent acceleration, her body lifted into the air, swirling under the enveloping power of her spirit. Amidst her spiraling form, claw shadows flitted about, revealing her second spirit ring ability, the ghostly 100 claws. Leveraging her rapid rotation and the piercing prowess of her claws, she unleashed a flurry of attacks upon her enemy, targeting the same spot with astonishing ferocity, delivering over 100 strikes in mere moments. The ghostly 100 claws resembled a rapidly spinning serrated gear, swiftly slicing into Zhao Wuji's back, sending dust and debris flying into the air. The intense battle left the audience in Zhao Wuji's live stream exhilarated. Wow, is this the fight of a genius soul master? The coordination is simply extraordinary. Upon witnessing this, I couldn't help but take down a few of our academy students. Speaking of which, could Zhao be dead? It's hard to say. Just as everyone anxiously observed the smoke, Niao and her companions seized the opportunity to mercilessly attack Zhao Wuji with the icy bow in hand. When Chang felt the chill of his first and second soul rings surge, he slowly drew the bow, for arrows of solidified ice forming in his grasp. First soul ring, ice arrow. Second soul ring, scatter. The 4 ice arrows sped forth with remarkable swiftness, spiraling toward Zhao Wuji, who lay amidst the dust. Meanwhile, Niao stealthily approached Zhao Wuji's back, the soul-reaping scythe poised at his throat, ready to slice through his skin in an instant. Just as everyone feared Zhao Wuji's end was imminent, a low growl resonated from the dust. Zhao Wuji's body suddenly expanded, his already formidable muscles swelling nearly double in size. And in that moment, he grew an additional meter in height, transforming into an imposing figure. 7 resplendent soul rings emerged simultaneously, precisely as Dai Mubai had described. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, creating an aura of terror around him. A fierce roar erupted, and Zhao Wuji's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. His fists tightened abruptly, and among the 7 soul rings, the first yellow ring shone brightly. A blinding golden light exploded forth instantaneously, sending Niao flying before she could react. At that moment, a sky-blue bracelet in Niao's hand emitted a flash of brilliance. Niao, Sister Niao, Xiao Wu and Tang San gasped in shock, rushing toward the airborne Niao to assist the fallen Xiao Wu. I'm fine, San Gu Xiao Wu. At this moment, Niao appeared somewhat pale, not due to injury, but rather from being startled. The blow just delivered was intercepted by the protective artifact bestowed upon her by Dongfang Bubi. Zhao Wuji, holding 4 icy arrows, raised an eyebrow, clearly having witnessed the radiant light that had thwarted his attack. Not only was Zhao Wuji taken aback, but the audience in the live stream was equally astonished. What? Is old Zhao truly a soul sage? You still dare to call him old Zhao? Oh no, these little ones are in trouble. In the arena, Zhao Wuji seemed to recall something and chuckled lightly. Is it a protective soul guiding device? I must see how many of my attacks it can withstand. Crack! After uttering his words, Zhao Wujie crushed the icy arrow in his hand, preparing to strike. We noticed Niao and Xiao Wu retrieving an object from their spatial bracelet. Tang San's gaze instantly halted him. Wait! Originally poised to act, Zhao Wujie paused, looking at Tang San with intrigue. What is this? Are you surrendering? Yet he soon realized that Tang San was not addressing him, but rather a device that obstructed the two girls. Niao looked at Tang San with confusion. Third brother, why are you stopping us? We cannot defeat him, so we must resort to this. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Ever since they acquired it, it had seldom been used, and she had only seen its power in videos. Today, they would finally witness its might. Her voice slightly hurried. Third brother, don't you want to enter the academy? This, Tang San, looking at the two girls wielding the Rainstorm Pear Blossom rocket launcher, felt a headache coming on. This was no ordinary rocket launcher. It was a creation of the brilliant eccentricities from the research department, developed based on Tang San's Rainstorm Pear Blossom needle. The maximum power of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom rocket launcher could merely take down a single soul Douluo, and recalling what Brother Su had said, below the rank of title Douluo, they would surely perish. He quickly shook his head. No, you cannot use it. Do you wish to kill Teacher Zhao? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Zhao Wujie instantly became indignant, his eyes wide as he stared at him. What are you little rascals saying? Do you think that broken tube in your hands can kill me? Do you take a soul sage for a mere copper gong? You think you can just kill me? Cool me. Attack me, and let me show you the might of a soul sage. Hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Xiao Wu and Niao were overjoyed, with Xiao Wu's eyes widening as she looked at Tang San. Third brother, look at what he is saying. We can always adjust the power down a bit. Indeed. Third brother, don't you want to see the power of this device? After all, it bears your contributions. Upon hearing their words, Tang San felt a flicker of temptation. This weapon bore significant credit to him, and could be considered a modification of Tang's sect as hidden weapons. Hurry up, otherwise you risk being eliminated. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Tang San let out a sigh. Very well, let's reduce the power a bit. Excellent. No problem, third brother. The two rejoiced, hoisting the Rainstorm Pear Blossom rocket launcher and aiming it at the distant Zhao Wujie, who wore a disdainful expression and turned to the live stream behind him. Dear friends, let us shower the gifts. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a level 70 soul sage. That little brat over there claims that his soul-guided device could kill me. Mark my words, if you send a 10,000-year soul ring, I will withstand one shot. Send a 100,000-year soul ring, and I will endure 100 shots. Let's see those gifts roll in. Hearing Zhao Wujie's proclamation, Su Lu, who was observing from the sidelines, calmly took out his phone and entered Zhao Wujie's live stream. Young Master Su gifts Elder Zhao a 10,000-year soul ring. Hurry up and seize the treasure chest. As Su Lu sent the gift, many others began to join in, even though they were physically far apart. Chapter 41. Enduring 100 shots, however, with Zhao Wujie's strength, he could see everything clearly, and his face flushed with excitement. That was a 10,000-year soul ring worth 10,000 gold soul coins. The platform takes half, leaving him with 5,000 gold soul coins. This was no small sum. He could renovate the academy with this. Thank you to the great benefactor Su for the 10,000-year soul ring. Thank you, benefactor. Zhao Wujie quickly turned around to express his gratitude. A close encounter with the benefactor. Benefactor, do you need a pendant for your leg? Elder Zhao, please commence your performance. 100 shots. As he read the comments, Zhao Wujie was invigorated, waving his hand grandly. Elder Zhao, keep my promises. Watch how I withstand 100 shots. After saying this, Zhao Wujie turned around, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Wu and Niao, finding them much more agreeable. Come on, let me show you little ones what a true man is. All right, cheered Xiao Wu and Niao, who could not contain their excitement. Since that is the case, we're coming. A cunning smile appeared in Niao and Xiao Wu's eyes as they adjusted the power of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom rocket launcher to the minimum, loading a shell onto the launcher and aiming it at the front where Zhao Wujie stood. Boom! With a deafening roar, the shell hurtled toward Zhao Wujie. Even Xiao Wu and Niao were knocked to the ground by the tremendous recoil. What? The once unconcerned Zhao Wujie suddenly cursed, sensing a dangerous aura from the shell. This could be deadly. In an instant, the thought flashed through Zhao Wujie's mind, and without a moment's hesitation, his seventh soul ring suddenly materialized. He immediately activated his martial spirit's true form, yet he still felt a sense of insecurity. His soul rings illuminated one after another, each enhancing his defensive capabilities. However, in the blink of an eye, a shell struck Zhao Wujia. It felt as though a colossal hammer had slammed into his chest, propelling him backward with the force of the explosion, creating 2 deep rifts in the ground beneath him. He staggered back several dozen meters. Had he withstood it? With a cough of blood, Zhao Wujia sensed his strength waning, believing an end was imminent, when suddenly, the shell before him detonated without warning. Boom! In the next moment, he was engulfed in flames, and a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The ground trembled for 10 miles around, and the onlookers were thrown back by the shockwave of the explosion. After a prolonged silence, the scene finally settled, shrouded in dust. Dai Mubai, emerging from the haze, hurriedly rushed toward the smoke. Teacher Zhao, are you all right? Xiao Wu and Yo Nyo exchanged glances, their eyes filled with deep concern. He can't be dead, can he? Meanwhile, in a live stream, the screen had gone black. The powerful shockwave had sent the phone flying, burying it in the ground. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the fervent discussions among the viewers. Say, is old Zhao really dead? The impact was enormous. Which faction developed such a weapon? It's utterly monstrous. A level 20 soul master could kill a soul sage? Who knows? It's unclear. As the crowd conversed, Dai Mubai dashed into the dust. He found a deep pit, several meters wide, where Zhao Wujia lay, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. Teacher Zhao! Teacher Zhao! After finally dispersing the dust, Dai Mubai rushed over and lifted the injured Zhao Wujia, who appeared in a pitiful state. Not a single part of him was unscathed. He was drenched in dark blood, his hands mangled and flesh torn, exposing bone. However, the most lethal aspect was the toxic needles, as fine as hair, that had invaded his body in an instant during the explosion, wrapped within the shell. Now, Zhao Wujia's lips were turning black, on the verge of succumbing to the poison. Just then, a figure appeared beside Dai Mubai. Who is it? Dai Mubai exclaimed in alarm, preparing to strike, but the newcomer lightly tapped his shoulder, rendering him incapable of channeling his soul power. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Su Luo, who crouched down, surveying the devastated Zhao Wujia, and shook his head. These 2 girls. He retrieved a pill from thee, and, after a moment's contemplation, turned to Dai Mubai. You coming? Observing Su Lu place the pill in his hand, Dai Mubai appeared perplexed. Coming? For what purpose? Administer the medicine to him. Eat the medicine? Dai Mubai looked at the unconscious Zhao Wujia with a hint of confusion. The only way to consume it, unless he seemed to realize something, and his face turned pale. Hurry! If he dies, it will be a catastrophe. Su Lu's voice echoed again, prompting Dai Mubai to clench his teeth. Fine, I will do it. But could you please turn your head away? Dai Mubai held the elixir, speaking with great difficulty, while Su Lu displayed a look of disdain. As if anyone enjoys watching this. It's just men, what's there to be afraid of? Despite his words, he still turned away. Hearing Su Li's remarks nearly drove Dai Mubai to exasperation. After all, they were both men. This was a critical moment, wasn't it? Why don't you do it then? Yet, glancing at the increasingly severe condition of Zhao Wujia, Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and placed the elixir into his mouth. Subsequently, he bared his head down. Su Lu, having turned away, produced a phone, aiming it at the 2 behind him. Just wait. Once you become a deity, this video will be worth a fortune. The scene captured Dai Mubai directly feeding Zhao Wujia. In a mere moment, the toxins within Zhao Wujia dissipated, and the blood flowing out turned crimson. Dai Mubai, rising quickly, covered his mouth and rushed outside. Ugh, ugh. Su Lu put away his phone, observing Zhao Wujia's condition on the ground, and began the soul ring summoning. As the mid-grade spirit energy manifested, 10 soul rings appeared on him, and Su Lu's 6 soul ring instantly illuminated, generous and benevolent. With the gold soul coins from the celestial spirit ring vanishing, Zhao Wujia's visible injuries healed rapidly. Before long, he returned to his normal state, awakening with a start, propping himself up and surveying his body. Huh? Am I not? What is this? Just moments ago, he was on the brink of death, having glimpsed the gates of hell. Suddenly, a hand pulled him back. Zhao Wujia, somewhat perplexed, smacked his lips, sensing something amiss, and furrowed his brow. Why does my mouth taste of garlic? Upon hearing this, Su Lu could no longer contain his laughter. Chapter 42. The invitation. Hearing the sound, Zhao Wujia lifted his head, gazing at Su Lu before pausing to contemplate. It seemed he had come to a realization, prompting him to scramble to his feet. Thank you, young brother, for saving my life. Su Lu waved his hand, quickly stifling his laughter. It's nothing. It was my mischievous little sister who caused trouble, leading to your injury. I will certainly reprimand them when I return. No, no, Zhao Wujie shook his head, as being nearly killed by two 20-level soul masters was quite embarrassing. In that case, let us head out. Hearing Su Li's words and pondering why his mouth tasted of garlic, Zhao Wujie paused in confusion. Oh, after a brief nod, they decided to step outside together. As they walked out side by side, Dai Mubai, who had been retching in the distance, inadvertently turned his head and was taken aback to find Zhao Wujie emerging. To his astonishment, Zhao even licked his lips. Instantly, Dai Mubai felt a tumultuous upheaval within him. Ugh, Zhao Wujie, approaching with curiosity, was about to pat Dai Mubai on the back. Mubai? What's wrong? Ugh, it's nothing. Dai Mubai hastily dodged Zhao Wujie's hand. I'm fine, Teacher Zhao. Just give me a moment to recover. Observing Dai Mubai's condition, Zhao Wujie frowned, ultimately deciding to disregard it, his gaze complex as he regarded the remaining few. Today, he had certainly lost face. You all have passed. Welcome to Shrek Academy. Cheers erupted from the crowd as Tang San, accompanied by Nyo Nyo and Xiao Wu, stepped forward. I apologize, Teacher Zhao. My sister was being mischievous. I've already reprimanded them. We are sorry, Teacher Zhao. We were wrong. As the two young girls approached, Zhao Wujie felt a mix of irritation and delight, and he waved his hand with a hint of self-deprecation. It's all right. It's my fault for being overly ambitious and lacking skill. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, but Zhao Wujie continued, Mubai, take them to the student dormitory. The opening ceremony is tomorrow. Ugh. The nauseated Dai Mubai nodded. You all can follow me. He then walked ahead with a light step, while Nyo Nyo and the others glanced back at Su Lu and Dongfang Bubi. Brother Su, Sister Yu, we are leaving. Seeing the three little ones, they nodded in agreement. Go on, study well. As the group departed, Zhao Wujie turned to Su Lu and Dongfang Bubi, his expression serious. You two must have something to discuss. Indeed, Su Lu replied succinctly, avoiding any circumlocution. I am Su Lu, a department head of the Su Corporation, and this is my wife, Dongfang Yu. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Zhao Wujie's eyes widened in astonishment as he placed a hand on his forehead. Wait, the Su Corporation? The one that manufactures smartphones? Yes. If there exists no other Su Corporation in this world, then it must be mine. Hiss. Upon confirmation, Zhao Wujie instinctively stepped back 2 paces. People from the Su Corporation. What brings you here? No, I need to verify this. Do you have any proof? Proof? Su Lu tapped his head thoughtfully. Ah yes, this. As if struck by a sudden realization, Su Lu produced a token crafted from purple crystal and tossed it to Zhao Wujie. The token's edges were adorned with the figures of a dragon and a phoenix, encircling the entire piece. Upon its surface were inscribed 4 characters, Su Shi Group, while the reverse bore the title of supervisor. This token served as an emblem of identity, reminiscent of those created by the Spirit Hall, reserved solely for the upper echelons of the Su Shi Group. For lower-tier employees, a mere wristwatch sufficed. Upon beholding this token, Zhao Wujie did not hesitate to acknowledge Su Li's identity. The notion of forgery was absurd. Such a thought was tantamount to courting death. It was important to note that the Su Shi Group now stood on par with the Spirit Hall, with countless matters on the Douluo continent intricately linked to this formidable entity. He respectfully returned the token to Su Lu. May I inquire why this esteemed individual has graced our academy? Zhao Wujie asked, striving to maintain decorum. There is no need for such formality, Su Lu replied, reclaiming the token. Today, I come for 2 reasons. 1, to enroll my younger siblings, and 2, to extend an invitation to the esteemed Shrek Academy. Would it be possible for you to establish a branch in Yanwang City? At these words, Zhao Wujie's eyes widened momentarily, prompting an instinctual urge to decline. In his mind, entering Yanwang City would mean becoming subordinate to the Su Shi Group, which would directly contradict the principal's intention of remaining unaffiliated with any faction. However, how could he refuse? Moreover, if he turned down this proposal, would this individual before him erupt in wrath, potentially obliterating the academy? The mere thought sent a shiver down Zhao Wujie's spine. Here stood a young titan of a powerful faction, whose true strength remained an enigma. Who could say if a title Douluo lurked in the shadows? Furthermore, he recalled the formidable weapon Su Li's sister had displayed. Caught in a moment of indecision, Zhao Wujie struggled to formulate a response. Yet Su Lu waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of magnanimity. There is no need to rush. You may discuss this with the principal. However, I must emphasize one point. You need not worry about the students we train. Should they wish to join the Su Sure group, our doors are wide open. If not, we shall not impose. With that, Su Lu tossed another token to Zhao Wujia. Once you have deliberated, simply bring this token to Yanhuang City to find me. Zhao Wujia hastily accepted it with utmost seriousness. Thank you, esteemed sir. I shall inform the principal. Not all. With that settled, we shall take our leave. Su Lu remarked, waving his hand. In an instant, before Zhao Wujia's astonished gaze, he transformed into a shimmering apparition and vanished, leaving behind a stunned Zhao Wujia. After a brief moment, Zhao Wujia regained his composure, gazing at the blue token in his hand, lost in contemplation. Very well. I shall await the arrival of that old ghost and deliberate further. After all, it is his academy. With this thought, Zhao Wujia ceased his ruminations, but soon realized he had forgotten something. Within mere seconds, he reacted, exclaiming in distress as he rushed away. Wait, my phone. Gazing down at the flawless phone in his hand, Zhao Wujia exhaled in relief, only to be struck by a sudden thought. In a fit of impulsive mischief, he hurled the device to the ground, a sly grin spreading across his face. A little thrashing won't hurt, right? After all, your family is quite affluent. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a voice pierced through the air. Hey, Teacher Zhao, why are you smashing your phone? The speaker was none other than Oscar, a student from the academy, who, upon hearing the commotion, hastily rushed over only to find Zhao Wujia in the act of destroying his phone. Chapter 43. Yanhuang City. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji's body froze, his movements becoming mechanical as he turned his gaze with an eerie glint in his eyes. What did you see? For reasons unknown, Oscar felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively retreating a couple of steps while fervently shaking his head. No, Teacher Zhao, I saw nothing at all. 3 days later, within the halls of the Wuhuan Palace, Bibi Dong frowned as she listened to the report from her subordinates. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, is the situation as described? Indeed, Palace Master, every word spoken by the subordinate is true. There has been an assessment confirming it is not a special effect. Upon finishing, they produced a video on their phone, showcasing Lin Xinxin's tribulation, illustrating her ascent and her resilience against the bolts of lightning. It is known that an ordinary person falling from a cliff can suddenly ascend to the level of a tidal Douluo. Does this not imply that, by acquiring such a method, one could potentially create an endless supply of tidal Douluo? As this realization dawned upon the gathered individuals, including Bibi Dong, their breaths quickened. Bibi Dong first gestured for the reporting individual to leave. He then stood up and exited. The ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo could no longer restrain themselves and stepped forward. Palace Master, this matter is of utmost importance. I believe we should promptly head to Yanhuang City to investigate further. Indeed, although the Su family is formidable, the secrets surrounding Lin Xinxin are far too tempting. They could greatly benefit our Wuhuan Palace. Should the Su family gain complete control over such secrets, we would be in jeopardy. The two wished to elaborate, but were halted by Bibi Dong's raised hand. The Su family, a force that had risen 5 years prior, was a source of great apprehension for Bibi Dong. Even within the Wuhuan Palace, the ancient being was at level 99, accompanied by a level 98 golden crocodile, along with numerous other powerful offerings. After a moment's contemplation, Bibi Dong resolved that this matter must be investigated. However, she realized that approaching the Su family alone would likely yield little cooperation. With a decisive wave of her hand, she commanded, send word to the major sects and the 2 great empires, inviting them to Yanhuang City. Understood. On the other side, within the confines of Yanhuang City, a steel metropolis that materialized 2 years ago. Indeed, it appeared as if conjured from thin air, a feat accomplished by Su Lu. There lies an extraordinary city. At the heart of Yanhuang City stands a towering edifice, several hundred meters high, which is none other than the Su Corporation. At the pinnacle of the Su Corporation resides Su Li's office. As he gazed out the window at the bustling throngs below, Su Lu stretched languidly. After contemplating the passage of time, he mused that it was nearly time to proceed. Meanwhile, outside Yanhuang City, a contingent of visitors had arrived, namely representatives from the Spirit Hall, accompanied by dignitaries from 2 great empires and several prominent sections. So this is Yanhuang City? The illustrious ghost Douluo, despite his vast experience, could not help but express his admiration upon witnessing the imposing city walls before him. The walls, constructed of exceptionally resilient steel, were adorned with an array of weaponry developed by the Department of Technology. The entire Yanhuang City was enveloped in a protective barrier established by the immortal cultivation department, allowing only members of the Sioux Corporation to enter. What piqued the curiosity of the onlookers was the conspicuous absence of any guards at the grand entrance. The titled Douluos dispatched by the two empires exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. They found it hard to believe that the Sioux Corporation was unaware of their arrival. Observing the deserted entrance and the peculiar soul-guiding devices upon the walls, they suspected that the Sioux Corporation was attempting to assert dominance. Concurrently, the chrysanthemum Douluo began to speak with a hint of sarcasm. What imposing presence the Sioux Corporation possesses. Knowing we were coming, they failed to send anyone to greet us. Do they perhaps hold us in disdain? Wouldn't you agree, Sir Douluo? The Sir Douluo, however, remained silent. Among the group of several dozen, aside from the titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall and the two empires, only the Sir Douluo from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Yu Engine from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, who had a rather strained relationship with the Spirit Hall, were present. The remaining four were the leaders of the four sects from Douluo continent: the White Tiger Sect, Wind Sword Sect, Elephant Armor Sect, and Fire Leopard Sect, each boasting the formidable strength of an 80-level Soul Douluo. The leader of the Elephant Armor Sect, Huyin Jun, a towering figure estimated to be at least 5 meters tall, resembled a veritable mountain of flesh. His dark skin glistened with a unique radiance, and his large eyes shone like bronze bells. Despite his advanced age, with hair and beard as white as snow, he exuded an aura of formidable authority. As a close ally of the Spirit Hall, Huyin Jun stepped forward. Since the hosts are unaware of our arrival, we shall announce ourselves. With that proclamation, he soared into the sky, inhaling deeply before proclaiming, Huyin Jun of the Elephant Armor Sect, here to pay respects to Yanhuang City. Huyin Jun, here to pay respects to Yanhuang City. Here to pay respects to Yanhuang City. The sound erupted like a thunderclap in the sky, resonating as it spread, creating echoes in its wake. Observing the spectacle of Huyin Jun in the heavens, both Zhu Gei nodded in acknowledgement. This scene inevitably instilled a sense of regret in the hearts of the leaders of the lower three sects, as they realized they too should have raised their voices to declare their loyalty. Just as Huyin Jun basked in his moment of triumph, a mechanical voice interrupted. Warning! Warning! Unidentified flying objects are prohibited above Yanhuang City. Please land immediately. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd momentarily paused, furrowing their brows in confusion, uncertain of the intentions behind Yanhuang City's stern warning. Huyin Jun, too, spoke gravely. If you dare to voice such a warning, why do you not reveal yourselves? Do you hold us in disdain? At Huyin Jun's words, Zhu Douluo could not help but commend him. His remarks instantly positioned the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan in opposition to Yanhuang City, casting a shadow of suspicion upon them. Suddenly, before Su Lu, a projection appeared of a girl clad in red. Boss, 10 individuals have arrived outside Yanhuang City. Should we permit them entry? The girl was none other than the Red Queen. As she spoke, a dossier detailing the 10 individuals materialized before Su Lu, who smiled. At last, they have arrived. Have fun with them, but do exercise caution. Do not take their lives. Understood, boss. As the Red Queen's voice faded, the projection vanished, replaced by a view of the scene outside Yanhuang City. The cold, mechanical voice persisted, seemingly oblivious to Huyin Jun's earlier words. Second warning. Unidentified flying objects are prohibited above Yanhuang City. Please land immediately, or level 1 defense will be initiated. The mechanical response rendered the expressions of the crowd grim. What was the meaning behind Yanhuang City's actions? They had audibly declared their presence, yet were met only with a prohibition against flight. Unbeknownst to them was the existence of artificial intelligence. To them, it was a blatant display of contempt. Before they could voice their grievances, several electromagnetic cannons on the city walls locked onto Huyin Jun in the sky. Boom! 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 From the walls, dozens of electromagnetic cannons unleashed their assault. Blue beams, intertwined with purple lightning, surged towards Huyin Jun at incredible speed. What is this? Huyin Jun's eyes widened in shock as the onslaught of light beams approached. He sensed the imminent threat of death. I'm going to die. Without any hesitation, Huyin Jun immediately unleashed his martial soul. 8 soul rings, shimmering in hues of yellow, purple, and black, materialized around him, radiating the overwhelming power of his 86th level soul force. The rings burst forth with brilliance. Under the influence of the first soul ring, the dark yellow carapace on Huyin Jun transformed, acquiring a lustrous sheen that enveloped him like a fine glaze. Yet, this was merely the initial layer of defense. As the subsequent soul rings activated, Hu Yanjun became encased in an impenetrable crystalline armor. At that moment, beams of light reached Hu Yanjun's front. The onlookers below squinted at the sky, anticipating an explosive display that never came. Instead, what followed was a ruthless annihilation. In the embrace of the blue radiance, Hu Yanjun's defenses crumbled, layer by layer, unable to withstand for more than 2 seconds before he plummeted from the sky. With a resounding thud, his garments were nearly obliterated by the electromagnetic cannon, leaving him charred black, eyes glazed, and hair standing on end, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Witnessing this, the remaining leaders of the three sects instinctively stepped back, aghast. Hu Yanjun, a formidable figure of 86 levels, was reputed for his unparalleled defenses. Even a titled Douluo would find it challenging to breach his armor. Yet, astonishingly, he had not even endured for 3 seconds. The three leaders silently rejoiced, relieved they had not acted impulsively, for it would have been their own disgrace. For Hu Yanjun, the only solace perhaps lay in the fact that all present were men, as they instinctively cast their eyes toward his lower half, incredulous. Moments later, a few wore disdainful expressions, lamenting the wasted potential of such a physique. Just as the crowd was stunned by the might of the electromagnetic cannon, a cold scoff echoed through the air. Zhuge Douluo soared into the sky, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Is this the hospitality of Yanhuang City? One must consider the master when striking a dog. Since the Xiangjia sect has allied with the Spirit Hall, Zhuge Douluo was determined to restore his subordinate's honor. However, the response he received was that same mechanical voice. Threat level, C. Increase electromagnetic cannon output. Engage. Boom, boom, boom. Once again, dozens of electromagnetic cannons surged toward Zhuge Douluo. However, this time, the size had transformed from that of a bowl to the girth of a tree trunk, and the blue beams crackled with a more ferocious violet lightning. Upon witnessing this bizarre assault, Zhuge Douluo instinctively tightened his legs. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened. He dared not underestimate this strange attack. With a flourish of his extraordinary celestial chrysanthemum, the large purple flower fluttered in the wind. 3 of the 9 spirit rings adorning him shimmered briefly, their swiftness eluding detection as to which ring was in effect. The massive purple flower had formed into a colossal barrier, standing resolutely before him. The electromagnetic cannon collided with the immense shield, and in the blink of an eye, Zhuge Douluo's expression shifted dramatically. He realized his barrier was on the brink of collapse. This peculiar attack was, astonishingly, dismantling his defenses. In the office of the Su family group within Yanhuang City, Su Lu observed this scene with a triumphant smile. Foolish yin-yang individuals, this is the might of technology, he mused, feeling it was time to summon them for the matters at hand, to initiate the next phase of the plan. After murmuring to himself, Su Lu coolly instructed, Hong Ho, send someone to escort them into the city and inform Deputy Manager Doryman from the Technology Department. Also, summon Deputy Manager Yao Chen from the Alchemy Department, as well as Lin Xin. Understood. Hong Ho's voice flickered before him. Su Lu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache approaching. It seemed prudent to recruit some skilled communicators, given that he intended to remain behind the scenes. The individuals sent forth from the Su family group could not hold lowly positions. Reflecting on the current upper echelon, Su Lu couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. In the Su family group, employees reaching level 1 were required to select a department to join. Currently, the Su family group comprised 5 departments: the Cultivation Department, the Research Department, the Alchemy Department, the Forging Department, and the Magic and Martial Arts Department. The Cultivation Department consisted entirely of cultivators. The Research Department primarily focused on the development of various advanced technological weapons. The Alchemy Department, as its name implies, engaged in the study and creation of various elixirs. The Forging Department specialized in crafting cold weapons. The Magic and Martial Arts Department was a mix of various practitioners of magic and martial arts, alongside local title Douluos. Naturally, the strongest was the Research Department, led not by the Cultivation Department headed by the invincible Dongfang Bubi, but by Manager Grey Wolf and Deputy Manager Doryman. Both had been selected by Su Lu. Although their strength barely qualified as silver, their discussions on research commanded admiration even from Orochimaru, the research fanatic. Hence, they were appointed as heads of the Research Department, with a mechanical cat and a wolf overseeing Orochimaru. In truth, Orochimaru found himself in a state of despair, pondering the nature of these two peculiar beings. Forget it. The attempt to construct a Gundam from an assortment of scrap metal has proven futile, even when following their methods. Apart from the research department, the remaining high-ranking officials of the Su group include only the cultivation department, managed by the indomitable Dongfang Bubi, and the alchemy department, with the assistant manager, Yao Chun, alongside the forging department's deputy manager, Tang Hao. Indeed, even Tang Hao was lured into the Su group by Su Li's resurrection coin. Other positions remain vacant. Initially, Su Lu intended to send Doraemon, but upon considering Doraemon's lack of charisma, he thought better of it. The same reasoning applies to Grey Wolf. Naturally, Dongfang Bubi cannot make an appearance, leaving only Tang Hao and Yao Chun. Nevertheless, ever since the resurrection of Ayin, Tang Hao has been enjoying a blissful life, and it would be best not to disturb him, particularly as he fears that Tang Hao might annihilate the Spirit Hall personnel upon sight. Thus, only Yao Chun remains. Having lived for many years, he is well versed in various matters. Delegating such tasks to him is hardly a challenge. However, relying on others repeatedly is not ideal, suggesting the need to establish a public relations department to recruit eloquent individuals, akin to the talents of Shun Gongbao. Chapter 45. Cowardice. Being articulate is one thing, but the phrase "friend, please stay" has ensnared countless individuals. Meanwhile, outside Yanhuang City, the voice of Zhu Dou, witnessing the breach of his barrier, rang out sharply. He could no longer afford to be embarrassed. Should he, like Huyin Zhen, expose his embroidered needle in front of an audience, it would be truly humiliating. After all, he had just witnessed Huyin Zhen's golden needle mushroom. Old ghost, if you're watching, I'm finished. Upon hearing Zhu Dou's words, a shadow rushed forth. It was Gui Douluo, adorned with 9 soul rings, with the 8th ring glowing. A colossal black, ghostly figure loomed before the two, yet before they could exhale in relief, their expressions turned pale as if they had seen a ghost. When the world is that? Gui Douluo could not help but exclaim. For them, death was not the frightful aspect. The true horror lay in humiliation. Yuguan, Gui Douluo suddenly bellowed, as a hue distinct from his usual black aura erupted from his body. It was a brilliant silver flame that surged skyward in an instant, while beside him, Zhu Douluo Yuguan was similarly enveloped in a layer of golden flame. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining individuals were momentarily taken aback, being well informed. They recognized this as a martial soul fusion technique. In the Spirit Hall, Gui Douluo and Zhu Douluo were not particularly esteemed, and their current status was largely attributed to this remarkable martial soul fusion technique. What puzzled them was whether this attack was genuinely as formidable as it appeared. Even with the martial soul fusion technique deployed, the onlookers only regarded the assault as somewhat peculiar. Had Su Lu been present, he would undoubtedly have proclaimed, "This is the power of technology." In an instant, several individuals comprehended the situation, for the bizarre assault was capable of shattering Huyin Zhen's defenses with a single strike. At that moment, the 9 soul rings adorning the bodies of the two in the sky illuminated simultaneously, casting their golden and silver flames in a more resplendent manner. Standing face to face, hands intertwined, the bodies of Gui, Mei, and Yuguan abruptly merged. The 18 soul rings that enveloped them coalesced into a massive golden and silver dual-colored halo, which silently soared into the air. Those present perceived a fleeting shimmer, as if the very heavens and earth had transformed into hues of gold and silver. Everything around them seemed to freeze at that instant. The bodies of the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo vanished the moment the dual-colored halo was formed. The colossal ring ascended into the sky, expanding into a grand circle with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, and in that moment, the numerous beams of light hurtling towards them came to an inexplicable halt. "No, Yuguan, this attack is too strange. We must hasten." The anxious voice of the ghost reverberated from within the golden-silver halo. In the next moment, the brilliance suddenly contracted, and upon the surface of the blue beam, an additional layer of golden and silver luminescence emerged, firmly confining it within a narrow range. The dazzling skill before them, radiant with the dual rings of gold and silver, was their martial soul fusion technique, aptly named the dual-level stasis domain, a realm capable of simultaneously immobilizing an opponent's skills and movements. To invoke this power, the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo had devoted all their energy. When their soul power could no longer sustain it, this domain would inevitably dissipate. Even so, they realized that they had expended nearly half of their soul power, and it took them several seconds for the blinding beams to vanish. Observing the two in the sky, the leaders of the three lower sects displayed expressions of envy. Truly remarkable was the martial soul fusion technique of a title Douluo, which could neutralize such an enigmatic attack. The ghost Douluo, maintaining his composure, wiped the sweat from his brow and shouted towards the city of Yanhuang. Humph. Your soul-guided devices in Yanhuang City are not all that impressive. Indeed, the chrysanthemum Douluo, feigning indifference while examining her fingernails, added, I thought they were something extraordinary, but before she could finish her sentence, both of them felt a sudden chill. And upon glancing up, they discovered dozens of electromagnetic cannons appearing densely along the walls of Yanhuang City. Beep, beep, beep. Target not eliminated. Firepower increased. Upon hearing this mechanical voice, the two Douluos hastily descended, abandoning their pretense. Target has landed. Alert canceled. As the mechanical voice echoed, they watched as the electromagnetic cannons retracted, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. What a jest! Even 10 of those peculiar soul-guided devices had proven formidable. Over 100? They might as well expect to be reduced to ashes. Cough, cough. Well, it is only courteous to abide by the host's wishes. Flying over another city is indeed inappropriate. Yes, after all, we are all top-tier forces. Such courtesy must be extended. Upon hearing the words of the two Douluos, a flicker of disdain passed through the eyes of the crowd. Cowardice is still cowardice, no matter how eloquently one expresses it. Although they harbored such thoughts internally, they could not voice them aloud. After a moment of silence, it was the Star Dou who broke the stillness, inquiring, how shall we gain entry? This question left everyone in a state of vexation. Indeed, they had arrived brimming with confidence. After all, with 6 titled Douluos and 4 soul Douluos, such a formidable assembly should command respect wherever they went. Yet today, they found themselves thwarted at the gates of Yanhuang City. What? You suggest a forceful assault? Why don't you lead the way? Setting aside the fact that this was the enemy's stronghold, teeming with hidden powerhouses. The mere presence of hundreds of electromagnetic cannons outside the city walls was enough to instill dread. As the crowd grappled with their predicament, a series of ripples suddenly appeared upon the seemingly indomitable city walls, reminiscent of a stone cast into serene waters. To their astonishment, a young man emerged from these waves. He appeared to be around 25 years of age, bearing a long sword upon his back and sporting silvery white hair. The sparkle in his eyes suggested that he was in remarkably good spirits today. The individual in question is named Chun Sheng, a practitioner of combat energy whose prowess has ascended to the level of a mid-level Dou Sheng, equivalent to a 95-level title Douluo. Just moments ago, while amidst the bustling crowd, he discovered that a new task had been revealed. It is noteworthy that within the Su Corporation, aside from a few extraordinary individuals who issue tasks, those disseminated by others are often elusive and rare. With the dexterity honed over 25 years of singlehood, he distinguished himself among hundreds of employees and swiftly claimed the task. Task: reception of guests. Task description: escort the visitors from outside Yanhuang City to the Su Corporation. Issuer: boss reward, 1,000 contribution points. Upon encountering this task, Chun Sheng was immediately filled with elation. It goes without saying that the boss refers to the founder of the Su Corporation. Truly, the boss lives up to the title. A mere reception task grants a reward of 1,000 contribution points, whereas his previous task of hunting the millennial ice wolf in the extreme north yielded only 500. Chapter 46. Intimidation. Upon accepting the task, Chun Sheng hastened out of Yanhuang City. As he approached the few individuals before him, he strolled forward, warmly greeting them. You must be the esteemed guests who have traveled from afar. It would be courteous to bring a token of appreciation. Upon hearing Chun Sheng's words, the expressions of the guests darkened slightly. Realizing his misstep, Chun Sheng quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, I meant to say, welcome to Yanhuang City. I am your host, an employee of the Su Corporation. My employee number is 5438. 5,438? The chrysanthemum Douluo furrowed his brow, softly murmuring Chun Sheng's employee number. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an unsettling dissonance. Chun Sheng's smile brightened even further. Yes, indeed, you are correct. Now, please allow me to guide you into Yanhuang City. By the way, suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Chun Sheng pointed at the group. 1, 2, 3, but there are only 9 of you. Where's the other one? Has he departed? At Chun Sheng's inquiry, the group shifted aside, revealing the unconscious Hu Yanzhan on the ground. Chun Sheng stepped forward, gazing incredulously at Hu Yanzhan, then turned his head in disbelief. You dare to fly without authorization above Yanhuang City? The group exchanged puzzled glances at Chun Sheng's admonition. What of it? We merely took to the skies. What is the matter? Is there a problem with the title Douluo flying? Before they could retort, Chun Sheng shook his head. I must say, your audacity is remarkable. Consider yourselves fortunate. If Sister Hong had not recognized you as guests, I fear you would have been reduced to ashes. The city's defenses are the result of a formidable collaboration between the research and cultivation departments. Sister Hong? Research department? Cultivation department? The guests keenly noted the unfamiliar terms in Chun Sheng's remarks, discreetly committing them to memory. Meanwhile, the chrysanthemum Douluo, having learned a painful lesson before, could not help but feel irked, displaying a typical case of forgetting past injuries once healed. In a sarcastic tone, he replied, even if the winds grow fierce, we fear not the flapping of tongues. Are you aware of our strength? Before we could finish our conversation, we were abruptly interrupted by Chun Sheng. We're 6 title Douluo and 4 soul Douluo to boast about. Chun Sheng disdainfully poked at the fallen Hu Yin Jun, glancing contemptuously at the golden mushrooms beneath him, and reluctantly produced a medicinal pill. What are you doing? The ghost Douluo, witnessing Chun Sheng's actions, was instantly enraged. It was one thing to grievously injure his subordinate in his presence, but now he seemed intent on harming Hu Yin Jun as well. If he succeeded, who would ever join the spirit hall, knowing that it could not even protect its own subordinates? The 4th soul ring instantly illuminated. Ghost Shadow. The ghost Douluo aimed his palm at Chun Sheng, summoning a small black vortex of soul power, from which numerous shadowy figures surged toward Chun Sheng's back. Oh dear, kindness mistaken for foolishness. Feeling the impending attack, Chun Sheng wore a look of disdain, and while jesting, his right hand had already grasped the hilt of his sword. If that's the case, let us play. In an instant, Chun Sheng had turned, wielding his long sword with a graceful sweep, unleashing a golden blade of energy toward the shadows. The ghost Douluo, whose strength was already inferior to Chun Sheng's, was further weakened, having exhausted his soul power in a fusion technique. As the black shadows made contact with the golden energy, they vanished without resistance. Oh no! The ghost Douluo's pupils dilated. He had not exerted his full strength, viewing Chun Sheng merely as an ordinary man devoid of soul power, thinking he only needed to teach him a lesson. Little did he know, this individual was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Gazing at Chun Sheng's overwhelming aura, the ghost Douluo felt a profound despair. That presence was one he could not even overcome at his peak. No, stop. Beside him, the chrysanthemum Douluo widened his eyes, desperate to intervene. But they had underestimated Chun Sheng, who appeared as an ordinary person before them. Am I to perish? This is so unjust. As the blade of energy approached, the ghost Douluo slowly closed his eyes. However, in the next moment, he realized the anticipated pain had not arrived. What is happening? He cautiously opened his eyes, only to find the blade of energy had vanished before him. Just moments before, everyone had witnessed Chun Sheng's strike dissipate into the sky as it neared the ghost Douluo. Such terrifying control. How is it that he, like Lin Xin, shows no fluctuation of soul power and does not use a martial soul, yet can unleash such formidable force? Could it be that the Su family has mastered a method to transform ordinary individuals into title Douluo? Contemplating this, the onlookers could not help but swallow hard. Chun Sheng's calm voice broke the silence. Is it time to be more compliant? I do not care how lofty you may be within your own factions. Here, within the confines of Yanhuang City, you must abide by the local laws. Here, the dragon coils and the tiger lies. In this realm, the Su family is supreme. Ghost Douluo was about to voice his thoughts when he was interrupted by Ju Douluo. In the face of adversity, one must yield. Moreover, the Su family might possess such methods. Before contemplating countermeasures, it is unwise to create enemies. Chun Sheng cast a glance at the silent crowd, and only then did he nod in satisfaction. Turning his gaze downwards to Hu Yin Jun, he grimaced as he extracted a medicinal pill from his possession. Curse that wretched thing. What a waste of a precious, great recovery pill. This is worth 100 contribution points. Those scoundrels from the pill department are truly unscrupulous. Were it not for the fact that this mission was assigned by the boss, with its considerable rewards, I would never have parted with this pill. It is, after all, a life-saving remedy. Below the golden core stage, it instantly restores all injuries, while above that stage, its efficacy diminishes, yet it remains beneficial. This time, no one intervened as Hu Yinjun consumed the elixir. Moments later, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he groggily stood up. What is happening to me? Observing Hu Yinzhen's unadorned form, the onlookers were left speechless, feeling a chilling draft wafting across his lower body. Instinctively, Hu Yinzhen lowered his gaze. He hurriedly covered the swaying golden mushroom, his face already flushed crimson. It is worth noting that turning his bronze skin as red as a baboon's behind was no small feat to him. Ultimately, it was the compassionate Douluo who could no longer bear the sight and retrieved a set of garments from his soul tool, offering them to Hu Yinzhen. "Put this on." Thank you. Hu Yinzhen quickly extended a hand to accept the clothing. However, given his mountainous physique, it was impossible for him to fit into the petite attire designed for Douluo. Chapter 47, The Plan. Watching Hu Yinzhen awkwardly struggle to don the garments, Zhu Guwei and Douluo could only clutch their heads in despair. How could there be someone so clumsy? Even the sword duelist, Chen Xian, could no longer bear to witness the scene. Can you not form a circle? Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Hu Yinzhen was momentarily taken aback, and then a look of gratitude appeared on his face. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed swordmaster. He hastily tied the garment around his waist. Though it appeared rather unseemly and felt slightly chilly, it was preferable to being without it. Now that everyone is ready, let us proceed into Yanhuang City. I appreciate your assistance, young friend. Except for the two Douluo from the Spear Hall, the others nodded in agreement, expressing their goodwill. It's a trivial matter. Once we enter, please pay close attention to my pace. Straying could lead to dire consequences. With that, Chen Sheng stepped toward the recently emerged city wall, raising his wristwatch toward the surface. After a series of beeps confirming verification, a mechanical voice announced, "Chen Sheng, Level 2 employee of the Su family group. Welcome back to Yanhuang City." As the mechanical voice faded, ripples appeared on the wall's surface. "All right, everyone, hurry inside and do not wander about once we are in." After saying this, Chen Sheng took the lead, and as he vanished from sight, the others hastily followed, passing through the first layer of the barrier. They found themselves in a forest, with a waterfall ahead, surrounded by the melodious sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, resembling a paradise on earth. However, only those from a Su family group knew that this place was concocted by the madmen of the cultivation department. Yanhuang City was not only protected by a defensive barrier, but also contained 365 formations, complete with various killing arrays, mazes, and confinement formations, all intricately intertwined. Moreover, every hour, the combinations of the entire formations would shift, making it such that even if the god of Shuro were to descend, he would meet a bitter end. Just then, Chen Sheng suddenly spoke. "Xiaozi, assist me in opening the formations route." Under the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, a small sprite clad in purple attire emerged from Chen Sheng's wristwatch. This unexpected apparition startled everyone, but disregarding the others. The sprite affectionately perched on Chen Sheng's shoulder and pointed ahead. "All right, brother, take 3 steps forward." Following the sprite's guidance, Chen Sheng began to walk, then turned his head to address the group. "Keep in step with me. Do not stray. It could cost lives. Even among our group, many have perished here." Observing Chen Sheng's serious demeanor, the group dared not be careless, nodding in agreement and lining up to follow his lead. With such cooperation, Chen Sheng felt a sense of relief. It seemed his earlier intimidation had been effective. Indeed, within the Su family group, many had lost their lives in this place, though most have been revived. Indeed, the Su family conglomerate possesses numerous methods for resurrection. The most straightforward of these is the resurrection coin, a rather blunt instrument that can directly revive others upon use. When carried, it automatically activates upon the bearer's demise. However, this item comes at a steep price. In addition to this, there exists the rising and returning elixir, though it is only effective for those below the golden core stage and is comparatively less expensive. Beyond these two methods, the most economical option is cloning. By initially expending contribution points, one can procure a life insurance policy worth 5,000 contribution points from the research department. The personnel there will then clone your body, and upon your passing, a designated individual will collect your soul and return it to the research department for revival. As of now, nearly all employees of the Su conglomerate have acquired such a policy. As Chen Sheng led the group through the array inside the Su conglomerate building, Yao Chen had already arrived at Su Lu's office. "Boss, what is your command?" Su Lu gestured toward the screen before him, a smile gracing his lips. "Soon, you and Lin Xinxin will welcome them." Yao Chen turned to glance at the screen, which displayed the members of the Chrysanthemum Duo. Su Lu continued, "The time is ripe. It is time for them to be introduced to these matters. You may share some of the information that Lin Xinxin is aware of, but use your discretion." "Understood." Without any hesitation, Yao Chen replied. For him, this place was akin to paradise. Possessing a controllable body and the freedom to research and concoct elixirs was something his soul, in its current state, could scarcely fathom. Furthermore, the boss had promised that, provided he worked diligently, those miscreants from the Soul Palace would be summoned, allowing him to take charge of them. Since the announcement of these matters to the upper echelons of this world had commenced, such days could not be far off. As Yao Chen departed, Sulu's gaze remained fixed on the screen. Come forth. Let us ignite this world into a fervor. After Yao Chen left, a pale-faced young woman anxiously awaited on a bench in the corridor. Lin Xinxin, who had just emerged from Orochimaru's laboratory. Upon seeing Yao Chen approach, she quickly stood up and, with a hint of trepidation, said, Manager Yao. Yao Chen nodded and, noticing her distressed demeanor, furrowed his brow. What troubles you? Hearing his words, Lin Xinxin seemed to recollect something, her complexion growing even more ashen. She could not erase the memories of the human experiments from her mind. That seemingly harmless man, who even appeared somewhat gentle, was terrifying. On the first day, he had used a tentacle no. Lin Xinxin suddenly covered her mouth, her body shivering as she took 2 steps back, recovering her composure moments later. I apologize, Manager Yao. I just came from Mr. Orochimaru's laboratory. I see, he replied. Upon hearing Lin Xinxin's words, Yao Chen displayed an expression of unmistakable understanding. Do you require my assistance in sealing away this memory? After all, Lin Xinxin is about to meet with guests, and it would be most inappropriate for her to appear in such a state. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xinxin bent down, her eyes filled with anticipation. I beg you. Thank you, Manager Yao. Not all. Yao Chen waved his hand dismissively, holding the esteemed position of manager. His prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of titled Douluo. The act of sealing memories was mere child's play for him. In but a brief moment, Yao Chen successfully obscured Lin Xinxin's recollection of the harrowing human experiments. All done. As Yao Chen's words echoed, Lin Xinxin, upon reflection, found her mind to be a blank slate. All that remained was the haunting awareness of the terrifying human experiment, a resolute vow never to engage in such matters again. With her mental state markedly improved, she expressed her gratitude once more. I am profoundly grateful to you, Manager Yao. You truly are a remarkable person. Such flattery was nothing new to Yao Chen, who had long since built an immunity to it. Chapter 48. The arrival at Yanhuang City. Waving his hand to halt Lin Xinxin's expressions of gratitude, he casually produced a pill designed to replenish energy and vitality. After consuming it, he was prepared to relay the task assigned by the boss. Upon hearing it was a mission from the boss, Lin Xinxin could not afford to be negligent. In their organization, the term boss referred exclusively to Su Lu, a figure known only to those in managerial positions. Apart from these individuals, others had no chance to meet him. Su Lu was the founder of the Su Corporation, a powerhouse that had surpassed all other forces in the Douluo continent. It was only upon entering the Su Corporation that Lin Xinxin grasped the depth of its influence. With nearly 200 employees, it implied that the Su Corporation boasted no fewer than 200 titled Douluo. The entire continent's rumored titled Douluo could be counted on 2 hands, and even accounting for those hidden in the shadows, their numbers would not come close to matching those of the Su Corporation. If the Su Corporation so desired, these employees alone could easily conquer the entire Douluo continent, not to mention the supervisors and managers above them, who were said to possess spiritual prowess to attain their positions. Thus, the manager before her, Yao, was indeed a formidable individual endowed with such power, while the mysterious boss remained even more inscrutable. Achoo! In the office, Su Lu suddenly sneezed. How peculiar! With my strength, could I possibly catch a cold? Shaking his head to dismiss this absurd thought, he glanced at the screen and saw that everyone had finally exited the barrier zone, stepping into the true Yanhuang City. Gazing at the distant landscape, even the most seasoned among them could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Welcome to Yanhuang City, Chen Sheng proudly announced to the group, entirely forgetting that he had been greeted in much the same way during his first visit. Before them lay a city reminiscent of science fiction, with towering structures and bizarre metallic beasts speeding along the roads. Even the sky was filled with iron birds and disc-like objects whizzing by, while an occasional handsome man or beautiful woman soared past on a flying sword or a broomstick. What on earth is this city? The group felt their minds struggling to comprehend the surreal sights before them. What's so impressive about this? It's just flying. As if anyone can't do it. The chrysanthemum Douluo scoffed, preparing to summon his soul power to take flight, only to hear Chun Sheng's voice echoed ominously. You don't have a flying permit? Dare to fly in Yanhuang City? Are you courting death? At Chun Sheng's words, the chrysanthemum Douluo shuddered. This was no longer the same as before. There were residents of Yanhuang City around, and if he were spotted, recorded, and broadcast online, he would undoubtedly become notorious. Noticing the now subdued chrysanthemum Douluo, Chun Sheng pointed toward the distance, where an island floated at the center of Yanhuang City. The Sioux Corporation is there. Let me take you. As soon as Chun Sheng finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a peculiar soul-guiding device, crafted from steel, materialized before them. If modern individuals were to behold this vehicle, they would undoubtedly exclaim its name, the divine car W50. Indeed, what lay before them was a van. Get in. Chun Sheng beckoned, opening the door. Although the group was perplexed, they complied with his directive and boarded the vehicle. To their astonishment, this seemingly inadequate conveyance, which appeared barely capable of accommodating one individual, managed to fit them all comfortably without a hint of crowding. Yu engine curiously touched the car surface. Hey, is this the soul-guiding device developed by your Sioux group? Yes, precisely. This is called an automobile, Chun Sheng replied, brimming with pride as though he were the creator himself. However, his satisfaction was short-lived when Yu engine, with a puzzled expression, inquired, but I've seen many others. Those cars are far more aesthetically pleasing than this one. How can you drive something like that? Huh. Yu engine's words struck Chun Sheng like a dagger to the heart. Do you think I don't want to buy one? I know the Sioux Lolly and Sioux Bugatti are exquisite, but I also need money. Damn it. The research department sells them at outrageous prices. I initially planned to save up for a better one, but then I had to purchase life insurance, and my contribution value dwindled. Although I possess a flying license, compared to the sword flight of cultivators or the magical brooms and carpets of wizards, my method of flying on a flying sword pales in comparison. Just thinking about it lowers the prestige by half. Despite his internal lamentations, he quickly concocted an excuse. That vehicle is too small to accommodate so many people. Noticing the others preparing to inquire further, Chun Sheng hastily interrupted. All right, the experienced driver is taking the wheel. As curiosity swirled among the group, Chun Sheng revved the engine of the W50, and it surged forward, propelling them back into their seats. 10 minutes later, beneath the floating island, Chun Sheng executed a drift, bringing the W50 to a stop. We've arrived, he announced. However, as he turned to speak, he was taken aback by the expressions of his companions, his face instantly paling. Goodness, don't you dare vomit in my car. Get out and vomit. Chun Sheng hastily opened the door, for in his frustration, he had sought to retaliate against the group, only to discover that 6 tidal Douluos and 4 soul Douluos were susceptible to motion sickness. As he watched his companions retching, Chun Sheng's expression soured, and he quickly averted his gaze. The scene was far too grotesque. After a while, once the group had finished expelling their stomach contents, a woman adorned with a red armband approached. Her armband bore embroidered yellow lettering, Sanitation Administrator of Yanhuang City. Upon seeing her, Chun Sheng's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly stepped forward. Excuse me. Sister Zhang's words were abruptly interrupted by the elder woman, who declared with authority, public vomiting incurs a fine of 10 contribution points. With 10 individuals present, that amounted to 10 points. Upon hearing the elder woman's stern proclamation, Chun Sheng ceased his forced smile and dutifully surrendered the 10 points. Now, let's tidy up, she commanded. The elder woman's demeanor provoked ire among several, with Zhu Douluo on the verge of an explosion. What is this place, Yanhuang City? How can a mere elder woman be so arrogant? Do you realize who we are? Even our weakest member is a soul Douluo, he exclaimed, his fury palpable. Old woman. Who do you call elder woman? I am merely 28. The seemingly ordinary elder woman's countenance shifted dramatically, an overwhelming aura emanating from her. Another title, Douluo. Chapter 49. The truth the group felt despondent. Yet another individual devoid of soul rings and soul power, yet on par with the title Douluo. Is there an endless supply of powerful beings in Yanhuang City? They could now ascertain that the Sioux family had undoubtedly mastered the means to produce title Douluos. Let us clean. Quickly, let us clean. Faced with the elder's intimidating presence, the group succumbed, realizing that one must bow their head beneath the eaves. The pressure from Yanhuang City was formidable. The unknown was indeed the most terrifying aspect. Here, one could encounter a title Douluo at any turn, threatening to instill fear in the heart. As they diligently cleaned, the elder woman finally withdrew her imposing aura, leaving behind the remark, "At least you know your place." Before departing, After completing the laborious task, the group felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. They were titled Douluos, after all, accustomed to standing tall wherever they went. Having endured such humiliation was unprecedented. Fortunately, they encountered no further incidents. Under Chun Sheng's guidance, they took the elevator to the floating island, arriving at a towering structure belonging to the Su family. At this moment, Chun Sheng had accomplished his task, bidding farewell to the group, who were then led by a young lady to the conference room on the 20th floor. "Here we are, please proceed inside," she indicated at the door. "Thank you, miss." The group expressed their gratitude, including Zhu Gui and the two Douluos, who, having witnessed the young woman's titled Douluo prowess, felt a genuine apprehension. "It's nothing, please. Go ahead," she replied, prompting more expressions of thanks before they entered the conference room. Once inside, she closed the door behind them. The room housed only two individuals. Waiting for them were Yao Chun and Lin Xinxin. Yao Chun rose and introduced himself with a calm demeanor. "I'm Yao Chun, the manager of the research department of the Su family. The chairman is currently occupied, so I will be your host from here on. Please have a seat." Upon hearing the words of Yao Chun, had it not been for Su Li's personal appearance to greet them beforehand, it was likely that the group would have erupted in chaos. Yet now, they found themselves enveloped in a sense of unexpected privilege, being attended to by the manager rather than a mere bystander to placate them. As they settled down, introductions began to flow. "I hail from the Hall of Spirits. I represent the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I am from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan." With each introduction, Yao Chen smiled and nodded, acknowledging their presence. Once everyone had introduced themselves, he contemplated how to pose his inquiries, but Yao Chen took the initiative to speak first. "I am aware of the purpose of your visit today. For the answers you seek, please direct your attention to what lies before you." As his words faded, a realm of chaos materialized before them. Though invisible to the eye, its boundless expanse was palpably felt by all. Within this realm resided 3,000 divine beings, immensely powerful. Even through the transmitted video, they could sense that as titled Douluo, they were mere ants in comparison. A mere breath from these entities could spell their demise. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a figure wielding a colossal axe raised it high and cleaved through the void. Under the cataclysmic force of this strike, chaos was indeed rent asunder, revealing the legendary Panga's creation of heaven and earth. Following this, the scene transitioned to the fierce battle between Dragon and Phoenix. As they beheld the cataclysmic clash on screen, the audience felt their hearts pause in awe. Yu Yuan stared vacantly at the five-clawed golden dragon, murmuring to himself, "Is this the true essence of a dragon?" He then offered a self-deprecating smile, shaking his head as he gazed at his own palm. "How laughable! Am I truly a dragon of the Blue Electric Tyrant?" As the battle between Dragon and Phoenix concluded, the imagery abruptly ceased. Yao Chen allowed a moment of respite before inquiring, "What are your impressions?" After a brief silence, Sword Douluo exhaled deeply. "Astounding. I believe my swordsmanship to be unparalleled. Yet today, I have come to understand the concept of realms beyond realms." The chrysanthemum Douluo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the world possesses such exquisite blossoms. What is the name of that flower adorned with 36 petals?" Taking a sip of tea, Yao Chen replied with a calm demeanor, "It is called the 36th grade Lotus Platform, a treasure of chaos." 36th grade Lotus Platform? A treasure of chaos? The group murmured in bewilderment at Yao Chen's words. It refers to a classification and tier of magical artifacts. Noticing their lingering confusion, Yao Chen chose not to elaborate further and spoke solemnly. "What I am about to convey requires your utmost attention. When you return, relay my words verbatim to those who follow you, for this pertains to the future of the Douluo continent." Upon hearing Yao Chen's words, the crowd reigned in their astonishment. Gazing solemnly at him, Xinxin spoke in a grave tone, urging him to continue. "Please do go on. If my conjecture holds true, what you are about to share must pertain to this world." "Indeed," Yao Chen affirmed, gesturing towards the image before them. "This world exists in reality and is called Honghuang. It is a realm discovered by our Su clan within a space of inheritance." "So, this realm is named Honghuang? And what exactly is this space of inheritance?" The assembly exchanged glances, having encountered two unfamiliar terms. Yet, without further ado, Yao Chen divulged the critical information. "In truth, the continent we inhabit is merely a fragment of Honghuang." "What? Impossible. What nonsense is this? How could such monsters exist?" At this revelation, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Exclamations of disbelief erupting, quickly followed by waves of skepticism. Acknowledging their doubts, Yao Chen shook his head. Allow me to finish my account before you draw any conclusions. Whether or not you choose to believe is your prerogative. With that, he took a sip of tea, carefully organizing his thoughts before continuing. In ancient times, there existed a primordial chaos from which emerged a great deity named Pangu. As he separated the heavens from the earth, the world before you, Hong Huang, was born. The worlds beyond, akin to ours, are merely fragments that have fallen from Hong Huang. We refer to them as the 3,000 Great Thousand Worlds. At this juncture, Yao Zhen paused, allowing the audience a moment to absorb the weight of his words. The conference room fell into a profound silence until Douluo broke the stillness, speaking with a hint of bitterness. So, there are indeed many worlds like ours? Precisely. With Yao Zhen's affirmation, the first to succumb to disbelief was the leader of the lower four sects. You must be mad. Your Su clan has lost its wits. This is surely a fabrication. Silence. It was Douluo who intervened, silencing them. To be honest, had they been presented with this information earlier, they might have reacted similarly. However, upon witnessing the video and recalling the morning sage and that formidable lady, who, despite lacking soul power, exhibited strength akin to a tidal Dou, their skepticism began to wane. The powerful beings within Hong Huang also seemed devoid of soul power. With this realization, their belief began to strengthen. Observing their reactions, Yao Zhen resumed his explanation. The inheritance of time and space, as the name implies, originates from its world, having manifested here due to spatial distortions. To be candid, our chairman was merely an ordinary individual 5 years ago. It was his discovery of the first time-space inheritance that led to the formation of the Su clan as it stands today. Upon hearing the words of Yao Zhen, the crowd became fervently incoherent, but soon managed to suppress their excitement. Douluo, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Why should such matters be disclosed? Would it not be better to conceal them?" Indeed, the others turned their gazes toward Yao Zhen, pondering that if they were in his position, they would rather take their secrets to the grave, concealing them for as long as possible. Observing the expressions of those around him, Yao Zhen sighed. It is not that we wish to hide the truth. Rather, it has become impossible to do so. For the past 5 years, our Su family group has been concealing this matter until now. As he spoke, the crowd instinctively glanced at Lin Xinxin. So it cannot be concealed any longer. Douluo chuckled lightly, yet Douluo perceived an inconsistency. That cannot be right. You could simply deny it completely. With the current strength of the Su family group, we would have no recourse. Indeed, upon hearing Douluo's words, the crowd cast puzzled looks at Yao Zhen. Alas, Yao Zhen first sighed skyward before continuing. There is another reason. We have discovered, for reasons unknown, that the stability of the Douluo continent space is deteriorating. Not only are temporal inheritances increasing, but enemies from other planes are also emerging. Moreover, if this situation continues, there is a possibility that the Douluo continent may merge with other planes. Should a formidable existence seek to invade us, a single Su family group would be insufficient. We would require your assistance. Yao Zhen's words plunged everyone into silence once more. Observing his demeanor, it was difficult for anyone to dismiss his claims as false. Indeed, the pinnacle of deceit lies in convincing even oneself. Such revelations had naturally been divulged to them by Su Lu, which is why Yao Zhen spoke with such ease. In the conference room, Su Lu no longer needed to pay attention. He was already preparing the next plan, propping his head up and deep in thought. 5 hours later, outside of Yanwang City, Yao Zhen bid farewell to the crowd as he escorted them outside the city. Those from the Hongwang video group expressed their intent to report today as events upon returning. Moments later, they took their leave. Watching the departing figures, Yao Zhen leisurely returned to Yanwang City. As news traveled back, the high-ranking factions across the Douluo continent unified in issuing commands to seek out temporal inheritances. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. These days were bustling with activity as major factions across the Douluo continent searched fervently for temporal inheritances, nearly turning the land upside down. Unfortunately, their efforts yielded no results, primarily due to Su Li's deliberate non-disclosure. Just as many began to suspect that the Su family group was perpetrating a deception, an incident occurred. In Soto City, a third-tier city of the Tiando Empire, a young man was live-streaming on a bustling street while holding a phone. Chen Yuxiang, now known as the foremost wrench on the Liu platform, was thriving in the streaming industry, thanks to his exquisite appearance and skill in cross-dressing. At that moment, hundreds of thousands of viewers were captivated by his live stream. Brother, to your left, quickly use your charm to approach that woman. Wow, those legs are truly impressive. Ah, what am I saying? Brother. The girl in front, hurry, and ask for her contact. She appears so innocent. Goodness. Host, look behind you. My word, this brother must admit. She is genuinely beautiful. Host, quickly request the contact of that girl with purple hair. I shall bestow upon you 1,000-year spirit ring. Yes, indeed. Same here. Host, go and take a look. Chen Yuxiang glanced at the comments and promptly turned his head, only to spot a slender figure at the mouth of an alley. As he drew closer, he could not help but exclaim, "Brothers, this is absolutely stunning." Fortunately, there weren't many people around him, allowing Chen Yuxiang to easily squeeze through and direct the camera towards her. Host, don't move. I want to record this. I'll use it as my screensaver. Same here. Host, I want to admire this. Keep your hands steady. Observing the barrage of comments, Chen Yuxiang helplessly nodded. All right, esteemed viewers, encountering a beauty of this caliber, requesting 1,000-year spirit ring is hardly excessive, right? While he playfully solicited gifts, he appraised the enchanting lady before him. She was a tall, purple-haired beauty, adorned with glasses, exuding a charming demeanor. Chen Yuxiang squinted at her, and he couldn't help but acknowledge that she possessed the grace of a refined lady, appearing gentle and amiable. Her elegant, intellectual look was accentuated by her plain glasses, and she wore a white dress, her long purple hair pulled back into a ponytail, cascading over her chest. At this moment, numerous individuals had already noticed his presence, pushing Chen Xiangyu aside, and, astonishingly, someone even publicly extended an invitation. Care to join me, beautiful? Chen Xiangyu felt a pang of envy and pondered whether he should also take the initiative to inquire. Perhaps he could engage in a candlelit conversation, sharing thoughts on life and aspirations. However, the focal point of the crowd, the enchanting Shindai Rise, appeared somewhat bewildered. Today, she had arranged for her long-desired treat, a small pudding, and brought it to a corner to indulge. But how had she suddenly found herself here? Indeed, this beauty was Shindai Rise from the culinary realm of Tokyo, an endeavor orchestrated by Su Luo. Shindai Rise. Enhanced version gender. Female strength. S-class ghoul. Soul king. Age. 21 affection level. None description. Hailing from the Tokyo culinary world, renowned for her exceptional appetite. One meal surpasses the sustenance of 7 others. As Shindai Rise pondered her confusion, she suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Following the scent, she spotted a chubby boy of around 12 or 13, with a shock of red hair, entangled in a dispute with a girl. A flicker of surprise crossed Rise's eyes. It was overshadowed by an insatiable thirst. She licked her lips. For reasons unknown, the flesh and blood of that distant chubby boy appeared exceedingly tempting. Chapter 51. The price of culture. It was as if he were a delectable delicacy. Had it not been for the crowd, fearing the attention of the white dove, she would have devoured the chubby boy right then and there. Shindai Rise began to part the sea of people, moving towards the red-haired boy. Streamer, quick, shift the camera. Indeed, let us see what the violet-haired beauty is up to. Hurry, hurry, or I'll unfollow. Hastily nodding at the barrage of comments, Chen Xiangyu responded, Yes, yes. My esteemed viewers, please remain patient. He then pursued Shindai Rise, who, with her graceful strides, was aware of someone trailing her, but paid no heed. In her mind, her sole focus was on the chubby boy with red hair. The boy, despite his plumpness, exuded a sturdy aura. With short hair, small eyes, and cheeks that bulged adorably, he possessed a certain charm. Amusingly, 2 little tufts of hair adorned his upper lip, resembling the beginnings of a mustache, lending him the appearance of a young rodent. The girl gazed at the boy, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. You shouldn't seek me out anymore. I won't be with you, she declared. The chubby boy, seemingly unable to accept this, pounded his chest in despair. Suelon, have I treated you poorly? Why? Why must you and your sister Tsuehua end our relationship? What is happening? The pace is a bit swift. I assent it. Driver, wait for me. I haven't even boarded yet. As the commotion unfolded in the live streaming room, the face of a girl named Suelon suddenly flushed crimson. You have been quite kind to my sister and me, but we truly cannot endure your presence any longer. We are simply incompatible. It would be best if you sought someone else. Moreover, my sister and I are significantly older than you. I implore you, do not pursue me any further. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy instantly became enraged. What do you mean you cannot endure me? Your sister feels the same. Even now, you do as well. If you wish to break up, so be it. But should you come to me again, I will end things once and for all. Otherwise, there is no chance. As he spoke, the chubby boy reached out to grab Suelon. She recoiled like a frightened little rabbit, but his speed was swift, and he grasped her hand firmly. Suelon shook her head frantically. No, please don't. Someone might get hurt. Just let me go. Are you even human? Hearing the girl's desperate plea, some onlookers could no longer stand idly by. Relying on their numbers, many surged forward, pointing their phones at the chubby boy. Let her go. How dare you? Release her. Such a young age, yet behaving like a bully, coercing a girl. We will record this and expose you online. Just as the crowd's frustration reached a boiling point, the chubby boy suddenly turned around with a cold snort. What business is it of yours? She is my girlfriend. We are merely having a disagreement. Why are you making a fuss? Upon hearing his words, the crowd was prepared to retort. But when they noticed the emblem on his chest, a badge granted by the Spirit Hall, signifying his identity as a soul master, they fell silent, as if someone had grasped their throats. In unison, they took a step back, with some even defending the chubby boy. Indeed, they are a couple. Why create such a stir? Young lady, arguments at the head of the bed often end in reconciliation at the foot. Whatever the issue, it can be resolved amicably. Your boyfriend is rather accomplished for his age. Young man, let us speak civilly. If you must part ways, come to my home today. Let us become sworn brothers. I shall sleep on the floor while you share a bed with my wife. In the sky, all of this was seen clearly by Douluo, who could not help but sigh. Is it true? Such individuals exist even in that world. This must be the tragedy of ordinary people. As the mood shifted below, the chubby boy looked triumphantly at Solon. Just then, a voice called out. Upon hearing the incomprehensible chatter, the crowd turned to see a purple-haired beauty approaching, speaking words they could not understand. The chubby boy, curious, instinctively glanced at her upper body, which was quite impressive, and swallowed hard. Excuse me, miss, do you need something? At this moment, Kamishiro Ryo found herself bewildered, pondering the nonsensical words uttered by the chubby boy. She hesitantly parted her lips to inquire. In that instant, everyone was taken aback, and the live stream of Chun Yuxiang erupted into chaos. Is this girl from the countryside? I am certain that the Heavenly Dou Empire does not possess such a dialect. Could this be a rural accent from Xingluo? Hey, you up there? If you're going to disparage my region, I'll come through the screen and deal with you. Exactly. We shall not bear this blame on behalf of the Xingluo Empire. Meanwhile, Chuelan regained her senses and hastily shook off the chubby boy's hand. The chubby boy, momentarily oblivious, allowed her to escape. Observing the scene, the chubby boy, enamored by Shundai Li Shi, was ablaze with desire and was prepared to pursue Chuelan, for catching her would lead to a feast. As for the girl with purple hair, communication would be impossible, so she could be disregarded. Chuelan, do not leave. I cannot bear to be without you. He cried out hoarsely, turning to chase after Chuelan, only to be halted by Shundai Li Shi, who grasped his clothing. The chubby boy turned back to her, unable to restrain his fury. What are you holding me for? She has fled, so why don't you help me out? He then seized Shundai Li Shi's hand, intent on departing. Logically, Shundai Li Shi's goal was to lead the chubby boy to a secluded spot for a hearty meal. This demonstrated her cultural naivety, the chubby boy's words. Upon reaching Shundai Li Shi's ears, became a jumble of nonsense, leaving her bewildered. She could not fathom why this chubby boy was so irate. After all, shouldn't he be elated to be held back by a beautiful girl? Had her charm diminished? As she pondered this, Shundai Li Shi surveyed her surroundings. Meanwhile, the chubby boy, attempting to pull her along, encountered an awkward predicament. Was this girl made of iron? Why couldn't he move her? Just as he was lost in confusion, Shundai Li Shi began to contemplate the reasons behind it. Could it be that this chubby boy preferred a less assertive approach? With this thought, she promptly released her grip and bent slightly towards him. As the chubby boy prepared to channel his soul power, he beheld Shundai Li Shi's delicate demeanor and her slightly flushed cheeks. Most notably, it seemed the young maiden was quite famished. Within a brief span, he observed her swallow 5 times, as though recalling something. Suddenly, the chubby boy felt his fervor diminish significantly. Chapter 52. 2 individuals with aligned objectives. It appears she's apologizing to me. Perhaps she sought me out earlier but could not convey her thoughts due to the language barrier. She must be from some impoverished backwater. In an instant, the chubby boy constructed a tragic backstory for Shundai Li Shi in his mind. Orphaned, alone, and destitute, she had traveled to Sotowa City, suffering from the hardships of life. Let it be. I shall take this poor beauty for a meal. With this resolution, the chubby boy took Shundai Li Shi's hand once more, disregarding whether she could comprehend his words. Let me take you to eat something. This time, Shundai Rya made no resistance. allowing the chubby boy to lead her away. A cold glint of bloodlust flashing in her eyes as she excitedly licked her lips. Indeed, her conjectures were not unfounded. Shindai Ria entwined her arm with the chubby boy's, her soft bosom pressing against him, teasing him. As he savored the comfortable sensation, the chubby boy felt a surge of passion rising within him. Only in the sky did Su Lu reveal a peculiar smile, pondering that if Shindai Ria transformed into a ghoul at a critical moment, the boy might suffer from lifelong impotence. Such a fine cabbage being pushed by a pig. In the distance, Chun Yuxiang could not help but complain as he watched the two intertwined, truly envious of soul masters. If only he were a soul master himself. Perhaps that violet-haired beauty would have chosen him. To him, it seemed that this violet-haired beauty was intent on marrying into a family of soul masters. Just as he managed to calm his ardor, the chubby boy took a step with Shindai Ria, only for her foot to suddenly trip over something, letting out a soft gasp. On the sky, Su Lu could no longer suppress his frown, wondering what tricks she was up to this time. Could there not be a little less scheming and a bit more sincerity? With so few people around, if a confrontation was to occur, it should happen swiftly. Ouch! Shindai Ria fell to the ground, looking pitifully at the chubby boy, her ankle already turning red. Seeing her condition, the chubby boy felt his heart melt. Hey, why weren't you more careful? Come, I'll carry you. Saying this, he turned his back to Shindai Ria and crouched down. Witnessing the scene, Su Lu nearly burst out laughing, exclaiming, "What an Oscar-worthy performance! With the recovery ability of a ghoul, she'll be fine in less than a minute. Besides, with the strength of a soul king, she could easily devour this chubby boy." Below, although Shindai Ria could not comprehend his words, she understood his actions and bashfully climbed onto his back. As the chubby boy stood up, she was immediately intoxicated by his scent. So delicious, I cannot resist. I want him. I shall savor him in terror, bit by bit, letting him merge into my being. With her gaze fixated on the chubby boy's neck, saliva trickled down, only for her sensual tongue to lick it back up in the next instant. Meanwhile, the boy, carrying Shindai Ria, felt his hormones surge, the faint breath against his ear igniting a yearning within him. His hands caressed her softness, feeling the fire within him rise, on the verge of becoming uncontrollable. This teasing little demon, I truly wish to devour her. Unbeknownst to him, the lady on his back harbored the same thoughts. No, I cannot hold back. I want him. If necessary, I will leave this place afterwards, trusting that the white dove will not find me. At this moment, Shindai Lizi could no longer contain herself. Her face, obscured by her hair, bore a terrifying grimace, with her eyes wide and bloodshot, transforming her once beautiful visage into that of a malevolent specter. Finally, she opened her mouth and lunged toward the chubby boy's shoulder. The chubby boy, who had been lost in thought, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, startling him. The onlookers turned to him upon hearing his exclamation. Realizing that it was the girl behind him who had attacked him, he swiftly retaliated, using all his strength to hurl Shindai Lizi away. She was thrown back, but executed a graceful backflip, landing softly on the ground. Her eyes greedily fixed on the chubby boy, her tongue licking her lips as saliva dripped down. Ha ha ha, how delectable, truly exquisite. You belong to me, and no one can take you away. She babbled in a language that was incomprehensible to the onlookers. Even the chubby boy, a soul master, instinctively took 2 steps back, not to mention the ordinary spectators. What was this madwoman planning? I just saw her bite the soul master. Did she actually swallow it? Has she lost her mind? Look, the soul master is furious. The chubby boy was indeed very angry. The consequences could be dire. After all, he had only intended to show mercy and help a distressed girl, only to be bitten in return. Gazing at the girl, who resembled a demon, and noting her avaricious gaze, the chubby boy could not suppress a shiver. Then, an idea struck him. After all, he was a soul master. How could he possibly fear an ordinary person? He gathered his strength and shouted, "Phoenix possession." At the mention of the word phoenix, everyone present widened their eyes. Among the beast martial spirits, there are a few particularly powerful ones, and the phoenix, also known as the rainbow bird, is among them. The phoenix martial spirit not only grants the host the ability to fly, but also bestows formidable fire attributes for attack. It is the pinnacle of combat-type martial spirits. A purplish-red glow erupted from the chubby boy's body. His short hair suddenly lengthened and gathered at the center, transforming into a mohawk style. Although wings did not appear, the moment the purplish-red light radiated outward, it released intense heat. 2 yellow soul rings rose simultaneously from beneath his feet, and long feathers extended from his exposed, robust arms, while his hands morphed into claw-like shapes. Observing the chubby boy's transformation, the crowd struggled to suppress their laughter, fearing they might provoke the Soul Master before them. However, the audience in Chun Yuxiang's livestream was unrestrained. I'm dying of laughter. Is that supposed to be a phoenix? Is there such a fat phoenix? To me, he looks like a native chicken. I'm in stitches. Can a native chicken even cultivate? It must be said that at this moment, the appearance of the chubby boy indeed seemed somewhat amusing. His rotund form, arms adorned with long purplish-red feathers, and his upright hair. If one were to claim he was a phoenix, it would be difficult for anyone to believe. He resembled more a plump hen. Oh dear, Ma Hongjun. As the chubby boy unleashed his martial spirit, Su Lu in the sky finally recognized who this chubby figure was. Chapter 53. Support. Alas, in a world teeming with eccentric individuals, it was no wonder Su Lu did not recognize him, especially since the reality and the comic portrayal had their differences. The onlookers had long since dispersed. After all, when soul masters engage in battle, it is the ordinary folk who suffer. Meanwhile, Shundai Lishur, gazing at Ma Hongjun's transformed appearance, was momentarily taken aback. Having never seen a martial spirit before, she was unaware of what it was. Yet she sensed danger emanating from Ma Hongjun. Oof, how audacious. Dare to covet the intentions of your chubby grandpa. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth against the pain in his shoulder, raising his hands as his first soul ring suddenly illuminated. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a stream of fine, purplish-red flames directed at Shundai Lishur. The intense heat warped the air, and although the purple flames appeared mild, they shot forth like an extending line of fire. Humans? How do they breathe fire? Shundai Lishur felt a twinge of confusion, yet her body instinctively darted aside. However, Ma Hongjun clearly had no intention of letting her escape so easily. The flames he emitted maintained a 5-meter length, relentlessly pursuing Shundai Lishur like a 5-meter-long fiery weapon. Unfortunately, Shundai Lishur's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. It appeared as though she was being chased by Ma Hongjun, looking rather disheveled. Yet, the strain of sustaining the fiery beam and the blood continually oozing from his shoulder soon left Ma Hongjun feeling dizzy. In Shundai Lishur's eyes, a playful glimmer akin to a cat toying with a mouse emerged. That madwoman is incredibly fast. The flames of the Soul Master can't keep up with her. Indeed, could it be that this woman is also a Soul Master? It seems likely, otherwise she wouldn't dare provoke the Soul Master. Wait, what is that? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the fleeing Shundai Lishur sprouted 4 blood-red tails from beneath her skirt. A monster! She is a monster! As Ma Hongjun beheld Shundai Lishur transform into a ghoul-like figure, this thought flickered through his mind, only to be met by her cruel gaze. The 4 tails that had previously fluttered in the wind suddenly lunged towards Ma Hongjun, resembling 4 blood-stained spears. Witnessing the scene, Ma Hongjun did not hesitate to activate his second soul ring. With a resounding whoosh, intense purple flames erupted from his body, as his corpulent form instantaneously expanded outward. For streams of blood erupted, and Ma Hongjun was suddenly engulfed by a wave of pain as Shundai Lishur's tail strike penetrated his body. This was after he had fortified himself with soul power to enhance his defenses. Otherwise, he would have likely suffered a fatal wound. However, on the other side, Shundai Lishur was not unscathed either. The moment her strike made contact with Ma Hongjun, she felt a sharp pain in return. Although she possessed the agility to contend with a Soul King, her defense was woefully inadequate. The searing sensation compelled her to abandon the assault. To her, Ma Hongjun was merely a desperate survivor, and it was not worth her health to risk injury for a fleeting advantage. In a flurry of movement, shadows darted past, and in the next moment, Shundai Lishur scaled the wall of a building like a gecko, looking down at Ma Hongjun from a height, her tail strike poised and undulating behind her. What manner of creature is this? A soul master? Yet, I cannot discern any soul rings. Is there someone of great significance here? Please come forth and elucidate. I implore you, do not summon us for every trivial matter. I shall inquire with Lubo to discern the truth. In that instant, those witnessing the scene began to capture images on their phones to share online. Yet, amidst the crowd, a few discreetly withdrew, dialing a mysterious number. A suspicious figure has appeared in Soto City. They may be a successor. Master, Soto City. As each call connected, the foremost powers of the Douluo continent received the news and dispatched personnel to the location. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun was nearing his limit. The depletion of his soul power and the wound on his shoulder rendered his complexion pale, and his lips devoid of color. Finally, he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground. In the distance, Shindai Risi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had already delayed too long, and White Dove was likely on her way. It was time to make her exit. With this thought, her tail strike surged toward Ma Hongjun. Could it be that I am destined to perish here today? As he beheld the approaching tail strike, a flicker of despair crossed Ma Hongjun's eyes. He had no doubt that this monstrous appendage could puncture several holes in his ample flesh. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, for beams of blue light suddenly shot forth from the crowd, intercepting Shindai Risi's tail strike. The sound of metal clashing resonated in the air, but regrettably, the defense lasted only a second before collapsing, allowing the tail strike to continue its assault on Ma Hongjun. Whoosh, 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 another series of piercing sounds filled the air, as 5 more beams of blue light surged forward, seemingly not intending to counter the tail strike, but rather aiming directly at Shindai Risi. A strategy to save Zhao by besieging Wei. Upon witnessing this scene, Shindai Risi furrowed her brow. The power emanating from Wei, he had nearly inflicted injury upon her. Without hesitation, she relinquished the opportunity to attack Ma Hongjun, as Wei he skillfully parried the blue beam aimed at him, thereby averting a crisis for Ma Hongjun. The clash produced a shower of sparks, accompanied by the resonant sound of metal striking metal as the blue beam fell to the ground. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the remnants of the blue luminescence. Although fragmented, it was discernible that they were crystalline arrows crafted from ice, glistening with a translucent beauty. Ma Hongjun's face momentarily lit up with surprise upon seeing the crystalline arrows on the ground. Xiangzi, you've arrived. And what about me? I must say, being bested by a woman is quite the embarrassment for a big guy like you. Emerging from the crowd were 2 figures. One, a white-haired man wielding an ice bow. Wenchang, the other, a handsome young man with deep-set peach blossom eyes, exuding an air of sophistication. His features were refined, with perfectly arched eyebrows and a roguish smile that suggested the charm of a dashing nobleman. However, even the most striking nobleman becomes less appealing when seen gnawing on a sausage, which was precisely the case with Oscar, the most mischievous spirit master of Shrek Academy. How dare you make light of the situation? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in exasperation, prompting Oscar to crouch down in a defensive manner. Chapter 54. The major powers I possess a rather fine sausage. As Oscar recited his rather dubious incantation, a sausage materialized in his hand. Upon seeing it, Ma Hongjun's expression grew complex. Should he prioritize his pride or his life? Could you just make it quick? Upon hearing Oscar's words, Ma Hongjun clenched his teeth, embodying the spirit of a valiant warrior facing a bitter end. Enough talk, just let me eat. That's the spirit, Oscar replied, extending the sausage towards Ma Hongjun's mouth. With eyes closed, he swallowed it whole, feeling the warmth of the sausage coursing through him, healing his injuries. Meanwhile, Wenchang's gaze remained fixed on Shindai Risi, relieved that she made no further moves and was instead transfixed by the delectable offerings before them. Was she concerned about not having enough to eat? Shindai Risi licked her lips, contemplating whom she would indulge in first. Just then, an unsettling chill coursed through her. A figure emerged before her, appearing to be in his 50s. He was robust, with a distinctive elongated face. His chin jutted forward, cheekbones were broad, and his features were somewhat flat, complemented by a hawk-like nose. If one were to liken him to an object, it might be said that his face resembled the sole of a shoe. Though his eyes were closed, there was an unmistakable cunning glint about him, adorned with a pair of black-framed crystal spectacles. The rigid square frames added an air of seriousness to his appearance. Behind him loomed a magnificent pair of enormous wings, and his entire being was enveloped in a layer of feathers. His orange-yellow eyes, with vertically slit pupils, shimmered with a peculiar intensity. 7 soul rings pulsated rhythmically around him. Observing the sudden emergence of this figure, the trio below could not suppress their exclamations of delight. Principal! Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Flandra, the esteemed principal of Shrek Academy. Upon noticing the injured Ma Hongjun, he could not help but scoff derisively. Oof, what disgrace! You cannot even best a woman devoid of a martial soul. In response to Flandra's remark, Ma Hongjun retorted, It's not my fault, teacher. This woman is not human. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun, having regained some semblance of strength, pointed a finger at Shindai Risi. Does a normal person possess such a tail? Furthermore, her speed and power are utterly monstrous. Suddenly, A flicker of doubt crossed Ma Hongjun's expression as he glanced towards Flandra in the sky. Teacher, how did you know I was here? Could it be? Flandra's expression darkened. No way. Discovered? Is it possible that my daily viewing of Douluo's first contestant, Chen Yuxiang's livestream, has come to his attention? For the sake of reputation, should I silence my student? I understand now. You must have been following me out of concern for my safety, right? I never imagined I held such importance in your heart. Observing the look of bliss in Ma Hongjun's eyes, Flandra nodded, revealing a gentle smile. Ah, I see. No need for such drastic measures. Although they appear to be engaged in a conversation, Flandra's focus remained fixated on Shindai Lizi. During his recent viewing of Chen Yuxiang's livestream, he had discerned the extraordinary nature of Shindai Lizi. Upon witnessing his disciple in peril, he hastened to arrive, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes at the thought of the woman who had nearly caused his disciple's demise. Shindai Lizi felt an intensified chill enveloping her, an instinct warning her that any movement would invite a tempest of aggression. Just as Flandra prepared to act, several figures streaked across the sky, eliciting gasps from the onlookers below. What on earth is happening today? 4 soul saints, and a soul Douluo. Oh my, I have never encountered so many soul rings in my life. The figures that appeared in the sky belonged to the Spirit Hall, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and representatives from 2 great empires, all dispatched to search for the temporal legacy. Upon receiving the news, they had rushed to the scene. Flandra furrowed his brow slightly at the sudden appearance of these soul saints. He took 2 steps back to shield his students below before inquiring. May I ask who you are? Upon hearing these words, several individuals cast a cold glance in his direction and chose to disregard him. Although they too were soul saints, their affiliations with powerful factions rendered them disdainful of someone like Flandra, who was deemed a mere wild card. Their gazes converged upon Shindai Lishi, and one among them, the only soul Douluo present, turned to cast a fleeting glance at Flandra. Do not inquire further. This matter is beyond the comprehension of a mere soul saint like you. Take your students and depart swiftly. All of you must leave this place. With that, the soul Douluo's spirit power surged forth, causing the onlookers to instinctively retreat. It was imperative that this incident remain concealed from the general populace. To them, Shindai Lishi was already akin to meat on the chopping block, and the ensuing discussions would revolve around her fate. Though 2 among the 5 hailed from the Spirit Hall, including the soul Douluo, their presence was of little consequence. After all, this was the city of the Tiando Empire, and extricating Shindai Lishi from here was an unrealistic endeavor. Thus, they could only await the negotiations of their superiors. Flandra, feeling somewhat humiliated, wore a grim expression. However, upon observing the insignia on the soul Douluo's attire and glancing at his students, he sighed deeply. The words of Zhao Wujia echoed in his mind, alongside the invitation from the Su family. Had he joined their ranks, today as circumstances would likely have unfolded quite differently. Let us depart, he stated with profound complexity. The 3 nodded in agreement. Those who possess wisdom recognize the tides of the moment. Ma Hongjun and his companions understood this well. To cling to pride here, to play the hero and shout about the shifting fortunes of 30 years, would likely leave them with graves overgrown by 2 feet of grass by next year. The esteemed soul saints had already vacated the scene. What reason remained for them to linger? Let us go, let us go. There is no spectacle left to witness. What manner of creature is that woman? Some things are best left unknown. Do not pry. Curiosity is a perilous trait. Driven by the soul Douluo's command, the ordinary bystanders dared not resist and prepared to leave. Observing their exodus, Shindai Lishi grew anxious. The 5 men before her, despite their presence being exponentially more enticing than that of the previous rotund individual, instilled an unsettling dread within her. Allowing them to depart? They ought to care for the lives of these people. As foolish as the white doves. Seemingly having discovered a means of escape, Shindai Lishi's body suddenly surged forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she dashed towards the crowd. Logically, any of the 5 possessed the capacity to halt her, yet their focus remained predominantly on one another, thereby granting Shindai Lishi the opportunity she sought. In the next moment, she had seized a hostage. Chapter 55. The truth emerges with her tail positioned threateningly against the captive's body. She glared menacingly at the 5. Do not approach. If you do, I shall take his life. Regrettably, those present could not comprehend her words. The several soul saints exchanged glances, each discerning the same question reflected in the other's eyes. What in the world is this individual saying? At that moment, Shindai Lizi seemed to recall something. Her words appeared incomprehensible to them. Therefore, she resolved to convey her intentions through actions. With a swift movement of her tail, she pierced the heart of a young man standing before her. Shindai Lizi then cast him aside with ease, while her tail ensnared four others. As the tip of her tail was aimed at their heads, she regarded them with a vigilant gaze, retreating step by step. It was then that the five individuals finally grasped her intentions. She was using hostages to threaten them. In the next instant, the street erupted with piercing screams. "Ah, help!" Chun Xiangyu, witnessing the lifeless body on the ground, could not suppress his nausea and vomited. Simultaneously, the live stream went into a frenzy. "No way. This must be fake. Is this woman a demon? I must be dreaming. I was just enjoying some fermented tofu. Seeing this made me lose my stomach. Streamer, run. What are you waiting for? Just run. Is this not a humanoid soul beast?" As the barrage of comments frantically urged for escape, Chun Xiangyu finally came to a realization. No, this isn't the time to be sick. I need to flee. Struggling against his trembling legs, he sprinted into the distance. Meanwhile, Lebo had begun to disseminate relevant information. In Soto City, a female demon has committed murder in broad daylight. Accompanying this was a recorded video, which in just 10 minutes had amassed tens of thousands of comments. What language was that monster speaking? The language of demons? What on earth is happening in this world? First, Lin Xinxin fell off a cliff and gained the strength of a tidal Douluo through lightning. And now a demoness is killing on the streets. This can't be real. It must be fabricated. Fabricated? Who has the time to concoct such things for our viewing pleasure? My fear is escalating. Not only can soul masters not be trifled with, but ordinary people are also now in peril. In Soto City, Shindai Lizi, wielding hostages, continued to retreat. Just as she believed she could escape, those five terrifying entities surrounded her. A flicker of panic crossed Shindai Lizi's eyes, but she took a deep breath to steady her resolve. One of her tails had already penetrated the neck of a hostage. "No, please, Soul Master, save me. I do not wish to die." The captive wept like a stormy pear blossom, yearning to struggle yet utterly powerless, tears and snot mingling in a dismal amalgamation, pleading incessantly. Regrettably, none of the five present exhibited the slightest semblance of compassion. Instead, they continued to advance towards Kamishiro Rise. Without a moment's hesitation, Kamishiro Rise pierced the captive's skull, silencing her instantly. With a thud, the lifeless body crumpled to the ground, a grotesque blend of red and white staining the earth. Kamishiro Rise, momentarily basking in her triumph, suddenly found herself taken aback, for the onlookers did not cease their approach. Rather, they regarded her with mocking gazes. At this moment, Shindai Lisher understood that this group of individuals cared little for the lives of the hostages. Without a hint of hesitation, they cast aside the captives and prepared to flee. However, just as she took a step forward, a swift rush of air pierced through the silence. "Autumn Bean Sack, you may die. Yet." This person did not afford her the luxury of continuing her words. Instead, a heavy blow landed upon Shindai Lisher's head, rendering her consciousness increasingly hazy until she succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing Shindai Lisher's capture, Sulu also retracted his awareness from the sky. 3 days later, the news finally broke online regarding Shindai Lisher's capture by the Tiendo Empire. However, rather than calming the situation, her abduction, under Su Li's influence, ignited even greater fervor. Countless individuals yearned to uncover the truth surrounding Lin Xinxin and Shindai Lisher, despite the efforts of various factions to conceal it. Yet, there exists no wall that does not let the wind pass through. A new post emerged on Happy Forum, anonymously published, titled "The Truth Behind the Lin Xinxin and the Female Demon Incident." The post began with a declaration. "First, I must state that what I am about to reveal contains neither exaggeration nor concealment. It was disclosed to me by a drunken uncle, and for the sake of avoiding trouble, I shall refrain from revealing further details. To return to the matter at hand, let us discuss the Lin Xinxin incident. Many of you may have witnessed the video of Lin Xinxin plummeting from a cliff, only to ascend 2 days later. Allow me to clarify that this video is indeed authentic. Lin Xinxin fell from the cliff and received the legacy of a transcendent practitioner named Yu Buchuan. She trained in a technique known as the Zixia Divine Skill and acquired a miraculous elixir that rapidly enhances one's strength. Consuming it grants one the power of a tidal Douluo. Yes, at this point, many might think they have misread. However, I assure you, this is the truth. Furthermore, I believe many of you harbor questions about the origin of such extraordinary phenomena, as the Douluo continent could not possibly hold such wonders. Indeed, this elixir and legacy, along with the female demon from Soto City, originate from other worlds. Upon hearing this, I know you are astonished and find it hard to believe. I felt the same upon learning the truth. Yet, upon reflection, this interpretation is the most logical. Why was Lin Xinxin struck by lightning? It was because she cultivated a technique from another world. Why does the demoness consume human food and speak in an incomprehensible tongue? Precisely, she hails from hell. Lastly, I do not know when the Sioux Corporation will delete this, but I hope that more individuals come to know the truth. Following the publication of this post, within just 5 minutes, the comments and shares surged into the millions. Is this real? Is it true? There is reason to believe it. It is hard not to accept. We demand the truth be revealed. Do not keep us in the dark. Indeed, as members of the Douluo continent, we too deserve the right to be informed. News of this development reached the upper echelons of the Douluo continent in no time, with many hoping that the Sioux family conglomerate would suppress the matter. However, this time, the Sioux family chose a different course of action. Not only did they allow the post to circulate for an entire day, but as the situation intensified the following day, they propelled it to unprecedented heights. The Sioux family officially published an article on Lebo regarding the inheritance of space, simultaneously announcing that anyone who had received the inheritance but was unable to cultivate or utilize it could engage in trade with the Sioux family in exchange for desired items. Chapter 56. Contribution Techniques. Even Lin Xinxin, who had long remained out of the public eye, stepped forward to release a post on Lebo, essentially affirming the authenticity of the event. In an instant, the entire Douluo was abuzz, expressing profound gratitude towards the Sioux family. Is it true? Of course. This is a statement directly from the Sioux family. How splendid. Does this mean that even without soul power, we can attain the strength of tidal Douluo? Is anyone organizing an expedition to the Star Dou Forest? Count me in. In stark contrast to the excitement of ordinary individuals and common spirit masters, the higher-ups of the Douluo continent were seething with frustration. The Sioux family had cloaked themselves in secrecy for 5 years, reaping countless benefits. And just days after receiving the news, the Tiando Empire had already secured a divine inheritance, leaving the others with nothing. What is this? The Sioux family group feasts while denying us even the broth? Not only that, they have shattered the very pot itself. Yet, the masses find themselves powerless. They lack the strength to overturn the table. In a desperate bid to keep pace with the Sioux family group, they begrudgingly issue announcements mirroring those of the Sioux family, while simultaneously enhancing the rewards for discovering or contributing to the legacy of time and space. The Spirit Hall and the two great empires, alongside all sects except for the Haotian sect, have collectively released announcements, further solidifying the veracity of these events. Within a mere day, a frenzy has swept across the continent in search of the legacy of time and space, with countless individuals embarking on quests daily, seeking out cultivation manuals in hopes of attaining a legacy akin to Lin Xinxin's. Moreover, a number of ordinary people have taken to mimicking Lin Xinxin's plunge from the cliff, eager to see if they too might encounter fortune. However, all such endeavors are conducted with safety measures in place, akin to bungee jumping, ensuring no fatalities occur. In just 3 short days, 7 distinct cultivation methods have been uncovered, yet for the time being, those who have discovered these techniques remain concealed, as they do not possess the prowess of Lin Xinxin from the outset and fear having their findings taken from them. In the realm of Douluo continent, treasures possess an enchanting allure, particularly those cultivation techniques capable of altering one's destiny. It is not merely ordinary individuals who are captivated. Even soul masters find themselves irresistibly drawn. Zhuisi, an ordinary man on this continent, had resigned himself to a life of mediocrity. However, upon the revelation of Lin Xinxin's truth, his heart was stirred, prompting him to embark on a quest for the temporal inheritance. He traversed perilous cliffs and ventured into treacherous territories. Fortune favors the diligent, and he felt the heavens smiled upon him as he stumbled upon a cave in the Sunset Forest, where he discovered a skeleton alongside a martial arts manual. At that moment, a singular thought resonated in his mind. I have struck gold. This, of course, was bestowed upon Su Le, and this martial arts manual could be deemed fated to be connected with the invincible Dongfang, a treasure of golden caliber. Without delay, Zhuisi, clutching the martial arts tome, hurried back home, unable to contain his excitement. The thought of soon becoming a titled Douluo filled him with indescribable joy to the point where he nearly drooled. After a moment, he steadied his mind and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, only to discover 4 prominent characters inscribed above. Kuwabaodian. Kuwabaodian? What a peculiar name, Jouissy murmured as he opened the first page, his anticipation palpable. However, his countenance turned pale as he continued reading. To practice this technique, one must first undergo castration. What on earth is this? Jouissy, in disbelief, flipped through the tome of temporal inheritance, and after a moment, he succumbed to despair. This inheritance can only be cultivated through sacrifice. Oh heavens, why must you torment me so? With a knife in hand, Jouissy could not help but roar at the sky. After a long contemplation, he found himself unable to proceed, ultimately setting the knife down with a bittersweet smile. How could he bring himself to sever it? Even if it meant becoming powerful, what joy would that bring? Yet, to forego cultivation would be to squander such an extraordinary opportunity. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Just days prior, several major factions had made enticing offers. Since cultivation was not an option, perhaps he should simply submit the inheritance? Even if he did not cultivate, the merit of contributing this legacy should afford him a comfortable life, wouldn't it? As this notion took root, Jouissy felt a sense of feasibility. However, which faction should he choose? After much deliberation, Jouissy resolved to align himself with the Spirit Hall, the dominant force in the Douluo continent, rather than the newly emerged Sioux family conglomerate from 5 years ago. After all, he believed the profound heritage of the Spirit Hall far surpassed that of the Sioux family. I possess the sunflower scripture. I wish to submit it to the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall received this news, and Bibi Dong promptly ordered contact with Jouissy. An hour later, a visitor arrived at Jouissy's doorstep. To express sincerity, Bibi Dong sent the esteemed Zhu Douluo. Knock, knock, knock. Upon arriving at Jouissy's door, Zhu Douluo knocked, and when the door opened, he looked at the person who answered and inquired with a suave voice, "Is this Mr. Jouissy?" Jouissy nodded cautiously. His guard raised. "And you are?" Zhu Douluo wasted no time, presenting his token with a smile. "I am Yu Guan, an elder of the Spirit Hall. This is my token. I have received your message. Shall we discuss this further inside?" Noticing a gathering of onlookers behind Guan, Jouissy, wishing to keep this discreet, nodded in agreement. "Very well. Elder Yu, please come in." Although uncertain of the token's authenticity, Jouissy scrutinized it carefully before smiling and gesturing for Yu Guan to enter. Meeting such a prominent figure for the first time left him somewhat apprehensive. "Allow me to fetch you some tea," Jouissy offered. Yu Guan waved his hand dismissively, inspecting his freshly manicured nails before responding slowly, "No need. Let us get straight to the point. Your terms, wealth and prosperity, the state shall agree, and a lifetime of peace. The Spirit Hall will endeavor to provide." Without a moment's hesitation, Jouissy consented, feeling remarkably relieved after sending that message, as he was unable to resolve himself to the act of severance. "All right, I agree. I will fetch it for you now." He retrieved the sunflower scripture from his robes, presenting it with both hands. "Here it is. I assure you, this inheritance is genuine." As I gazed upon the handed sunflower scripture, even the esteemed Zhu Douluo could not suppress a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He delicately picked up the scripture with his fingertips, and, as he scrutinized the tome, he found the inscriptions above entirely unfamiliar, yet curiously comprehensible. Without a shadow of doubt, Zhu Douluo swiftly concluded that this was indeed a genuine spatial inheritance, the only plausible explanation for such an occurrence. Chapter 57. Gradual manifestation. Having verified its authenticity, Zhu Douluo nodded in satisfaction. "Well then, now that I possess this, Mr. Joie, shall we depart together, or do you wish to remain? Should you choose to stay, the Spirit Hall will provide you with a luxurious mansion in this city, along with a soul sage level guardian for your protection." Jouissy shook his head, a sheepish smile gracing his features. "I shall not accompany you, but I do have a pressing dilemma. Might I first receive some of that?" Observing Jouissy's demeanor, Zhu Douluo chuckled softly and produced a card. This card contains 1 million gold soul coins. In the future, the Spirit Hall will assess your actual needs and determine any additional funds. The Spirit Hall would naturally monitor Jouissy's expenditures. Extravagant frivolities, such as mindlessly splurging millions on a live streaming platform, would certainly not be tolerated. However, moderate personal usage and everyday indulgences would be acceptable. Jouissy eagerly accepted the card, overwhelmed with excitement as he bowed repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you so much for the Spirit Hall's generosity." Zhu Douluo smiled and nodded, his soft voice resonating once more. Then, Mr. Joie, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. We will dispatch a soul sage to you shortly." Upon hearing Judo Luo's words, Joisi nodded vigorously. "I appreciate Elder Yu's assistance." Yet, to his surprise, Judo Luo had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the Star Luo Empire within Comet Village, a young man in his 20s sat cross-legged upon a dilapidated bed. His complexion was pale, and his lips bore an unnatural hue of black. "It has been 3 days. Surely, I am now ready to seek my vengeance?" he murmured as he opened his eyes, revealing a palm-sized spider soul beast resting obediently in his hand. The young man was known as Zhou Wei, age 22. 3 days prior, he had fallen from a mountain and, upon awakening, discovered a cave. There, he was bitten by the spider on his hand, which turned visibly black. Just as Zhou Wei believed death was imminent, he stumbled upon a cultivation method called the 5-poison scripture, accompanied by a black pill, a temporal inheritance. The moment that word flashed through Zhou Wei's mind, contemplating his imminent demise, he clenched his teeth and consumed it without hesitation. Almost immediately, an excruciating pain coursed through his body, akin to a multitude of ants gnawing at his heart, and in the next instant, Zhou Wei succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered that he had not perished. Rather, he had ingested a toxic elixir, and through a remarkable twist of fate, he had survived by employing poison against poison. With renewed vigor, Zhou Wei seized the cultivation manual and could not restrain a howl of triumph toward the heavens. This tome of cultivation bestowed upon him the glimmer of hope for vengeance. Orphaned at a tender age, he lost his parents, and at 6, when his martial spirit awakened, he was discovered to possess no soul power. On that fateful day, he also lost his only remaining kin, his grandfather, leaving him to navigate life alone. Yet, at merely 6 years old, he was ill-equipped to sustain himself. That winter, amid the biting cold and snow, he shivered in his meager clothing, curling up in a hollow tree, nearly succumbing to the frost. Fortuitously, just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a kind-hearted stranger rescued him. Thus, he became part of that family, but misfortune soon followed. A notorious scoundrel of Promise City, fixated on his adoptive father's daughter, met with staunch opposition from the family. Tragedy struck that very night when robbers invaded their home. The daughter was taken and later found lifeless, ravaged by many, 3 days hence in a potter's field. At that time, Zhou Wei had been in another town, narrowly escaping the calamity. Upon his return, the fury ignited within him, and he yearned for revenge. Yet what could he do? A mere orphan, devoid of power and influence, and not even a sole master, he languished in despair, merely surviving for the hope of vengeance someday. In an astonishing turn of events, he accidentally fell and was bitten by a venomous spider, which granted him a cultivation manual. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Wei embarked on his training. However, mastering the art of poison was exponentially more arduous than conventional practices. It was not only the rarity of the toxic substances that posed a challenge, but also the searing pain that invaded his very bones. Remarkably resolute, Zhou Wei harnessed the venom of the century-old soul beast that had bitten him for his training. As he commenced his cultivation, each cycle of the poison technique left him feeling as though his heart was being rent asunder. Yet, thoughts of revenge spurred him onward, and he gritted his teeth, steadfast in his resolve. As the adage wisely states, one reaps what one sows. Enduring such immense suffering would yield considerable rewards. In a mere 3 days, his strength ascended to the realm of a master, equivalent to that of a soul venerable. Lu Hai, Wang Xiyu, Li Mingnan, Zhang Xiang, are you prepared for my retribution? It is on its way. Zhou Wei descended from his bed, his gaze transformed into an icy chill, accentuated by his pallid complexion and darkened lips, creating an aura of foreboding. The individuals he had just mentioned were those from whom he had gleaned information over the years. Hours later, as night fell, Zhou Wei made his presence known in the heart of Promise City, where the abode of Li Mingnan and his companions lay, clad in dark attire to conceal his identity. He aimed to avoid the relentless troubles that would ensue should he be recognized, for many in Douluo continent were intrigued by the legacy of time and space. Zhou Wei resolved to exact his vengeance before dedicating himself to rigorous training. The haunting images of their unquiet deaths filled his mind, rendering him incapable of tranquility until he had settled the score. Since his purpose was to commit murder, Zhou Wei naturally opted against the front entrance. With a graceful leap, he effortlessly scaled the several-meter-high smooth wall, as the affluent inhabitants of Promise City had yet to reach the point of hiring spirit masters for protection. Thus, his presence went unnoticed. In times past, Zhou had thoroughly familiarized himself with the layout of Li Mengnan's dwelling. It sufficed to seek them out one by one. His priority was Li Mengnan, for he was the catalyst of this tragic affair. Had it not been for him, his adoptive family would still be alive. Consequently, Zhou harbored the deepest animosity towards Li Mengnan. Though the other three were equally culpable, none would escape his reckoning. Upon arriving at Li Mengnan's door, Zhou composed himself before knocking softly. "Who is it?" A maid, youthful and radiant, opened the door. Upon seeing Li Mengnan's unusual attire, she quickly inquired with curiosity. "Who are you?" Zhou offered no response, his frigid gaze fixed upon her. "Is Li Mengnan home?" The maid felt a chill at Zhou stare, her voice trembling as she replied, "Young master is at home." "Who are you?" Zhou nodded slightly, ready to enter, his voice piercingly cold. "As long as he is home." At that moment, the maid regained her composure and shouted, "Who are you? Get out. You cannot enter without permission." She attempted to push Zhou out. "Xiaohua, who is it?" A middle-aged man emerged from the study. Having evaded the maid, Zhou had already entered the room. The man frowned upon observing Zhou peculiar attire. "Who are you? What business do you have in my home?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man discreetly pressed a button on his phone. His bodyguards were stationed nearby, ready to respond to any call for assistance. Given Zhou's odd appearance, he deemed him either insane or up to no good. Summoning the guards seemed a prudent measure. Zhou's voice turned icily resolute. "Are you Li Mengnan's father?" The middle-aged man nodded gently, speaking in a friendly tone. "Indeed, it is I. Has Mengnan offended you in any way? If so, I encourage you to share your grievances." However, he thought to himself that he should first stabilize the situation, awaiting the arrival of his guards for a resolution. To his surprise, Zhou paid him no heed. "You are but a scoundrel as well. Li Mengnan has become a wretch, and you bear half the blame for it." Just as Zhou finished speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance, and 6 imposing men appeared, each exuding an air of intimidation. The middle-aged man, upon seeing the arrival of these 6 men, felt a sense of relief wash over him, and he took 2 steps back before commanding, "Subdue him. A person who sneaks into my home, speaking in such a peculiar manner, cannot be of good character. I wish to uncover who this individual is. It seems he harbors a grudge against Xiaoyang." At that moment, the door to the loft creaked open, revealing a young man with a pale complexion, clearly someone who had indulged excessively. "Dad? What is happening? Why all the noise?" The young man was none other than Li Mengnan, who, upon witnessing the scene below, inquired with curiosity. The middle-aged man shot him a glare. "Isn't this all you're doing? This man seems to have a vendetta against you. I will have the guards detain him. You must come down and see who he truly is." Zhang Liang, having overheard this, sneezed and suddenly expressed interest, rushing down with a grin. "Someone with a grudge against me? There are far too many. I shall come down immediately. I am eager to see who dares to visit my home in such a manner." As he spoke, the guards advanced toward Zhou, intent on restraining him. "Restraining me? Do you truly believe you can?" A cold smirk curled at the corners of Zhou's lips. "The Li family guards have likely committed numerous misdeeds as well. If that is the case, I shall show no mercy." With that, Zhou flicked his sleeve, sending forth streams of dark energy into the bodies of the 6 guards. The air was filled with their anguished cries as they collapsed to the ground, and within moments, chilling screams echoed, as if their bodies had plunged into acid. In mere seconds, those once vibrant guards transformed into a foul puddle of putrid fluid. Li Mengnan, who had just descended, stood frozen in shock, his eyes wide with terror. His father shared the same expression of horror, while the maid had fainted from fright. Zhou glanced down, perplexed. He had heard that the first act of killing would invoke a sense of distress, yet he felt no turmoil within. Perhaps the agony of cultivating poison had desensitized him to the finality of death. Li Mengnan and the middle-aged man looked at Zhou, their eyes filled with fear, their voices trembling. "Who are you? Where are you? Do not come any closer. Please do not approach." Zhou gazed at the terrified duo, his eyes brimming with a vengeful ecstasy as a cruel smile crept across his face. He approached the 2, who had collapsed to the ground, their bodies instinctively recoiling. "I am the harbinger of your demise. Let your son ponder the multitude of wrongs he has committed." With that proclamation, and under the horrified gaze of the 2, Zhou gradually extended his right hand. There, perched like a palm-sized creature, was a spider, its body cloaked in a shroud of black fur, a century-old soul beast. The venomous spider. The kaleidoscopic patterns adorning its form filled Li Mengnan and his son with paralyzing dread. Zhou Wei could have opted for stealth, eliminating them with a silent poison, yet he yearned to witness their expressions in their final moments. Only then could he alleviate the malevolence festering within him. "Go," he uttered, and as the spider descended to the ground, it scuttled toward them. Li Mengnan, fixated on the diminutive arachnid, felt tears and snot streaming down his face as he sank to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. "No, please spare us. I can offer you countless gold soul coins. I beg you, do not take my life." The middle-aged man beside him, stripped of his previous arrogance, trembled uncontrollably. "Please, my lord, do not kill us. If you spare us, I shall become your loyal servant." Amidst the pleas for mercy, Zhou Wei felt no twinge of compassion. He was solely focused on hastening their suffering. The venomous spider seemed to comprehend his dark intentions, transforming into a streak of black light as it swiftly approached, accompanied by two agonized screams. The duo's hands visibly darkened to a purplish hue. Soon, their cries morphed into wails of torment and curses, but within mere seconds, they were reduced to a foul puddle of putrid matter. As for the maid on the ground, Zhou Wei refrained from taking her life. He was clear about his enmity, and she was merely a caretaker. Unlike the guards who had served to protect the father and son and were undoubtedly complicit in many wicked deeds, he felt no remorse in their execution. Of course, this was contingent upon the maid being unaware of any secrets. Had she overheard his identity, he would not have allowed her to live. In the aftermath, the four families met similar fates. With his vendetta fulfilled, Zhou Wei felt an immense satisfaction swelling within him. He exited the premises as he had entered, and that night, with 2 flasks of wine in hand, he made his way to the graves of his adoptive family. Before the 3 tombstones, the man who had just exhibited such ruthlessness now softened his gaze. "Ah, father, mother, Lily, are you aware? Today, I avenged you. I once believed I would never have the chance, that I would merely exist in a state of despair, but heaven has smiled upon me. While on the mountain, I stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter. After reaching a modest level of cultivation, I eradicated those scoundrels, do you know? Before their demise. The grotesque countenance they bore would truly make one wish to witness it." Chapter 59, The Assault. As Zhou Wei took a sip of his drink, his eyes began to glaze over. "Ah, Dad, Xiao Jing, I miss you both so much. I truly long for you," he lamented, his voice breaking. In that moment, the man who had exhibited remarkable fortitude now wept profusely, akin to a child bereft of its most cherished possession. At that very instant, a maid in Li Mengnan's household stirred awake, shrieking at the sight of the blood-soaked floor. That night, news spread of the massacre of the families of 4 affluent individuals in Nguyen City. Unbeknownst to Zhou Wei, hidden cameras, developed by the Su family conglomerate, had been installed in the residences of these 4 tycoons, and the Star Dou Empire's inspection team was promptly alerted. Such occurrences were not uncommon along the Douluo continent. Yet it was evident from the footage that this was not a case of revenge by soul masters. Rather, it indicated the presence of an individual possessing a temporal inheritance. Shortly after the royal family of the Star Dou Empire viewed the footage, a clip was leaked on Lubo, revealing a suspected temporal inheritor involved in the killings, resulting in the untimely demise of 48 individuals. The video, upon release, surged into the top 10 trending topics on Lubo, gaining momentum rapidly. In the Star Dou Empire, Dai Mubai's father, the current Emperor Dai Tianyu, was furious. Within just 2 hours of the incident, news had spread, and he believed it would not be long before various factions across the Douluo continent began covertly seeking Zhou Wei's inheritance. Despite his intense anger, Dai Tianyu felt helpless. This situation was unavoidable, much like his own interference in the divine event of the Tiando Empire. The pressing concern now was to apprehend Zhou Wei swiftly, ensuring that the temporal inheritance did not fall into the hands of competing factions. With the emergence of the video, discussions online began to escalate exponentially. "Wow, the world has finally seen a second temporal inheritor. How splendid. I feel invigorated. I share your sentiment. It has been so long without new developments, and this video has instilled great confidence in me. Regardless, I plan to seek my fortune again tomorrow. Perhaps I could be the 3rd inheritor. You may be overthinking. He might not even be the 2nd. There must be other temporal inheritors in this world whose identities remain concealed. If it weren't for this individual having poisoned 48 people, captured on film, who would have known that others possessed the inheritance? That makes sense. The century-old soul beast, the venomous spider, seems to have been tamed. This temporal inheritance is indeed terrifying. Yet, I wonder if this person is a true psychopath? To poison 48 individuals, exterminating entire families, is exceedingly brutal. What if he indiscriminately slaughters anyone he encounters? Are we not in peril? Rest assured. Rest assured. I am a resident of Promise City. The 4 families that have perished are all affluent members of the city. As the saying goes, wealth can corrupt, and this holds true. Each descendant of these families is notorious for their tyrannical behavior. Yet, they possess a modicum of discernment, avoiding conflict with soul masters, which has allowed them to survive until now. To be frank, should I learn of their demise, I would applaud the act. The one who ended their lives is regarded as a hero among us in Promise City. Initially, discussions online revolve around temporal inheritance, only to be followed by vitriolic condemnation of the 48 deceased before returning to the topic of temporal inheritance, creating an atmosphere of lively debate. The emergence of a second temporal inheritor, or rather, one widely recognized by the public, has rekindled the determination of those who had previously considered giving up. In Yanwang City, Su Li's shock value surged by several million, ascending at an astonishing rate. Now, at the windowsill, he exudes a spirited confidence, a testament to the transformation he has undergone over 5 years. Had this event transpired in an era devoid of the internet, even with financial influence, it might have only yielded a mere 1 million in shock value. Meanwhile, the Xingluo Empire has commenced its own investigation, as they owe an explanation to their citizens. As inquiries progressed, it became evident that the deceased, including Li Mengnan, were far from virtuous. A litany of their misdeeds was unearthed. Upon reviewing these revelations, Dai Tianyu erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table, his voice rising in intensity. Remove all the officials from Promise City. This collusion among them is utterly outrageous. Observing the wrathful Dai Tianyu, his subordinates wiped the perspiration from their brows. Your Majesty, you need not issue commands. These matters have already been exposed and are currently under scrutiny. However, upon hearing this, Dai Tianyu's anger remained unabated. What are we waiting for? Execute them all. Broadcast the executions live. We owe an explanation to all citizens of the Xingluo Empire. As Dai Tianyu's most trusted subordinate, Lin Yi quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Majesty. After a prolonged silence, Dai Tianyu sighed and turned to his side. What other information has been uncovered? Are there any leads on the individual responsible for their deaths? Immediately, someone responded, yes, we have swiftly investigated all associated individuals, and we have identified the suspect, a man named Zhou Wei. Hearing this report, Dai Tianyu nodded with a semblance of satisfaction. Is there any evidence? The surviving maid from Li Mengnan's household is of significant influence. Have we located her? At this inquiry, the respondent bent low, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Your Majesty, we have not yet found her. Upon receiving this answer, Dai Tianyu furrowed his brow, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Then expedite the search. We must find her before other factions do. Understood. 2 days later, in a small town on the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest, Zhou Wei concealed himself, practicing diligently by day and venturing out at night to capture venomous creatures. As time passed, he discovered that his strength had reached an impasse. He needed to seek out highly toxic beings. Meanwhile, the explosive news circulating online held no interest for him, and he regarded the comments with disdain. On the following night, Zhou Wei prepared to delve into the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest in search of poisonous soul beasts. However, just as he opened his door, he beheld an elderly man, clad in white, standing outside. Despite his age, an air of nobility and authority emanated from him. Who are you? Zhou Wei inquired, his voice icy and eyes narrowing. It was late, and he could discern that the visitor bore ill intentions, yet he felt compelled to engage in dialogue. The man stepped forward and, with an imposing demeanor, declared, I am Dai Shengjiang, a royal tribute of the Star Luo Empire. Zhou Wei was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. A royal tribute has come personally to apprehend me. It seems I have indeed been exposed. Dai Shengjiang nodded solemnly, fixing Zhou Wei with a serious gaze. Indeed, locating you is not difficult. A flicker of coldness crossed Zhou Wei's eyes as he replied, What do you intend? To capture me and imprison me? Zhou Wei had no desire to die. He had painstakingly obtained the inheritance of time and space, and would never willingly return with Dai Shengjiang. To his surprise, Dai Shengjiang shook his head. I am not here to apprehend you. His Majesty wishes to formally invite you to join the upper echelons of the Star Luo Empire. Furthermore, you are not guilty. as those you have slain were deserving of death. Thank you for His Majesty's recognition. But I regret to inform you that I am not interested in joining at this moment. If I am indeed innocent, may I take my leave? Zhou Wei promptly refused, wary that the Star Luo Empire might dispose of him once they acquired the time-space inheritance. Do you not believe, or do you simply refuse? Zhou Wei shook his head, subtly moving his hand. The century-old venomous spider was concealed within his sleeve. Neither disbelief nor refusal. Upon hearing this, Dai Xingjiang sighed and asserted, in that case, I shall have no choice but to forcibly take you back. You will not take me. If you attempt to use force, you will return with nothing but a corpse. At his words, Dai Xingjiang, who had been poised to act, halted. In the next moment, the white tiger martial spirit enveloped him, 9 soul rings materializing around him. Oomph. Let us see whose speed prevails. With a cold snort, Dai Xingjiang prepared to attack, while Zhou Wei felt a wave of despair wash over him. Suddenly, a series of applause echoed from the side, followed by a hoarse voice that reached their ears. I never imagined I would encounter a time-space inheritor and a titled Douluo in this rural area. Who is it? Upon hearing the chilling and eerie voice, Dai Xingjiang furrowed his brow instantly, and his 5th soul ring illuminated with a sudden brilliance. As the black light surged forth, Dai Xingjiang reached out with an outstretched hand toward the shadowy figure in the distance. For golden claw marks surged forth, aiming at the dark silhouette. However, the approaching figure remained unfazed, mockingly uttering in a hoarse voice, Gaga Gaga. Dai's temper is truly tempestuous. Bone Fong, raising the weapon in his hand. A Fong fashioned from white bones surged toward the 4 golden claw marks. As the Bone Fong collided with the claw marks, a dazzling light erupted, and both entities vanished into the air. Dai Xingjiang and Zhou Wei exchanged wary glances at the figure emerging from the shadows. Bathed in moonlight, the two discerned a person cloaked in a black robe, holding a wand in their right hand. Observing the exposed skin that hinted at youth, Dai Xingjiang furrowed his brow and inquired in a somber tone, which rodent dares to reveal themselves. I am the leader of the 7 deadly sins, and I have come today for Mr. Zhou, the figure in black responded. Zhou Wei, somewhat perplexed, pointed to himself. For me? The black-robed individual nodded. I wish to extend an invitation for Mr. Zhou to join my organization. Oomph. Dai Xingjiang, feeling overlooked, let out a cold snort. As a revered figure of the Star Luo Empire, even the emperor would not dare to disregard him in such a manner. When had he ever endured such indignity? Suddenly, his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching toward the dark figure. Yet, the black-robed figure, observing Dai Xingjiang's fierce approach, displayed no hint of panic. Please, Master Dai, remain calm. With a flourish of the wand, a bone dragon, pristine as jade, erupted forth, casting a vast shadow that obstructed Dai Xingjiang's assault. Despite the sharp claws striking its frame, the bone dragon remained unscathed. With a thunderous roar, the frost-bone dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a chilling breath. The icy blue mist was bone-chilling, causing even Dai Xingjiang to shudder involuntarily. Time-space inheritor. In an instant, both men surmised the identity of the black-robed figure. For throughout the encounter, no soul rings had appeared, and only a time-space inheritor could possess such powers. As the frigid breath approached, Dai Xingjiang did not dare to underestimate it. With a powerful push of his legs, he evaded the attack, retreating several hundred meters. His expression marked by caution as he regarded the black-robed figure. The latter merely smiled, emitting a sharp, mocking laughter. Ha ha! I have pressing matters at hand, so please, Master Dai, do take your leave. With that proclamation, the black-robed individual raised the wand, releasing a blinding black light. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and, to the astonishment of both men, a multitude of pristine white skeletons, brandishing various weapons, emerged from the earth, hundreds in number, sending shivers down their spines. Now, treat Master Dai with utmost hospitality. As the words of the figure in the black robe fell, a throng of skeletons, in concert with the frost-bone dragon, surged forth to assail Dai Xingjiang. In the blink of an eye, he found himself encircled. It is now your turn. Will you join my organization, Mr. Zhou? The black-robed figure's gaze shifted to Zhou Wei, who, witnessing the ease with which a titled Duo was ensnared, realized the futility of resisting. As for fleeing, the possibility of escape was uncertain, especially with the likelihood of other members laying in ambush. With a resigned smile, he pondered, do I possess any alternatives? None, came the somber reply from the black-robed man. Assist me in my endeavors, and once my power reaches a certain zenith, I shall resurrect your family. What? Resurrection? Zhou Wei's heart raced at the black-robed figure's words, his body involuntarily stepping forward, trembling as he spoke. Is this truly possible? Indeed, the figure affirmed. You can perceive the truth. I am a temporal inheritor. My mastery of this inheritance allows me to commune with the underworld and bring someone back to life effortlessly. What say you? Dai Shangjiang, overhearing this exchange, felt a pang of urgency, recognizing the blatant attempt to sway Zhou Wei. Yet, the pressure from the frostbone dragon and the skeletons was overwhelming. A mere moment of distraction saw him struck by the dragon's breath, causing his very lifeblood to feel as though it were freezing. He was compelled to use his soul energy to suppress the encroaching chill. I accept your offer. Zhou Wei inhaled deeply, akin to a gambler who, upon glimpsing a fleeting chance to mend the heavens, magnified his hope manifold despite knowing the odds were slim. A wise decision. Welcome to the sin of the 7 heretics. From henceforth, you shall bear the title of pride. Come along. With that, the black-robed figure turned and departed. Zhou Wei cast a glance at Dai Shangjiang amidst the sea of skeletons, wishing to convey something but ultimately chose to leave. Not long after their departure, the frostbone dragon unleashed another icy breath, forcing Dai Shangjiang back, and with a resounding roar, it soared into the distance. Chapter 61. The origins of the organization. The remaining skeletons crumbled to dust, dissipating upon the ground. Moments later, Dai Shangjiang, having recovered from his injuries, rose to his feet, casting a gaze toward the direction the two had taken, his eyes glimmering with resentment. Just as he prepared to retrieve his phone to report the recent events, a meteor streaked across the sky, revealing itself to be yet another titled Douluo. The newcomer, of an age comparable to Dai Shangjiang, bore the distinctive green hair. If Su Lu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him as the poisoned Douluo Dugubo originally. He should have been focused on researching an antidote for his own affliction. However, the appearance of this temporal inheritance, related to poison, seemed to present a glimmer of hope for an antidote. Following the faintest of clues, Dugubo had tracked his way to this location. Observing the disarray of the ground and the figure of Dai Shangjiang in the distance, Dugubo spoke directly, Old Dai, where are they? Upon hearing the words of Dugubo, the mention of Dai Shangjiang's sorrow struck a chord within him, leading him to respond somewhat awkwardly. He ran away. Ran away? At that moment, another figure clad in black descended from the heavens, dramatically exclaiming, You let a little one, whose power is equivalent to a soul emperor, escape? The newcomer was none other than the ghost Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Although he was extremely reluctant to admit it, Dai Shangjiang nodded, gritting his teeth as he said, A person claiming to be from the 7 Deadly Sins organization took him away. Upon hearing Dai Shangjiang's words, Ghost Douluo exchanged glances with Dugubo. An organization? 7 Deadly Sins? A touch of frustration crossed Dai Shangjiang's face as he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it appears to be an organization established by a time-space inheritor. I do not know the exact number of members, only that it is led by a figure in a black robe. After a brief silence, Dugubo furrowed his brow, skeptically inquiring, Old man Dai, you haven't captured him and are just fabricating some lies to deceive us, have you? As he spoke, Dugubo activated his martial spirit, releasing a powerful green light that enveloped him, followed by a series of rings ascending from beneath his feet. His own body showed no signs of change, with 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 spiraling upward. Indeed, I advise you to hand him over obediently. Ghost Douluo, while speaking, also activated his martial spirit, slowly raising 9 soul rings identical to those of Dugubo, stealthily sealing off Dai Shangjiang's escape route. I speak the truth. Observing their movements, Dai Shangjiang felt a surge of anger within him, yet he wore a bitter smile of helplessness. He was confident in his abilities against either of them individually, but facing both at once was a daunting challenge. Clearly, neither of them placed much faith in him. As Dugubo bluntly stated, do not waste time with him. The time-space inheritance should be within his possession. Ghost Douluo nodded in agreement. All right, once we obtain it, we shall discuss the rightful ownership of the time-space inheritance. At their words, Dai Shangjiang's anger flared. Even a clay figurine retains a semblance of resilience, and now burdened with a false accusation, his frustration boiled over. You are being excessively unreasonable. I shall fight you. With that declaration, Dai Shangjiang unexpectedly launched an attack towards Douluo simultaneously. A skeletal dragon soared towards the south, carrying two individuals shielded by a dome of white light, Zhou Wei and the figure in the black robe. Observing the flying skeletal dragon, Zhou Wei could no longer restrain his curiosity. "Where are we headed, boss?" The black-robed figure replied coolly, "To the organization's stronghold." Stronghold? Upon hearing the response from the figure cloaked in black, Zhou Wei's interest was piqued. It seemed that his leader was rather approachable. He contemplated the need to familiarize himself with the organization and, filled with anticipation, inquired, "My leader, now that I have joined the organization, could you enlighten me about its circumstances? For instance, what are the goals of its establishment, and who are its members?" As Zhou Wei posed his questions, the black-cloaked figure remained silent, creating an atmosphere laden with unease. Zhou Wei feared he may have inadvertently broached a sensitive topic, a chill running down his spine as he recalled that the individual before him possessed the formidable strength of a titled Douluo. Should he have the opportunity to glimpse beneath the cloak, he would find a remarkably handsome young man. Yet at that moment, his expression was one of utter confusion. Goals of establishment? Is a purpose even necessary for forming an organization? After a brief contemplation, the black-cloaked figure finally organized his thoughts. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Our organization's objective is to become the most formidable villainous faction in the Douluo continent. As for members, well, currently, it is just the two of us. But rest assured, I believe we will expand in due course." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei was taken aback. Why did he sense that this was merely an improvised response? Such a dismissive answer. What does it even mean to aspire to be the strongest villainous organization in the Douluo continent? Have you ever encountered a villain who openly admits to being a villain? At the very least, one should articulate a compelling goal to attract recruits. For instance, aspirations for world peace, equality among all, goals of that nature. However, this was not the end of his dismay. The entire organization comprised merely two individuals. So before recruiting him, it was just the leader alone? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and Zhou Wei swallowed hard, stuttering as he asked, "My leader, this organization, did you conjure it up on a whim?" As he spoke, Zhou Wei fixed his gaze intently on the black-cloaked figure. This time, the figure shook his head. Yet, Zhou Wei's relief was short-lived as the cloaked man stroked his chin and remarked, "It took me half a day to devise this." Zhou Wei's admiration for the black-cloaked figure surged like an unrelenting tide. Was there anyone in this world more capricious than him? Zhou Wei found himself deeply concerned for the organization's future and had already contemplated seeking opportunities elsewhere. Sensing Zhou Wei's furrowed brow of disappointment, the black-cloaked figure offered reassurance. "Rest assured, follow me. This time, we shall seize an island and establish it as our stronghold. In due course, we can recruit more members, grow stronger, and achieve greatness once more." Listening to the black-cloaked figure's spirited words, Zhou Wei felt utterly despondent, as if his very bones had turned to jelly, collapsing onto the ground. Initially, he had believed he was joining a remarkable organization. Yet, it seemed that this organization was merely a spontaneous creation of the charismatic leader before him. If one day this fervor waned, would the organization simply disband? Fortunately, this unreliable leader possesses sufficient strength. As long as he refrains from self-destruction, he should be able to retreat unscathed. With a need for assistance, I shall remain by his side, awaiting the day he can communicate with the underworld. Chapter 62. The Unexpected Fatherhood. Unbeknownst to him, their destination harbors several titled Douluo and even a peerless Douluo of the 99th level. As they journeyed at the same moment, Sulu opened his eyes atop the highest floor of Huang City. Success. The individual who escorted Zhou Wei away was none other than himself, or more accurately, his external incarnation. When Su Lu inadvertently acquired this divine ability, the thought had already crossed his mind. What a fascinating scenario it would be if the strongest in both the light and dark realms were indeed the same person. Matters of the dark realm would naturally be handled by his external incarnation, while in the light, Su Lu had already begun his meticulous planning. Although he was not yet accustomed to simultaneously controlling two bodies, he believed that with a little more time, he would completely adapt. Now seemed an opportune moment to bestow some power upon several major factions. Otherwise, the disparity in strength would be problematic. A few hours later, Dai Shangjiang returned to the imperial palace of the Star Dou Empire. Upon seeing his disheveled appearance, everyone was taken aback. For Dai Shangjiang was a master of title Douluo rank. Who could have reduced him to such a state? Uncle Dai, what happened to you? In the palace study, Dai Tianyu approached, alarmed by Dai Shengjiang's condition, prompting an explanation of the day's events. Upon hearing, Dai Tianyu was immediately incensed. How dare the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire conspire against my uncle? To this, Dai Shengjiang appeared less enraged. His concern lay with the emergence of an organization composed of time-space inheritors on Douluo continent. This was a significant matter, as the depths of this organization's motives remained shrouded in mystery, and their intentions were unknown. It was crucial to note that this organization already possessed at least one title de law in terms of combat capability. At that moment, within the borders of the Tiando Empire, atop a gourd-shaped mountain, a time-space inheritance team dispatched by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was conducting a search for the inheritance. Just as the team felt they were returning empty-handed, a voice rang out. "Captain, we have a situation." Upon hearing this, the team hurried over to find a dark cave where a lotus platform floated in the air, adorned with 7 colorful seeds. The leading captain gently lifted the lotus platform and hastened back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The next day, in the back garden of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji, the Sword Dou, and the Bone Dou gazed curiously at the lotus platform radiating with 7 colors. After a moment of silence, the Bone Dou could no longer contain himself. His towering height of nearly 2.5 meters, combined with his raspy voice, rendered him even more intimidating. "Wretch, are you not known for your vast knowledge? What is this time-space inheritance?" "I do not know." Sword Dou also gazed at the 7-colored lotus platform in perplexity, shaking his head. Upon hearing Sword Dou's words, Bone Dou wore an expression of disdain. "How can you still claim to be knowledgeable and talented?" Upon hearing these words, Sword Dou became irked, puffing out his chest and casting a fierce glare at Bone Dou. "What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Let us settle this in a duel." Bone Dou, undaunted, stepped forward. "Let us go then. Who is afraid of whom?" "Enough, enough. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, you have both battled for a lifetime. Perhaps we should first explore how to utilize this temporal inheritance. Let us call it a day." Ning Fengji, exasperated, gazed at the 2 elderly men before him. "Umph." Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, the 2 let out a cold snort and ceased their quarrel. The 3 of them then focused their attention on the lotus platform before them, radiating with a spectrum of colors, staring at it in astonishment. Ultimately, it was Sword Dou who, stroking his chin, could no longer contain his curiosity. Could this be some extraordinary treasure from another realm, consumption of which would enhance one's soul power? It should be as Uncle Jian surmised. Although it felt somewhat amiss, they could not conceive of any alternative uses. For the 3 grandmasters, who had never engaged in agricultural labor, the concept of seeds lay beyond the boundaries of their knowledge. Just as they prepared to break open the lotus platform for consumption, the consciousness of Su Lu in the heavens could no longer be restrained. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, dislodging the 7 seeds of various hues from the lotus platform and sending them tumbling to the ground. As the seeds nestled into the soil, to the astonishment of the 3, a gourd vine visibly sprouted from the earth, subsequently bearing 7 gourds of distinct colors. Before they could fully grasp the situation, the gourds emitted a sound. "Daddy, great-grandpa, second-grandpa." The gourd children, upon their birth, immediately spotted the 3 and erupted in excitement. "What on earth is this? The gourds are speaking?" The faces of the 3 turned pale, and they instinctively summoned their martial spirits, regarding the 7 colorful, talking gourds with trepidation. In contrast to the trio's wariness, the 7 gourd children appeared carefree, frolicking along the vine with great exuberance. The eldest gourd was the first to speak, swinging on the vine while exclaiming, "Daddy, Grandpa, second-grandpa, we're thirsty. We want water." As the eldest finished, the other gourd children echoed his sentiments, clamoring for water. "Grandpa, we want water. We want water." Listening to the ruckus of the gourds, the 3 were at a loss for how to respond. Ning Fengji was the first to regain his composure. He cleared his throat twice, channeling his soul power. Suddenly, water from the pond in the backyard was drawn forth, arcing gracefully to irrigate the area beneath the gourd vine. "Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. More, more." Hearing the gourd's pleas, Ning Fengji was left speechless, compelled to increase his soul power output, pouring even more water onto the ground. After a while, the 7 gourd children finally felt satiated. Just moments ago, the 3 had witnessed an extraordinarily bizarre scene. For one must understand, this gourd appeared devoid of facial features, yet unexpectedly manifested a mouth, followed by a resounding belch. Ultimately, the trio could not help but exclaim in wonder. The phenomenon of temporal inheritance is indeed remarkable. Ahem. With a cough, Ning Fengji sought to mask his embarrassment. Why do you insist on calling me father? Why? What do you mean why? Because you are our father. Indeed, indeed. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's face turned a shade of green. Good heavens! I did not. Do not speak such nonsense. I have never engaged in such acts. It was ultimately the eldest who provided the explanation. You brought us out of the cave, nurtured us, and brought us into existence. Thus you are our father. 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 At first glance, this statement seems innocuous, but when I assert that your birth was merely a coincidence, would you believe it? It was not a result of your own seeking. Chapter 63. A Grand Gesture. Just moments ago, the three intended to consume you, were it not for a sudden gust of wind. Let's set that aside for now. Am I to consider myself an unexpected father? As Ning Fengji momentarily grappled with this revelation, Douluo and Douluo engaged in conversation with a group of gourd children. After exchanging a few words and sharing a glance filled with astonishment, Douluo discreetly conveyed to Ning Fengji, Fengji, I perceive that this group of gourds is rather innocent. They could be cultivated as trusted confidants. No sooner had Douluo finished his transmission than the orange-hued gourd child voiced a question. Great-grandfather, what does it mean to be a trusted confidant? Second brother, what's the matter? What did great-grandfather say? Indeed, second brother. Great-grandfather said that father should cultivate us as trusted confidants. Oh, father. Great-grandfather, what does it mean to be a trusted confidant? An oddly tense silence enveloped the atmosphere. Douluo found himself bewildered. How could his transmission have been overheard? It defied logic. Ahem. A trusted confidant means a close relative. Ning Fengji coughed lightly to alleviate the awkwardness, then posed a question to the three. By the way, how did you come to know about Douluo's transmission? I heard it. The second gourd child declared proudly. As long as it's within 100 miles, I can hear anything I wish to hear and see anything I wish to see. Upon hearing this, the three were astonished. Truly, such a product of space-time inheritance is remarkably powerful. If the second child possesses this ability, it stands to reason that the other gourds do as well. With proper cultivation, they could become a formidable asset for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji, filled with enthusiasm, waved his hand decisively. Well done. Truly, you are my gourd offspring. Henceforth, you shall be named Ning Dawa, and you shall be called Ning Erwa. Delighted by their new names, the gourd children leaped joyfully, spinning and twirling upon the gourd vines with their eyes closed. Hooray! How wonderful! We have names now. Thank you, father. Thank you, father. Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction, reveling in his talent for naming. Look how joyous these 7 children are. Why did Rongrong's mother seek to thwart me? Is the name Ning Suihua not pleasant? Truly, a lack of appreciation. Ning Fengji turned his head in confusion. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, what is it that you find amusing? The two immediately adopted serious expressions, hastily denying it. No, Fengji, you must have misheard. Indeed, we would never laugh, unless we could not contain ourselves. As he concluded, Douluo's voice dwindled to a whisper. Ning Fengji rubbed the third child who had jumped into his embrace. Could it be that I am experiencing auditory hallucinations? After a considerable pause, having ascertained the abilities of several of the gourd children, Ning Fengji finally nodded in satisfaction. He reiterated to Ning Erwa the importance of not watching or listening to what transpired in his room that evening before he took his leave. However, halfway through his departure, Ning Fengji found himself in a quandary. How was he to explain the addition of 7 sons to his wife and Rongrong? Should he simply state that he had picked up 7 sons? The thought of Rongrong returning to inform her of her newfound 7 brothers plunged him into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the paramount forces of Douluo continent, with the exception of the Spirit Hall, had all received the temporal legacy bestowed by Su Lu. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan had discovered a tome entitled Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement Technique. The Tiando Empire managed to capture a ghoul named Gecko alongside Shindai Risi, who were both apprehended by the Tiando Empire for the purpose of studying the haki within them. As for the lower 4 sects, they too acquired temporal legacies related to footwork, martial techniques, basic alchemy, and basic forging. In a short span, the major factions were engrossed in clandestine development, while simultaneously accelerating their efforts in the search for temporal legacies. As for the Spirit Hall, Sula presented them with a grand gift. A celestial city, positioned at the juncture of the 2 great empires, which neither claimed as their own, was almost entirely under the dominion of the Spirit Hall. Most importantly, one of the 2 most esteemed halls of the Spirit Hall, the Hall of the Pope, was situated within Spirit City. This newly constructed Hall of the Pope was heralded as the most magnificent edifice across the entire Douluo continent. Spirit City, owing to this newly erected Hall of the Pope, had transformed into a sanctuary for all soul masters, akin to a capital established by the Spirit Hall itself. In comparison to the vast cities like Tiando City and Soto City, Spirit City was significantly smaller, lacking even a tenth of Tiando City's area. Yet, the awe it inspired among soul masters was substantial. The relatively modest Spirit City boasted city walls constructed to the standards of a capital city, soaring to a height of 80 meters, presenting an imposing sight from the outside. The walls, exceeding 30 meters in thickness, were entirely fashioned from granite. On the streets of Spirit City, more than a dozen carriages were seen transporting an object meticulously wrapped. Should one peer within, they would discover a statue, a monstrous figure carved with the body of a man and the head of a dragon. Its eyes glowed fiercely red, emanating a cold, bloodthirsty gaze. The head resembled flames, with razor-like protrusions on either side, a mouth akin to that of a crocodile, a serpent's tongue, a fierce visage adorned with 8 dragon horns reminiscent of bull horns, all giving it an appearance akin to a dinosaur or a year beast. At last, had the moment arrived? In the sky, Su Li's consciousness bore a slight smile. With a delicate touch of his finger, a beam of light penetrated the statue. Suddenly, the statue in the rear of the carriage moved, and as if the heavens were collapsing, the ground trembled violently. With a thunderous roar, a colossal creature emerged. A 100-meter-tall western dragon appeared in the distance, its crimson eyes and massive form instilling a profound sense of terror. This was indeed the gift Su Lu had bestowed upon the Spirit Hall, the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord's strength may not seem formidable at first glance. Apart from his towering stature, his combat prowess is rather mediocre. However, his true power lies in the possession of 12 talismans. In the lesser realms, these 12 talismans are undeniably an extraordinary phenomenon. Yet, upon entering the realm of Douluo, which is a mid-tier world, their effectiveness diminishes significantly. Nevertheless, they remain exceptionally potent, as these 12 talismans can be equated to mid-grade spiritual artifacts. Take, for instance, the Dog Talisman. Its ability to grant immortality allows the Holy Lord to disregard attacks from soul power below level 95. Even against those above that threshold, the assault's intensity is considerably mitigated. Coupled with the Horse Talisman, which facilitates rapid healing, he can recover instantly from any injury, provided he is not defeated in a single blow. This renders him extraordinarily formidable. As the Holy Lord awakened, he let out a resounding roar towards the heavens. "I have returned." The declaration was thunderous, resonating throughout the entirety of Spirit City. Even Bibi Dong, within the Pope's chamber, furrowed her brow. What is happening? She wondered. At that moment, the ghost Douluo transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. Chapter 64. The Holy Lord. Not only Bibi Dong, but even Xian Daolu turned his gaze towards the Holy Lord, sensing a powerful presence. Damn it, who is making such a ruckus? In a chamber of the elder's shop, a sudden exclamation erupted from the lips of a man, none other than the illustrious Zhu Douluo. Following his recent acquisition of the Sunflower Manual, which he dutifully presented to the Pope, Zhu Douluo had taken the initiative to transcribe a copy for his own cultivation. However, upon perusing the first page, which proclaimed that to master this technique, one must first undergo castration, he hesitated, though he possessed a hint of flamboyance. The thought of parting with his companion of several decades, a cherished part of himself, left him feeling quite uneasy. After several days of contemplation, Zhu Douluo resolved to give it a try. Just moments ago, he brandished a sharp dagger, positioning it menacingly toward his lower body. Initially confident in his decision, when the time came to act, he found himself faltering. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the room, startling Zhu Douluo and causing him to tremble, resulting in the dagger clattering to the ground with a sound akin to a needle dropping, a mere ding. This incident precipitated his earlier outburst of expletives. Observing the steady flow of blood, he hastily summoned his soul power to staunch the bleeding, neglecting to adjust his attire. There he sat cross-legged, immersed in his cultivation, having memorized the Sunflower Manual through countless readings. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Spirit City, the master was wreaking havoc. Below him, 2 elderly figures, each around 80 years of age, fearlessly regarded the imposing master. The elder on the left towered over 2 meters, his lithe frame resembling a spear. Standing tall and sharp, upon unleashing his martial spirit, his physique exhibited no remarkable transformations, yet he wielded a serpent spear, approximately 12 feet in length, with a sinuous curve and a tip that forked like a serpent's tongue. The spear shimmered in shades of azure and violet, adorned with 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black rings. The 9 soul rings encircled this serpent spear, giving the impression that only the spear was launching forth, devoid of any human presence. This was not merely a union of man and spear, it was a profound amalgamation. There was no need for deliberate effort. The spear and its wielder had achieved a terrifying level of compatibility. The other, titled Douluo, of average stature and moderate build, appeared unremarkable until he released his martial spirit. His body expanded as if inflated, numerous purple spikes erupting from within, covering his surface. His soul ring configuration matched that of the previous elder. Yet his appearance was far more menacing. His hands transformed into purple, spike-like appendages, enveloped in an ominous hue of purple. Despite his grotesque visage, none present dared to underestimate or scorn him. The greater the transformation upon the release of one's martial spirit, the higher the degree of compatibility with it, indicating a superior level of martial spirit. These two were the captains of the Temporal Inheritance search team, having discovered the statue of the Master. They soared into the sky, blocking the Master's path. The Master squinted at these interlopers, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Interesting little ants. The Lord of Light held a profound curiosity regarding the duo's ability to soar through the air, yet it was merely a fleeting intrigue. With a swift motion, he struck towards them as one might swat a fly. Aware of the impending assault, the two did not dare to underestimate it. The serpent spear Douluo activated his 5th spirit ring, causing his spear to elongate to an impressive length of several dozen meters. Meanwhile, the porcupine Douluo summoned forth his 4th spirit ring, enveloping his form in a verdant luminescence. The purple spikes adorning his body glistened with a menacing shade of green, indicating a potent toxin. He knew that should this behemoth strike him, the poison would surely infiltrate its system upon puncturing its palm. However, upon witnessing the impending attacks, the Lord of Light's eyes gleamed with disdain. In the next instant, a muffled grunt echoed as the serpent spear Douluo was sent hurtling backward, his spear trembling violently in his grasp, nearly slipping from his fingers. His upper body arched backward, and he coughed forth a torrent of blood, accompanied by the porcupine Douluo, who shared a similar fate. The serpent spear Douluo's complexion turned ashen. In the brief exchange with the porcupine Douluo, they had only perceived a flash of white light before realizing their efforts had yielded no effect. The Lord's palm struck them with undeniable force, and the serpent spear Douluo felt an overwhelming power surge within him, leaving him grievously injured from the encounter. In contrast, the porcupine Douluo emerged with minimal harm, akin to a balloon that had merely been swatted away. Had the Lord exerted a tad more strength, the porcupine Douluo might have met a far graver fate. Undeterred by the initial setback, the porcupine Douluo unleashed a piercing shriek, his spherical form contracting momentarily before the 5th spirit ring radiated with purple brilliance. In an instant, his body expanded with lightning speed, and nearly 100 toxic quills erupted from him, hurtling towards the Lord of Light. Even a holy lord was taken aback, unable to suppress a sense of bewilderment. How intriguing. Are you also demons? After all, in its perception, such a transformation was evidently beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Only demons could achieve this. Yet, there are only a handful of demons, ones it is already acquainted with. Who are these two? While pondering this, the Holy Lord clearly harbored no desire to become the target of such an assault. Even if such an attack could not inflict harm, it was still undesirable. It had already been intimidated by an old man who incessantly proclaimed the need to conquer magic with magic. Who knows if these beings possess potions capable of stripping away its seals? It is well understood that without those seals, it would be unable to withstand a single blow from the recent onslaught of these two youngsters. With this thought, the Holy Lord unleashed a dragon blast. As the Saint Lord exhaled a plume of flames, the sole master of the spiny porcupine displayed a cold smirk, completely oblivious to the earlier ineffectiveness of their combined assault. In his perspective, such an invincible skill could only be utilized once within a brief span. Suddenly, over half of the densely packed, poisonous thorns in midair exploded, shattering into numerous fragments that scattered towards the imposing figure of the Saint Lord. However, upon contact, the familiar white radiance manifested once more. Clang, clang, clang. The fragments proved utterly futile against the Saint Lord, falling ineffectively to the ground. Meanwhile, the dragon explosion had already reached a point not far from the spiny porcupine Douluo. Realizing evasion was impossible, the spiny porcupine Douluo made the most prudent choice. His already inflated form erupted with a brilliant glow from his seventh soul ring. And in an instant, his entire physique swelled once more, geometrically increasing in size. With the arrival of the searing flames, he transformed into a colossal sphere with a diameter of 10 meters, and the lost spines regrew, each resembling steel needles glistening ominously, nearing 3 meters in length. Concurrently, the serpent spear all reacted accordingly, having been swatted aside by the Saint Lord as if he were merely a fly, sustaining injuries that he found utterly humiliating. Observing the gaping maw of the Saint Lord, the serpent spear was cast forth, morphing into a streak of lightning under the influence of his fifth soul ring, hurtling directly towards the Saint Lord's mouth. At the very moment of contact with the Saint Lord's expansive jaws, a bizarre white light appeared once again. The serpent spear, Douluo, whose soul power had not reached the 95th level, was left empty-handed. Meanwhile, flames had already engulfed the spiny porcupine Douluo. He could even detect a peculiar scent. And as the flames subsided, a layer of black mist began to rise from his form, rendering his already fearsome visage even more grotesque. Although he had significantly mitigated the damage through the unique abilities of his martial spirit, the monstrous attack power of the creature was overwhelmingly potent, with the inferno scorching not only his body but also searing his very soul. The cumulative effects of both assaults inflicted severe harm upon him, rendering his injuries more grievous than those of the serpent spear Douluo. Meanwhile, the ghost Douluo hastily reported the situation. "Your Holiness, the statue has been revived. This time, the temporal inheritance appears to originate from another realm, much like Soto City. The spiny porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo have sustained grave injuries within mere exchanges. What? We must go." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong, within the hall of the martial spirit Pope, was taken aback, rushing toward the location of the Saint Lord. Concurrently, several figures surged forth alongside her, all esteemed members of the martial spirit hall. In the distance, countless images and battle footage of the Saint Lord had already been captured and uploaded onto the internet, swiftly entering the gaze of numerous Douluo netizens, who began to discuss fervently, "What on earth is this? The more I look, the more it resembles a dragon. Could it be that we are tracing back the ancestral lineage of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Uyist, our clan leader has declared that our forebears are the five-clawed golden dragon." Five-clawed golden dragon? What nonsense is this? A spirit beast? I have never heard of it. Wait, the conversation has taken a turn. Have you not noticed how monstrous that individual is? The attacks from two tidal Douluos have proven utterly ineffective. There is no soul power. This is irrefutable evidence. This must be a creature from another dimension. Amidst the fervent online debate within the city of Wuhuan, the Holy Master, poised to continue his assault, furrowed his brow at the emergence of several new voices. Meanwhile, Ghost Douluo discreetly conveyed to Bibi Dong the alarming news he had just received. It possesses immense strength, capable of emitting an intensely scorching flame, and possesses a remarkable ability to withstand the attacks of tidal Douluos. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of apprehension towards the Holy Master. On the other hand, the Holy Master, sensing that none could inflict tangible harm upon him, gradually relaxed his furrowed brow, particularly upon observing Bibi Dong. A glint of lewdness flashed in his crimson eyes. Dragons are inherently lustful, and he could not help but utter, "Woman, you have captured my attention. Although your beauty is not striking, your strength is commendable. I will be willing to take you as my concubine." As the Holy Master's voice resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the entire city. Even the dozens of tidal Douluos present widened their eyes in shock. "Have you lost your mind? Are you courting death?" After regaining their composure, everyone stared at the Holy Master as if they had seen a ghost. Though he is a creature from another realm, his audacity is astounding. After all, he stands before the leader of the continent's premier forces. Indeed, in the next moment, a chill swept through the crowd, as if the area within a 10-meter radius of Bibi Dong had been frozen. She glared at the monstrous being before her, enunciating each word with venom. "Kill it. Scatter its ashes to the wind." As Bibi Dong's command fell, dozens of tidal Douluos sprang into action, including the injured serpent spear Douluo and the spiked porcupine Douluo, who unleashed their assaults. The combined attacks of these tidal Douluos could only be described as cataclysmic. Witnessing such a display, Bibi Dong could not help but think, even Qian Douluo wouldn't withstand this. Unfortunately, Her adversary surpassed her expectations. As the onslaught approached, the Holy Master suddenly ascended into the air, evading the incoming attacks with an illogical speed. It was hard to believe that his massive form, hundreds of meters in height, could leave behind a series of phantoms in the sky, deftly dodging each strike. Only a few targeted skills with tracking effects managed to hit him, while the rest fell harmlessly into emptiness. Those that did strike were thwarted by an enigmatic white light. Indeed, is this how it is? What other perverse abilities does this individual possess? Observing the emergence of two additional powers in the Holy Master, Bibi Dong's visage darkened with an unsettling intensity. Boundless strength, flames, the ability to disregard assaults, flight, and extraordinary swiftness. Is it truly so grotesque? Yet perhaps this is for the best. The more bizarre it is, the greater the value of this being. It is imperative to seize it and uncover its secrets. Although it is rather distasteful, there seems to be no alternative. Accompanied by a reluctant sigh from Bibi Dong, in the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall, 7 formidable presences arose. In the blink of an eye, the scene was graced by 7 individuals, each adorned in golden robes, their garments intricately embroidered with unique patterns crafted from silver thread, symbolizing their respective martial spirits. The golden robes and silver embroidery signify the revered offerings of the Elder Hall. Having operated for many years, the Spirit Hall possesses a profound foundation unmatched by any other Soul Master sect. The true strength lies in the offerings within the Elder Hall. All initial offerings of the Spirit Hall were elevated from within through the Elder's ascension. The conditions for such an elevation are straightforward, yet immensely challenging. One must transcend the 95-level threshold, possessing at least a soul power of 96 to qualify as an offering. Upon achieving this status, one enjoys a transcendent position within the Spirit Hall, even exempt from the commands of the Pope, answering only to the directives of the Elder Hall's Master in the Grand Offering. They do not act lightly unless compelled by matters of utmost importance, instead dedicating themselves to silent cultivation within the Elder Hall. Leading the assembly is the Grand Offering, the unparalleled 99th level Douluo, Douluo, flanked by the 98th level title Douluo. The Golden Crocodile, Douluo. Observers in the Spirit City and online, confronted by the sudden appearance of these 7 figures, felt breathless. Initially believing that dozens of titled Douluos constituted the entirety of the Spirit Hall's assets, they were astonished to discover that the Spirit Hall possessed further hidden cards. Chapter 66. Overmatched, a total of 6 titled Douluos stood before them, each exuding an aura of unimaginable power, particularly the leader, who appeared inscrutable. The group of 16, with 154 soul rings swirling in the sky, presented a sight that would likely remain unmatched in a lifetime. Most significant is that these rings belong solely to these 16 individuals. In disbelief, they exclaimed, "The Spirit Hall is formidable. Is this the foundation of the continent's overlord?" They conceded, acknowledging the absurdity of claims that only a handful of titled Douluos existed on the continent. The sheer depth of the Spirit Hall's resources required more than just a pair of hands to enumerate. Yet, the question lingered. Could they possibly vanquish this creature? This query silenced the crowd, both in the physical realm and online. After all, the previous 10 titled Douluos had failed to inflict even the slightest harm on the creature. Would adding 7 more yield any difference? One could hope. For if the Spirit Hall were to fall, no force on the continent would stand a chance against this monstrosity. Above the Spirit City, Bibi Dong gazed at the colossal Holy Master before her, her expression darkening. "Kill it," she commanded. "Yes." As Bibi Dong's voice faded, 2 devoted brothers, wielding the dragon spiral staff spirit, surged forward. One was known as the Thousand Jun Douluo, and the other as the Demon Subduing Douluo. Ranking last among the 7 esteemed titles of the Spirit Empire, they were positioned as the 6th and 7th veneration. Yet this did not signify that their prowess was the weakest. Individually, they might not be exceptionally formidable, merely being ordinary 96-level titled Douluos, but together, even the foremost veneration, the unparalleled 99th level Douluo, Douluo, would find it challenging to overcome them. Both the Thousand Jun Douluo and the Demon Subduing Douluo had surpassed the age of 120. As the saying goes, brothers united can cut through metal. With their combined strength as 96-level titled Douluos and over a century of collaboration, their synergy required no verbal communication. The Demon Subduing Douluo twirled his staff like a windmill, and the golden dragon on the dragon spiral staff appeared to come alive, creating a massive golden ring that roared towards the Holy Master. At this moment, the Thousand Jun Douluo suddenly leapt from behind the Demon Subduing Douluo, wielding his staff without any flamboyance. Both of them illuminated with their 8th soul rings, their coordination impeccable. Their formidable soul power cascaded down like a relentless torrent. On the other side, the golden crocodile Douluo charged forth, his eyes shining with intensity, enveloped in a layer of fine golden scales. The previous strike had originated from his claw-like hands. Behind him trailed a colossal tail adorned with scales and spikes. A blinding golden light erupted from the golden crocodile Douluo, causing each scale on his body to stand erect. His white hair transformed into a thick, horn-like texture, shrouding his head as he leaned forward slightly, resembling a massive crocodile. Fixing his gaze upon the Holy Master, a fierce killing intent ignited in his eyes, and a gigantic crocodile phantom emerged behind him, with his 6th soul ring glowing brilliantly, making the apparition appear almost corporeal. With a sudden step forward of his left foot, he pivoted, sweeping his formidable tail with a series of golden light shadows directed at the Holy Master. As the immense crocodile tail lashed out, the air around it twisted into an ethereal haze, rendering its true position nearly impossible to discern. The terrifying gusts of wind generated a cacophony of piercing shrieks and explosive sounds. The space was entirely locked down, and the Holy Master, astonished, found himself utterly immobile. Though he did not panic unduly, observing the fierce approach of the trio, a flash of white light emanated, which did not negate their assaults, but merely mitigated part of their force before vanishing. In the next instant, the combined attacks struck the Holy Master squarely. His 100-meter-long form was sent flying, demolishing buildings along his path. The Holy Lord, having fallen to the ground, felt a tumultuous churn within, and a mouthful of fresh blood was expelled. This was promising. Bibi Dong was filled with elation. If the Holy Lord could indeed resist this time, she might summon that ancient being forth. However, her joy was short-lived, for just as the revival had begun to bring her hope, she noticed that the once weakened presence of the Holy Lord was suddenly illuminated by a vibrant green radiance surging from within, only to fade away in the blink of an eye, returning him to his previous state of injury. This time, Bibi Dong remained silent, and everyone joined forces. However, the effect was rather negligible. Gradually, Bibi Dong realized that those with soul power below level 95 could scarcely inflict any harm upon the Holy Master. Even the offerings above level 95 found their attacks rendered futile, as the radiant light would counteract their efforts, allowing the Holy Master to recover in mere moments. The members of the Spirit Hall swiftly adapted their combat strategy. The 6 chief offerings took the offensive while the other titled Douluos focused on containment. Regrettably, the results proved minimal, attributable to the Holy Master's overwhelming prowess. Initially poised to flee, the Holy Master, witnessing the impotence of his adversaries, chose to continue the battle. Armed with the power of the 12 talismans, he grew increasingly formidable in combat, and it was not long before 2 titled Douluos fell at his hands. This scene was witnessed by all, and many were plunged into despair. It's over. This continent is doomed. 16 titled Douluos cannot defeat this monster. Have the titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall lost their abilities? Hurry and slay this creature. If you are capable, why not step forward? Do you not see how formidable this monster is? The attacks from the weaker titled Douluos are utterly ineffective. 2 titled Douluos have already fallen. The losses for the Spirit Hall are indeed catastrophic. As the crowd murmured in dismay, the battle in Spirit City reached a boiling point, and finally, a figure burst forth from the Elder Hall. I have arrived. Hearing this voice, Bibi Dong's expression soured, her tone growing colder. Where have you been? Reporting to the Pope. I was practicing that temporal inheritance. The last words came out in a hushed tone. Oh, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. No wonder she had sensed a less piercing quality to Zhu Douluo's voice, which now carried a somewhat delicate and melodious resonance. Her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Zhu Douluo's lower half. Boom! A titled Douluo flew past her, spitting blood and meeting his demise. Bibi Dong snapped back to reality. This was not the time for such thoughts. Chapter 67. A full force strike as she observed Zhu Douluo's arrival. An idea formed in Bibi Dong's mind. You too. Prepare the martial soul fusion technique. I'm about to strike. Yes. Ghost and Zhu Douluo responded immediately. In the next moment, Bibi Dong's body swayed, her upper body bending down as her purplish-black armor swiftly spread over her. She transformed into a colossal spider. Her 8 spider legs adorned with green fur that simultaneously turned purple, radiating an eerie violet glow. Wherever she moved, the earth became scorched and yellowed. The surrounding tidal Douluos instinctively sidestepped, distancing themselves from the violet light that enveloped her. This was indeed the true form of Bibi Dong's martial soul. The Death Spider Queen. The purple light intensified, and the 8th black spirit ring on Bibi Dong flashed brilliantly, the dazzling violet glow coalescing on her left side. Amidst the flickering light, another Death Spider Queen, identical to her own, emerged. This was the 8th spirit skill of her primary martial soul, the Spider Queen Avatar. Effect of the Spider Queen Avatar creates an avatar with 100 of the body's power, devoid of intelligence, requiring control. The sheer power at 100% is not solely physical, but also encompasses soul techniques, albeit only the first 7, excluding the 8th and 9th. Under Bibi Dong's command, the Spider Monarch's avatar sprang forward, arriving before her, accelerating in unison like 2 violet phantoms rushing towards the Holy Lord. The 3rd soul ring shimmered, and 2 violet webs were simultaneously unleashed, enveloped in a haze of purple mist, targeting the Holy Lord in the sky. The webs rapidly expanded, leaving the Holy Lord with no means of evasion, forcing him to unleash a dragon burst, his blood-red eyes firing 2 beams of azure lightning. It was the Eye of Lightning. The dragon burst instantaneously obliterated the nearest web, while the twin bolts of lightning surged towards both Bibi Dong's true form and her avatar. In response to the incoming assault, the 4th soul ring on both Bibi Dong's true form and the Spider Monarch's avatar illuminated as elongated, purple-black spikes, each exceeding a meter in length, sprouted from their bodies. Their exoskeletons became exceptionally robust, a manifestation of her 4th soul technique, the Thorn Spider Armor. This is a singular defensive skill, accompanied by venomous barbs of extreme toxicity. She intends to withstand the Lord's assault without granting him an opportunity. Simultaneously, a potent violet light surged forth from her, manifesting as Bibi Dong's Death Domain, a formidable talent of the Death Spider Empress. At her current level of mastery, the domain possesses 3 significant effects: a 10% enhancement to all her attributes, a 20% reduction in all attributes of her foes, and the inability for anyone within the domain to employ any stealth or instantaneous transfer skills. Additionally, it generates a mental deterrent. Her mental strength is augmented by 20%, while her opponent's mental fortitude is diminished by the same measure. Most terrifying of all is the environment saturated with lethal poison. The domain exudes the Death Spider Empress's venom, exhibiting overwhelming corrosion and diffusion, while also reducing the speed of her adversaries by 10%. Once afflicted by this poison, the body will gradually weaken until death ensues, unless one can counteract the domain with their own. The Lord, lacking such a defense, endured the brunt of the attack, causing Bibi Dong to spit blood, her body sustaining considerable injury. However, her objective was achieved. Her domain successfully encroached upon the Lord's feet, indicating his current state of vulnerability. Simultaneously, her 3rd soul skill, the web, reached its apex, prompting Bibi Dong to exclaim with palpable excitement, "Now is the time." "Yes," responded the 2 tidal Douluos, Ju and Gue, in unison. "Moonlight." Guedo suddenly bellowed, a hue unlike his customary black erupting from within him, radiant silver flames that soared skyward in an instant. Beside him, Ju Yuan was also enveloped in a layer of golden flames. In that fleeting moment, the 9 soul rings adorning both of them illuminated simultaneously, enhancing the splendor of their gold and silver flames. Facing one another, their hands clasped, the bodies of Gue and Yueguan merged abruptly, their 18 soul rings coalescing into a colossal dual-colored gold and silver halo that surged forth. The onlookers perceived a flash, as if the very heavens had transformed into gold and silver. Everything around them seemed to freeze in that instant. The figures of Gue, Douluo, and Ju Douluo vanished as the magnificent halo formed, soaring into the sky and instantaneously expanding into a massive ring over 100 meters in diameter. In that moment, the colossal form of the Lord was astonishingly immobilized. "No, this monster is far too powerful. We can only restrain it for a few seconds." Everyone attacked together swiftly. The voice of Ghost Douluo, tinged with urgency, cascaded from the golden and silver aura. In the next instant, the radiance abruptly converged, enveloping the Holy Master in an additional layer of golden and silver brilliance. His massive form began to contract, forcibly confined within the narrow confines of that space. This was the manifestation of their martial soul fusion technique, the two-level stasis field. To execute this formidable ability, both Douluo and Ghost Douluo devoted their utmost energy. When their soul power waned, the domain would inevitably dissipate. Even so, it could only ensnare the Holy Master for a mere few seconds, revealing the formidable strength of the Mao's talisman sealed within him. This time, there is no need for further elaboration. The gathered crowd would not let slip this rare opportunity. Over a dozen titled Douluos unleashed their most formidable attacks upon the immobile Saint Lord. In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains trembled. It is known that the full force of any single titled Douluo possesses the power to obliterate a city. Thus, the combined might of these numerous titled Douluos culminated in an assault of cataclysmic proportions. As the onslaught struck the Saint Lord, a dazzling brilliance erupted, radiating outward. The overwhelming shockwave compelled all present to retreat, while the once dominant Saint Lord began to swell ominously, enveloped in a blinding white light that continued to expand. Boom! Moments later, a thunderous explosion resounded, giving rise to a mushroom cloud that ascended from the ground, the residual force sending several weaker soul masters flying beyond the city limits. Gulping, an individual outside the city, clutching a mobile device, gazed at the scene in disbelief, murmuring to herself, "Surely he must be dead now." Originally just a minor soul master streamer, she found herself broadcasting to millions during this live event. With a single utterance from the girl, the chat room erupted into chaos. Chapter 68. The experts always appear last. Good heavens. He must be dead now, right? The combined assaults of over a dozen titled Douluos would surely reduce him to ash. The Spirit Hall is undeniably formidable. It seems that in the future, the Douluo continent will be dominated solely by them. Perhaps. But the Spirit Hall may have concealed its true capabilities. Other factions likely harbor secrets as well. Just as everyone presumed the Saint Lord had perished, a voice emerged from the swirling dust. Ha ha ha. So close. Just a hair's breadth away from being truly slain by you. Upon hearing this voice, the previously jubilant expressions of the Spirit Hall's members froze in disbelief. No, it cannot be. All eyes turned towards the dust, and in the next moment, a colossal figure emerged. Though his body bore no unscathed spots and was drenched in blood, with his left arm blown away, he limped forth, looking utterly disheveled yet exuberant. The sight of the Saint Lord cast a heavy veil of despair over all who were watching. Still alive? It cannot be real. This world is truly doomed. The heavens have forsaken the Douluo continent. How little time has passed, and already such a monstrous entity has appeared. In this moment, a collective lament echoed through the air as the titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, having endured a prolonged battle, found their soul power diminished to the brink. Depleted of their remaining strength, and having unleashed their most formidable attack, they were utterly spent. Their despair deepened as they witnessed the gradual healing of the Holy Master, whose injuries were so severe that even the Mafu spell required time to mend. Bibi Dong cast a lingering glance at the Holy Master, then sighed deeply. "You may proceed." At this utterance, a momentary silence enveloped the crowd, save for the 6 offerings who were momentarily taken aback. Proceed? What does that imply? In the blink of an eye, a figure materialized before the Holy Master, gazing intently without uttering a word. Suddenly, his entire being erupted with soul power, and a radiant light enveloped him, revealing 9 soul rings arranged in perfect harmony. Accompanying the spectacle were 3 pairs of pristine white wings. His martial soul was nothing short of extraordinary, a super martial soul, the 6-winged angel. Naturally, the sole bearer of such a martial soul within the Spirit Hall was the esteemed Grand Offering, Douluo. Douluo, enveloped in golden light apart from his wings, exhibited a remarkable display of 9 soul rings, which pulsated rhythmically. It was not merely the rings. The overwhelming presence of his 99th level soul power resonated deeply within the hearts of those present. Who is he? What is the nature of his soul rings? When did the Spirit Hall acquire such a divine being? Their thoughts raced, and it became clear why Pope Bibi Dong remained unfazed, steadfast as a rock. As the realization dawned upon them, the Holy Master felt a flicker of trepidation. The aura of profound danger emanating from this man was palpable, even at his peak. He might not have been a match, let alone in his current wounded state. In the next instant, harnessing the full might of the Mafu spell, the Holy Master resolved to flee, confident that his speed would outpace this individual. However, just as he made his move, Douluo's authoritative voice resonated. Beast, you shall not escape. The angelic martial soul behind him radiated an intense golden light, flames engulfing his form entirely, transforming him into a golden meteor. The ninth soul ring blazed to life, its crimson brilliance illuminating the surroundings. The angelic holy sword in Douluo's grasp sliced through the fabric of space with astonishing velocity, reaching the Holy Master's rear in the blink of an eye, akin to a meteor chasing the moon. No, no, no! The Holy Master, sensing the impending attack from behind, contorted his face into a mask of terror, his body thrashing in a futile attempt to evade the oncoming doom. The white light emitted by the Mafu spell flickered briefly before vanishing, and in the next heartbeat, the angelic holy sword penetrated his being. No! How could I possibly be overpowered by mere mortals? The Holy Lord felt a surge of searing energy within, rendering him speechless. In an instant, he was consumed by a radiant white light, transforming into ashes. Were it not for the now utterly obliterated Spirit Hall and the 12 floating talismans in the sky, one would think this was merely a dream. At last it is over. Such might, a single sword strike annihilated that monstrous being. Long live the Spirit Hall. I have made my decision. I too shall join the Spirit Hall. Other factions cannot even begin to compare with the Spirit Hall. By the way, were those 12 stones floating in the sky? It is a mystery not solely confined to the online spectators. Douluo, standing before him, was equally bewildered. These stones had astonishingly withstood the force of his recent strike. What material could they possibly be? So resilient. With a tinge of curiosity, Douluo extended his hand to grasp one of the stones, but in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Bang! A shadow streaked across the sky, colliding forcefully with Douluo, who was caught off guard, sending both him and the shadow crashing to the ground. What on earth? The crowd was left in a state of confusion. As Douluo hit the ground, his body emitted an incredibly potent aura of soul power, propelling the shadow away. Bang! With the angelic holy sword aimed downward, Douluo demanded, "Who goes there?" His expression grew somber. He had sensed nothing of this person's attack, indicating the presence of a formidable adversary. Could it be Tang Chun? Just as Douluo pondered this, a voice emanated from ground. Cough, cough! It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. As the dust settled, the crowd was astonished to behold a wolf standing there. The creature first shook off the dust clinging to its fur, then bent down to retrieve a yellow patching hat, brushing it off before placing it atop its head. Upon witnessing the true form of the attacker, everyone was momentarily stunned. This must be a soul beast, but why had a soul beast ventured into Spirit City? And since when could soul beast speak? Well, I see you're all fine, so I shall take my leave now, said the creature, which resembled a wolf soul beast as it turned its body and patted its rear, preparing to depart, only to find its path obstructed. The individual before us is, without a doubt, Douluo. Upon gazing at the wolf spirit beast before him, a wave of joy washed over him. He had not anticipated the arrival of such fortuitous news today. Unlike the counterfeit beings one encounters online, this articulate spirit beast could only be a creature of immense age, likely one over 100,000 years. Though the reasons for its presence in the Soul Master City eluded him, how could one let such a succulent opportunity slip away? The talking spirit beast, observing Douluo obstructing its path, suddenly spread its arms wide, revealing its razor-sharp claws. Chapter 69. The Grey Wolf King, what is this? Did the old man collide with the esteemed head of your Grey Wolf ancestor? In the eyes of the ancient soul beast, a creature that has existed for 100,000 years, was none other than the formidable Grey Wolf, summoned by Su Lu. Now the manager of the research department of Su's group, Grey Wolf found himself in this predicament after being struck by Red Wolf with a frying pan. Initially, the two wolves had ventured out for a leisurely outing, but as they passed through the forest, Grey Wolf's curious glance at another wolf led to his unfortunate fate, being sent flying to this place. The atmosphere surged as Grey Wolf began to speak. I understand now. He is a 100,000-year soul beast. Indeed, only a soul beast of such age possesses the ability to articulate. The Spirit Hall was extraordinarily fortunate. First with the temporal legacy, and now a 100,000-year soul ring delivered right to their doorstep. How incredibly fortunate. That is a 100,000-year soul beast. Defeating it would yield a 100,000-year soul ring, the epitome of a soul master's aspirations, ranked first on the dream list. In that moment, emotions ran high. Envy, jealousy, and frustration surged among the onlookers, yet none of it bore any consequence. As Grey Wolf revealed his claws, Douluo charged forward with the angelic holy sword, his speed producing a sonic boom. Observing Douluo's movement, Grey Wolf responded, his swiftness matching that of Douluo. With a clang, the two exchanged positions, kneeling on one knee with their backs to each other. In the next instant, Grey Wolf quickly stood up, anxiously patting his body. Phew, I am unscathed. What a relief. He wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply, while Douluo bore a deep claw mark across his cheek, blood flowing from the wound. Is this real? The sight left the elders of the spirit hall and Bibi Dong utterly astonished. While others may not know who Douluo was, they certainly did. He was a pinnacle Douluo at level 99. Now, he had been injured by a wolf that exhibited no fluctuations of soul power. Could this be yet another monster from a different timeline? As others pondered, Douluo moved again, unleashing his full might. His eighth soul ring illuminated instantaneously, and Grey Wolf found a golden halo materializing above him. In the next moment, the golden ring ensnared Grey Wolf's form. Ring of confinement. The power of angelic light bound the enemy, rendering him immobile. Grey Wolf's eyes widened as he gazed at the distant Douluo. What are you planning? I warn you. Release me at once. You will regret provoking Grey Wolf King. Observing Grey Wolf's arrogant demeanor, Douluo shook his head, already marking him for death. Judgment of Light. Each 100,000-year soul ring is endowed with 2 soul skills, and this time, Douluo activated the second. As his 9th soul ring glowed anew, a spear, composed of pure light elements, condensed before him, stretching 100 meters in length. With his right hand raised, the 6-winged angel behind him mirrored his actions. Let judgment befall him. With a wave of his hand, Douluo conjured a colossal spear of light, forged from the very essence of the luminous element, aimed directly at the Grey Wolf. The blinding golden radiance rendered onlookers unable to keep their eyes open. Boom! With a resounding tremor that shook the earth, a massive crater formed in the ground where the Grey Wolf had stood, spanning 100 meters. Phew! The full force of 2 soul skills unleashed. Even Douluo found the situation somewhat daunting, yet he optimistically mused that the Grey Wolf must surely be done for. However, he remained oblivious to the true nature of the being he faced. Suddenly, from the depths of the crater, a crimson figure erupted forth. The crowd turned to witness the Grey Wolf's form encased in an armor of alternating red and yellow steel, floating majestically in the air. This was none other than the Steel Wolf battle armor, a collaboration between the Grey Wolf and Doryman, with a total of 6 sets currently crafted. The armor adorning him was the Steel Wolf battle armor, while the one donned by the Red Wolf was the Queen's armor, and Doryman's was the Steel Cat armor. The 2 remaining sets were whimsically named by Su Lu, while the last was entrusted to the foolish Orochimaru for research, despite repeated explanations that he failed to comprehend. Sighing at the lack of intellect exhibited by his subordinate, the Grey Wolf shook his head and refocused on Douluo. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Old man, how dare you assault your king, the Grey Wolf?" According to the Sioux Corporation Employee Manual, as a senior executive, one must not instigate trouble, unless truly provoked. Should one provoke, there shall be no mercy. With his voice rising in intensity, the Grey Wolf extended his palm towards Douluo. Boom! A barrage of missiles launched toward Douluo. Although they approached with alarming speed, he deftly sidestepped the onslaught, believing he had evaded the attack. However, to his astonishment, the missiles veered sharply and returned to their target. Concurrently, the Grey Wolf extended his left hand. Tot 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 tot! A flurry of blue light erupted as bullets rained down, densely packed and relentless, targeting Douluo. These were not ordinary bullets. They were a lethal mix of armor-piercing, explosive, freezing, incendiary, and electromagnetic projectiles. Initially, Douluo was unconcerned, but upon witnessing the fist-sized projectiles striking the ground, some creating deep craters of over 10 meters, others freezing the earth with chilling air, and some igniting with peculiar black flames, he hastily activated his 5th soul ring, conjuring a golden shield around himself. Yet, to his horror, the bullet shattered his shield effortlessly, instilling within him a profound sense of peril. If these diminutive projectiles were capable of such destruction, what might the larger arm-sized ones do? The thought sent a wave of dread coursing through Douluo, leaving him pale with fear. The scene unfolded before the crowd, leaving them in a state of disbelief. It is crucial to note that the one being relentlessly pursued was none other than the former pope of the Spirit Hall, the unparalleled 99th level Douluo, Douluo. What? You say you are unaware? Very well. Let us rephrase this. The individual currently being chased, just a quarter of an hour prior, had vanquished a creature that could withstand the combined might of over a dozen titled Douluos. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. What in the world is this? Wait a moment while I gather my thoughts. Isn't he a soul beast? Not only can he speak, but what is this steel armor he dons? I just heard him mention that he is from the Sioux City group, the one that sells mobile phones. It must be. Those who witnessed the scene began to question their very existence. Are the employees of the Sioux group truly this formidable? Can any random individual chase down a titled Douluo? Chapter 70. The shock brought by the Grey Wolf. Meanwhile, a formidable titled Douluo was present, just as the Grey Wolf and Douluo were engrossed in their playful skirmish. A voice resonated from the horizon once more. Grey Wolf, you've gone and died again. Return at once. Upon hearing this voice, the previously spirited Grey Wolf, who had been pursuing Douluo with vigor, came to an abrupt halt. Douluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had nearly exhausted all his soul power in order to withstand the explosion of 3 missiles. Who knows what kind of horrors those missiles contained? The explosive force was immense, and as the blast enveloped the area in a shroud of darkness, visibility was obscured. Among the chaos, there were also steel needles, which Douluo perceived through his soul power. The needles glimmered with a sinister green sheen, unmistakably laced with poison. Moreover, that black mist, which he initially believed merely obscured his vision, was, in fact, the most treacherous element of all. This menacing cloud of darkness was introduced by the Xuanjin department, harboring a curse that, once inhaled, would leave a person disoriented, weak, and with diminished resistance. Had the Grey Wolf persisted for just a moment longer, he would have surely perished amidst the hail of gunfire. Yet, he halted and waved in the direction of the voice. Darling, I'm over here. In the next instant, a flying disc swept through the air, landing gracefully on the ground before vanishing. The onlookers then beheld a regal she-wolf adorned with a crown and clad in a striking red garment. It was none other than the Red Wolf. The Grey Wolf hastily removed his armor, leaning in with a conciliatory gesture. Ah, my dear, I encountered an old man trying to swindle me, which delayed my return. He gestured towards the side, indicating the unconscious Douluo enveloped in a cloud of black mist. That SM, my love. Upon hearing this, the Red Wolf crossed her arms and cast a sidelong glance at the fallen Douluo. How disgraceful to feign injury in such a manner. At her words, the Grey Wolf quickly chimed in, indignantly pointing at Douluo. Indeed, it is utterly shameless. Subsequently, with an expression of obsequiousness, the wolf gazed at his partner. The Red Wolf, his ability to change demeanor astonishingly swift. Never mind, since a lesson has been imparted, let us take our leave. At this, the Grey Wolf felt a surge of joy. It appeared that his wife had forgotten the earlier incident, which was splendid indeed. With this thought, he snapped his fingers, and a blue Lamborghini materialized before the two wolves. Bowing slightly, he gestured for her to enter. My dear wife, please get in the car. Let us return. Suddenly, lost in self-satisfaction, the Grey Wolf felt a chill run down his spine. Upon opening his eyes, he found the Red Wolf seething with rage, brandishing a frying pan that seemingly materialized from thin air. What is the matter, dear? The Grey Wolf stammered, cold sweat beading on his brow, his body trembling uncontrollably as the Red Wolf raised the frying pan high. What's wrong? What's wrong? You simply wish to see that little she-wolf. Bang, bang, bang. This is an injustice. My dear, this is truly unjust. Amidst the cacophony of blows and cries, onlookers stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend how the Grey Wolf, enscathed beneath the celestial blade, could now be struck repeatedly on the head, each impact yielding a painful bump. Moments later, once her anger had subsided, the Red Wolf finally departed with the Grey Wolf in the Lamborghini, leaving the witnesses of the Spirit Hall utterly bewildered. Thus, this affair reached a temporary conclusion. Yet the events of the day sparked a tremendous uproar online. Regardless of the profound heritage of the Spirit Hall, which could contend with more than a dozen titled Douluos, or the ultimate title Dou, Douluo, who had slain the Lord with 8 10,000-year spirit rings and 100,000-year spirit ring. The spotlight shone brightest on the Grey Wolf and the Red Wolf from the Sioux family group. In the wake of this incident, an article titled, Just How Powerful is the Sioux Group? Has gained considerable attention. using the character Grey Wolf as a reference. It speculates on the formidable strength of the Sioux group, prompting numerous discussions among fans of Douluo continent. To be candid, had it not been for this event, I would have remained oblivious to the remarkable prowess of the Sioux group, where even a single employee seems capable of overpowering the Spirit Hall. Is he a deity? It is a possibility, particularly since he triumphed over the individual who vanquished that monster. However, upon rational analysis, while it is true that a mysterious Douluo from the Spirit Hall defeated the creature, it must be noted that the monster had previously sustained injuries from more than 10 titled Douluos. Otherwise, the outcome could have been uncertain. I wonder if you caught that? He mentioned something about the higher-ups, implying he is not merely an employee. This is hardly trivial. If ordinary employees were indeed this formidable, would not the entire Douluo continent belong to the Sioux group? Regardless, the Sioux group is undeniably impressive. By the way, are you aware of any other high-ranking officials within the Sioux group? It seems not. The discourse abruptly ceased with this inquiry, as individuals across the mainland suddenly recognized a glaring truth. They were woefully ignorant of the Sioux clan. Presently, their knowledge was limited to a mere association with the character Grey Wolf, though this was not entirely absolute, as a few, such as Tang San and Yon Yo, were exceptions. Within the office of the Shrek Academy's principal, Zhao Wujie and Flander were engaged in conversation, both aware of another individual who held a significant position within the Sioux clan. Zhao Wujie distinctly recalled the moment Su Lu presented him with a token, causing him to gasp in astonishment. Good heavens! That fellow is also a high-ranking member of the Sioux clan. Could he possibly be as formidable as he seems? Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's exclamation, Flanders stroked his chin, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Let us join the Sioux clan. Zhao Wujie, taken aback by Flanders' sudden resolve, felt a pang of confusion, for previously, Flander had hesitated, expressing a desire to contemplate further. Had the enormity of the Sioux clan truly left such an impression on him? Nonetheless, this was ultimately a positive development. Thus, under Flanders' decision, Shrek Academy prepared to relocate to the city of Yanwang. When the faculty and students learned of this transition, they exhibited little resistance, instead brimming with curiosity about Yanwang, the city constructed by the Sioux clan. Simultaneously, atop a skeletal dragon, Zhou Wei watched the video in awe. Unbelievable! How did this individual manage to acquire 8 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring? Such incredible fortune, and the Sioux clan is astonishingly powerful. Even a mere high-ranking member can vanquish opponents of this caliber. Amidst his admiration, Zhou Wei turned his gaze forward, eager to gauge his benefactor's reaction, only to find him calmly stating, "In the future, our organization will resonate throughout the entire Douluo continent, emerging as a rival to the Sioux clan." Startled by this declaration, Zhou Wei nearly rushed forward to check for any signs of illness in his leader. Chapter 71. The objective of the base unfazed by Zhou Wei's reaction. The figure in the black robe remained indifferent. Who was he? The external manifestation of the Sioux clan's president. It could be said that he was in essence Su Lu himself, for as an external manifestation, he possessed no independent thoughts or soul, being a fraction of Su Li's spiritual essence directly controlled. Casting a glance at Zhou Wei, a subtle smile graced his lips. "Remember my words today? I am Su Lu. I speak with intention." He continued. "A grand beginning commences with the conquest of a base." Shude? Zhou Wei silently committed this name to memory. Was this the name of his leader? As for the matter of occupying a base, Zhou Wei pondered, unable to deduce the implications, until a thought suddenly struck him. Could it be that we are to seize the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School as our base for the 7 deadly sins? He swiftly shook his head to dismiss the outrageous notion. Unbeknownst to him, Su Li's ambitions were far more terrifying than he could ever imagine. The first great city of the western frontier of the Tiando Empire, a magnificent coastal metropolis on the Douluo continent, rose majestically by the sea, or rather, was constructed upon the hills beside the ocean, impervious to the relentless ebb and flow of the tides. The formidable city walls were undoubtedly of a central city caliber. Before even entering the city, Su Lu and Zhou Wei could already sense a faint, briny essence in the air. The distant sentinels regarded Su Lu with wary eyes. After all, his dark robes were hardly the attire of a benevolent figure. Initially, Su Lu contemplated soaring directly into the city, but Zhou Wei vehemently advised against it, asserting that as members of a villainous organization, they ought to proceed with caution, especially since their entire group consisted of only 2 individuals. What if they were discovered? Ultimately, Swayed by Zhou Wei's earnest reasoning, Su Lu yielded, unable to tolerate his incessant prattle any longer. Without further delay, they commenced their routine inspection before entering the city. Although the guards regarded Su Lu with considerable suspicion, upon finding no cause for alarm, they permitted him to pass. Crossing the city walls and stepping into Hanhai City, the briny atmosphere intensified. The inhabitants of Hanhai City exhibited distinct differences from those of the inland regions. Generally, they were slightly shorter and possessed darker skin. Yet, a commonality existed among them, as they were all engrossed in their mobile devices. The two observed them with a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of their initial encounters with foreigners. Without lingering, after a meal, they traversed Hanhai City. Uncertain of their precise destination, Su Lu and Zhou Wei found themselves drawn to the port. The dock here is immense, with at least 20 piers extending several hundred meters into the sea, accommodating hundreds of vessels. It serves as both the starting and ending point of maritime trade, a significant source of revenue for the entire city of Hanhai. Soon, the two found a ship available for charter, a brand new vessel that appeared quite appealing. Its hull painted a pristine white. The deck was adorned with wooden flooring, and the ship measured 70 meters in length and was over 20 to 30 meters in width. While not the largest among sea vessels, it was undeniably substantial. A closer inspection revealed that beneath the iron-gray paint of the hull lay a thick layer of iron. Although renting this ship required a considerable sum, EU was unfazed. Under the introduction of Captain Luo Fei, they learned that the crew of the Voyager consisted of 7 members, including the captain himself, a first mate, and 5 crew members. The ship had 3 levels, 2 on the deck and 1 below. As the patrons, the 3 of them naturally resided in the upper 2 levels, while the crew occupied the lower one. The sea breeze howled, bringing a refreshing chill in the summer season. Raise the anchor, set sail. With Captain Luo Fei's command, the Voyager officially departed. After the anchor was lifted, the sailors deftly maneuvered the vessel away from the harbor and into the open sea. Once the Voyager had fully immersed itself in the ocean, leaving the confines of the port, Captain Luo Fei ordered the mainsail to be hoisted, adjusted the course, and accelerated towards their destination. The grandeur of the sea is unparalleled, a feeling that cannot be replicated. And those who have never truly set foot on the ocean can never comprehend its magnificent vastness. Zhou Wei, experiencing his first voyage, was overwhelmed with excitement, stretching his arms wide to embrace the boundless expanse of the sea, where the water met the sky in the distance. Beside him, Su Lu lounged on a beach chair, disdainfully shaking his head at Zhou Wei's exuberance. A naive fellow, he thought. However, this exhilaration lasted only half a day, as Zhou Wei soon grew bored and turned to his training. Noticing Zhou Wei's slow progress, Su Lu mischievously presented him with a few toxic insects, much to Zhou Wei's delight. The following morning, after breakfast, Luo Fei began to deviate from their planned course, a fact unbeknownst to Su Lu. Only Zhou Wei, holding the map, noticed the change. Why are we straying from the route? Shouldn't he going in a straight line be faster? Wei quickly explained, my lord. Continuing forward leads us into the abyssal whale sea, the deepest area nearby. It is said that beneath the surface lies a trench over 1,000 meters deep. And most crucially, it is home to a leviathan, a formidable sea spirit beast regarded as the sovereign of the ocean. As he spoke, Luo Fei's expression turned grave. It was said to be a being of 10,000 years, inherently lazy and typically lurking in the depths of the sea, content to open its massive jaws and consume marine creatures for sustenance. However, should we encounter it while feeding, escape would be impossible. For our safety, it would be prudent to take a detour, even if it meant a delay of a few days. Upon hearing Luo Fei's words, Su Lu instantly realized the identity of this creature, the deep-sea demon whale king. Zhou Wei nodded in agreement, then looked at Su Lu, knowing that as a subordinate, he could not make decisions for his leader. Yet, Su Li's response was not unexpected. He waved dismissively. It's fine, just continue straight ahead. I will protect you. Upon hearing this, Luo Fei grew anxious, hastily emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. But sir, that is before he could finish. Su Lu suddenly waved his hand towards the front, and with a surge of magical energy, a towering wave rose up, reaching heights of 100 meters. Is this sufficient? Su Li's nonchalant voice followed. Luo Fei nodded vigorously, at that moment realizing Su Li's true identity. Not merely a wealthy young master, but the esteemed heir of time and space. That's enough. The heir of time and space. with a display of Su Li's power instilling him with confidence. They set sail towards the domain of the deep-sea demon whale king. He even planned to record the encounter with his phone, capturing the battle between the heir of time and space and the 10,000-year soul beast, perhaps propelling himself to fame in the process. Chapter 72. The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. Unbeknownst to him, Su Lu had no intention of slaying the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. Though he had entertained such thoughts in the past, he realized now that the whale had little to offer him. Rather than contemplating its demise, it would be far more advantageous to recruit it into their organization. With this mindset, Su Lu instructed Luo Fei to meander through the territory of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. 2 days passed in tranquility, and Su Lu reclined in a chair, feeling somewhat exasperated. Was it not his destiny to be the protagonist? When others, the true heroes, sought to assert themselves or gather followers, mindless antagonists would inevitably emerge. Yet here he was, having circled for 2 days, and the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King had yet to make an appearance. Sighing, he lamented the situation. Suddenly, seated in his office atop the Su Lu Group's headquarters in Yanhuang City, he activated his martial soul, evidently preparing to employ his true form to devise a plan. A temporary manifestation to confront the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. As he spoke these words, his fifth soul ring illuminated, and the coins in the celestial realm diminished significantly. With that, Su Lu deactivated his martial soul. All set. After completing all that, Su Lu shifted his conscious focus onto his clone. As for why he did not directly reveal the appearance time of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, well, the more specific he was, the more it would cost him. Did he truly believe that his wealth came easily? My lord, shall we continue to roam? Just as Su Lu pondered the timing of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King's emergence, Captain Luo spoke up. Su Lu did not respond, merely nodding in silent acknowledgement. After all, as the villainous big boss, he needed to maintain his persona without excessive chatter. Upon hearing this, Luo ceased his speech, directing the ship to navigate through the territory of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. Meanwhile, the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, who had been peacefully slumbering, was abruptly awakened for reasons unknown. Having reached the pinnacle of its power, it would not grow any stronger until a new path was discovered. The sudden awakening left it feeling restless and perturbed. It was troubled by an inexplicable agitation gnawing at its heart, akin to the scratch of a cat's paw, and vexed by the disruption of a delightful dream wherein it had become a beast god, trampling the old Poseidon underfoot while the young Poseidon served it dutifully. Just as it reveled in this fantasy, it was jolted awake. Sighing in discontent, it decided to venture out for a stroll. After an indeterminate duration, having feasted, its mood improved significantly, prompting it to surface and bask in the sunlight. As time passed on the ocean's surface, the once clear waters gradually transformed. The originally azure sea deepened ominously. The waves within the demon whale domain began to calm, starkly contrasting with the tumultuous surges of the surrounding waters. This tranquility neither spread outward nor was it disrupted by any waves, and the thick atmosphere made the air seem to warp slightly. Simultaneously, the water below had turned inky black, and the immense pressure rendered the air almost palpable, instilling a sense of dread. The crew felt a surge of waves, causing the ship to sway upon the surface. Observing the changes below, Luo and the others were thrown into a state of panic, and even Zhou Wei awoke from his meditation, gazing quizzically at the depths. What is happening? It has arrived. The colossal form of the deep-sea demon whale king emerged from the depths, its body shimmering like blue crystal, terrifying even without sunlight. As the surface calmed, the crew gasped in astonishment. It's here! It's here! The deep-sea demon whale king has truly appeared. My heavens! Is this the legendary 10,000-year soul beast? Wait, this 10,000-year soul beast can't possibly kill us, right? Surely not. After all, the heir is here. As the crowd buzzed with discussions, Zhou Wei felt a weight in his heart. Reflecting on Su Li's earlier remarks, he nervously pondered whether his superior had come specifically to cause trouble for them. Stealing a glance at Su Lu, he found him utterly unperturbed, showing no signs of anxiety. Zhou Wei then sighed in relief, realizing that his superior was not focused on them. His primary concern now was whether this colossal creature would launch an attack. However, he soon discovered that his worries were unfounded. The deep-sea demon whale king was lazily basking in the sun on the ocean's surface, with a metallic box floating nearby. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a mobile phone. To the astonishment of onlookers, the deep-sea demon whale king let out a hearty chuckle. shattering the fearsome image it held in their minds. Could this truly be the most terrifying soul beast of the deep, one that had existed for 100,000 years? It seemed so. If he wasn't mistaken, it appeared to be engrossed in its phone. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. The entity conversing with him might not be a human at all, but rather a dog. As the crowd speculated, the deep-sea demon whale king paid them no mind, even rolling over. To it, these humans were mere ants. The notion of devouring or slaughtering them was nothing but a rumor that had led to unnecessary panic. What joke! It was but a step away from ascension to divinity. This group of humans? Consuming them would hardly suffice as a snack. Any random sea soul beast it caught would surpass them 1,000-fold. Instead of wasting time, it preferred to engage in conversation, play games, or scroll through social media. Thus, the deep-sea demon whale king and the vessel bizarrely coexisted on the ocean surface. A few bold souls even began snapping photographs of the creature, while Luo Fei astonishingly initiated a live broadcast, bringing you up close with the legendary 100,000-year soul beast, the deep-sea demon whale king. With millions tuning into the live stream, many were drawn by the intriguing title. Those who entered hoped the host was not merely a clickbait artist. Where's the 100,000-year soul beast? Hurry up, or I will unsubscribe. As thousands poured into his live stream, Luo Fei's face flushed with excitement, but he kept his voice low, mindful of the powerful presence aboard the ship. Welcome, everyone, to the live stream. Without further ado, let us unveil the visage of the 100,000-year soul beast. Knowing that viewers were only there to see the deep-sea demon whale king, he refrained from unnecessary chatter. As he activated the front camera, the majestic form of the deep-sea demon whale king appeared on the screen. Chapter 73. Invitation to enter gazing at the whale's colossal figure. Viewers in the live stream gasped in awe. Wow, is this truly the legendary 100,000-year soul beast? Goodness, its size is immense. What kind of pot would one need to make soup from it? Are you serious? Are you really planning to consume the 100,000-year soul beast? It is not as fearsome as the legend suggests. In fact, it appears quite endearing. The streamer is so close, yet coexisting peacefully with it. Indeed, I yearn to reach out and touch it. Wait. Streamer, is she engrossed in her phone? With a reminder from one of the bullet comments. The audience suddenly realizes that the deep-sea magic whale king is, in fact, manipulating a phone to play a game, specifically Honor of Kings. Streamer, quickly go and ask for its Lou Goose account. I shall grant you a 10,000-year soul ring. I concur. When I'm a glory king in this game, I can lead it. Observing the comments from such individuals, Luo Fei can only manage a bitter smile. Being able to capture oneself is quite an achievement. Yet you asked me to approach the deep-sea magic whale king for its account? You might as well just end me directly. At that moment, a figure suddenly rose, causing Luo Fei to feel a sense of urgency. To be honest, he was already quite satisfied and had no desire to film a video of the time-space inheritor battling the deep-sea magic whale king. After all, when deities engage in combat, mere mortals suffer the consequences. The individual who stood up was none other than Su Luo. Before Luo Fei could utter a word, he felt a chill run through his body, and in the next instant he stood frozen in place, before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Su Luo began to levitate towards the deep-sea magic whale king. After a brief silence, the live stream erupted once more. What the heck? Without utilizing a martial soul or soul power, he can fly. Another time-space inheritor confirmed. This is the third one discovered, isn't it? What does this time-space inheritor intend to do? Surely, he does not plan to hunt the deep-sea magic whale king? No way. How could one harm such a delightful creature? Amidst the discussions, Su Luo arrived before the deep-sea magic whale king, yet remained unresponsive, absorbed in its gaming world. After all, on this ocean, unless the sea god himself descends, no one poses a threat, so it harbored little caution. Its soul power simulated fingers continued to manipulate the character, but the next moment, the phone screen went black. Damn it, foolish teammates. I can't carry this. The deep-sea magic whale king's fury ignited, completely disregarding its own abysmal score of 0-23-0, cursing vehemently. Had it not been for the fact that it was merely a phone, it might have shattered the device in frustration. Just then, a voice suddenly broke through. Is the game enjoyable? What the heck? Hearing this voice, the deep-sea magic whale king looked up, startled to find a person had appeared before it without a sound. Observing Su Luo, who floated in the air, the deep-sea whale king withdrew his phone, his demeanor alert. Though there were no fluctuations of soul power, the ability to fly indicated that this individual was a temporal inheritor. Contemplating this, the deep-sea whale king's thoughts began to stir. Having acquired a phone, he was no stranger to the concept of temporal inheritance, and he had been searching for it deep within the ocean. The outcome was predictable. Douluo had not been cast into the depths, and over time, the deep-sea whale king had forgotten. However, with Douluo now appearing before him, the whale king's mind became animated. If he could consume this individual and obtain his inheritance, he might pave a new path for himself, with the prospect of divinity within reach. With this thought, the deep-sea whale king's gaze sharpened. Yet, he was entirely unaware of Douluo's capabilities. Adhering to the wisdom of knowing both one's self and one's adversary, he refrained from attacking. His single eye coldly scrutinized Douluo as a deep voice resonated, seemingly emanating from the ocean itself. "Human, do you have business?" Douluo, standing before him, was unfazed, responding with a calm demeanor. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Douluo, the leader of the 7 Deadly Sins organization, and I have come to invite you to join my cause." 7 Deadly Sins? Organization? The deep-sea whale king's enormous eyes brimmed with confusion. Aside from Zhou Wei, who appeared unsurprised, even the audience in the live stream expressed their bewilderment. The next moment, the deep-sea whale king voiced the collective curiosity. 7 Deadly Sins? What organization is this? I have never heard of it. Douluo did not elaborate further, as the gravelly voice resonated once more. There is no need for further words. Simply answer whether you will join. It was evident that the deep-sea whale king was dissatisfied with Douluo's response and demeanor. As a sovereign of the ocean, who dared to speak to him in such a manner? The whale king snorted coldly. Oof. Soul energy surged, and the sea beneath Douluo became as dark as ink. The immense pressure rendered the air seemingly stagnant, instilling a sense of dread. In the next moment, the colossal energy emitted by the deep-sea whale king underwent a rapid transformation, dispersing from its previously concentrated form. A torrent of blue light erupted, scattering in all directions, launching an assault upon Douluo. Bone shield. In the face of the impending attack, Douluo showed no intention of evasion. Instead, he merely waved his hand concealed within his black robe, summoning 3 white bone shields that encircled him, impervious and unyielding. The onslaught of seawater had no effect. Beneath the cloak, Douluo felt a twinge of frustration. Was it truly ineffective? Indeed, novels often weave tales of deception. The notion that a mere tremor of a tiger's body or a fierce glare could induce submission is but a fantasy, more often than not. It requires a fair share of brutal confrontation. To obscure his true identity, Douluo bestowed upon this external incarnation a legacy of necromantic divine magic, granting him powers that have ascended to the pinnacle of a lesser deity. Naturally, vanquishing a deep-sea demon whale king is a trivial task under such circumstances. As divine energy radiated from him, the deep-sea demon whale king felt a profound weight settle in his heart. The immense pressure emanating from Douluo was palpable. Suddenly, Douluo recoiled several dozen feet, conjuring a purple staff from the void. A surge of divine energy manifested, and a colossal portal materialized in the sky, accompanied by the resonant sound of dragon roars. In the next moment, 2 frostbone dragons erupted from the portal. Compared to the one he had previously encountered, these 2 were significantly larger, measuring nearly 100 meters in length, soaring through the skies while casting wary glances at the deep-sea demon whale king. With the emergence of the frost giants, the once serene sky was engulfed by howling winds. What manner of soul beast is this? It is utterly terrifying. What kind of temporal legacy is this? Such towering monstrosities must possess strength equivalent to that of a tidal Douluo at the very least. Necromantic magic. Indeed, this is necromantic magic. I cannot believe such a dreadful temporal legacy has manifested. Chapter 74. A hammer strike. How do you know this from upstairs? What is necromantic magic? It is a sinister form of sorcery documented in my temporal legacy, wielded by a malevolent group capable of commanding the deceased to battle. Hey, upstairs. It seems you have revealed something. We worship the temporal legacy bearer, Great One. On the surface of the sea, the sudden appearance of the 2 frostbone dragons caused the deep-sea demon whale king's expression to shift dramatically. Good heavens! Even in a one-on-one confrontation, the atmosphere exuded by this adversary left him feeling uncertain. Now, with the arrival of 2 seemingly formidable entities, what chance does he have? Indeed, the reality was as such. Each frostbone dragon possessed a strength ranking at the mid-level of the Saint tier, while the one accompanying them was at the high level of the Saint tier. When translated to the combat capabilities of the Douluo continent, they were equivalent to a 95-level tidal Douluo and a 99-level peerless Douluo. Yet, the situation was far from over. The deep-sea demon whale king realized that this diminutive figure before him was still wielding a staff, seemingly preparing to summon yet another creature. Do you require abilities to summon? Just as he contemplated interrupting, he found himself obstructed by the two frostbone dragons. Get away from me! The deep-sea demon whale king was suddenly agitated, its colossal form thrashing violently in the ocean. Its massive tail swung fiercely, aiming to disrupt Su Li's summoning. A fan-shaped burst of blue and purple light shot forth, tearing through the air with such intensity that it created a rift, surrounded by a halo of tiny black lightning. This was a pure assault unleashed from its very being. Unfazed by the approaching brilliance, Su Li continued his incantation, showing no sign of defense. As the blue and purple light neared its target, two frost giants stirred to action. They opened their gaping maws, unleashing torrents of frigid blue air that seemed to freeze the surrounding atmosphere, causing a noticeable drop in temperature within a 1,000-meter radius. Remarkably, the deep-sea demon whale king's assault was halted mid-air, while Su Li's summoning was completed. A hexagram formation materialized on the ocean surface, and from it emerged a death knight wielding a long spear, cloaked in black magical armor. Its eyes burned with green flames of souls, and beneath it galloped a nightmarish steed, reminiscent of a horse yet emanating an eerie blue aura, exuding an aura of formidable power. By the heavens, is this not sheer bullying of the fish? The deep-sea demon whale king exclaimed in frustration. Although the Death Knight's form appeared as insignificant as an ant compared to its colossal size, the power contained within was undeniable. A formidable adversary had arrived. The Whale King's heart sank as it realized that the peculiar figure across from it was once again brandishing that strange staff, preparing to summon yet again. If it summons again, what hope do we have? It bellowed in rage, launching two purple orbs towards the skybound frost giants to restrain them. The deep-sea demon Whale King swiftly altered its course, this time refraining from energy attacks. Its 200-meter-long body exhibited remarkable agility as it pivoted, the massive tail now swinging with a fierce blue and purple radiance, reminiscent of a storm of lightning converging. Just as it was about to strike Su Li, the Death Knight sprang into action. Riding the nightmarish steed, the knight surged forward, raising its spear as a burst of flame erupted, aimed directly at the deep-sea demon Whale King. With a resounding clash, the attacks collided, astonishingly halting the Whale King's strike. While the Death Knight suffered a few broken bones in the process, the scene was comically absurd. Beneath the Whale King's titanic tail, the knight appeared as a mere insect. Yet this little creature had managed to withstand the giant's onslaught. Meanwhile, in the distance, Luo Fei and his companions, sensing the tide of battle shifting, hurriedly retreated, their eyes wide with anxiety as they beheld the unfolding conflict. Oh my goodness, what extraordinary maneuver is this? It has been stopped? Incredible, truly incredible. Why had I never heard of this organization, the Seven Deadly Sins, before? According to the mistress of my grandfather's brother's son's relative, this organization was founded by a time-space inheritor. But why are they recruiting the deep-sea demon Whale King? Perhaps the deep-sea demon Whale King is also a time-space inheritor. Among the barrage of comments, the captain's breath quickened with excitement. He never expected this esteemed time-space inheritor to be so formidable. Casting a glance at Zhou Wei, who had been training since boarding, he speculated that such strength must also reside within him. This thought filled Luo Fei with a profound respect. Suddenly, a piercing strike landed on the deep-sea demon Whale King, breaking through its resilient skin and penetrating deeply. In the distance, although the undead knight had shattered several bones, the deep-sea demon Whale King was in distress as the spear had pierced its body. Letting out a pained roar, its massive form thrashed violently, releasing terrifying waves of energy in an attempt to shake off the undead knight. Alas, it was not so easily done. The fiery spear in the right hand of the undead knight lunged again towards the deep-sea demon Whale King. The intense agony caused the gargantuan body of the deep-sea demon Whale King to convulse, though this was but a minor wound given its formidable strength. An indescribable burning sensation emanated from the injury. In the skies above, the frost dragon exhaled an icy breath, subjecting the poor deep-sea demon Whale King to a dual torment of ice and fire. It writhed frantically in the water, its magical domain erupting in a dazzling display of blue and purple light that enveloped the entire sea. A domain? Surely, it is not yours alone. Observing the deep-sea demon whale king's domain, Douluo halted his summoning. The undead creature, which had partially emerged, retreated once more. Undead canopy, Douluo raised his staff, sending waves of gray light radiating outward. As the light collided with the deep-sea demon whale king's domain, an astonishing realization dawned upon the whale. Its own domain was being corroded. This is precisely the effect of the necromancer's veil, where within the domain, all undead creatures experience a 50% enhancement in strength, their attacks accompanied by a series of debilitating effects such as curses, stuns, and blinding. In but a fleeting moment, his domain was completely eroded, leaving the deep-sea Leviathan king utterly dumbfounded. What the hell am I supposed to do now? This is outrageous. Chapter 75. Arrogance as he watched Douluo summon two more tentacled monstrosities with a mere wave of his hand. The deep-sea Leviathan king fully abandoned any hope of recovery. I concede. I surrender. The voice of the deep-sea Leviathan king stunned the onlookers, who had anticipated a grand clash, only to witness such a hasty conclusion. The mere presence of two frost dragons had already posed a significant challenge. But with the addition of an undead knight, two tentacled horrors, and an unfathomable human who appeared ready to summon even more formidable beasts, the situation seemed dire. Surrendering was the only option left, especially since the deep-sea Leviathan king was unable to break free from this damned domain. Upon hearing his words, Douluo gestured for the summoned creatures to cease their assault. Will you join the organization, then? The deep-sea Leviathan king rolled its singular eye in exasperation. Do I have any other choice? Despite the words, he had already steeled himself for escape the moment the barrier was lifted, planning to vanish into the depths of the ocean where none could find him. Noticing the Leviathan king's demeanor, Douluo, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. Under the expectant gaze of the deep-sea Leviathan king, Douluo spoke, then transform into your human form. Excuse me? The deep-sea Leviathan king was taken aback, startled that Douluo knew of his ability to assume a human guise. His expression shifted to one of embarrassment, as taking on human form would mean he could never revert, extinguishing any thoughts of fleeing to the ocean's depths. Under Douluo's teasing gaze, the deep-sea Leviathan king clenched his teeth. As you wish. As the words fell, the layer of blue-purple crystals that had formed on the surface of the deep-sea demon whale king's body erupted with a resounding blast. Instantly, a vast vortex of blue and purple materialized in midair, with the shattered crystals resembling sharp blades, imbued with formidable cutting power, embodying both water and lightning attributes. With the passage of time, the immense blue-purple vortex did not dissipate after its release. Rather, it rapidly contracted, fiercely compressing and swirling, incessantly consolidating its energy, rendering the body of the deep-sea demon whale king invisible. After a while, the blue-purple radiance converged, and the colossal deep-sea demon whale, measuring over 100 meters, vanished. Instead, a middle-aged man with an ancient visage appeared before the onlookers. This individual stood over 3 meters tall, his deep blue hair cascading down his back. Most strikingly, he donned an extraordinary suit of deep purple armor, crystalline in form, composed of a breastplate, shoulder guards, abdominal armor, a battle skirt, and limb armor, all seamlessly integrated without a single visible seam. A tall neck guard enveloped his neck, and upon his head rested a semi-enclosing deep purple helm, adorned with patterns resembling fish gills on either side. At the moment of his appearance, it seemed as though all energy in the air coalesced into one. Concurrently, a massive, deep purple vortex manifested behind him, gently rising and swirling, ultimately converging at the center of his breastplate, transforming into a gem the size of a fist. Even in its gem form, it pulsated with swirling energy, emanating an extraordinarily peculiar aura. This was the ability mastered by the deep-sea demon whale king, energy armorization. Upon transforming into human form, he compressed the energy that could not fully solidify within him into this armor, allowing him to utilize the original energy's might, thereby incurring no loss. With a somewhat unnatural tone, he remarked, "Is this sufficient?" Observing the appearance of the deep-sea demon whale king, Douluo fell into contemplation, thinking to himself, this form is truly unappealing, even as a member of an organization of villains. One should possess a certain aesthetic appeal for the sake of the group's overall allure. With a resigned sigh, Douluo produced a medicinal pill from his hand. Consume this. The emotionless command rang out, igniting the deep-sea demon whale king's fury. However, upon witnessing the surrounding undead canopy and the formidable monsters, his anger swiftly turned to helplessness. Compared to death, living held greater intrigue, or perhaps hope. Casting a deep glance at Su Lu, as if resigning himself to fate, the deep-sea demon whale king ingested the pill. As the elixir entered his body, a gentle white light emanated from him, and moments later, he transformed into a refined middle-aged man clad in white. Although not conventionally handsome, he exuded an undeniable aura of grace. Not bad, Su Lu, concealed beneath his dark robe, nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, he could not expose the fact that only a few individuals comprised their organization. With a sweeping gesture, Su Lu summoned the undead canopy and numerous summoned beasts back into the void. Let's proceed. Su Lu soared into the sky with Zhou Wei, heading towards the horizon. The deep-sea magic whale king, initially intent on fleeing, found himself reluctantly compelled to follow Su Lu, believing that the substance Su Lu had given him was a poison that could dictate his very survival. As he trailed behind Su Lu, Luo Fei's live broadcast came to an abrupt end, giving rise to a flurry of speculation regarding the Seven Deadly Sins organization. The deep-sea magic whale king has joined the Seven Deadly Sins. What exactly is this Seven Deadly Sins organization? Can its strength rival that of the top 3 sects? What are the intentions of this organization composed of time-space inheritors? In an instant, the Seven Deadly Sins organization became a sensational topic throughout Douluo. After 10 minutes, Su Lu finally alighted upon a stretch of ocean, addressing the tardy deep-sea magic whale king. Welcome to the Seven Deadly Sins. From now on, you shall be known as Greed, your title within the organization. Greed? The deep-sea magic whale king, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in understanding. Shuda continued. Which direction is the Sea God Island located? Sea God Island? Upon hearing Su Li's inquiry, the deep-sea magic whale king was filled with questions. Yet he refrained from voicing them, wary of his superior's temperament. He pointed towards the direction from which the three had just arrived. Over there. This time, Su Lu refrained from unnecessary chatter and led Zhou Weifei back, while the deep-sea demon whale king stealthily approached Zhou Wei, whispering, "Brother, are you also a member of the organization?" Zhou Wei cast a glance at Su Lu before nodding in affirmation. "Yes, I am Arrogance." Upon hearing this, the deep-sea demon whale king nodded in acknowledgement. Arrogance? Very well, I shall remember that. By the way, how many members does our organization have? The familiar inquiry evoked memories in Zhou Wei of the initial moment he had posed a similar question to Su Lu. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally whispered, "Not many, just 3. 3? Indeed, that is quite few." Upon hearing Zhou Wei's response, the sea demon whale king nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, before suddenly realizing something, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Wait, did you say 3? Yes, that's correct, just the 3 of us." Chapter 76. Arrival at Sea God Island, receiving Zhou Wei's affirmative response. The sea demon whale king gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What kind of organization is this?" Observing the sea demon whale king's expression, Zhou Wei sympathetically patted his shoulder. "Surprised, aren't you? I was even more taken aback at first." Subsequently, Zhou Wei divulged all that he knew to the sea demon whale king. After a moment, the sea demon whale king, having processed everything, struggled to regain his composure, incredulous at the nonchalance of it all. Yet, Zhou Wei consoled him. "Although there are few of us, that means we shall become the backbone of the organization." Upon hearing Zhou Wei's words, the sea demon whale king felt somewhat reassured, especially after Zhou Wei had just informed him that the core of the Seven Deadly Sins organization would always consist of only 8 individuals, the leader Su Lu, and the remaining 7 representing pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. As for their subordinates, they were not without, but would need to seek them out themselves. However, regarding their current objective, the conquest of Sea God Island, the sea demon whale king was wholeheartedly in favor, knowing that one of his eyes had been blinded by that old fool, the sea god. Thus, the opportunity to seize Sea God Island felt like a form of retribution. After some time, the 3 finally arrived at Sea God Island. The air was imbued with a refreshing, gentle essence that was invigorating to the senses. The wind carried faint echoes of the sea's cries and whispers, while the beach, under the sun's rays, sparkled like fine crystals of sand, pristine and delicate. Upon their arrival, they were immediately struck by the tranquility. The horizon blended seamlessly with the sea, and seagulls soared gracefully across the sky. We finally arrived. Zhou Wei stretched contentedly, and, just as he exhaled in relief, a voice rang out. Who goes there? Accompanied by a stern shout, several figures suddenly emerged from the thicket, blocking their path. These individuals, though varied in appearance, shared a common trait. Their attire, resembling form-fitting garments, was a pale yellow. If they were villains, then they ought to engage in the deeds befitting of their role, under the subtle indication of Su Li's gaze. The formidable aura of the deep-sea demon whale king surged forth. The individuals before him were swept away by this overwhelming presence. And before the whale king could take further action, the space before him seemed to warp slightly. In the next moment, a woman materialized before the three men. Cloaked in a flowing robe of vibrant crimson, her azure hair cascaded gracefully behind her. Her beauty, which appeared to be no more than 30 years of age, emanated not just from her physical form, but from an air of nobility, elegance, and a gentle warmth. In her right hand, she grasped a staff of 3 meters in length, gleaming gold, reminiscent of the celestial brilliance that had just graced the horizon. The staff was intricately engraved with magical runes, its tip culminating in a diamond-shaped projection akin to a spear. Beneath the spear's point, a 5-inch golden gem was embedded, and if one were to judge solely by her visage, she would undoubtedly be deemed an extraordinary beauty. Yet, her aura was unparalleled. What was most astonishing, however, were her eyes, crystal-clear blue orbs that were even more profound than the ocean, reflecting a kindness that seemed to have endured the passage of eons. Your Excellency, the High Priestess, came the acknowledgement from the others upon seeing the woman in red. Ignoring their disheveled state, they hurriedly knelt in reverence. The High Priestess offered a slight nod, her gaze cautiously fixed on Su Lu, and with a serious demeanor, she gestured, "You may leave now." "Yes, my lady," replied the leader of the group, ushering the others away. At this moment, the High Priestess cast a disapproving look at the deep-sea demon whale king. "What brings you to my sea god island?" Hearing the familiar voice of this old acquaintance, the deep-sea demon whale king glanced at Su Lu, noting that his superior had no intention of speaking. Thus he replied, "I have come today to borrow an item." After a moment of silence, Poseidon responded, "What item?" "Haha, I wish to borrow your sea god as the stronghold for my 7 deadly sins." The whale king chuckled greedily, his eyes glinting with avarice as he regarded Poseidon, recalling how she had appeared in his dreams just the night prior. He contemplated beseeching his superior to grant him this young lady. "Impudent! Do you take this place lightly?" Poseidon exclaimed in fury, her aura suddenly radiating with intensity. The whale king's words and gaze unsettled her, and she sensed a familiar essence emanating from him. Observing Poseidon's reaction, Su Lu remained unperturbed and calmly remarked, "Seize her with greed. I will assist you in your endeavor." At Su Lu's words, the deep-sea demon whale king was filled with excitement. "Very well, boss," he declared, his gaze now predatory as it fixated on Poseidon. "Young lady, the grudge of yesteryears must now be avenged. Prepare to meet your end." The deep-sea demon whale king let out a low growl, raising his right hand abruptly. A multitude of violet orbs materialized around his body, swiftly enveloping an area of several hundred square meters. Each orb was fixated upon Poseidon, and the immense energy fluctuations transformed the sky above the deep-sea demon whale king into a surreal purple hue, subtly distorting the air. A piercing sound cut through the atmosphere. In the brief span of a single breath, thousands of violet orbs cascaded toward Poseidon like a meteor shower. Their speed so swift it could only be likened to a flash of lightning. Each orb was a fusion of 2 types of energy, representing a composite elemental attack. Undoubtedly, they resembled orbs of thunder. Upon collision, they would unleash a terrifying force. Such a widespread, targeted assault was impossible to evade. Recognizing the familiar energy signature, Poseidon finally discerned the identity of the middle-aged man before her. Faced with the impending assault, she did not dare to underestimate it. Her body suddenly soared into the air, ascending as if lifted by an unseen force, and in the blink of an eye, she reached several hundred meters in altitude. Then, an unparalleled aura of authority radiated from Poseidon. Beneath the vast blue light, a colossal golden apparition gradually emerged behind her. This figure, humanoid in shape, exuded a commanding presence. Though its features were indistinct, it was evident that it wielded a massive trident in its grasp. Indeed, it was Poseidon's martial soul, confronting an opponent of equal stature. She had no choice but to summon her martial soul. 8 black and 1 red, 9 soul rings were meticulously arranged around Poseidon. Her form remained unchanged despite the manifestation of her martial soul. She appeared just as she always had, save for the addition of the 9 soul rings encircling her. Chapter 77. The True Deity. Immediately, Poseidon executed a gesture of embrace, her body spinning rapidly in the air. In an instant, a torrent of blue energy erupted from her, expanding swiftly around her form as her 3rd soul ring illuminated. With a shake of her shoulders, her arms vibrated simultaneously, causing the blue light to amplify exponentially, resembling a colossal vortex suspended in the sky. To the eye, it bore some resemblance to a tornado. However, it was not the force of wind that surged forth, but rather the essence of water energy pulsating within. The violet orbs launched by the deep-sea demon whale king eerily halted, as if each orb was tethered by an invisible cord, being pulled backward. How could this be possible? The deep-sea demon whale king was utterly astonished. He was well aware of the immense power of the energy he had unleashed. How could Poseidon, of the same caliber, achieve such a feat? Yet, what he did not realize was that on this sea god island, Poseidon could harness the power of the sea god temple. In order to prevent the thunder pearl from exploding and devastating the island, Poseidon had no choice but to act in this manner. The eerie scene caused a momentary lapse in the deep-sea demon whale king's focus. In that fleeting instant, his attacks were rendered ineffective, landing harmlessly in empty space without a single thunder bead detonating. This cannot continue. If he persists, Sea God Island will be submerged. With this thought, Poseidon hesitated no longer. The expression on the sea god Poseidon's face grew unprecedentedly grave. Her hands, which had been clasped before her, converged before her face in prayer. A crimson emblem emerged upon her forehead, the trident of the sea god, radiating a deep red light that illuminated her palms before erupting forth like a blade of light, striking towards the deep-sea demon whale king. Upon witnessing this assault, the deep-sea demon whale king's expression shifted as he sensed the gravity of the situation. This was a manifestation of his spiritual power, transformed into an offensive form. Spiritual energy had always been the deep-sea demon whale king's Achilles heel, yet at this juncture, he had no choice but to confront it head-on. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated his spiritual energy into a violet blade. However, the intensity of the deep-sea demon whale king's spiritual energy could not match Poseidon's. The dark red and violet lights collided midair. Precisely speaking, they clashed silently. In the next moment, the deep-sea demon whale's body quivered violently. It appeared as if his spirit was on the brink of collapse. A surge of gray spiritual energy surged towards Poseidon. She felt an overwhelming force crash into her very soul. With a gasp, Poseidon was propelled backward, finding herself 1,000 meters away in the blink of an eye, illustrating the sheer terror of that silent impact. Her round, delicate face turned pale, blood streaming from her nostrils and ears like serpents winding downwards, a picture of despondence. Stunned, Poseidon gazed at Douluo. Having just experienced a violent upheaval of her spiritual energy, which had been shattered under the vastness of Douluo's might. She was gravely injured, and this was under the condition that Douluo had held back. With the power borrowed from the sea god temple, Poseidon's spiritual energy had nearly touched the threshold of divinity, and only a true deity could so effortlessly vanquish her. Yet, how could God descend? Was this the latest ascendant deity from the Douluo continent in a century? Isolated on Sea God Island, Poseidon was unaware of the circumstances beyond her enclave. She could never have imagined that Douluo was a new god inheriting powers from other realms. Meanwhile, the deep-sea demon whale king felt a chill run down his spine. Had it not been for his leader's timely intervention, he would likely have met a fate similar to Poseidon's. Taking a deep breath, Poseidon disregarded the bloodstains on her face, suppressing her shock as she turned to gaze at Douluo in the distance. Esteemed Lord of the Soul, she began, but before she could finish, Douluo interrupted her. I intend to establish an organization on the Douluo continent, and I require a base, hence my interest in Sea God Island. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Poseidon was filled with indignation, yet more so with a sense of helplessness. Although he could wield godly power through the strength of the sea god's temple, it was still that of a false deity. To confront a true god would be akin to courting death. Nonetheless, as the representative of the sea god, he felt compelled to uphold the sea god's interests, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Esteemed Lord of Souls, within Sea God Island lies the inheritance of the sea god. Should you forcefully seize it, it may invoke the displeasure of the Sea Lord. Even you would not wish to possess a foe of a true god's caliber over a mere stronghold, would you? There exists an island nearby, which you could utilize as your base. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Wei and the deep-sea demon whale king were left astounded. Although they had previously suspected Su Li's divine nature, they lacked concrete evidence. Now, someone had finally confirmed it. In their astonishment, they found themselves elated, realizing they were following a true deity. Moreover, the implications of Poseidon's words hinted at the formidable presence of a true god behind Sea God Island. Even if one were a god, a modicum of respect was due. If it were any other deity, they might have acquiesced without protest, for it was merely a stronghold. Yet, Poseidon remained unaware of the existence he faced, and his threats were met with disdainful derision by Su Lu. The sea god? Can he descend? Or rather, can you even sense him? At Su Li's inquiry, Poseidon's pupils contracted momentarily, and he responded with an air of discomfort, naturally, as the representative of the Sea Lord. I can indeed receive his divine will. Is that so? Su Li's voice was laced with intrigue, causing Poseidon to flounder slightly, though he maintained a facade of bravado. Indeed. Su Lu, however, scoffed at this assertion. It was absurd. A year prior, when Su Lu ascended to platinum recruitment, the entire Douluo continent had been utterly isolated. The transition from gold to platinum recruitment brought about changes not only in recruitment, but also in the fundamental nature of the Douluo continent, fortifying its very essence. The original Douluo continent could accommodate only 4 first-level deities, but following the upgrade, it had awakened spiritual power and reinforced the entire realm. While it had not achieved the impenetrability of the divine realm, it would not collapse as long as no 4 true god-level entities emerged. Furthermore, it would continue to strengthen alongside Su Lu's ascension. As the Douluo continent evolved, it also severed the divine realm's ability to probe its existence, meaning that the divine realm could no longer detect the Douluo continent. Thus, Poseidon's earlier panic at Su Li's words was entirely warranted, for she could no longer communicate with the sea god. Su Lu fixed his gaze upon Poseidon and enunciated each word with clarity. If even I, as a being of the soul, cannot perceive the divine realm, do you genuinely possess the ability to communicate with the sea god? If so, summon him, for I would like to inquire about the path to the divine realm. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Poseidon turned pale, her heart sinking gradually. She realized that Su Lu had likely uncovered the secret. After all, he was a deity, and she found herself devoid of leverage. As for resistance, no one understood better than she, as the representative of the sea god, the distinction between a title Douluo and a divine soul. A title Douluo, no matter how powerful, was merely human, while a divine soul was a god. How could mortals ever be compared to deities? Was it possible that the Sea God Island would ultimately be lost? With a hint of resignation, Poseidon shook her head. With a sigh, she waved her hand, and the bloodstains on her face vanished. Stretching her hand towards the sky, a shadow flickered across the horizon, revealing a uniquely shaped weapon that appeared in Poseidon's grasp. The divine artifact, the sea god's trident. With a fierce determination, she gazed at Su Lu. Since it has come to this, as the representative of the sea god, I shall defend the Sea God Island. Observing Poseidon's demeanor, Su Lu let out a sigh and produced a fist-sized blue crystal, glimmering like water. I initially intended to invite you to join my organization and assist you in ascending to divinity. However, since your reverence for your sea god is so profound, you may vanish. Upon finishing his words, a staff materialized in Twelve's hand, and the realm of the undead descended abruptly. Wait! At this critical juncture, Poseidon suddenly called for a halt, causing Su Lu to cease his actions as well. If anyone could have seen the figure under the black robe, they would have noticed the sly expression of triumph on Su Li's face. Unfortunately, none present possessed the strength to dispel the illusions he conjured. Poseidon gazed at Su Lu with excitement. Is it true that you can help me ascend to divinity? Her eyes glimmered with fervor, fixated on the blue crystal in Su Li's hand. The yearning was not hers alone. Even the deep-sea demon whale king was salivating, while only Zhou Wei, with his inferior strength, remained puzzled and unresponsive. Su Lu appeared blissfully unaware, playing with the crystal in his hand. Of course, as a god, how could I ever deceive you? However, since your devotion to the sea god is so profound, bang. Before he could finish, Poseidon abruptly examined her sea god's trident. Glancing around, sea god? What sea god? What nonsense is this? I do not recognize such a being. I only know that this is the base of the 7 deadly sins. I am the most loyal member of the 7 deadly sins. By the heavens! Poseidon's sudden change of heart nearly caused Zhou Wei to choke. He had never encountered such unabashed audacity. In contrast, the deep-sea demon whale king was far less composed, for he sensed the essence of divinity emanating from the blue crystal in Su Li's hand. The sensation was overwhelming, as if by consuming that crystal core, one could ascend to divinity. This was also the reason for Poseidon's sudden change of demeanor. She too had been struck by the same feeling. Their gazes were unreservedly filled with greed. "Oh, it seems I misjudged you. Do you desire it?" Su Li's voice brimmed with mockery, as he tossed the crystal core in his hand repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Poseidon nodded, her eyes following the core's ascent and descent. "I want it." In comparison to the temptation of divinity, what was face? Such a trivial concern. Poseidon scoffed. Can it be consumed? As for that old sea god, having served as her spokesperson for so long, it was already enough that he had not bestowed upon her the divine legacy. And now he expected her to wait for the next heir to the sea god's throne. "You can eat dirt, old man." This queen has found hope for ascension. Her loyalty was merely a reflection of the low stakes of betrayal. Of course, there were certain singularly defined existences, but it was evident that Poseidon was not among them. Upon hearing Poseidon's words, Su Lu waved his hand, conjuring 7 distinct crystal cores before them. Unquestionably, both felt the hope of divinity emanating from them. Yet, in the next moment, Su Lu retracted them all, leaving the two in utter disappointment. Then joined the 7 deadly sins. "As you can see, I possess 7 divine essences, naturally prepared for my 7 subordinates. As long as you perform well, I shall not be stingy with the divine essences." Divine essence? Upon hearing Su Li's words, they recognized the term, divine essence, a symbol of the gods from the fantastical realm, undoubtedly drawn by Su Lu. Much like the first one he had previously revealed, Platinum card, Lesser Water God Divine Essence description, upon use. One can obtain the legacy of the Lesser Water God and inherit the position of the Lesser Water God. Even an ordinary person could merge with it and attain the power of a lesser deity. However, the cost would be that future strength would be severely hindered unless one could attain a middle-tier divine essence to advance further. Su Lu turned to Poseidon and spoke in a solemn tone. "Since you have agreed in principle, you shall be the 4th member of the organization. In fury, you shall henceforth refer to me as boss." "Yes, Bull." Although Poseidon felt somewhat awkward about this peculiar title, her desire for the divine essence rendered such concerns trivial. Su Lu was exceedingly pleased with Poseidon's transformation. As for fearing her betrayal, that was entirely outside his considerations. He merely needed to ensure they were powerful enough to resist any rebellion. Watching Poseidon in the distance, Su Lu waved his hand. "Then, the Sea God Island shall officially be renamed Island of Sin. You are most familiar with this island. Go inform the inhabitants. Within a day, I expect all present on the island to be members of the 7 deadly sins." "Yes, boss." Upon hearing Su Li's command, Poseidon was filled with exhilaration, for he had just stated that as long as one performed well, divine essence could be obtained. Tasks of this nature she could easily manage for 10 or 8 years. She had no fear that he would withhold it from her. Upon this realization, the spiritual essence of Poseidon swiftly radiated outward, enveloping the entirety of the sea god and, indeed, the island of sin. Crowds began to gather in the square. As Poseidon's voice surged into the minds of the people, they, though perplexed, made their way there. Even the titled Douluos, filled with confusion, hurried towards the scene. In no time, the square was thronged with numerous individuals, engaged in animated discussions. Why the high priest summoned everyone today? No one knew, but it was presumed there must be a significant announcement. Could it be that the sea god himself was present? The crowd speculated fervently. However, little did they know that Poseidon had come to reveal that the Sea God Island had now been renamed the Island of Sin, and furthermore, their revered high priest would abandon the very deity they had worshipped. Watching Poseidon busily prepare, the deep-sea demon whale king felt an urgent sense of anticipation. Poseidon's arrival heralded an opportunity for divine ascendance, prompting him to ponder his own fate. Chapter 79. The astonished inhabitants of the far sea god island. In light of this, the deep-sea demon whale king cast an expectant glance at Su Lu, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. "Boss, what about me? Is there anything I can assist with?" he implored. "And me?" Zhou Wei chimed in eagerly. Despite being unaware of the peculiar object Su Lu had just held, however, The covetous expressions on the faces of the two formidable figures beside him indicated it must be something of great value, and he felt compelled to stake a claim. You too? Sula mused thoughtfully. To be frank, he had little in the way of tasks for them. The establishment of an organization was intended to spur the various factions of Douluo continent toward advancement. Yet upon its inception, he found himself beset by challenges. The 7 deadly sins differed fundamentally from the Sioux Corporation. The majority of the senior members of the Sioux Corporation were recruited by him and could develop autonomously. In contrast, the 7 deadly sins required his direct involvement. As a villainous organization, it was imperative to engage in actions befitting a nefarious entity, such as plundering and pillaging, perhaps. This is indispensable. Naturally, the subjects cannot be mere ordinary individuals, but rather prominent factions. Currently, the 7 deadly sins are rather few in number. Thus, it is essential to recruit more. Su Li's approach to the 7 deadly sins resembles a multi-level marketing scheme, where he oversees only the top 7 while the others develop their own subordinates. After contemplating for a moment and observing the 2 individuals with their ears perked up, Shrudafina spoke. In the future, there will be numerous opportunities for the organization to utilize personnel. You should each seek out some subordinates. Understood, boss. Without any hesitation, both responded affirmatively. Among them, the deep-sea demon whale king soared into the sky, heading off to recruit followers, leaving Zhou Wei alone, his expression somewhat darkened. Damn it, I can't fly. Although Zhou Wei had received assistance from Su Lu in recent days, his strength was only equivalent to around level 40, and naturally, he could not fly. He silently resolved to diligently cultivate his abilities, vowing not to become the weakest member within the 7 deadly sins. Immediately, Zhou Wei began preparing to seek out individuals on Sea God Island to construct a ship and depart. Meanwhile, the residents of Sea God Island had gathered in the square. Including the 7 titled Douluo, Poseidon surveyed the crowd below, before slowly speaking. From this day forth, Sea God Island shall be renamed Sin Island. What the hell? With Poseidon's proclamation, confusion washed over the crowd. What was wrong with the high priest today, spouting such nonsense? Even the 7 titled Douluo were taken aback, wondering if the high priest had taken leave of his senses. However, Poseidon did not allow their bewilderment to linger for long. With a grand gesture, he summoned a projection in the sky behind them. The image displayed the scene of the Holy Lord attacking the Martial God Hall, showcasing a colossal beast towering at a height of 100 meters, withstanding the assaults of dozens of titled Douluo. The inhabitants of Sea God Island collectively gasped, and even the 7 titled Douluo furrowed their brows in concern. What kind of soul beast is this? Even the deep-sea demon whale king, a dominant ruler of the ocean, could not reach this level. This is monstrous. The combined might of dozens of the most powerful titled Douluo could not bring it down. This is outrageous, but what does this have to do with the renaming of Sea God Island? Gazing at the projection in the sky, even Poseidon frowned. He had only just seen the projection himself. Although Su Lu had informed him of the current state of the continent, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. When Xian Daolu finally made his move, the crowd reached a crescendo, and even Poseidon revealed a contemplative expression. This created a sense of urgency within her. Having been in Guam for so long, she was utterly oblivious to the significant events unfolding outside. Fortunately, she encountered her superior, and this thought eased her tension considerably. As Xian Daolu struck down the Holy Master, many believed the ordeal had come to an end. However, the appearance of Grey Wolf, who proceeded to assault Xian Daolu, left everyone in shock. Even the 7 titled widened their eyes in disbelief. They recognized Xian Daolu, a being of comparable strength to their grand offering. A peerless 99th level Douluo being bested by a talking wolf? Is this the esteemed Yu family group employee that the boss mentioned? Observing the departure of the Grey Wolf on the screen, Poseidon's gaze deepened. It must be said that even with his advantage of standing atop the ocean, he might not be a match for the wolf depicted. Is this truly a force that has grown over 5 years? As the video concluded, Poseidon noticed the confusion among the crowd and began to speak. With the continent in turmoil and the invasion from alternate dimensions, my Isle of Sin has been sealed off for far too long, leaving us oblivious to the events of the outside world. It was only upon the arrival of the Sin God that we became aware of these matters. Otherwise, had we lingered any longer, the Isle of Sin might have perished amidst this upheaval, and we would meet our demise as well. Turmoil on the continent, invasion from alternate dimensions, the Sin God. With each word spoken by Poseidon, the crowd's bewilderment deepened. Among the throng stood a man with his upper body bare, towering over 2 meters tall. His physique resembling an inverted triangle, broad shoulders, and a back as solid as granite. His deep blue hair fell in natural waves just past his shoulders, and upon his muscular back was tattooed the image of a great blue dragon, the symbol of the sea dragon Douluo, the most formidable guardian of the 7 pillars of the sea god. He approached Poseidon briefly before inquiring, "Why has the sea god island been renamed the Isle of Sin? And where is the sin god?" "Right here," a chilling voice echoed in response, causing the crowd to look up. A figure draped in a black cloak floated above. It was Douluo. With his arrival, the once clear blue sky was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds. As Douluo waved his staff, dozens of frost giants emerged in the sky, spiraling and emitting resounding roars. The immense pressure they exerted was palpable. Even the formidable sea dragon Douluo felt the strain. Confronting even one of those frost giants would be a daunting task. Quickly, Poseidon interjected, "This is the sin god, who has descended to establish the organization known as the 7 deadly sins. From this moment on, this island shall be known as the Isle of Sin. I shall no longer be the great offering. I am now the wrath of the 7 deadly sins. All who wish to submit to my wrath shall be under the protection of the sin god. Those who do not wish to remain may leave freely." Poseidon's declarations were, of course, made with Douluo's consent. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. "Sister, are you really the great offering of Sea God Island? And you're leading a rebellion?" Even the 7 Douluo exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished. After recovering from his initial shock, the sea dragon Douluo, with a darkened expression, queried, "Does the esteemed one not fear the sea god's retribution?" With Poseidon's allegiance to the 7 deadly sins, it was clear he could no longer be addressed as the great offering. The sea god? Poseidon casually glanced at the sea dragon Douluo. The sea god? Nonsense. Who knows when he will regain contact with Douluo continent? Perhaps by then, I will have ascended to godhood myself. Besides, a deity capable of summoning 7 divine statuses cannot possibly be an ordinary god. Chapter 80. The search for the 4th individual in this tumultuous era of interdimensional invasion. The divine realm has lost all connection with the continent. It is only under the protection of the sin god that survival is possible. As Poseidon spoke, the crowd exchanged glances, clearly finding it challenging to overturn a lifetime of belief in the sea god, which had been deeply ingrained in their minds. However, Douluo had his own plans. Today was merely to set a foundation in their hearts. On Sea God Island, countless ordinary people had resided for generations. Douluo intended to begin with these common folk. A voice resonated in Poseidon's ear, and his eyes brightened as he spoke solemnly. "The sin god has granted you 3 days to depart at your discretion. Those wishing to join the 7 deadly sins may come to me to receive a cultivation technique, one that even ordinary individuals can practice." Upon concluding his remarks, Poseidon disregarded the crowd, trailing behind Douluo as they departed, leaving behind a throng of murmurs. Clearly, the events that had transpired had left an indelible impact on the assembled multitude. The 7 lords of the Sea God Island had convened, engaging in deliberation, yet ultimately fell into a profound silence. Resistance was futile. The haunting memory of the 10 frost giants from that very morning lingered vividly. Thus, these individuals resolved to observe the unfolding situation for a while longer. They soon noted that a considerable number had already flocked to Poseidon's domain to acquire his teachings, especially since even the high priest of Sea God Island had taken the lead in rebellion. What hope did the others have? In just 3 short days, it became evident that 90% of the inhabitants of Sea God Island had aligned themselves with the 7 deadly sins, including the 7 titled Douluo, who had also pledged their allegiance to Poseidon. The allure of temptation was undeniable, particularly after Douluo summoned a sea beast of lower deity status the following day, overpowering the 7 titled Douluo. In the face of despair, Douluo's formidable intervention had saved them and garnered a wave of faith, compelling many to join the 7 deadly sins. The previous structures of Sea God Island were systematically demolished, replaced by edifices emblematic of the 7 deadly sins. The deity of the sea god was sealed away, marking the commencement of a new era for the 7 deadly sins. Not only were their ranks expanding, but other factions were also fervently striving for advancement. The Haotian sect, however, stood as a solitary outlier, seemingly devoid of motivation, largely forgotten by Douluo. An increasing number of temporal legacies were being discovered, enhancing the overall strength of the Douluo continent. Even the soul beasts, nurtured by spiritual energy, experienced growth in their power, with an ever-increasing number awakening their intellect. A scene of flourishing prosperity unfolded, with various factions beginning to establish academies for the inheritors of temporal legacies. In Soto City, news reached them that Shrek Academy was on the verge of joining Yanhuang City, igniting exhilaration among several individuals. Although Flander exhibited some reluctance towards Shrek's integration into Yanhuang City, circumstances left him with little choice. With the frequent emergence of temporal legacies on the continent, their academy had become disconnected. Thus, for the sake of the children, aligning with a faction was imperative. After much internal struggle, they finally prepared to embark towards Yanhuang City. Meanwhile, the restless Su Lu departed from the Island of Sin, with 3 of the 7 deadly sins already secured, leaving 4 awaiting his conquest. 3 days later, a skeletal dragon alighted outside a quaint town. This should be the place. Su Lu waved his hand to retract the skeletal dragon and ventured into the town. The town appeared modest in size, yet upon entering, Su Lu sensed an unsettling atmosphere, accompanied by an eerie chill emanating from the townsfolk. Moments later, he finally located a tavern at the town's center and stepped inside. The air within the tavern was thick and murky, and Su Lu observed that all the decor was shrouded in black, imparting an ominous and cold ambience upon entry. The establishment was roughly a third occupied. Despite the oppressive air, conversation was sparse, creating an atmosphere of profound silence. Su Li's dark cloak drew many curious glances as he casually selected a seat. A server, clad in black with a pallid expression, approached him. "What would you like?" Su Lu smiled faintly, recalling memories that lingered in his mind. I'll have a Bloody Mary. Yes, that should suffice." The server's expression shifted slightly upon hearing his order. "Are you certain?" "Indeed, without a doubt." "Quickly, please." Resting his chin on his hand, Su Lu tapped the table with his right hand. He was not fond of this place, yet as a villain, one must adapt. The server ceased further conversation and turned to depart. Shortly thereafter, a glass of murky liquid was presented, a dark red concoction exuding a pungent, blood-like aroma. Manipulating the glass in his hand, Su Lu had no intention of consuming the drink. He was merely curious. He casually poured the Bloody Mary onto the floor. Boring. Rising, he made his way directly to the bar. This action evidently incensed the server, who blocked his path and exclaimed angrily, "What do you intend to do?" Su Lu regarded her coolly, murmuring, "Step aside. This is none of your concern." A palpable aura emanated from him, rendering the server immobile, allowing him to continue his advance. As he approached the entrance, the server could no longer contain herself. Whoever kills him can immediately enter the City of Carnage. Her declaration startled the patrons momentarily, but soon, exhilaration surged through the crowd as their martial spirits ignited. "Get back! He is mine!" With that, a soul master of the Fourth Ring launched an assault toward Su Lu. "Why are there so many eager for death?" Su Lu sighed, waving his hand, causing several skeletal warriors to materialize on the ground. "Kill!" With his command, the skeletal soldiers brandished their bone swords, swiftly dispatching the assailants. All done. Su Lu clapped his hands and advanced, raising his hand to strike the bar with considerable force. With a thunderous crash, the bar shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. Subsequently, a foot was forcefully brought down, resulting in a deafening sound as a massive chasm opened up in the floor, a chilling breeze wafting upward from the abyss. Su Lu leaped into the darkness below, his form instantly enveloped by the pitch black, sinking into the void. After a brief descent of several meters, he found solid ground beneath his feet. It became apparent that this was a long, sloping corridor, extending downward, the cold air brushing against him, yet exerting no pressure. Su Lu strode forward with determination. After a while, a frigid voice suddenly resonated from all directions. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter. This is the capital of Hell, a realm steeped in bloodshed. Here, you may obtain everything you desire at the cost of your life." Chapter 81. Entering the City of Slaughter upon hearing this voice, Su Lu revealed an enigmatic smile. "Oh, is that so? I've come to recruit your leader as my subordinate. I wonder if you will be welcoming. Speaking of which, should I seek the King of Slaughter? Tang Chun, or the dark golden nine-headed bat?" As he pondered, he rounded a corner, faint light emerging ahead. Su Lu saw an open portal, and, on the other side, a presence of life could be felt. Striding forward, he could hear a cacophony of sounds. Upon exiting the corridor, he was met by a throng of over 100 individuals, all clad in black armor, their faces obscured by helmets. Among them, One figure sat majestically atop a grand warhorse, which was also encased in robust black armor. "You have violated the rules," intoned a deep voice that resonated with an icy chill, seemingly not emanating from a human source. The speaker was the black-armored knight upon the horse. Ignoring him, Su Lu gazed beyond to see a shadowy city looming in the distance. The imposing black walls of the city were astonishingly wide, revealing that deep underground lay a true metropolis. Above the city, a violet moon hung low, appearing to be less than 500 meters from the ground. Looking upward, everything else was shrouded in darkness, akin to the depths of night. After surveying this scene, Su Lu regarded the black-armored knight with a smile that was both sardonic and inscrutable, though the knight's face remained hidden from view. "And what of that? What do you intend to do?" The knight's voice remained cold, devoid of any human warmth. "You must accept the punishment. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to enter the city of slaughter." "Ha ha! Ants ought to behave like ants. Don't leap forth to be crushed." With that proclamation, Su Lu waved his hand, unleashing a surge of black energy that struck the black-armored knight. With a sound akin to a train colliding with a barrier, the knight was sent flying, blood spilling forth from his mouth. "Well, what will it be? Do you wish to continue?" Enduring excruciating pain that seemed to dislocate his very organs, he felt as if he were a mere vessel for suffering. The time-space inheritor, the black-armored knight, gazed at Su Lu with a complex expression. Even in the city of carnage, aside from the imprisoned souls, there had been numerous individuals bringing in mobile devices in recent years, allowing them to glean information from the outside world. Moreover, as an employee, he naturally had access to external matters. After a brief pause, the black-armored knight produced a dark plaque and extended it toward Su Lu. Receiving it nonchalantly, Su Lu observed the skull engraved upon it, beneath which lay the number 2233. "This is your proof of existence within the city of carnage. Please enter. Someone will guide you at the city gate." With that, the knight cast Su Lu a meaningful glance. "Trust no one in the city of carnage. Everyone is an enemy. Do not believe anyone. They might covet your time-space inheritance." Paying no further heed to the black-armored knight, Su Lu feigned indifference and patted the knight's shoulder. "Not bad, kid. When the time comes, I shall have your boss grant you a title." With that, he strode forward. The black-armored knight stood momentarily stunned, thinking him mad. "Even if you are a time-space inheritor, you will soon comprehend the horrors that await you here." The ominous city gates exuded an oppressive aura, with the word City of Carnage looming above. In front, 2 rows of black-armored warriors stood sentinel. As the two approached, a woman adorned in a black veil emerged from within. "Welcome to the City of Carnage." Her voice was melodious as she gestured for Su Lu to enter. Nodding in acknowledgement, he followed her through the gates. Perhaps due to the identification plaque in hand, no one attempted to impede their passage. Upon entering the city, Su Lu beheld a realm bathed in shades of blue and violet, with streetlights casting only these 2 hues. To his astonishment, there were many inhabitants, yet none paid heed to the 2 outsiders. Everything appeared shrouded in darkness, yet, at a glance, it did not seem vastly different from an ordinary city, even possessing its unique allure. "I am your guide. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask me. Within the span of 12 hours, I shall address all your questions. After this period, this will be your new abode, and you will officially become a member of the City of Carnage." Su Lu, surveying the surroundings of the City of Carnage, found much to critique, deeming it inferior to his own architectural endeavors. However, to maintain the fade of a villain, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, responding with a casual indifference. "Oh, do enlighten me." Noticing Su Li's distracted demeanor, the young woman shook her head slightly, concluding that yet another newcomer was destined for a swift demise. Nevertheless, she diligently began to elucidate the various precautions of the City of Carnage, though her enthusiasm waned. After surveying the outer city, Su Lu, eager to proceed, declared, "Enough, take me directly to the inner city." The girl in the black veil sighed and chose to remain silent. "In that case, follow me," she said, proceeding into the city. Her pace was steady, always keeping close to Su Lu, primarily to ensure his safety. In the outer city of the City of Slaughter, simple black stone houses lined the streets, with eateries appearing at intervals. Many people were queued, awaiting their portions of food. Soon, the girl in the black veil led Su Lu to a wall. "Beyond this point lies the inner city. Remember, do not stray more than 5 meters from me, for I cannot guarantee your safety," she cautioned. Surveying the surrounding walls, his apparent indifference only served to deepen the girl's displeasure. Crossing through the city gate, they entered the inner city. If the outer city was a realm of silence and indifference, the inner city was a world of opulence and madness, awash with vibrant lights. The inner city was bustling with far more people than the outer city, its atmosphere a stark contrast to the quiet outside. It was chaotic, filled with raucous laughter, anguished cries, and an array of unsettling sounds. It felt akin to stepping back into a primitive society. While the thought was one thing, witnessing it was quite another. The two newcomers brought by the girl quickly attracted attention. A group of men with menacing expressions eyed Douluo from a distance. Another rookie. Who knows if he has a phone on him? Don't even think about it. Do you really believe you can keep your phone safe? Ha ha, I'll pass. But look at him. Such a fresh face. Should I give him a taste of pleasure? Chapter 82. Provocation. Ha ha ha. Aren't you afraid of dying? The last one just met his end at the hands of a woman not even 10 minutes ago. And he was a man too. And what a man. A true man should face his challenges head on. Do you think, with that timid demeanor, he stands a chance? Hearing their taunts, Douluo tilted his head, raising an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Wow, wow, wow. It seems this rookie has a bit of spirit. The scarred man, noticing Douluo's reaction, became even more excited. He licked his lips suggestively, swaying his lower body. With so many people around, even if half of them die, there will still be plenty left. Let us start here. Shall we? In an instant, Douluo turned his gaze toward the ruffians, a magical staff materializing in his hand. Without uttering a word, he waved his hand, and a surge of magic erupted, igniting blue flames around the men. Ah, kill me. Please kill me. A few individuals emitted chilling cries, their physical forms seemingly tormented to the core, as if their very souls were being seared. The sensation was akin to being consumed by a multitude of biting ants. A pain so excruciating that life itself seemed unbearable. They writhed frantically upon the ground, and as time passed, they were reduced to mere ashes, scattered by a gentle breeze into the ether. The tragic demise of over 10 souls on the streets incited a brief commotion, which quickly subsided. Douluo, with an impassive expression, sheathed his staff. Even the seasoned girl in black gauze could not suppress a shiver upon witnessing the scene. A time-space inheritor. No wonder he exuded such arrogance. However, a sudden thought struck the girl as she recalled a previous time-space inheritor who had similarly boasted of his might in the City of Slaughter, only to be subdued by the Slaughter King, who seized his time-space inheritance. It remained uncertain how long this individual would maintain his haughty demeanor. Let us depart. At Douluo's prompting, the girl in black gauze regained her composure and hastened ahead to lead the way. Under her guidance, they soon arrived at a peculiar edifice. The structure was circular, or more precisely, a non-standard cone shape, with a broad base that tapered as it ascended. At approximately 30 meters above ground, it maintained a consistent diameter, extending upwards to a height of 50 meters. The expanse of this hellish arena was indeed considerable, comparable to that of the Soto Great Spirit Arena. The somber black architecture imparted an oppressive aura, signifying its centrality within the City of Slaughter and underscoring its paramount importance. Douluo approached the entrance, and before the girl in black gauze could utter a word, he had already seized control of an individual. With a casual gesture, a wound appeared upon the victim's body, from which he extracted a cup of sanguine liquid. Together, they stepped into the hellish arena. Inside, the arena was even more rudimentary than it appeared from the outside, devoid of any partitions. Surrounding the vast arena were ascending tiers of spectator stands, overlooking an expansive area exceeding 100 square meters. At that moment, the audience was sparse, with less than 20% of the seats occupied. Inside the arena, anguished cries echoed continuously. Of the 10 combatants, 7 had already succumbed, leaving only 3 to battle for survival. In a short while, one individual emerged victorious. Yet this did not ease the tension among those watching, for the true peril was only just beginning. As the freshly victorious bald man exited the hellish arena, he had scarcely taken a few steps when an assailant struck from behind. Anticipating such treachery, the bald man remained undaunted, swinging his long blade menacingly at his attacker. He roared. Yet, the assailant was remarkably agile, deftly sidestepping the blow and lunging with a dagger aimed at the bald man's heart. Exhausted from the previous fight, the bald man found himself unable to evade, and the dagger pierced his heart, sending him crashing to the ground below. The dagger was already coated in deadly poison. Piercing the heart rendered the bald man utterly lifeless. The assailant swiftly collected the remnants of the Bloody Mary. Douluo squinted, surveying the scene before striding confidently onto the stage. The girl in black lace felt her pupils constrict. Had he lost his mind? Yet, upon reflection, as a time-space inheritor, he possessed such audacity to step onto the stage on his very first day. Douluo, uninterested in participating in the contest, sought only to summon the King of Slaughter, deliver a beating, and recruit him as a subordinate, while simultaneously relocating his possessions to the Isle of Sin, specifically the domain of the god of slaughter, which he envisioned as the emblem of the Isle of Sin in the future. What? You claim this belongs to the god of Azura? Apologies, but in my hands, it is mine. Douluo furrowed his brow, contemplating the pattern that required a copious amount of blood to activate. However, this aligned well with his villainous persona. As he scanned the audience, he waved his wand, conjuring a frost giant dragon that soared into the air, emitting a mighty roar. What is this? The crowd's eyes widened in alarm, a foreboding sensation creeping into their hearts. Indeed, the next moment, the frost giant dragon unleashed a frigid breath upon the audience. Observing the fleeting blue chill, the spectators succumbed to terror-stricken wails as, in mere seconds, hundreds were transformed into ice sculptures. With a snap of his fingers, Douluo shattered the icy figures, the individuals trapped within them crumbling alongside their frosty prisons. What was initially an exceedingly brutal scene now possessed an unexpected aesthetic beauty. As all present succumbed to death, the girl in black lace finally composed herself. Mr. 2233, what are you doing? Do you not know that in the hellish slaughter arena, killing within the arena is prohibited? But I am indeed within the arena, Douluo replied, his eyes narrowed, making no move to cease as he prepared to unleash the frost giant dragon to wreak havoc beyond the city walls. You! The girl in black lace felt a surge of indignation upon hearing Douluo's words. As she watched the frost giant dragon ascend into the skies, she realized this could not continue. It reminded her of the previous time-space inheritor who had remained low-key in the early stages, gradually increasing their power before eventually erupting, unlike Douluo, who had provoked from the very outset. Seeing this, the girl in black lace spoke solemnly. Mr. 2233, if you do not cease your actions, I will call for the enforcement team. You must understand that the fearsome knight, Lord Scott, is merely one member of that team. With her words clear and direct, she turned to Douluo, only to find that his face was completely obscured from her sight. It is truly astonishing, and I could only ascertain from Douluo's nonchalant remark that he is indifferent. Chapter 83, Misunderstanding. The formidable king of slaughter holds dominion over all here, with the true elites of the enforcement team being composed of soul Douluos endowed with the ability to wield soul skills by the king of slaughter himself. The captain is even a title Douluo. The previous temporal inheritor met his demise at the hands of the king of slaughter. So I implore you to cease your actions immediately. When the girl in the black veil uttered these words, she did not employ any honorifics, revealing the depth of her fury. Oh, go ahead and summon them. I shall await. Douluo's taunting voice, mingled with the cries of anguish from outside, provoked the nerves of the girl in black. What is this? Why is it attacking us? When did such a monster appear in the city of slaughter? Do not panic. Let us unite to slay this beast. The desperate cries from outside prompted the girl in black to grit her teeth and begin contacting the enforcement team. Fortunately, the enforcement team arrived swiftly, a man with silver short hair sword in. He was indeed a member of the enforcement team, an 86th level soul Douluo. Upon seeing him, the girl in black felt a sense of relief and pointed towards Douluo on the platform. It is him. The temporal inheritor exercised caution. Upon hearing this, the soul Douluo with purple short hair darkened in expression. Are you jesting? I have witnessed the frost dragon slaughtering innocents outside. Only a title Douluo could contend with it. Are you sending me, a mere soul Douluo, to my doom? Such a lack of discernment. Yet despite my resentment towards the girl in black, I could only respond solemnly. This individual is formidable. I am not his match. I must report to the king of slaughter. Realizing the gravity of the situation from the soul Douluo's words, the girl in black hurriedly contacted the king of slaughter in secrecy. In the city of slaughter, within a dark and expansive chamber, there rested an exceptionally large chair, adorned with blue and purple crystals that formed a bell tower-like structure. Everything else in the room was a dark crimson. A tall figure settled into the enormous chair. In the darkness, his visage was obscured, but one could faintly discern his slender form. The great king, a report from below. There is rampant slaughter of innocents in the hellish arena, and one of our enforcers has been slain instantaneously. A chilling female voice resonated in the gloom. The king of slaughter furrowed his brow upon hearing the icy voice. To slay a soul Douluo in an instant is a feat only achievable by a title Douluo. However, even a title Douluo would need to employ their martial soul in the city of slaughter. Could it be that those two gods of death have returned? Or perhaps the temporal inheritor? With this thought in mind, the king of slaughter rose to his feet. After all, as the ruler of the city of slaughter, he felt compelled to investigate. Just as Su Lu had rendered the purple-haired soul fighter unconscious, a blood-red figure descended from the sky. The intention was to recruit the king of slaughter as a subordinate. After all, he was a soul fighter and did not necessitate such a thorough elimination. Suspended 5 meters above the ground, the king of slaughter halted his descent, gazing down at Su Lu. It was not one of the two deities of death, which provided him a measure of relief. It seemed he was a time-space inheritor. Then, a deep yet piercing voice echoed. "Are you not aware of the rules of the hellish arena?" "Rules?" Su Lu retorted. "What strength do you possess that compels me to abide by your regulations? Even if the god of Shura himself descended, he would not be able to enforce his rules upon me." As Su Lu's words resonated, an immense aura surged forth. Simultaneously, a thick black mist enveloped the arena, drawing the attention of all within the city of slaughter. What was that? The king of slaughter and the veiled girl widened their eyes in astonishment, particularly the king of slaughter. This was the aura of a deity. Indeed, he was a god. Without hesitation, the king of slaughter bowed his proud head. It is an honor for this humble one to have the esteemed presence of the divine soul in the city of slaughter. I wonder what you require of me. The humility in the king of slaughter's tone was breathtaking, leaving even the veiled girl in a daze. Was this truly the once arrogant king of slaughter? Surely not. Wait, what did he just say? Divine soul? Could it be that the man in the black robe before them was a god? The veiled girl swallowed hard, her gaze toward Su Lu shifting to one of fear. Su Lu glanced at the king of slaughter and calmly retorted, "Do you believe there's anything in the city of slaughter that merits my attention?" At these words, the king of slaughter furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a thought. "Are you referring to the domain of death?" Su Lu nodded and continued, "Indeed, that is one reason. The second reason pertains to you." "For me?" The king of slaughter's expression shifted to one of uncertainty upon hearing this. Unsure of why Su Lu sought him out, he lowered himself further, his voice tinged with trepidation. "Might I inquire when I have offended you, that you would come personally?" Before he could finish, Su Lu interrupted with a wave of his hand, his words leaving both of them momentarily stunned. "You have not offended me. Rather, I have taken an interest in you." "What?" The king of slaughter was left in shock, while the veiled girl stared wide-eyed. The king instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling an inexplicable itch at his back. Observing the king's reaction, Su Lu's voice turned colder. "What? Are you unwilling?" Listening to the bone-chilling voice of Su Lebing, the king of slaughter involuntarily shivered, his mind filled with an angel and a devil engaged in a ceaseless battle. The angel gestured encouragement, proclaiming, "You must not acquiesce. Not even a deity should trample upon your dignity." "Dignity, my foot," retorted the devil. "This fellow before you is indeed a god. With a little effort on your part, who knows, he might even elevate you to divinity." As the angel pondered, continuing the debate, the devil suddenly darted to the angel's side, brandishing a dagger and swiftly ending the angel's existence. With a sigh, the devil remarked, "Well then, he is dead, and you must heed my counsel." While the king of slaughter wrestled with his inner turmoil, the girl in the black veil was utterly astounded, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is this how gods now indulge themselves? And judging by that voice, this god is male. Truly a god should embrace masculinity. A tinge of sympathy for the king of slaughter flickered in her heart, yet it was overshadowed by envy. After all, he was the consort of a deity. Regardless of gender, if she served him well, perhaps she could also ascend to godhood. Chapter 84. Subduing Lust. "Ah, how enviable." The girl in the black veil sighed internally, lamenting why such fortune did not grace her. However, it was evident that the king of slaughter's contemplation was beginning to irk Su Lu. Since subjugation was not an option, he decided to engage in villainous deeds. Just as he was about to act, the king of slaughter suddenly assumed a melancholic demeanor reminiscent of a hero facing inevitable demise. "Since the esteemed spirit requires it," he began, his voice strained, yet he mustered the remaining words. "Then I shall exert my utmost effort. I understand that both offense and defense are permissible." "Agreed, agreed." Though the girl in the black veil had anticipated the king of slaughter's response, she could not suppress a pang of disappointment. She had originally envisioned a scenario where the king would defiantly perish at the hands of the esteemed spirit. possibly allowing her to be favored and take his place. Now that seemed unlikely. Both offense and defense? Sulu was momentarily taken aback, having merely invited him to join the organization. Suddenly, a realization struck him, prompting him to retreat a few steps, leaving the two before him momentarily stunned. My lord, do not approach. Su Li's mental energy surged, restraining the King of Slaughter, who found himself unable to move. What I meant is that I have established an organization, and from now on, you shall be my subordinate. Upon hearing this, the King of Slaughter nearly erupted with expletives. Could you not state it plainly? Thankfully, he had engaged in extensive self-therapy. Meanwhile, the girl in the black veil felt an inexplicable void within her. Clearing his throat, the King of Slaughter quickly coughed twice and replied, I am naturally willing. Upon hearing the response of the King of Slaughter, Su Lu disdainfully nodded his head. Very well. Henceforth you shall be known as Laziness. You embody lust. These shall be your titles. Originally intending to bestow the title of Laziness upon the King of Slaughter, Su Lu swiftly revoked it, his mind clouded with unsavory thoughts. Thank you, my lord, for granting this name. Regardless of the circumstances, the King of Slaughter hastily expressed his gratitude, while Su Lu waved his hand in utter disdain. Enough, enough. Open the gates of hell for me, and summon your subordinates to the Isle of Sin. With that, Su Lu raised his hand, and a black token materialized, exuding an eerie aura. The surface of the token bore the inscription of the 7 deadly sins, while the reverse side revealed the word lust. Su Lu gestured towards the King of Slaughter, sending the token flying in his direction. This is your identity token, which contains the address of the Isle of Sin. You shall proceed there at the appointed time. Yes, I shall now open the gates of hell. Seizing the token, the King of Slaughter wasted no time, transforming into a streak of crimson light to gather souls. In no time, hundreds of individuals were brought to the slaughterhouse. The King of Slaughter, not daring to hesitate, waved his hand, and in an instant, the multitude perished, their blood saturating the ground. Casting a glance at Su Lu, who remained unfazed, he continued his grim task. As the King of Slaughter moved, the blood upon the ground began to congeal, flowing like serpentine streams through inconspicuous channels beneath the spectator stands, converging towards the center of the arena. Countless sinuous trails of crimson liquid slithered into the arena. The blood did not spread in a straight line. Instead, grooves appeared on the surface into which the blood pooled, gradually forming a massive scarlet pattern. In the blink of an eye, the image of a bat was completed. Suddenly, the bat's eyes ignited with a brilliant glow, a resplendent red light soaring skyward, blurring the surroundings. Beneath, a gaping crimson void emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lu leaped into the abyss, prompting the King of Slaughter to exclaim, I bid you farewell, my lord. As Su Lu descended, the blood surged forth, initially obscured by a shroud of darkness, rendering it ineffective. Time passed, and amidst a violent tremor, the surrounding bloodlight gradually dimmed. At this moment, Su Lu found himself atop a circular platform, approximately 5 meters in diameter, which was rather modest in size. He surveyed his surroundings, where everything was bathed in a faint blood-red hue. Beyond the confines of the 5-meter diameter platform lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. Additionally, a narrow path, less than half a foot wide and barely accommodating both feet, led into an unknown darkness. This was the sole route connecting their platform to the outside world. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Lu strode towards this pathway, as if taking a leisurely walk, seemingly oblivious to the vast chasm below. Before long, a swarm of creatures appeared in the distance, a legion of blood-red bats, reminiscent of the smaller crimson patterns left behind on the ground of a hellish slaughterhouse. Each blood bat measured approximately 1 foot in length, yet their expansive wingspan exceeded a meter. While 1 or 2 of these blood bats posed no threat, the sudden emergence of thousands transformed the sky into a swirling crimson cloud, rapidly descending upon Su Lu. The red bats flew with astonishing speed, closing the distance in mere moments. Their blood-red eyes locked onto their target, emitting harsh caws as they bared their sharp fangs. The collective flapping of thousands of wings created a foul wind that made Su Lu grimace in disgust. The bats, seemingly endowed with a collective intelligence, refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, they circled swiftly in the air, encircling Su Lu and his companion. Grasping his wand, Su Lu unleashed a billowing green mist. Curse of plague! As the verdant fog enveloped the bats, they suddenly became immobilized, plummeting like raindrops into the abyss below, leaving the remaining bats suspended in the air. Without pausing, Sulu continued onward. Shortly thereafter, he noticed a massive figure dangling beneath the narrow path, illuminated by the surrounding dim red light, exuding a dark golden glow. This creature measured over 4 meters in length, with enormous claws gripping the narrow walkway, each claw boasting a diameter exceeding 1 meter, their sharp tips embedded in the stone. Amidst the cacophony of the blood-bat's shrieks, the dark golden body slowly unfurled a pair of colossal wings, the terrifying wingspan stretching an astonishing 10 meters. With a sudden release of its claws, the creature soared into the air, revealing itself to be an extraordinarily large bat. Unlike its counterparts, this one possessed 3 heads, its entire form a deep golden hue. The swarm of blood bats swiftly swept past, converging behind the immense 3-headed bat. Coming soon, if all goes well. It will be launched at noon today. Aren't you all eager for more? I sincerely hope for your unwavering support. Merely a few cents per chapter is truly not a substantial amount. For those who cherish this book, I encourage you all to subscribe, as the current performance is rather lackluster. Initially, I contemplated ceasing this endeavor, yet upon reflection, I realized that many readers still find joy in it, which motivated me to persist. In the future, I shall strive to present even more captivating ideas. I am working diligently, and I hope to feel your encouragement, as it is this very motivation that fuels my desire to continue writing. Chapter 85, The Domain Acquired. It appears that this is indeed their formidable leader. Sulu pondered as he stroked his chin. A bat? Certainly not a benevolent creature. Bonfang. A beam of white light surged forth towards it, as the dark golden, 3-headed bat frantically flapped its wings in a desperate attempt to evade the attack. Alas, it was to no avail. As Bonfang collided with the dark golden 3-headed bat, its body was pierced through, breath extinguished, plummeting into the abyss. The peculiarities of this place are indeed numerous. Sulu shook his head, pondering how long it would take to vanquish them all, while simultaneously quickening his pace. Not far ahead, a pair of fiery red eyes glimmered on the narrow path, where a dark crimson body lay coiled. Its immense size remained obscured, yet through a cursory observation, one could discern that it was likely a serpent, its entire form entwined upon the path Sulu was destined to traverse. Are these spirit beasts merely here to meet their demise? Sulu pondered in confusion. He had already unleashed his aura, and logically, they should have fled in haste. How could they possibly await his arrival? Upon entering, Sulu observed that the serpent had 9 protrusions adorning its head and back, each resembling a vivid red mushroom, as if blood coursed within them. The serpent's abdomen was particularly massive, bulging along the narrow path, with a length exceeding 10 meters. Upon his arrival, the monstrous serpent launched its assault first, a fiery crimson beam erupting from its mouth, laden with a pungent odor, swiftly advancing toward Sulu. Just then, blue flames suddenly enveloped the serpent, igniting it in a blaze, and with a wail, it plummeted into the abyss below. Without hesitation, Sulu continued onward, the air growing increasingly heated, as a faint red mist enveloped his surroundings. In the chasms flanking the narrow path, dark red liquid could be seen swirling, unmistakably blood. Yet curiously, these blood-scented liquids bore the temperature of magma. After approximately 10 minutes, Sulu reached the terminus, entering a special realm through a white light curtain. Surrounding him was an expanse of pure white void, where sheer murderous intent coalesced into a domain, bestowing its essence upon Sulu. In a brief moment, Sulu comprehended the essence of the god of murder, yet the space began to reject him. What ist? I am here to acquire the inheritance of the god of murder, not merely a domain of murder itself. With a flick of his hand, Sulu captured the entire white space within his celestial spirit ring. Done. He clapped his hands. From this point forward, the domain of the god of murder would symbolize my 7 deadly sins. Subsequently, his body transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing from a spot as he surged towards his next objective. Meanwhile, profound transformations were also unfolding within the Star Dou Forest, particularly at its heart. Amidst verdant trees, the vast forest brimmed with fresh air. At the center of this renowned forest on the Douluo continent lay a modest lake. It was difficult to believe such a charming sight existed within this expansive forest unless one were truly present. The lake, not particularly large with a diameter of merely 100 meters, was as clear as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding greenery in harmonious interplay. Directly in front of it sat 2 naked children, seated cross-legged, emitting wisps of white vapor. After a brief moment, the child on the left opened his eyes. With bronze skin, he appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, yet his physique was remarkably robust. Curiously observing his own body and speaking with a hint of incredulity. "Brother, is this sufficient? I fail to understand the merits of this human form." Upon hearing the sound, another child opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing within them. He rose to his feet, his skin remarkably fair, and his features strikingly handsome. When he spoke, a melodious voice resonated. According to their teacher, the human body was the most adept at harnessing spiritual energy, making cultivation remarkably efficient. The transformation fruit left by their mentor was indeed formidable. Although they had undergone metamorphosis, their strength had not waned. Over the course of the past month, they had successfully converted their soul power into spiritual energy. Yet, why did their bodies resemble those of 5 or 6-year-olds? As he pondered this, the fair-skinned boy furrowed his brow, gazing at his physique, but moments later, he relaxed and a smile graced his lips. Nevertheless, this is advantageous. It is indeed the prime age for cultivating techniques. Upon hearing the fair boy's words, the robust boy beside him could not restrain himself. "Brother, since everything is well, let us venture into the human realm to find Sister Xiao Wu." Observing the sturdy boy's demeanor, the fair boy nodded in agreement. "Let us set forth." With that, the two transformed into fleeting shadows, retrieving a parcel from a hollow tree and vanishing by the lakeside. These two children were none other than the formidable rulers of the Star Dou Forest in the original tale, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. As Xiao Wu's younger brothers, she had naturally bestowed upon them mobile phones, allowing them to connect through video calls whenever they missed each other. With the presence of these devices, Deming and Erming had become well acquainted with the affairs of the outside world. When the temporal legacy emerged, they were among the first to receive the news and dispatch soul beasts to seek it out, indeed discovering a considerable number, albeit only those that humans could cultivate. Just as they were seething with frustration, they stumbled upon the legacy of a transcendent cultivator within the waters. Not only did this cultivator leave behind a method of cultivation, but also 2 transformation pills, igniting their excitement. They immediately prostrated themselves in reverence, receiving the inheritance, which led to the scene that had just unfolded. At the edge of the dense forest, a young man took a deep breath and initiated a live broadcast. Qi Laoba, now 13 years of age, had already ascended to the rank of a 26th level soul master, a prodigy indeed. With his innate, full soul power, he was truly a rarity. Yet, the peculiarities of his martial spirit rendered him utterly ineffective, leaving him unaccepted by any academy. Nevertheless, he persisted, dedicating each day to training and physical conditioning. Fortunately, his exposure to mobile technology and the advent of time-space inheritance transformed his life into a vibrant tapestry. He not only engaged in conversations, but also earned soul coins through his identity as a soul master to exchange for phone credits. He changed the title of his live stream to "Old Ba Takes You to the Star Dou Forest to Seek Time-Space Inheritance." Although merely a soul master, he dared not venture too deep. However, exploring the periphery posed no issue, as the title was meant to captivate. Before long, viewers began to join in. "Brother Chi? Not eating today? Shifting to seek inheritance? Is the title genuine? Old Ba is heading to the Star Dou Forest? It must be true. After all, Brother Chi is a soul master. What is so special about a soul master? This is the Star Dou Forest." Observing the comments, Qi Laoba chuckled heartily. Chapter 86, Alajai. Dear friends, you have guessed correctly. We have now arrived at the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest. Next, I shall lead you in the search for time-space inheritance. Let the 10-year soul rings commence. As Qi Laoba spoke, tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream became animated, showering him with various gifts, including several 10,000-year soul rings, each worth 10 gold soul coins. Thank you to the affluent viewers for the 10,000-year soul rings. Your generosity is remarkable. Now let's embark. As Qi Laoba guided his audience into the Star Dou Forest, the atmosphere grew quieter. Everyone, we have now reached the periphery of the Star Dou Forest. We must proceed with caution. Countless soul masters perish within these woods each year, especially with the emergence of time-space inheritance attracting even more entrants. I will no longer monitor the comments. Let us all focus on the journey. Not long into their exploration, Qi Laoba halted, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Before him stood a blood-red soul beast, approximately a meter in length, resembling a mantis. Excitedly, he addressed his phone. "Look, what have we discovered?" This is a 10-year soul beast, the red armored mantis. Encountering such a creature in the Star Dou Forest demands utmost caution. Their speed is astonishingly swift, and a moment's inattention could result in their sharp limbs severing your throat. So, be exceedingly careful. However, he failed to notice the 4 black dots on the mantis's limbs. Although his words urged the audience to be wary, the excitement in his voice was undeniable. Lost in thought, he even licked his lips, provoking a stir among the viewers in the live stream. How formidable! Shouldn't the host flee? It seems that the one who just entered upstairs is indeed the formidable soul master, Chi-Chi-Hua, the red armored mantis. Run! Someone has taken a fancy to you. Chi-Chi-Hua, how shameless you are! You are tempting others with your body. How despicable! It's over. The last time Chi-Chi-Hua uttered such words through a shield-armored tortoise soul beast. The tortoise shell was subsequently used as a bowl. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Chi Laoba placed his phone on a tree trunk to gain a clearer view ahead. In an instant, his body surged forward, swiftly arriving behind the red armored mantis, a gleam of pride in his eyes as he thrust a small knife toward the mantis's head. Just as everyone anticipated the demise of the red armored mantis at Chi Laoba's hands, the mantis suddenly vanished before him. Chi Laoba was taken aback, sensing danger looming. Ah, indeed. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his back, letting out a cry of agony. The red armored mantis, which had disappeared, reappeared behind him, its razor-sharp arm slashing toward his back, instantly tearing through his clothing and leaving a significant wound. It was over. Laoba had miscalculated. This was not merely a 10-year red armored mantis. It was a bloodthirsty mantis, a soul beast of a century. Have you noticed the black dots on the bloodthirsty mantis? For black dots indicate that this is a 400-year-old bloodthirsty mantis. Good heavens, the one upstairs knows so much. Must have learned from a Master S live stream. It seems Laoba is doomed. Is that really possible? Although it is a century-old soul beast, let's not forget that Laoba is a soul master. Can't he at least escape? Yes. Laoba, quickly use your martial spirit. Overwhelmed by pain, Chi Laoba was drenched in cold sweat as he turned his gaze back at the bloodthirsty mantis. A mere 13-year-old boy now acutely aware of the searing pain on his back, feeling increasingly anxious. Although he did not glance at the barrage of comments, Chi Laoba sensed that this was no ordinary red-armored mantis. He had encountered red-armored mantises before, but none possessed such formidable strength. Before Chi Laoba could ponder further, the bloodthirsty mantis lunged at him, its sharp arm aiming for his neck. Fortunately, Chi Laoba had been training regularly in recent years and was quick to react, dodging with great difficulty. After a minute of struggle, he managed to push the bloodthirsty mantis back with his knife, finally catching his breath. However, by this time, he bore numerous wounds of varying sizes, and his breathing became rapid and labored, causing concern among the viewers in the live stream. Isn't Chi Xiao a soul master? Why isn't he using his martial spirit? Laoba, quickly use your martial spirit. Hurry, Laoba. If you don't act soon, you will perish. Gazing at the bloodthirsty mantis before him, Chi Laoba's expression shifted between hope and despair. Should he employ his martial spirit? If he refrained, death was certain. But, upon contemplating his martial spirit, Laoba's expression turned awkward. However, he believed that living was preferable to death. Gritting his teeth, a surge of soul power coursed through his body, and 2 soul rings suddenly manifested. As these rings appeared, the audience in the live stream was filled with confusion. Where is Laoba's martial spirit? The soul rings have emerged, yet the martial spirit is absent. Goodness, if I am not mistaken, Brother Chi is only 13 years old, right? A 2-ring soul master at such a young age. Truly a genius. Indeed, Laoba is remarkable. I seek his guidance. Laoba's facial expression became complex. After gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Yellow, here we go." As the first soul ring shone brightly in yellow, a peculiar substance, rather than a conventional weapon, appeared in his hand. The audience was instantly taken aback by this spectacle. What in the world is this? Laoba, is your martial spirit truly excrement? What on earth? Is this really a martial spirit? A weapon spirit? It must be. I guess Laoba is about to hurl it at that bloodthirsty mantis. Unbeknownst to Laoba, it seemed to be a common trait among food-type spirits to require a shout before use. If he wished to employ his martial spirit, a loud incantation was necessary. Ignoring all else, he gazed at the foul-smelling substance in his hand, then glanced at the distant bloodthirsty mantis. Gritting his teeth, he moved his hand toward his mouth, causing the live stream to erupt in chaos. No way. Laoba, you wouldn't dare. No, I can't. I me king. Ugh. The taste is too intense. I can't handle it. Oh my goodness. This is truly extraordinary. Before the watchful eyes of the audience, Lao Ba opened his mouth, steeling himself to take a bite. Thankfully, it was merely composed of soul power, transforming into a warm flow upon entering his mouth. Ugh, 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 though devoid of flavor. The turmoil within his heart proved insurmountable. Chi Lao Ba was immediately seized by a wave of nausea, and he was not alone. Many viewers in the live stream found themselves retching as well. Chapter 87. A grand maneuver. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty mantis would not let such a prime opportunity slip away. Its body morphed into a fleeting shadow as it lunged towards Lao Ba, its razor-sharp claws aimed at his head. However, the Chi Lao Ba who had consumed the martial soul was no longer the same as before. With the activation of the first soul ring, imbued with the power of yellow, his speed had doubled. An extraordinary feat for someone at the 26th level, surpassing even the renowned 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yet, the method of utilization was indeed a matter of grave concern. In a sudden burst of speed, Chi Lao Ba effortlessly evaded the attack of the bloodthirsty mantis, repositioning himself behind the creature. With a swift motion, he severed the mantis's head, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. A moment later, he regained his composure and walked towards the tree trunk where his phone lay. What a perilous situation, if it weren't for. Before Chi Lao Ba could finish his thought, his gaze fell upon the barrage of comments flooding the livestream. His expression darkened. Get lost. Disgusting. Filthy creature. Truly revolting. I cannot fathom how such a martial soul could exist. To reach the pinnacle and be dubbed the title Douluo. Is that what you call it? Absolutely revolting. Get out of the live streaming world. Get out of Liu. Faced with such harsh words in the chat, the 13-year-old Chi Lao Ba struggled to bear the weight of it all. In a state of confusion, he turned off his phone, neglecting even to bandage his wounds. Boom! Boom! At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from the air. Chi Lao Ba instinctively looked up, only to witness a dazzling array of colors descending from the depths of the Star Dou Forest. Could it be the arrival of a time-space inheritor? Seeing this spectacle, Chi Lao Ba felt invigorated, murmuring to himself as he gazed at the multicolored light on the horizon. Deep within the Star Dou Forest, that place harbors soul beasts that have existed for millennia, even tens of thousands of years. After a brief contemplation, Chi Lao Ba clenched his teeth. It was better to seek the time-space inheritance and begin his cultivation anew than to languish in despair. He promptly began tending to his wounds and set off towards the source of the radiant light. Clearly, the Star Dou Forest was not devoid of others. The duo, Dum Ming and Air Ming, who were preparing to depart, halted and redirected their course towards the same destination. In no time, the entire internet erupted in a frenzy. Just 10 minutes prior, a video featuring Lao Ba consuming a martial soul had gone viral, only to be swiftly overshadowed by footage of the mysterious time-space inheritance. The title read, Mysterious Time-Space Inheritance Emerges in Star Dou Forest. Upon opening the video, the scene revealed a profound area of the Star Dou Forest where a dazzling rainbow light suddenly burst forth, revealing a massive palace, ephemeral yet grand, floating in the sky. Incredible. This is irrefutable evidence. This is undoubtedly a time-space inheritance, and a remarkable one at that. It is evident to all that this is no ordinary matter. Take, for instance, the temporal legacy I acquired, retrieved from a hollow in a tree. I must investigate further. Perhaps fortune will smile upon me, and I shall attain this inheritance. Agreed. Count me in. A group from the Starry Forest will venture to the mysterious palace of inheritance. A 10 to 1 chance. Those interested, please message me privately. However, it did not take long for the entire continent to receive word of this revelation, and commands were dispatched to converge upon the site. Within a day, tens of thousands had arrived, with many more drawn by the news. In the span of 3 days, the event reached a fever pitch. The vicinity of the palace, perched high in the sky, was naturally dominated by the continent's foremost powers, with all but the forgotten orphan sect of Hao Yin and the Su family group in attendance. Even the 7 deadly sins, under the leadership of Su Lu, concealed themselves nearby, while the deep-sea demon whale king licked its lips, gazing hungrily at the palace and then surveying the various factions. To our astonishment, this marked the first collaborative mission of the 7 deadly sins, culminating in an encounter with the mightiest forces. Both Poseidon and the King of Slaughter regarded the palace with glimmering eyes, brimming with anticipation. Perhaps this would be their moment of ascendance. Yet, only Zhou Wei felt a surge of frustration muttering under his breath, "What the hell is this? Must I contend with this band of freakish powerhouses? My own strength barely amounts to a mere level 50 soul king. Amongst this crowd, I am but a speck." He could not help but voice his exasperation. With so many factions present, how could we possibly prevail against them? The crowd offered no response to his lament, merely casting him teasing glances, save for Su Lu, who cryptically remarked, "Not only can we contend with them, but perhaps we shall also claim the lion's share." The inheritance was, of course, devised by Su Lu with a straightforward purpose in mind. Firstly, to firmly establish the Seven Deadly Sins organization's reputation. Such a grand spectacle is a rarity. Secondly, to recruit individuals for the Seven Deadly Sins. It would be exceedingly laborious for Su Lu to seek them out one by one. Thus, creating an inheritance would be a more effective means of drawing everyone in. Thirdly, to bolster the strength of the Seven Deadly Sins, as the premier antagonistic organization on the continent, it must possess formidable power. The latter serves as the primary objective and the reason Su Lu refrained from allowing the Su family conglomerate to participate. As the foremost luminary of light and darkness on the continent, an early meeting would be ill-advised. If members of the Su family were to attend, they would inevitably seize the inheritance, which would solidify their dominance on the continent. The temporal inheritance holds little value for the Su family in its current state. It would be far more advantageous to fortify the Seven Deadly Sins. Hence, it would be preferable for the Su family to abstain from attending. The major factions were indeed perplexed by the absence of the Su family conglomerate, but they gave it little thought. Their absence merely lessened the competition. The elite combatants from the various factions had all arrived, with the two great empires contributing dozens of titled Douluos. Notably, the leader from the Wuhuan Temple was not Bibi Dong, but rather a remarkably exquisite young lady, radiating an aura of sanctity, and most astonishingly, Douluo stood beside her, displaying utmost respect. This young lady was the embodiment of the god of light, or more accurately, the statue of the angelic god. Following the death of the Holy Master, the 12 talismans fell into Douluo's possession, and he meticulously verified their capabilities. Upon encountering the mouse talisman, he found himself perplexed. No matter how he attempted to utilize it, it remained dormant. Subsequently, he recalled a report from his subordinate, which mentioned that when the Holy Master was resurrected, it was in the form of a statue. With this notion in mind, Douluo placed the mouse talisman upon the statue. Remarkably, as the power of the mouse talisman was unleashed, the statue gradually lost its color, transforming into the angelic god, leaving Douluo in awe and enlightening him to the talisman's potential. Although the angelic god was resurrected from a statue, it had absorbed years of faith, endowing it with divine power surpassing that of a titled Dou, even exceeding the limitations of demigods, reaching the strength of a hunter, equivalent to that of a lower deity or a nascent soul stage. With the revival of the angelic god, the Wuhuan Temple was thrown into disarray. Currently, Bibi Dong bore the legacy of the Rakshasa god, and one must recognize that the angelic god and the Rakshasa god are inherently opposed. Their coexistence within the Wuhuan Temple was implausible. Chapter 88. The arrival of the Seven Deadly Sins. Those who initially supported Bibi Dong turned their allegiance towards the angelic god, relinquishing the position of pope, forcing Bibi Dong to flee. The angelic god ascended to the papal throne of the Wuhuan Temple, enveloping the entire temple in divine radiance. While Bibi Dong escaped with two steadfast loyalists, namely Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. Aside from the Wuhuan Temple, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with Ning Fengji and two titled Douluos, also arrived. To everyone's astonishment, they discovered 7 children with gourds atop their heads in the open space of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. These were the 7 Calabash brothers. Especially upon hearing them refer to Ning Fengji as daddy, the crowd couldn't help but indulge in gossip. It is indeed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. They are clearly good people, because good people have 7 sons. The reaction of Ning Fengji to this remark was one of indifference, even pride, as he stood tall, his gaze betraying a subtle sense of triumph. You know nothing. If you were aware that all 7 of my sons possess the strength of titled Douluo, you would surely be terrified. Ever since I decided to cultivate the 7 gourd children with great fervor, Ning Fengji has diligently tended to them, watering and fertilizing daily. Despite the advice of others, he remained steadfast, believing that nurturing their bond was essential. After a month of meticulous care, the 7 gourd children finally emerged, bringing immense joy to Ning Fengji. Remarkably, Each child possessed strength rivaling that of a titled Douluo, not to mention their unique and extraordinary abilities. Thus, the seven treasures glazed sect gained 7 titled Douluo, significantly enhancing their power. In contrast, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan experienced a lesser increase, gaining just 1 titled full-level powerhouse, while Yu Yuan reached the pinnacle Douluo level, but overall growth was minimal. The clan primarily benefited from the inheritance of martial arts, which enhanced their collective strength, with the other 4 sects in a similar situation. In addition to these developments, there were numerous hidden experts among the crowd, such as the 2 children beside Qi Laoba, named Ming and Air Ming. Their encounter was rather serendipitous, drawn in by the enticing aroma of Qi Laoba's cooking. Upon seeing these little ones in the Star Dou Forest, Qi Laoba was initially alarmed, but when he witnessed them vanquishing a 10,000-year soul beast, he fell silent and became their chef, leading them to this moment. Without the 2 children, they might have met an untimely end. Not far from this gathering stood 2 women and a man, naturally Bibi Dong accompanied by Ju Duo and Gui Duo. Upon learning of the temporal inheritance, Bibi Dong hurriedly brought her companions over. In 3 days, as the sky transitioned from ethereal to solid, Bibi Dong felt a surge of anxiety, aware that the time for the temporal inheritance had arrived. However, behind her, Ju Duo and Gui Duo remained unfazed, with Gui Duo whispering something to Ju Duo, who bashfully responded by playfully striking him with her delicate hand. Annoyed, Gui Duo embraced Ju Duo, grinning broadly as she leaned against him, even drawing nearer. Bibi Dong, witnessing this, felt a chill run down her spine, her expression darkening as she interjected. "Enough, you two. What are you doing? Keep it private." The sudden voice startled the pair, and they quickly complied. Yes. Afterward, Ju Duo cast a sultry glance at Gui Duo, playfully twisting at his waist, causing him to grimace in pain. Observing the countenance of the 2 individuals, Bibi Dong let out a sigh, reflecting on her decision to not have included them for that farewell drink when she defected from the Spear Hall. As time progressed, night enveloped the surroundings, and just as the crowd believed that the temporal inheritance would commence the following day, a resonant voice suddenly echoed through the sky. "I'm called Xie Tianfan." Upon hearing this proclamation, thousands of spectators lifted their gazes, witnessing the ethereal silhouette of an elderly man draped in black robes. He continued, "I am a cultivator at the tribulation stage, prepared to transcend, yet I was treacherously ambushed. Though I vanquished my foe, I sustained grievous injuries, and, realizing my fate, I have left behind this inheritance in hopes that a fated individual may claim it. Anyone below the nascent soul realm may enter." As his words faded, the apparition vanished, and a luminous portal manifested within the celestial palace. Upon hearing the celestial announcement, the angelic deity furrowed her brow, acutely aware that she would be unable to enter. Initially, she had contemplated forcibly infiltrating the inheritance, relying on her divine prowess. However, she soon recognized the futility of her attempts. In her estimation, the elder who appeared in the heavens possessed strength that surpassed even the divine official realm. After a brief silence, she finally spoke, "You may proceed with your companions." "Understood. Your Holiness." A flicker of excitement ignited in Qian Daoliu's eyes. Although the portal had manifested in the sky, none of the thousands present dared to approach it. They understood the adage that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Yet, hidden amongst the crowd, a soul sage could no longer contain himself. "Since none of you are willing to venture forth, allow me, Wang, to take the lead." With that declaration, he unleashed his soul power, propelling himself towards the luminous gateway like a cannonball. However, midway through his ascent, he was met with a barrage of attacks. And before he could utter a cry of despair, he was reduced to a crimson rain, showering down upon the earth amidst the onslaught. At this moment, the crowd, originally brimming with excitement and poised for action, felt as though their hearts had been struck by a hammer, causing their pulses to falter. Qian Daolu, who was ready to lead the charge, found himself unable to move, despite wielding talismans and being a peerless titled Douluo of the 99th rank. He pondered the possibility that other sects might possess time-space legacies capable of ending his life. What if he charged forward only to be besieged by rival factions? The angel god was well aware of Qian Daolu's apprehensions and was about to speak when a cold, metallic voice pierced the air, chilling everyone to the bone. "Since none of you are willing to take the lead, allow the 7 deadly sins to pave the way." At this proclamation, the crowd gasped in shock. Who dared to display such audacity? Had they not witnessed the fate of the previous bold soul? Turning their heads, they beheld 5 figures floating in the sky. The leader, clad in a black robe, was unmistakably a man. Beside him stood 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed in black robes and donning conical hats. Indeed, they were Su Lu and his companions. The attire was inspired by the Akatsuki organization from Naruto, each adorned with distinct symbols. Behind Zhou Wei were the words RIN in bold yellow, while the deep-sea demon whale King bore pink lettering that read Luca. Poseidon was marked with light green gumi, and the King of Slaughter was identified by purple Gakpo. The sudden intrusion of these 5 individuals did not sit well with the crowd, who regarded them with disdain. Who are these interlopers? They seem unaware of the peril they face. Chapter 89, Dual Deities Die. With a chorus of shouts and roars, a barrage of attacks surged toward the figures in the sky. Yet, faced with such onslaughts, Su Lu merely waved his hand, conjuring a white light barrier that enveloped his companions, rendering the attacks entirely ineffective. With Su Lu leading the way, the 4 approached the light gate, prompting the top-tier factions to grow restless. They believed that being the first to enter would confer them an advantage. And thus, all the titled Douluos from various factions sprang into action. Boom! The blinding explosion overwhelmed the spectators, forcing them to shield their eyes. A massive wave of force spread out, sending those with slightly lesser strength reeling, spitting blood as they were thrown back. Surely, this would spell their demise? Indeed, with over 20 titled Douluos and thousands of formidable soul king-level attacks converging, the answer was evident. It appeared that no one would be able to enter just yet. As the crowd speculated, the dazzling light finally dissipated. When they looked up, they were astonished to see that the 5 figures remained, now at the very edge of the light gate. In the next moment, Poseidon playfully turned to the crowd below and declared, "Farewell, everyone. We shall take our leave." As the body melded into the luminous portal, the onlookers found themselves powerless to launch an assault. Even the esteemed titled Douluos hesitated. Who could ascertain whether that portal could withstand their might? What if their own power inadvertently shattered it? However, what perplexed the crowd was that Su Lu did not enter the portal, igniting their curiosity. Why would he refrain from entering? Could it be that he looked down upon the temporal legacy? How could that be? It is universally acknowledged as the most formidable cultivation legacy within the realm of time and space. It seemed less a matter of inability and more one of unwillingness. What does this imply? The temporal legacy stipulated that only those whose strength is below the nascent soul stage may enter, and his abstention suggested he had indeed reached that pinnacle. Could it be the nascent soul stage? Upon reflection, it made sense otherwise. How could he withstand the onslaught of over 20 titled Douluos? Good heavens! The nascent soul stage, equivalent to divine essence? Many present, having perused the data released by the Su family conglomerate, began to speculate on Su Li's true strength. Time was of the essence. Observing Su Lu allowing his subordinates to enter first, the crowd could no longer restrain themselves. The angel god of the spirit hall surged forth, leading Qian Douluo and others, their divine power erupting as they transformed into a golden radiance rushing towards him. "Step aside." In response, Su Lu smirked. "You think your command holds weight? I have no need for dignity in the face of the 7 deadly sins." With a mere gesture, a bone spear, several meters in length, hurtled towards the angel god. As the bone spear approached, the angel god radiated a blinding holy light, causing the spear to vanish upon contact with the divine glow. Yet, rather than relax, the angel god's expression grew increasingly grave. "Who are you? I have never encountered a deity like you in the divine realm. Are you a god from another dimension?" The crowd gasped in astonishment at the angel god's words. Did I hear correctly? He's a deity? My heavens! Indeed, a god, albeit one from another world. Will he, like that monstrous being who previously annihilated the spirit hall, bring ruin to the Douluo continent? Uncertainty hung in the air, listening to the murmurs around him. Su Lu turned his gaze towards the angel god. "I am a denizen of the Douluo continent, merely a recipient of a certain god's legacy, nothing more." His words brought a measure of reassurance to the crowd. After all, a native god, no matter how malevolent, was still one of their own. In contrast, a deity from another realm posed an entirely different threat. Upon hearing Su Lu's reply, the angel god furrowed her brows. The dark power emanating from Su Lu was most displeasing to her, and while she contemplated further inquiries, it was evident that this was not an opportune moment. Her delicate features hardened with gravity. "I shall grant you one more chance. Step aside." This time, Douluo chose to ignore him. Brandishing his staff and conjuring a floral wreath in the air, directing it towards the angelic deity. "Unless you have bested me," he proclaimed, brimming with arrogance. Witnessing this audacious display, the angelic deity could no longer contain herself. As a divine being, she had never been so openly provoked, especially not by the very dark powers she had restrained. In an instant, a golden aura, akin to mist, emanated from her form, and a pair of golden wings unfurled behind her. In that moment, she radiated a blinding light, resembling a sun amidst the encroaching night. Douluo unleashed his own formidable presence to contest the angelic deity. The luminescence that enveloped him was swiftly devoured by the encroaching darkness, rendering his figure obscured from view. Is this the power of the divine? Feeling the immense pressure that envelopes the heavens and the earth, those present are overwhelmed by an intrinsic sense of helplessness. The very breath exudes such formidable oppression. One can only imagine the magnitude of divine strength. The titled Douluos, on the verge of ascension, cast complex glances at the two figures in the sky, with many already sensing the impending turmoil and beginning to withdraw from this realm. In the sky, the two combatants, filled with fervor, stand at the epicenter of a cataclysmic roar, causing the ground within a 100-meter radius to fracture simultaneously. Their formidable auras entwine with an overwhelming battle spirit as they lock eyes with unwavering intensity. The retreating onlookers glance back from a distance, poised to witness this divine confrontation. Behold the sword. With a thunderous shout, the angelic deity radiates a brilliant golden light, instantly elevating its presence to its zenith. Grasping the angelic holy sword, the deity transforms into a golden meteor, aiming the sword decisively at Douluo's chest. As the attack commences, divine power surges into the angelic holy sword, causing it to blaze with a resplendent golden glow, channeling all of its might. An explosive force rapidly disseminates, the potent energy waves converging upon the blade of the angelic holy sword. A burst of golden light erupts from the edge, distorting the surrounding air as if it were a serpent in water. Every ounce of energy is meticulously concentrated into a singular line by the angelic deity. The true strength of a divine-level being is beyond comprehension for the spectators who have retreated. However, the strongest among them, Douluo and Yuanjin, can discern from the aura emanating from the two that, even if they unleashed their full powers in a desperate struggle, the likelihood of survival would be less than a mere 10%. This realization fills their hearts with profound bitterness, especially when considering the fate of others. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, bewildered by such extraordinary feats of prowess. It was not merely the prospect of resistance that left them aghast. Even the mere sensation of this overwhelming presence suggested that if the residual forces of the impending attack were to reach them, they would likely meet a gruesome end. Observing the incoming assault, Douluo jestingly remarked, "Is this your divine power? It appears to be rather underwhelming." With that, he brandished his staff, summoning a collection of bones resembling white jade before him, which, under the divine impetus, swiftly coalesced into a formidable bone wall. Chapter 90. The Descent of the Fallen Angel. In the next moment, the heavenly sword plunged into the bone wall. The angelic being wielding the sword advanced with the ferocity of crashing waves, yet Douluo's bone wall stood as a majestic mountain. Upon collision, an uncanny silence enveloped the forest, the sounds of insects abruptly ceasing. The angel realized that her divine power, unleashed with all her might, had come to a standstill in that fleeting instant. The transition from motion to stillness was instantaneous. Confronted by the enigmatic bone wall, she found herself unable to advance even a fraction, coming to an abrupt halt. "Is this truly all you possess?" Just then, Douluo's mocking voice echoed once more, inciting the angel's fury. With renewed determination, she channeled her divine energy into the bone wall, which erupted in a brilliant golden radiance. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion resounded, sending powerful shockwaves rippling outward, uprooting everything within thousands of meters. Fortunately, this was the fortified Douluo continent. The sturdier the world, the more resilient it became against destruction. Had this been the original narrative, a radius of 10,000 meters would have been utterly obliterated. In a smaller realm, the confrontation between the two would likely have shattered the very fabric of existence, illustrating the vast disparities in strength across different worlds. This exemplifies the disparity of strength within the realms. In the realm of the Lesser Thousand, one might effortlessly obliterate a mountain with a mere wave of the hand. soaring freely through the skies. Yet, upon entering the middle thousand realm, one realizes that not only is flight impossible, but the once formidable ability to demolish mountains has dwindled to the struggle of uprooting a mere tree, akin to the transition from the world of celestial heroes to the realm of immortal cultivation. Returning to the matter at hand, amidst the cacophony of explosions, the angelic deity appeared somewhat disheveled, while Su Lu remained impeccably composed, his attire devoid of any creases. Logically, the two should have been evenly matched, one a lower deity and the other a hunter, both possessing equivalent strength. A swift defeat was unexpected. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the angelic hunter, though indeed powerful, was merely a statue, drawing upon the mouse talisman and years of accumulated faith to manifest such prowess, rather than being a genuine angelic deity. Witnessing the ease with which the angel succumbed to a single strike, the onlookers felt a twinge of discomfort. Douluo bellowed, summoning the angelic martial soul to initiate an attack. Let's unite our forces. If not, this temporal legacy shall be devoured solely by him. With Douluo's proclamation, the titled Douluo from various factions exchanged glances. I shall assist you. So shall I. Surprisingly, amidst the throng of thousands, it was Su Lu alone who managed to rally them together. Thank you all. Let us vanquish this villain, and then we shall enter together. The angelic deity recognized that this was not the time for bravado and graciously accepted the assistance offered. No need for pleasantries. Evil must be eradicated, Yu Yuan declared with righteous fervor. Although somewhat reluctant, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow and unleashed his martial soul to bolster the others. Observing the collective determination of the crowd, Su Lu erupted into a raucous laughter, his tone grating. Ha ha ha! A multitude attacking me alone, and yet you still spout lofty ideals. However, to engage in a brawl with a necromancer, have you truly considered the implications? As Su Li's ominous words echoed, an unsettling sensation coursed through the crowd. With a flourish of his staff, a spatial portal materialized above him. Suddenly, Dai Shangjiang recalled something crucial and shouted, "Attack swiftly! Interrupt him! He is summoning creatures from other dimensions." In truth, even without his warning, the others sensed the potent auras emanating from beyond the portal. Some were so formidable that even the angelic deity felt a shiver of trepidation. As the crowd surged towards Su Lu, their efforts were thwarted by a white light barrier. Observing Su Lu, immobilized yet wielding the angelic sword, his resplendent golden wings unfurled, casting a fleeting shadow, the angelic deity surged forth like a golden meteor across the starry forest, lunging towards Su Lu. As the angelic sword struck the white barrier, it held for but a moment before shattering like fragile glass, producing a crystalline sound. The angelic sword, undiminished in power, aimed directly at Su Li's heart, poised to strike. Had the blow landed? Observing the unresponsive Su Lu, an idea flickered in the mind of the angelic deity. Yet another notion emerged that seemed far too simplistic. Nevertheless, the reality proved otherwise. How could Su Lu, without any forethought, summon the undead? As the angelic sword sliced through Su Li's dark robe, poised to penetrate his very being, it found itself halted, unable to advance even an inch, thwarted by an impervious barrier. The deathly bone armor, this necromantic magic, conjured from the bones of deceased beings, fortified its defense in accordance with the strength of its former owner. The angel's face contorted with reluctance as the celestial blade descended towards Su Li's head. Boom! In the next instant, a shadow darted past, sending the angelic being hurtling backward. After several tumultuous rolls, the angel regained composure, stabilizing with a series of powerful wing beats. Who could it be? She was certain it was not Su Lu, but another individual entirely. Following the angel's gaze, one could see a figure standing tall at nearly 2 meters, possessing an exceptionally handsome visage, flowing silver hair, clad in armor, brandishing a dark longsword. What astonished the onlookers most was the sound of wings unfurling, a stark contrast to the angel's own. Behind him, a pair of wings, as black as ink, emerged, allowing him to drift through the air like a whispering cloud. Countless silver stars adorned his form, while his eyes, deep pools of purple reminiscent of the starry ocean, bore a solemn expression akin to that of a deity as he regarded the angelic being in the distance. The fallen angel displayed a rare flicker of surprise. Oh, a seraph with 2 wings? Upon hearing the fallen angel's words, the celestial being furrowed her brow. Was the other also an angel? The aura of his wings conveyed a sense of kinship, yet her own radiant powers were pure and sanctified, while the energy emanating from him was dark and malevolent. Could it be? Suddenly, a memory stirred within the angel, awakening a distant recollection. In ancient times, she was not the original deity of the Douluo continent, but an 8-winged angel from another realm, in a battle against another 8-winged fallen angel. The fabric of time and space shattered, leading to the arrival of the first generation of divine beings in the Douluo continent, where she established her faith. Gritting her teeth, she directed her ire at the fallen angel before her. Though it was their first encounter, the celestial being felt an inexplicable loathing, a deep-seated aversion. The fallen angel, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained composure, his gaze turning icy, a wry smile curling upon his lips as he remarked, "Oh, I never expected to encounter such arrogant angels in this world." Chapter 91, The Battle of Angels. The fallen angel was indeed surprised, for in forming a pact with Douluo, he had gleaned some understanding of this continent. This time, when Douluo summoned him forth, the sight of the angel was indeed a delightful surprise. After all, how captivating it is to vanquish a celestial being. The face of the angelic deity was painted with utter embarrassment. "You filthy fallen angel, you belong in hell." Observing the verbal sparring between the two angels, the onlookers were taken aback. Douluo widened his eyes, realizing the unusualness of the situation. With both possessing wings, a vivid image of a chaotic entanglement flashed through his mind. Just as the crowd anticipated a stalemate, the fallen angel's taunt about being a millennia-old spinster thoroughly incensed the angelic deity. The angelic deity's face flushed crimson with fury as she charged forward, engaging in combat with the fallen angel. The others gritted their teeth and rushed towards Douluo, only to be obstructed by a multitude of undead creatures that had already emerged from the spatial portal. Several frost giants, undead knights, and malevolent tentacled fiends. These holy-grade undead beings possessed strength akin to that of a tidal Douluo, creating an earth-shattering clash that could be deemed one of the most monumental battles in the history of Douluo continent in nearly a century. Onlookers from afar gazed at Douluo before the light portal, unable to suppress their swallowing of saliva, with many already pulling out their phones to begin live streaming. This is outrageous. The pinnacle of Douluo continent's strongest has converged here, yet one person stands in their way. He is no mere mortal. He is a deity, incredibly powerful. What is his reality? The 7 deadly sins. Absolutely formidable. Is there anyone who knows the address? I wish to join. Count me in. The 7 deadly sins is astounding. Hey, don't forget about the Sioux Corporation, right? The Sioux Corporation usually keeps a low profile, but even a random employee could easily overpower numerous tidal Douluos. The battle between the two angels in the sky had reached a fever pitch. After a failed strike, the angelic deity slowly raised the angelic holy sword in her hand, pointing it towards the distant fallen angel. A blazing sun fire erupted from her, manifesting as a brilliant golden flame that engulfed both her and the holy sword. The fallen angel, not to be outdone, unleashed divine power, igniting with flames of his own. Unlike the warm and radiant fire of the angelic deity, the flames surrounding him were a sinister black. If the angelic deity's flames exuded warmth and brightness, the black flames of the fallen angel conveyed a chilling malevolence. With his left hand, the fallen angel raised the sword to his chest, while his right hand brushed against the blade, causing it to ignite with black flames. The long sword pointed menacingly at the angelic deity. Behind them, the contrasting hues of radiant gold and all-consuming darkness formed a striking dichotomy in the air. The divine consciousness of the two clashed, one representing the dark sovereign of the fallen angels, the other the angelic deity basking in sunlight, their divine wills gradually escalating under the pressure from one another. There was no time to delay. The first to launch an attack was the angelic deity, whose long-accumulated power of solar fire had surged to an overwhelming magnitude. If she did not unleash it soon, her very body would be unable to withstand the burden. Raising her angelic sword high above her head, a moment later, a torrent of crimson gold flames erupted, creating a colossal silhouette of the sword that hovered above her, its tip piercing the heavens while its blade remained ominously fixed upon the body of the angelic deity. At that instant, her divine consciousness melded with the sword, her spirit attaining an unprecedented zenith, as a spectral form materialized in the sky. The immense solar sword, extending 100 meters, descended from the void, slicing through the darkness with a streak of cold black lightning. In the blink of an eye, The gargantuan crimson gold blade loomed over the head of the fallen angel. Oomph. Observing the impending assault, the fallen angel scoffed, raising her sword defensively above her head. Channeling her divine power, she prepared herself, and in the next heartbeat, the formidable solar sword struck against her blade. Despite her preparedness, the impact caused the fallen angel to falter slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, unleashing a sudden surge of divine energy that shattered the spectral image of the angelic sword. With a decisive swing, she sent the angelic sword spiraling away, aiming straight for the chest of the angelic deity. Upon witnessing this strike, a profound sense of peril surged within the angelic deity. In an instant, her celestial wings unfurled, propelling her into a sharp 90-degree turn as she soared skyward, narrowly evading the blow. Yet before she could exhale in relief, the sensation of danger returned, more intense than before. This time, how will you evade? The angelic deity sensed voices resonating from all directions, and upon turning, she discovered herself encircled by dozens of fallen angels. Clones? The angelic deity had no time to ponder, for the fallen angels were already in motion. 5 of them suddenly extended their right hands, shooting forth black soul chains that blazed with dark flames above the purple tendrils. With astonishing speed, the chains ensnared her neck, tightening around her throat. Instinctively, she raised her hand to sever the chains with her angelic sword, only to realize her limbs were entangled. In the next instant, a shadow flashed by. A black sword carved through the form of the angelic deity, followed swiftly by another shadow, inflicting yet another wound upon her. A cry of anguish escaped her lips. It must be noted that the blade in the hands of the fallen angel, known as the soul blade, inflicted damage directly upon the soul with each strike. After a relentless barrage of attacks, under the moonlight, one of the fallen angels raised the soul blade high, gazing coldly at the bound angelic deity. The dark moon descends. As the fallen angel swung its sword, a streak of silver light, hundreds of meters long, surged forth towards the divine angel. The potent divine energy contained within this strike would, without a doubt, spell the demise of the divine angel. At that moment, a glint of cold light flickered in the divine angel's eyes. Being a deity herself, she could sense the sheer force of the impending blow. With divine power surging, the angelic sword that had fallen to the ground suddenly soared into the air, tracing across and emitting a brilliant radiance. Angels purify. Light of judgment. Boom. The light of judgment erupted violently, transforming into a colossal crimson golden sphere that enveloped both her and the myriad avatars of the fallen angel. The temperature soared rapidly, reaching terrifying levels in mere moments, and under the continuous infusion of divine energy and the invocation of true solar fire, the crimson golden sphere expanded, its heat intensifying. Clearly, the divine angel was prepared to drag the fallen angel down with her, even at the cost of her own life. In the next instant, the dark moon light struck the divine angel. In that moment, the divine angel coughed up a spray of golden blood. Chapter 92. The Fall of the Divine Angel Crash. A sound of shattering emanated from her body as 5 bone-like fragments disintegrated into stardust, the remnants of the divine angel's soul bones that had absorbed the blow. Even so, the divine angel felt the toll it had taken, her divine power waning. Feeling the furnace-like heat surrounding her body and the ever-intensifying true solar fire, the fallen angel furrowed his brow, taken aback by the divine angel's willingness to perish alongside him. Filti fallen angel, let's fall together. The divine angel, blood staining her lips, wiped her mouth with a desperate gesture and raised the angelic sword high above her head, determined to deny the fallen angel any opportunity. At last, the sacred domain of the angel god was unleashed, and the divine angel cried out mightily. Angel domain. In an instant, the sky transformed into a golden expanse. Suddenly, the celestial panorama shifted. Under the divine golden light, the divine angel's form underwent a miraculous metamorphosis, splitting into 2, then 4, and in the blink of an eye, countless divine angels emerged in the air, each wielding an angelic sword raised high, their backs illuminated by a radiant crimson golden disk that banished the night, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. All of these divine angels directed their radiant disks towards the fallen angel, who felt as if his body had been burdened by a weight of millions of pounds, unable to breathe even with his godly might. Great Sun Angel, 10,000 suns ascending. Countless divine angels exclaimed in unison, their voices resonating through the air. The ground around the fallen angel cracked under the pressure of their collective might, and within the illuminated sphere of the blazing sun, all activity ceased as every gaze turned skyward, burning the essence of life. The fallen angel furrowed his brow, gazing at the distant celestial being without a hint of anxiety. He was confident in his ability to withstand the impending strike. Yet, for reasons unknown, he sensed something peculiar about the angelic figure, though both were of divine caliber. This angel appeared somewhat feeble. Furthermore, as the angel began to burn its life force, the fallen angel noticed that certain parts of its form had taken on a stony appearance. Before he could ponder further, the entire realm succumbed to a blinding radiance, and an object resembling stone plummeted to the ground. Among the witnesses, only Su Lu remained, oblivious to the fate that had befallen the other combatants. Were they dead? Surely such a formidable assault would have claimed their lives. Yet, the fallen angel was merely a summoned beast, implying that they still faced another divine entity, with the possibility of summoning yet another. The thought sent shivers down the spines of those present. After a prolonged silence, the sky gradually returned to normalcy, prompting the onlookers to direct their gazes toward the battlefield, only to find it devoid of any presence. Had they truly perished? A singular notion arose in their minds. But in the next moment, their eyes widened in astonishment as a wave of spatial distortion rippled through the air, revealing a dark portal through which the fallen angel emerged. Somewhat disheveled, yet with a look of perplexity in his eyes. In the final moments, he had employed his divine technique, the gate of space, to teleport away, returning only after the explosion's aftermath. However, before his departure, he had noticed that the celestial being had transformed into a statue, leaving him bewildered. It was over. They had not perished. The temporal inheritance was now beyond their reach, and they had to consider the whims of the 7 deadly sins. Should they harbor any ill intentions, their doom would be certain. A heavy sense of dread settled over the crowd, and many began to entertain thoughts of retreat. At that moment, Su Lu waved his hand, dismissing all summoned beasts. As confusion spread among the onlookers, he spoke. Ha! Since the troublesome one is gone, I shall be forthright. From this moment forth, this temporal inheritance belongs solely to the 7 deadly sins. No one shall approach. Defiance will be met with merciless retribution. Upon hearing Su Li's bloodthirsty declaration, the crowd felt a surge of anger, yet dared not voice it. Before them lay the fallen deity, and they, mere titled Douluos, clenched their fists, their eyes glinting with resentment, yet rendered powerless, some even contemplating a direct departure. Just then, Su Li's voice rang out once more, for those present who wished to enter. It is not impossible. His tone was laced with intrigue, capturing the attention of those preparing to leave. After tantalizing them, he continued, join the 7 deadly sins, and you shall gain entry. At this pronouncement, aside from the representatives of various factions, the free agents were filled with excitement, many immediately raising their hands. Su Lu did not refuse. With a mere gesture, those individuals began to levitate, making their way toward the luminous portal. However, be warned. Should anyone attempt to exploit this opportunity under false pretenses, seeking to infiltrate the temporal inheritance only to flee upon exit, take heed. When I become angry, I can be truly terrifying. Ha ha ha. Ultimately, Su Li's laughter sends shivers down one's spine. It is quite oppressive. My dear brother, I wish to give him a good thrashing. Among the onlookers, Ming could not help but voice his complaints, to which Ming sighed in response. Ah, Ming, steady yourself. At present, we have only reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. We simply cannot contend with him. Hearing this, Ming immediately fell dejected, while Chi Lao Ba beside them widened his eyes in disbelief. What on earth am I hearing? 2 6-year-old children claim to be at the pinnacle of the golden core stage? Is that not akin to the prowess of a level 99 peak Douluo? My goodness, what is happening in this world? Nevertheless, Chi Lao Ba was not inclined to give up. He slowly raised his hand. Su Lu, observing this individual from the sky, suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. This child seemed to share some connection with him. Upon further contemplation, he realized that this child possessed something he had imparted. No way, it's him. Su Lu, concealed within his black robe, stared wide-eyed. Indeed, Chi Lao Ba was the very child who had awakened his martial soul alongside Nyo Nyo and Tang San. Thinking back to his first fortune, this child had contributed significantly. It was time to bestow upon him a fortuitous encounter. With a flick of his finger, Chi Lao Ba soared toward the light gate under the watchful gaze of Ming and Ming. Meanwhile, Juve Douluo and Gue Douluo observed Su Lu in the sky. Gue Douluo turned to Bibi Dong and inquired, "My lord, what shall we do now? It seems this temporal legacy cannot be accessed." Bibi Dong, lost in thought, remained silent for a moment before her voice suddenly rang out. "It can be accessed. Did he not say so? We merely need to join the 7 deadly sins." What? The two of them gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that the former Pope of the Spirit Hall was willing to lower herself. "If you are unwilling, then depart at once." After speaking, Bibi Dong disregarded the two, slowly raising her hand. The two exchanged glances, and before long, over 100 individuals had chosen to join, with 3 more hands raised, capturing Su Li's attention. Chapter 93. The Arrival of the True Self. The 3 individuals were none other than Bibi Dong and Ghost Douluo. After considerable deliberation, resolutely decided to continue following Bibi Dong's lead. Guided by Su Li's divine power, they stepped through the luminous portal. As they entered, Bibi Dong experienced a brief sensation of disorientation. However, it subsided quickly, allowing her to regain her composure. She surveyed her surroundings and discovered herself in a chamber approximately 100 meters wide, devoid of any adornments save for torches positioned every 10 meters along the walls. Just as Bibi Dong was pondering this unusual setting, a voice resonated throughout the room. The first challenge: eliminate 2 spirit beasts of equal rank. As the words echoed, 2 formidable spirit beasts materialized before Bibi Dong, prompting her to summon her martial soul, her gaze fixed warily upon them. Meanwhile, outside the temporal inheritance, Su Lu calculated that the time was nearly ripe. He was not so selfish as to consume meat while depriving others of their broth, despite the fact that the pot, the meat, and the water were all his own. This time, he intended to acquire only the most significant assets, with the majority of the items pertaining to the 7 deadly sins. Those present who were meant to participate had already entered, while those unwilling to join the 7 deadly sins felt a mix of resentment and helplessness. How he wished the Su group were here. At this moment, many individuals simultaneously entertained a singular thought, when suddenly, a teasing voice echoed forth. "Oh, what splendid fortune today! One can casually wander anywhere and still contemplate the transcendence of space." A white figure emerged in the sky before the crowd, prompting them to gaze upward. It was a remarkably handsome man clad in white, none other than the true form of Su Lu, feigning confusion as he surveyed the scene below. "Huh? The entrance to the temporal inheritance is right here. Why aren't you all entering?" Upon hearing Su Li's inquiry, the crowd exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. When his doppelganger spoke up, "This is the space inheritance of the 7 deadly sins. Others are forbidden entry." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Su Lu turned to regard his doppelganger, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Just because you claim it to be yours, does that make it so? By what right?" The doppelganger raised his staff and proclaimed loudly, "By strength." "Ha ha!" Su Lu erupted in laughter, genuine in its nature. After all, conversing with oneself in such a theatrical manner was inherently awkward, and once the laughter subsided, he quickly composed his demeanor. "If that is the case, may I also declare that this is the temporal inheritance of the Su group? Members of the Su group? They have truly come. How wonderful! If a member of the Su group is present, perhaps we can gain entry. Though, one wonders about his strength. Can he prevail?" As discussions ensued, Su Li's aura suddenly surged forth, and a mid-grade spiritual stone materialized in his hand. To the astonishment of all, dozens of golden soul rings appeared above his head. "God, he is a divine soul. Indeed, he is a deity. The Su group truly possesses divinity. Is he the leader of the Su group? Who are you?" The doppelganger regarded Su Lu with caution, his words tinged with wariness. "And who might you be?" Su Lu retorted, a provocative glint in his eyes. "I am Su Lu, the financial manager of the Su group." Upon hearing Su Li's declaration, the crowd was rife with suspicion. Shude, the Su group? Could he be a senior executive? It appeared so. Were all senior executives of the Su group divine-level powerhouses? It must be. Rumor has it that Lu Bo was his creation. No wonder. As the financial manager, he possesses the golden goose of Lu Bo. From Lu Bo, the crowd inferred many truths, yet none fathomed that the 2 figures before them were, in fact, the ultimate bosses of the Su group. Su Lu glanced at the luminous portal. It would not do to engage in battle here. If we were to damage the door, those within would be unable to emerge. Would they not? Let us choose another location. The doppelganger nodded in agreement. That is precisely my intention. As the words fell, the 2 soared into the sky. Departing from the scene, while the onlookers waved farewell. Everyone hurry inside. The crowd, as if awakening from a dream, moved towards the luminous portal. Meanwhile, Su Lu and his doppelganger took their leave, for their presence here had merely been a theatrical performance, a display of divine conflict in which he had little interest. 3 days later, the first group to emerge consisted of the core members of the 7 deadly sins. Su Lu, using the token, instructed them to await further instructions. He had marked those who joined the 7 deadly sins, ensuring Poseidon would bring them forth. Another 3 days passed, and this time, all those from the temporal inheritance emerged. However, many had perished within. Out of tens of thousands who entered, approximately 90% had succumbed, leaving only a few thousand survivors. The majority belonged to various significant factions, and their gleeful expressions revealed that they had acquired numerous valuable treasures. With a subtle gesture, Poseidon led the assembly towards the Isle of Sin. As the crowd returned, the temporal inheritance became an instant sensation. Among the most sensational revelations were the presence of a divine-level powerhouse within the 7 deadly sins, the slaying of a divine-level powerhouse from the martial soul hall, the temporal inheritance during the tribulation phase, with the 7 deadly sins claiming the lion's share, and the Su family conglomerate witnessing a surge of high-ranking employees, with financial manager Su Lu recognized as a divine-level powerhouse. With the emergence of divine-level powerhouses, the continent was abuzz with activity, prompting many enthusiasts to compile a ranking of the continent's strongest. At the top was the leader of the 7 deadly sins, followed by Su Lu, and in third place was Grey Wolf. After all, Su Li's doppelganger had slaughtered a divine-level powerhouse, justifying his high rank. The absence of the fallen angel was attributed to the fact that it was merely a summoned beast. In the midst of this public uproar, it can be said that the most significant loss, in the eyes of the masses, has befallen the Spirit Hall. After all, countless witnesses observe the demise of a divine-level powerhouse. Yet, only the Spirit Hall is aware that as long as the Mouse Talisman exists, they can still create deities. It is worth noting that the Spirit Hall possesses a multitude of angelic statues representing faith, and the death of one is hardly detrimental. Nonetheless, this incident has served as a stark reminder to various factions. Strength is paramount. If they do not enhance their power, they may very well be supplanted, as exemplified by the living cases of the 7 deadly sins and the Su clan. After 2 months of silence, the continent seems poised for a resurgence, as the Spirit Hall boldly announces that the Elite Soul Master competition will officially take place in a month. In the following days, the Su clan also revealed a startling piece of news. The Intercontinental Exchange Tournament for the Inheritors of Time and Space, hosted by the Su clan, is set to commence in 5 months. Battles at the Soul Douluo level will be featured, with the reward being a tome of cultivation techniques, leading to speculation about what prize the title Douluo might receive. This has prompted many individuals to eagerly log onto the official website of the Su group to explore the registration methods. Unlike the Soul Master Exchange competition, the Time-Space Inheritors Exchange Tournament comprises only individual matches, devoid of team battles. Chapter 94. Another card that will change the world. Anyone who is an inheritor is eligible to register, with preliminary selections held in major cities across the 2 empires. Only the top 10 will advance to Yanhuang City to partake in the final contest. The competition is categorized into several levels, ranging from the lowest tier of Soul Master Strength to the pinnacle of Title Douluo Strength, with each tier featuring its own contests. The top 10 in each level will receive rewards, with greater accolades accompanying higher tiers. Many have begun to prepare vigorously, including various factions, as this not only offers substantial rewards, but also serves to enhance their reputation, attracting more time-space inheritors to join their ranks. While the continent is bustling with preparations, only Su Lu holds a card, ready to create a significant sensation. The system has now been upgraded to the Platinum level, requiring 10 million shock points for a 10-time draw, while ascending to the Crystal level demands 100 million shock points. However, for Su Lu, this is but a drop in the bucket, as the shock points exceed a staggering 100 billion. Despite possessing such immense shock points, Su Lu remains cautious about upgrading. Once the system reaches the Platinum level, while his martial soul can still exert influence, the cost is simply too exorbitant, rendering gold soul coins entirely ineffective. His lottery draws have become rather casual. Yet just moments ago, Su Lu drew a Platinum level card. Logically, obtaining a Platinum card through current recruitment efforts should not be overly surprising. Yet this particular card holds significance for Su Lu and the entire Douluo continent akin to the advent of the smartphone. marking a truly transformative impact. Platinum item. Parallel urban world, small thousand world. Item description. Upon usage, this dimension will merge with the main world, creating a shared realm. During the process of fusion, spatial anomalies may arise, allowing passage through these breaches. Gazing at the card in his hand, Su Lu squinted, contemplating its implications. The impact of this card was rather profound. He had never anticipated that such a peculiar item could be drawn from the system. Nevertheless, this occurrence was fortuitous, as it indicated that he now possessed an additional realm from which to accrue astonishment points. However, it was merely a minor small thousand world. Should it be discovered, it might well be overrun by the world of Douluo continent. In this urban setting, soul masters and time-space inheritors from Douluo continent were akin to deities. The so-called formidable firearms and even nuclear weapons could be effortlessly repelled. The law of the jungle foretold that this urban world would inevitably be partitioned by Douluo continent. Yet, Su Lu resolved to harvest a wave of astonishment points first, while simultaneously nurturing this world. Without hesitation, he crushed the card, preparing for its deployment. As he did so, a three-dimensional map of Douluo continent materialized before him, with Su Li's territory represented as the Three Kingdoms continent. His objective was to position it directly beneath Douluo continent, perceiving Douluo as the celestial realm and the parallel urban world as the mortal realm. Once the fusion was complete, the parallel urban world would be influenced by Douluo continent, with spiritual energy permeating it. Children would awaken their soul rings by the age of 6, and wild beasts and fowl would evolve into soul beasts. However, these developments lay in the future. With Su Lu's determination to proceed with the deployment, the fusion truly commenced. After completing these tasks, Su Lu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. While the initial fusion was exhilarating, he knew that the aftermath required careful consideration. It is essential to recognize that the parallel urban world was a diminutive, small thousand world, one of a relatively low tier, with an exceedingly fragile spatial structure. To put it differently, when 4 deities emerged in Douluo continent, the world would collapse. In the case of the parallel urban world, even a titled Douluo would pose a significant threat, while a soul master could effortlessly disrupt a section of space. These matters are of significant concern to Su Lu, as he certainly does not wish for the world he has just acquired to be thwarted by a titled Douluo. After a thorough inspection, he found no spatial tunnels between the two planes. Su Lu resolved to investigate further before informing the entire continent. Any astonishment derived from events instigated by Su Lu would rightfully belong to him. However, he needed to take precautions regarding other matters. Consequently, he decided to convene a meeting to discuss this with his associates. Just as he was about to summon them, a knock echoed from the door. "Young master." Su Lu lifted his gaze to the entrance. "Come in." At his behest, the door swung open, revealing a woman clad in professional attire, holding a bag in her hands. She approached Su Lu and respectfully presented the bag to him. "This has been sent by the Spirit Hall for you, young master. The envoy from the Spirit Hall is awaiting outside." Examining the documents within, Su Lu felt a twinge of curiosity, uncertain of what scheme the Spirit Hall was concocting. Upon opening it, he discovered a letter and an invitation card. The letter primarily contained an invitation for the Su Corporation to participate in the prestigious Elite Soul Master Tournament across the continent. Notably, the Su Corporation's team would, like that of the Spirit Hall, gain direct entry into the top 8 of the competition, advancing merely by defeating one opposing team. Intrigued, Su Lu's expression brightened as he glanced at the invitation card. It had been 5 years since any invitation was extended, and this year had arrived, delivered with a letter, an act that bestowed considerable respect. With this in mind, he decided to accept the invitation. Su Lu, having absorbed the contents, waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, I understand. Inform this person that we shall attend. And, Xiao Bai, please notify the senior executives of all departments to convene in the conference hall." "Yes, young master." Xiao Bai nodded, turning to leave. She was once Su Lu's maid, now serving as his secretary, accustomed to addressing him as young master for many years. And Su Lu saw no reason to alter their titles. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had become the secretary to Dongfang Bubi. Half an hour later, in the conference hall, everyone awaited Su Li's arrival. Gray Wolf, with a toothpick in his left hand and his head propped up by his right, absent-mindedly picked his teeth while pondering aloud. "I wonder what the boss has called us for today. My 3rd-generation Steel Wolf battle armor is on the verge of success." Beside him sat a rather formidable blue figure, who, with limited visibility, produced a dorayaki from his white pocket. This was Doryman, the deputy manager of the research department. Ah, meow meow meow, I have no idea either. But if the boss is calling a meeting, it must be for something significant. Beside him stood Orochimaru, whose gaze was intensely fixed upon the white pocket of Doryman. He licked his lips, having long coveted this item, yet he found himself unable to acquire it for study. After all, he could not even thoroughly comprehend the simple creations of a wolf and a cat, let alone delve into other mysteries. As for the others, they were far less animated than the two of them. Tang Hao closed his eyes in contemplation, thinking of the gradually swelling belly of Yin, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed that before long, Tang Sen would welcome a brother or sister into the world. Meanwhile, Yao Chun pondered over his latest concoction of medicinal pills. Chapter 95. The parallel urban dimension Dongfang Bubi was incessantly stifling yawns, appearing somewhat dazed, harboring resentment toward Su Lu, who had disturbed his slumber the previous night, denying him the opportunity to catch up on sleep. Just wait until tonight. He thought, I must rest. Finally, after a few moments, Su Lu stepped into the conference hall. The crowd quickly straightened themselves, standing up to greet him. Boss. Su Lu nodded, gesturing for everyone to take their seats. Observing their puzzled expressions, he raised a finger and began, I have summoned you all for two matters. The first is that the Spirit Hall has sent an invitation to the Soul Master Competition, which I have accepted. 2 great empires and the 3 major sects will also be sending representatives to observe, and we shall not be an exception. So, who among you is prepared to attend? I will. At Su Li's words, a delicate hand shot up. It was Dongfang Bubi. Su Lu tilted his head, contemplating, then nodded. This girl had become quite the homebody. Had he not coaxed her into exercising, she would likely spend her days binge-watching dramas and playing games. In that case, you shall go. Yes. Dongfang Bubi stood, joyfully offering a salute to Su Lu, who merely regarded her with affectionate eyes before continuing with the second matter. I sense a disturbance in the fabric of space. The next dimension is about to merge. What? Is that true? At Su Li's declaration, the crowd was struck with astonishment. The notion of dimensional merging had been a prior speculation among them, yet the reality of it brought them immense joy, particularly to Orochimaru and Yao Chen, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Boss, which world awaits us? Listening to their inquiries, Su Lu surveyed the room before responding, It is not your world, but a lesser 1,000 realms, a parallel urban world. An urban world? What kind of world is that? I know. As the crowd pondered in confusion, Doryman raised his cylindrical hand and began to introduce the concept of the urban world. However, as he continued, the audience quickly lost interest. After all, an urban world devoid of compelling advanced technology was hardly captivating. Su Lu sensed this disinterest as well, realizing that his introduction merely served to prepare everyone for the task at hand, which centered on how to develop and transform within the parallel urban realm. With that, the meeting adjourned. Subsequently, the Shrek Academy in Yanhuang City was informed that they were to participate in the Soul Master competition, which filled everyone with excitement. Under the aegis of the indomitable Dongfang Bubi, Flander led the team away from Wuhuan City, although there was still ample time before the competition. As representatives of the Su group, they were determined to secure first place, necessitating an intensive training regimen. A month later, as the Soul Master competition unfolded with fervor, Su Lu from Yanhuang City suddenly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. The first spatial rift had finally manifested. With this thought, his form vanished from the office. The Azure Continent, an ordinary urban dimension, mirrored the developmental trajectory of Su Li's previous world. However, unlike his former existence, this realm was characterized by the amalgamation of nations, with all citizens living under the governance of a federal government. Today, high-ranking officials of the Federation, having detected pervasive fog surrounding the Azure Continent via satellite, promptly dispatched the Federal Bureau of Investigation to investigate the phenomenon. In the Shan Yuan province of Azure Star, within a dark cavern, a ripple of spatial energy surged forth, heralding the arrival of an extraordinarily handsome young man, Su Lu. Furrowing his brow and surveying his surroundings, he began to walk, muttering to himself, How'd I end up in a cave? Is this a tomb? Upon noticing a pile of terracotta warriors before him, a sudden realization struck Su Lu, and a smile graced his lips. Just as he contemplated how to create a sensational news story, this opportunity had seemingly presented itself to him. To enter this dimension, Su Lu had sealed his powers, restricting himself to the rank of a soul king. Nevertheless, his physical form remained impervious, akin to a being capable of withstanding a nuclear blast. After surveying his surroundings, Su Lu formulated a plan to exit, but soon found himself utterly lost. Reluctantly, he created an opening above him. Upon ascending, he discovered he was atop a mountain, with a quaint village nestled below. Su Lu promptly resolved to descend, eager to learn about the developmental state of this new world. At this moment, the dilapidated mountain village welcomed 2 vehicles, from which descended a multitude of individuals. They were renowned employees from the Federal Program Change Project, which adheres to the principle of empathy, allowing urban and rural children to exchange lives for a transformative month. The urban children, often rebellious and quick to resort to violence, contrasted sharply with their rural counterparts, who, despite their impoverished backgrounds, exhibited simplicity and understanding. The stark differences in their lifestyles became the focal point of the program, showcasing how the pampered city children would learn valuable life lessons from the harsh realities of rural existence. Similar to the Change Project from Su Li's previous life, this version refrained from orchestrating dramatic plots or exacerbating conflicts, resulting in commendable ratings and public acclaim. Suddenly, a 15 or 16-year-old boy leaped from the vehicle, angrily gesturing towards the gathered crowd. "Move aside, take me back, or I want to let this go." As the onlookers exchanged resigned glances, Su Kungkai, the head of the program, approached with a spherical device, pressing a button atop it. "Wang Zhenxiang, you have officially joined the Change Project. From this moment forth, every word and action of yours will be recorded and broadcasted to audiences nationwide and even globally. Please conduct yourself with dignity and be mindful of your image." How ruthless of you! Upon hearing about the nationwide broadcast, the image-conscious Wang Zhenxiang ceased his struggle, adopting a stoic demeanor. "Start the recording." Observing the protagonist regain his composure, Su Kungkai addressed the small black sphere. "Greetings to all viewers of the Change Project. To alleviate any concerns from this episode onward, in addition to weekly edited highlights on the Fruit channel, we will also provide uncut, real-time broadcasts of the transformation on the Crocodile Live platform. We welcome your viewership and oversight, as our program never resorts to deception." While many supporters of the Change Project cheered at this moment, the media's announcement drew a throng of curious onlookers eager to glimpse the life of the affluent Wang Zhenxiang, flocking to the Crocodile Live platform. As the platform launched, online viewership surged past 1 million. Observing Wang Zhenxiang on screen, numerous viewers couldn't help but comment. "Is this really the son of a billionaire? He doesn't even look as handsome as me. Beware of sweet temptations. Keep him away from diabetes. We don't want him to taste any sweetness." Wang Zhenxiang, the vengeance for his father's downfall, cannot be forgiven. Amidst the commotion in the live broadcast room, Bai Jie, a beautiful staff member from the program, could no longer contain herself. "Wang Zhenxiang, we are about to commence your transformation. Do you have any word for your family or the audience?" Wang Zhenxiang, with a countenance as dark as coal, lamented, "I am at a loss for words. How could such treachery befall me? I have been outwitted by my father. I accept my fate." As he spoke, he raised a middle finger towards the live-streaming camera. Fortunately, this moment was promptly obscured by a mosaic effect on the screen. Just then, a voice interjected, "Excuse me, may I inquire where this is?" The crowd turned in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief. Was this truly a human being? Could one possess such striking beauty? The assembled individuals, seasoned in their encounters, were compelled to concede that even the rebellious protagonist of the current narrative had to acknowledge the undeniable handsomeness of this newcomer. In that instant, both men and women were rendered speechless, at a loss for words to articulate their astonishment. Even the stars seemed to pale in comparison to his brilliance. Observing the stunned faces around him, Su Lu arched an eyebrow and offered a polite smile. "What seems to be the matter?" As the star of the show, Bai Jie found herself utterly captivated, her composure crumbling as she stared, drooling slightly, completely oblivious to the dampness spreading across her collar. Her hands cradled her head, and her throat worked tirelessly to swallow. It was hard to believe that Bai Jie, who had been pursued relentlessly throughout her life, could display such a demeanor. In that moment, she was already contemplating where she and Su Lu might be laid to rest together. As she noticed the crowd still in shock, Su Lu finally came to his senses and sighed. "Ah, this cursed charm of mine, so difficult to contain." After a brief pause, the crowd began to stir, the live stream buzzing with excitement. "What the hell? Did this guy pay for a filter? Did you really give him beauty enhancement? Are you kidding me? Wow. Who is this handsome man? His skin looks incredible. I want to have his children. With skin like that, he must have used a filter, right? If he didn't, I'll wash my hair upside down." Recovering from her stupor, Bai Jie quickly wiped the drool from her lips. "Hello, I am Bai Jia. This is Shan Yuan Province, and we are from the Transformation Program team. You know about the Transformation Program, right? As she extended her hand, Su Lu, though tempted to reciprocate, hesitated at the thought of her saliva. He maintained his composure and offered a slight smile instead. Oh, could you direct me to the nearest city? Noticing Su Li's refusal to shake hands, Bai Jia felt no disappointment. After all, what is unattainable often stirs desire. People sometimes behave this way, persevering even more fervently when faced with obstacles. To her, this was the essence of a true idol. Bai Jia quickly responded. It's quite a distance to the town, several dozen miles, and there are no vehicles along the way. How about this? You can join us, and we'll arrange for you to be taken there at a later time. That may not be appropriate, Su Lu replied. Upon hearing these words, Su Lu hesitated momentarily. He believed it was imperative to first comprehend the intricacies of this world and to unveil his plans, causing a stir across the globe. However, witnessing the young woman confidently elucidating the concept of transformative strategies, as if she were a figure of renown, he contemplated the possibility of disseminating his message through her, thus alleviating the need for intricate manipulations on his part. What harm could come from this? After all, the meeting of young souls is serendipity. At that moment, Su Kungkai, the head of the segment, could no longer restrain himself from stepping forward to counsel Su Lu. Just a minute earlier, he had observed that the number of viewers in the live stream had surged by over 100,000 and continued to rise. The barrage of comments was filled with endearments and admiration, prompting him to extend an invitation. Su Lu feigned reluctance, claiming he did not wish to intrude. Not at all. Not at all. The crowd hurriedly gestured. Thus, Su Lu joined the group and began discreetly inquiring about Bai Jia, enraptured by the allure of male companionship. Bai Jia responded readily to Su Li's questions. The camera shifted back to Wang Zhenxiang as the group proceeded toward the village, where every dwelling appeared to be constructed of mud and tiles, accompanied by the distant sounds of various animals. As they entered the village, a throng of onlookers gathered, including several charming widows casting flirtatious glances at Su Lu. Soon, they arrived at a dilapidated wooden house. Su Kungkai pointed toward it with earnestness, declaring, "This is the family you will be transforming. You will reside in this wooden structure for a month of metamorphosis." Amidst the villagers' watchful eyes, Wang Zhenxiang incredulously pointed at the rickety building, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming, "Can anyone actually live in this? Why is there no one here to welcome me? I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Su Kungkai shook his head, responding with gravity, "We have inspected the wooden house. It is indeed habitable. The parents are working away, leaving only a 9-year-old girl at home. However, she is currently at school and will only return on weekends. If you are hungry, you must prepare your own meals." At this juncture, Su Kungkai paused, gesturing toward the livestock, and continued, "You will also need to feed a pig, 10 chickens, and a cow." Upon hearing Su Kungkai's words, Wang Zhenxiang struggled to fathom the situation, pointing at himself in disbelief. "What? I'm the only one at home, and I have to cook for myself?" His agitation escalated, and he charged towards Su Kungkai, gripping his collar tightly, and bellowed, "I have to feed pigs, chickens, and a cow. Is this for real?" It is worth noting that his father is the wealthiest man in Suzhou, having grown up in affluence and luxury. He had never even fed a pig, let alone cooked a meal. Had it not been for the fact that his beloved grandparents were abroad on vacation, he would never have participated in this program, which explains his disdain for his father. As Wang Zhenxiang shouted in frustration, the viewers in the live stream began to flood the screen with comments. "Haha, I can't wait to see young Master Wang feeding the pigs. Poor young Master Wang, it seems he lacks culinary skills. One might fear he could perish from hunger in this village." The arduous survival journey of a wealthy heir is set to commence. Truth be told, I am eager to catch a glimpse of that handsome lad. Indeed, he is exceedingly charming. Fortunately, I have captured a screenshot, preparing to indulge in it later. Sister, my best friend desires a copy as well. Could you send it to me? I too. My sister is afflicted with leukemia and wishes to see the visage of that charming young man before she departs this world. Outside the wooden cabin, Wang Zhenxiang initially contemplated confronting the production team, yet having witnessed the futility of such a struggle, he subdued his anger and forcefully kicked open the dilapidated door. Chapter 97. Escape Bang. The already feeble wooden door succumbed to Wang Zhenxiang's kick, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The onlookers furrowed their brows, but Wang Zhenxiang, seemingly relieved, strutted in with a sense of triumph, glancing at the floating live-streaming camera. Su Lu, following closely behind, Couldn't he help but smile at the scene? Yes, if you weren't acting this way, I would feel embarrassed to frighten you. This mischievous child truly deserves a reprimand. Upon entering, he found himself in a grand hall. In the center, a fire pit encircled by stones held an iron pot. Starving, Wang Jinxiang immediately discarded his belongings and rushed to lift the pot's lid, searching for food, only to find it utterly empty. In utter dismay, he resolved to fend for himself and began scouring the room. After a thorough search, he finally discovered a half-filled vat of rice. Although he had never cooked before, he recalled the methods of his family's cook and scooped a bowl of rice into the pot, adding a ladle of water in preparation to cook porridge. However, a daunting challenge lay before him. He did not know how to ignite a fire. After laboring for half an hour at the fire pit, having exhausted half a lighter and smeared with soot on his hands and face, Wang Jinxiang still failed to strike a match. Observing that the production crew showed no inclination to assist him only fueled his frustration. In a fit of anger, he discarded the lighter and strode towards his abandoned suitcase. What is young Master Wang intending to do? Is he contemplating an escape? It appears he is indeed preparing to flee. Alas, the poor lad, after toiling for so long, hasn't even had a sip of warm water. I would run too. Indeed, as the onlookers watched, Wang Jinxiang grasped his luggage, ready to depart, prompting them to quickly intervene. What do you think you're doing? Wang Jinxiang glared at the crowd, exclaiming, I refuse to stay any longer. Let me leave. The conflict erupted, indeed showcasing the notorious reputation of the local tyrant from Suzhou province. As the crowd found themselves at an impasse, it was ultimately a nearby neighbor who invited Wang Jinxiang to dine, which momentarily calmed his troubled spirit. As nightfall descended, Wang Jinxiang had, in any case, managed to survive the day. After a long journey, he succumbed to slumber, while the production team took refuge in the neighboring house. Just as Bai Jie was preparing for a midnight reconnaissance, she discovered that Su Lu had vanished. Curiosity piqued. Bai Jie was suddenly alerted by shouts from outside. Wang Jinxiang has run away. Quick, pursue him. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie abandoned her concern for Su Lu and rushed out of the room, leading a group in pursuit of Wang Jinxiang up the mountain. Faced with the approaching pursuers, Wang Jinxiang's expression turned to one of fury. After much effort, he had managed to turn off the live stream. Just as he thought he could slip away unnoticed, he accidentally collided with a table, causing a commotion that sent light racing towards the mountains, unbeknownst to him of the lurking dangers. As darkness enveloped the landscape, the mountains loomed ominously like ferocious beasts, watching these oblivious individuals venture into their depths. Surrounding them was a primordial forest, untouched by humanity for centuries. Not even the most seasoned local hunter would dare to enter such wilderness at night, let alone a 16-year-old city dweller. In the treacherous darkness of the forest, any minor oversight could summon the deadliest of creatures. To lose one's way in the depths of such a forest at night would likely lead only to death. Within the woods, Wang Jinxiang was on the verge of capture when suddenly, a white figure flashed by, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When the production team finally arrived, Wang Jinxiang had vanished. Where is he? Su Kungkai bellowed, his face pale. Those surrounding him shared the same ashen expressions, panting heavily. No, I don't know. He was running this way. How could he have disappeared? Su Kungkai was fraught with both anger and urgency, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Immediately contact the local military to request a rescue helicopter. The rest of you, head into the mountains. We must find that little rascal, Wang Jinxiang. If anything goes awry, none of us will escape unscathed. He could not have imagined that this episode's protagonist, Wang Jinxiang, would prove so reckless, fleeing at the slightest disagreement. This reckless child was courting disaster, and he must not implicate the entire crew in his folly. The thought of a minor going missing during a program and facing a fatal outcome was beyond his wildest nightmares. This news is bound to make the headlines of the Federation, and Wang Jinxiang's father, Wang Douluo, is the wealthiest man in Suzhou. Quite remarkable. All right, I shall contact them immediately. A staff member hurriedly set out to locate the local military forces, while the rest mobilized the village hunters to commence a night search in the mountains. An hour later, Wang Jinxiang awakened from a haze. Where am I? Confused, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself enveloped in darkness, unable to see even his own hand. Panic began to set in, but fortunately, he had the foresight to bring a flashlight when he fled. As he turned it on, he realized he seemed to be in a cave. Had he fallen here during his escape and lost consciousness? Before he could ponder further, he glanced around the foreboding cave and swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he called out, Is Anyone there? Hello? However, there was no reply. Only echoes reverberating through the darkness. Just as his fear reached a crescendo, he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. Who is it? Wang Jinxiang was instantly struck with terror. He spun around, shining the flashlight, but found nothing there. Then, he felt another tap from behind. Overcome with dread, he collapsed on the ground, shining the flashlight wildly as tears welled in his eyes. Please, don't scare me. I'll be good. Just let me go. Yet, there was no response. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Although he had turned off the live streaming device, he still had it on him. If he turned it back on, could they locate him? Overcome with excitement, he rummaged through his bag and thankfully found it in his left pocket. He quickly activated it. At that moment, the live stream, which had been off for over an hour, flickered back to life, and viewers began to flood in. Seeing the green light illuminate, Wang Jinxiang was filled with elation. It works. Can you see me? Hurry and rescue me. I don't know where I am. Just that I'm in a cave. Please come save me. He broke down in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 98. The live stream begins. Meanwhile, the viewers entering the live stream were utterly bewildered. What on earth happened to this young master? Is he being mistreated by the production team? Surely not. Ha ha ha. Look at this kid. Is he still that rebellious youth? Of course, Wang Jinxiang could not see the barrage of comments, as the device only served the purpose of streaming. Simultaneously, the production team received word of the situation, and Su Kuan rushed to trace the signal of the live streaming device to locate Wang Jinxiang, only to discover that the signal was inexplicably jammed. Within the cave, Wang Jinxiang noticed something creeping towards him in the darkness. He shone the flashlight in that direction and began to scream, fleeing in terror. Oh my God! As he sprang to his feet and fled, the audience in the live stream bore witness to this shocking scene, their scalps prickling with fear. Oh heavens! Run! What on earth is that python doing here? Is Wang Jinxiang doomed to be devoured? What on earth is the program team doing? Watching the barrage of comments and the unfolding visuals, Su Kuan's eyes brimmed with tears. He realized the program was finished, utterly finished. He could not fathom how Wang Jinxiang could escape from this serpent, several meters long and as thick as a human arm. Just as Wang Jinxiang hastily evaded, he unexpectedly spotted a glimmer of light around the corner ahead. The viewers in the live stream rallied to encourage him. Run. The python is closing in. There's light ahead. Perhaps there are people there, and salvation awaits. Indeed. Hurry. Clearly, Wang Jinxiang understood this as well. He quickened his pace, leaving everyone astonished. Deep underground, the brilliant moon hung high, and the starry sky shimmered, radiating a pure, luminous glow, reminiscent of a nocturnal sky. Wang Jinxiang halted, utterly astounded by the sight before him. While the audience in the live stream had never anticipated such a breathtaking realm, they collectively gasped in awe. What on earth is this? Goodness! Wang Jinxiang seems to have stumbled upon something monumental. What is that in the sky? A luminous pearl? This turn of events for Wang Jinxiang was akin to unlocking a new world. The shock value surged, astonishing the viewers. It was evident that Su Lu had orchestrated this spectacle, and witnessing this scene had left many in disbelief as they checked their shock points, only to be dismayed by the meager increase. Truly, was this not a lesser realm? Thankfully, there were many souls present. Goodness, what is that? What on earth is this? So densely packed. Are those soldiers? While Wang Jinxiang's gaze remained fixated on the radiant stars above, he was oblivious to the unfolding scene beneath his feet. Yet, many in the live stream were making their own discoveries, their attention shifting downward to reveal an endless expanse of flower buds, gently swaying as if caressed by a breeze. A crackling sound echoed. What is happening? They are blooming. Countless red petals unfurled slowly, seemingly welcoming their arrival. As time passed, the petals fully blossomed, vibrant and dripping with color. The movement beneath him caught Wang Jinxiang's attention. He lowered his gaze, and the viewers in the live stream felt their perceptions begin to shatter. Why do the petals resemble blood? What on earth is this? The sight before him was that of the night-blooming Sirius, the fabled flower said to bloom alongside the road to the underworld. To his astonishment, it truly existed here. Many erudite netizens have already deduced the situation. Wang Jinxiang lifted his gaze and beheld, in the distance, a path seemingly paved with yellow sand, stretching far ahead, leading to a large pit. Within it stood numerous soldiers crafted from earth. As they gazed upon this scene, the onlookers found it difficult to extricate themselves from the mesmerizing imagery, their minds overwhelmed. Wang Jinxiang had completely forgotten about the serpent behind him, his thoughts consumed with a cacophony of bewilderment. What on earth is this? The astonishment was palpable. And after receiving another surge of astonishment points, Su Lun nodded in satisfaction. Though the points were few, their abundance was commendable, especially since he had utilized but a single special effect card. We must press on. There is no choice but to delve deeper. Wang Jinxiang, who had long since forgotten his fears, felt an exhilarating surge within him, as if he were on the brink of grasping something extraordinary. He ventured along the path adorned with the blooms of the other shore, his desire to touch them tempered by trepidation. For he knew all too well that nature's vibrant hues often concealed peril. However, before he could ponder further, an unusual sound pierced the air, compelling him to pause. Goodness, what is that in the starry sky? He exclaimed. Is this a figment of my imagination? How could such a thing exist in reality? He halted, gazing towards the source of the sound, and there he beheld a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon soaring amidst the stars. Bathed in the silvery light of the moon, its scales shimmered with a resplendent golden hue, each scale seemingly alive with detail. Its antlers resembled those of a deer, its head akin to a camel, its eyes reminiscent of a rabbit's, its neck like that of a serpent, its belly akin to a mythical clam, its scales like those of fish, its claws resembling those of an eagle, its paws akin to a tiger's, and its ears reminiscent of a bull's. Was this a mythical dragon, a creature of legend? How could it be real? Wasn't it merely a part of folklore? At that moment, the viewership in the live stream surged explosively. It was nighttime, yet millions were watching simultaneously. Even those who had succumbed to slumber were roused by friends and family, urging them to witness this spectacle. The Federation received news instantaneously, and through the live broadcast, they beheld the celestial sky, the other shore flowers, and the magnificent golden dragon. The director of the Federal Security Bureau could no longer maintain his composure. He rose abruptly, visibly agitated, exclaiming in disbelief. Is that a living dragon? A dragon from myth and legend? How is this possible? Quickly, analyze the footage. I must ascertain whether this is indeed a real dragon. One of the staff members swiftly copied the segment of the live broadcast and hurried out, while on the other side, dozens of computer experts had long been on standby. Following the video transmission, astonished gasps echoed in the room as the experts exchanged incredulous glances, each harboring the same question in their minds. Is this truly a live broadcast? No, this cannot be happening. This is a real dragon. How can this be? Isn't that a creature from legend? Impossible. The speaker stammered incoherently. The individual who had copied the video paused for a moment, then quickly inquired, is it real? Though it seemed absurd, the others nodded in agreement. The live broadcast was devoid of any deception. It appeared to be genuine. Upon receiving this confirmation, the person returned to the conference room to report the situation. Chapter 99. The collapse of worldviews. The Federal Security Bureau promptly resolved to locate Wang Jinxiang using satellite technology, preparing to intervene. However, Sheila would not grant them the opportunity. While the Bureau was in search mode, the Master had already blocked the live monitoring signal, and the broadcast room was secured, rendering it inoperable. Xiao Hong, report, came the voice of Sheila. Nodding, Sheila was relieved that he had made preparations before arriving, bringing Xiao Hong along, his gaze fixed on the distant figure of Wang Jinxiang. Go on, my boy. Continue to earn more shock value for me. In return, your world will be better equipped for the impending invasion. Meanwhile, Wang Jinxiang stood bewildered, gazing up at the dragon in the sky, utterly perplexed. Which celestial being is playing a prank on me? After a considerable time, he regained his senses, his eyes reflecting a mix of suppressed excitement. Having consumed countless tales online, he muttered to himself, this cannot be a dream. Realizing the possibility, he slapped his own face. Damn it. The sting of pain only heightened his exhilaration. This is not a dream. What does this signify? Could it be that I have stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter? Am I, like a protagonist, endowed with imperial potential? Ha ha ha. With this thought, Wang Jinxiang burst into laughter, and the audience in the broadcast room snapped back to reality. Surely this is a fabrication. I must be dreaming. It must be a projection. Absolutely. They pondered. Is it conceivable that Wang Jinxiang has indeed acquired some extraordinary power? Though it defies science, a mythical dragon has manifested before my very eyes. How can you still speak of science? The astonishment level increased by 0. Anshuda, witnessing the rise in the astonishment value, nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the effectiveness of the special card. Although the current increase in astonishment points seemed modest, the sheer quantity was impressive. Moments later, amidst a resounding dragon's roar, Wang Jinxiang quickly covered his mouth, gazing at the golden dragon soaring above. He silently encouraged himself, gritting his teeth and pressing onward. Soon, the ethereal flower reached its terminus, revealing a river in the distance, spanned by a bridge. This river was not an underground stream. It appeared to be composed of mercury. Indeed, it dawned on him that this must be a subterranean palace. Upon closer inspection of the soldiers outside, it seemed likely to be the tomb of an emperor. Given the absence of surreal elements this time, Wang Xinxiang cautiously approached the edge of the bridge, where a stone stood tall beside him. Inscribed upon it were characters. Sansheng Stone? Wang Xinxiang stepped closer to examine it, and the spectators in the live stream discovered the characters were in an unfamiliar script. Yet curiously, both Wang Xinxiang and the viewers felt a sense of recognition. Wang Xinxiang quickly noted the peculiarities of the stone. On the once rough surface, an image of a corpulent man had materialized. Stroking his chin, he murmured in disbelief. Is it true that the legend of the Sansheng Stone allows one to glimpse their past life? Could this be my former self, an affluent merchant? Yet, he seems rather rotund. The live stream audience began to engage in lively discussion. I truly cannot fathom the nature of this stone. If this is indeed Wang Xinxiang's past life, I find it hard to believe. Doubtful. Then tell me, where did these images originate? Silence. I feel my worldview crumbling. Indeed, the reality we perceive may not be genuine. After a moment, with thoughts of divine powers occupying his mind, Wang Xinxiang clapped his hands and walked past the Sansheng Stone. This artifact should be a treasure. Once I acquire the techniques, I shall take you all along. With that, he proceeded toward the bridge, soon encountering a vast expanse of rivers and lakes, where a grand stone tablet awaited him. Could it be related to the techniques? Considering this possibility, Wang Xinxiang rushed forward. Although the characters remained unfamiliar, he found that he could comprehend them. The body that had previously obstructed the stone tablet shifted, allowing the live stream audience to see it. He then began to read aloud. I, a solitary ruler, have traversed the 9 provinces in search of the art of longevity, yet found nothing. Later, I learned that the world's spiritual energy is scarce, and immortality has become but a legend. Upon reaching this passage, Wang Xinxiang's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing in disbelief. Heavens! Could it be that I have entered the tomb of an emperor? Upon contemplating the notion of grave robbers, Wang Xinxiang felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that such actions could lead to imprisonment in the Federation. He considered terminating the live stream. Yet the prior visions of martial arts manuals stirred a courageous resolve within him. He reassured himself that as long as he feigned ignorance, he would be shielded by his father's influence, and thus everything would ultimately be fine. Meanwhile, the audience in the live streaming room engaged in fervent discussions about the inscriptions on the stone tablet. Indeed, the records in the annals of the Federation were accurate. These emperors were consumed by the quest for immortality. Yet, the identity of this particular emperor remained a mystery. Numerous imperial tombs from history have yet to be unearthed, and it was unclear whose tomb this was. One might ponder whether Wang Xinxiang's actions could be deemed grave robbing. It appeared he was oblivious, but with his father's protection, he presumed there would be no repercussions. In this world, how could there possibly exist a method to achieve immortality? In the corporate office atop the Grand Huadata real estate building in Gusu province, business magnate Wang Douluo was engulfed in worry upon learning of his son's disappearance. Soon after, he spotted his son's figure reappearing in the live stream and hastily tuned in. As the live broadcast unfolded, Wang Douluo's mind became increasingly perplexed. At that moment, Wang Xinxiang continued to read aloud. Though he had not yet attained anything tangible, he spoke of finding the mythical flower of the other shore, the Stone of 3 Lives, and uncovering traces of immortals, heralding the resurgence of the underground palace, the revival of spiritual energy, and the potential return of the art of eternal life. Upon reaching this point, Wang Xinxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. No way. Could it truly be possible to attain immortality? Rebirth? Surely not. His disbelief was palpable as he blinked rapidly, reflecting skepticism. In this scientific era, the concept of eternal life seemed utterly implausible. Perhaps this emperor had been deceived. Indeed, it must be a fabrication. If it were true, I would live stream myself eating excrement. However, Wang Xinxiang hastily turned his attention to the next segment. The text revealed, I, the humble ruler, am aware that I cannot live to see that day. Thus, I shall enter a slumber through celestial arts until. Upon reading this, Wang Xinxiang abruptly halted, as if his throat had seized, his face flushed crimson, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the final words. What had he just encountered? His eyes appeared as if they might pop from their sockets. Step aside. Let's see. Yet, Wang Xinxiang's figure obstructed the view, leaving the others in anxious anticipation. In the next moment, he staggered back in shock, allowing the crowd to finally glimpse the inscription. In the 100th chapter, the coffin lid could no longer contain its secrets. 2 millennia later, the underground palace shall break free from the earth. The flower of the other shore blooms. The 5-clawed golden dragon soars through the starry sky. The stone of 3 lives reveals past lives, and the golden dragon enters the body. I, the humble ruler, return. At this juncture, some of the live streams swallowed hard, grappling with disbelief. Could it be? Is this not the very scene we just witnessed? The inscription proclaimed that this unknown emperor was poised to resurrect. Surely this is a deception. Is this a cinematic production? A trailer for a new film? In the live broadcast, a myriad of doubts echoed through the room. However, after the initial shock, Wang Xinxiang regained his composure, his expression brimming with excitement. He had just witnessed the celestial wonders, the starry sky, the golden dragon, the otherworldly flowers, and the 3 live stone, phenomena that eluded explanation. An elder might dismiss such occurrences as absurd, for the notion of resurrection after 2 millennia seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, Wang Xinxiang, a rebellious 16-year-old immersed in the digital realm, was well-versed in various online narratives, his fists clenched and his eyes gleaming with fervor. Immortal arts. I shall ascend and become an ancestor. Upon hearing Wang Xinxiang's fervent declaration, many could not help but attempt to temper his enthusiasm. Oh no, this child has lost his mind. Indeed, I believe this is merely the emperor's aspiration, a desire to transcend time and exist in the distant future, akin to the pharaohs of ancient day, who turned themselves into mummies, hoping for revival. Yet, they have merely become desiccated corpses. Even with today's advanced technology, resurrecting a corpse remains impossible. But upstairs, he foresaw that his tomb would be reopened after 2 millennia. This must be a coincidence. Yes, I concur. Ultimately, although the online audience was astounded, the events were too fantastical to grasp. Even with a golden dragon hovering above them, most chose to disregard it, accepting it as mere happenstance, a curious anomaly. By the way, didn't this emperor claim he would resurrect soon? Yet, nothing has occurred. The coffin remained silent. Regaining his bearings, Wang Xinxiang glanced around, but in the next moment, he collapsed to the ground, a look of panic crossing his face. For the entire tomb began to tremble. The live stream revealed that the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. What is happening? What is going on? Is the tomb collapsing? Would that mean Wang Xinxiang would be entombed within? Look at the sea. A thunderous roar echoed from the ethereal sea of Mercury as the waters churned, suggesting the emergence of some colossal entity. The Mercury sea gradually sank, revealing a bronze coffin. As the coffin fully materialized, the cacophony fell silent, unveiling a pathway that led to the distant bronze sarcophagus. The bronze coffin measures 5 or 6 meters in length, surrounded by chains of black iron, with 9 black dragons seemingly crafted from an unknown material, resembling true dragons. Wang Xinxiang remains seated on the ground, while some in the live stream have begun to regain their composure. The legend of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin recalls the accounts of Qin Shi Huang's burial, wherein a bronze coffin adorned with 9 dragons was used. Could it be that the illustrious emperor is contained within? My goodness, the eternal emperor. This must be the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. I had speculated on this before, as he was the most fervent seeker of immortality. Oh dear, now that the bronze coffin has manifested, could it signify a resurrection? Surely not. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Su Lu crushed the character card in his hand, exclaiming, "The Eternal Emperor, Ingzheng." As Su Lu shattered the card, a sudden cacophony erupted from within the bronze coffin, and the massive lid began to tremble. Clang, clang, boom. The golden dragon in the sky let out a tremendous roar, charging toward the great bronze coffin's lid, radiating a blinding light. Soon, a series of loud thuds emanated from within the coffin, demanding, "Let me out." Upon hearing this voice, both Wang Xinxiang in the tomb and the nearly 1 billion viewers in the live stream fell into a stunned silence, their minds struggling to comprehend. That voice, was it truly emanating from the coffin? The golden dragon entering the body along with that voice. Could Qin Shi Huang have truly returned to life? The bronze coffin continued to tremble, yet the atmosphere remained eerily quiet. Wang Xinxiang was left utterly speechless. Although he had considered this possibility, its reality proved difficult to accept. At that moment, the livestream audience surpassed 1 billion. Yet no comments flooded the screen. Everyone was in a state of absorption, concealed in the shadows. Su Lu wore a mischievous grin, urging little one hurry. The lid of Qin Shi Huang's coffin lies just ahead. Approach, and you shall witness the vibrant emperor himself. He will soon appear before a billion eyes. Considering the child's trepidation in opening the coffin, a commotion was orchestrated to facilitate the resurrection. Yet why was he trembling? Fear not, go forth. To have a close encounter with the eternal emperor is a rare opportunity. Before Wang Jinxiang could ponder further, a tremendous noise erupted once more from the bronze coffin, and before the astonished crowd, the coffin lid soared into the air. As two hands emerged from the edge of the coffin, Wang Jinxiang turned to gaze as the lid descended into the sea of mercury. In that moment, the multitude of billions in the live broadcast held their breath, gazing upon the bronze coffin. A figure slowly rose, standing within the coffin, surveying the surroundings. This figure exuded an unparalleled majesty, adorned in a dragon robe, yet embroidered not with golden dragons, but with 9 black dragons. Standing there, it emanated an aura of sovereign power, commanding the world. Shock value, shock value, shock value. The dead have risen. By all that is sacred. Is this a horror film? The eternal emperor has returned from the grave? Not a resurrection. Have you ever seen a corpse over 2 millennia old, still radiating vitality? Indeed, through the live stream, the audience, alongside Wang Jinxiang, gazed at that figure embodying sovereign might. Wang Jinxiang murmured, did the words inscribed on that stele truly bring him back to life? He glanced at Qin Shi Huang and then turned to the stele, as countless individuals felt their worldviews shattered that very day. Has he truly come back to life? Listening to Wang Jinxiang's words, the livestream erupted into fervent discussion once more. Alive? Impossible. It must be some sort of clever mechanism designed to deter tomb raiders, scaring them away. Mechanism. Don't even mention ancient times. Even today, if you could construct such a device with modern technology, I would be in awe. I can't take it anymore. I must still be dreaming. I'm utterly bewildered. Yes, that's it. Chapter 101. The resurrection. Just as the netizens engaged in heated debate, Ying Zheng, from within the bronze coffin, cast his gaze upon them, suddenly speaking. His voice reverberated throughout the entire underground palace, exuding immense authority. Who are you, that you do not kneel before me? As the sound reverberated, the audience in the live stream, akin to Wang Jinxiang, appeared as if their minds had explosively shattered, their thoughts buzzing like a disturbed hive. It speaks. It has truly come to life. A man who had perished over 2 millennia ago, as inscribed on his stone tablet, has been resurrected. At that moment, the worldviews of hundreds of millions collapsed, leaving them utterly bewildered. You, is it truly Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng? Wang Jinxiang's voice wavered, his face flushed with excitement, his limbs restless. How dare you utter the name of this humble ruler? Such an offense warrants punishment. Qin Shi Huang's voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, rendering Wang Jinxiang pale as he knelt, his knees buckling beneath him. Yet, after a lengthy pause, no guards came to escort him away for execution, while a glint of gold flashed in Ying Zheng's eyes. Why did the guards not approach? In the conference room of the Federal Security Bureau, both the director and the numerous senior officials were equally stunned. A pin drop could be heard as they fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were fixed on the live broadcast on the screen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Having witnessed myriad grand spectacles, they were now utterly unsettled. The resurrection of their ancestor from over 2,000 years ago was unfathomable, especially for those nurtured within the continuous lineage of the federal government, steeped in scientific knowledge. Who could dare to believe such a phenomenon? Yet, the reality unfolded before them. One individual broke the stillness, asking in a grave tone, "Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this matter? This is simply absurd. Dead for over 2 millennia, and now alive?" A 5-star general expressed lingering disbelief. If he is indeed Qin Shi Huang, he is our ancestor. Upon hearing this, the senior leaders began to deliberate. Ahem, if he has come back to life, he cannot simply return to his previous state. First, let us extract him from the underground palace and ascertain the truth behind this occurrence. Lest it be the result of some foul play. The head of the Federal Security Bureau nodded in agreement. If we are to extract him from the underground palace, we must first locate him. Upon hearing this, a subordinate hurriedly replied, "We cannot capture him by satellite. Furthermore, the live stream cannot be shut down." This answer was clearly unsatisfactory to those present. But he quickly added, "However, we have determined that the individual broadcasting is the only son of the wealthiest man in Suzhou. who was last reported missing in a small mountain village today. Now that we are aware, the head of the Federal Security Bureau slammed his hand down decisively. Surround the mountain. Even with the order issued, the leaders continued to speculate on the unfolding events, which was understandable given the sheer incredibility of the situation. The shock value increased to 0.6. Observing his rising shock points, Su Lun nodded in satisfaction. The script was well-crafted, utilizing only 2 cards. Yet there was even more astonishing revelation to come. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Zhengxiang trembled under the immense pressure, nearly brought to tears. Who could tell whether this figure before him was human or specter? Stammering, he spoke, "It is now the year 2020 of the Federation." Upon hearing this response, Qin Shi Huang furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. 2020, what year is that? Seeing the bewilderment in Qin Shi Huang's eyes, despite being academically challenged, Wang Zhengxiang possessed a modicum of historical knowledge. He took a deep breath and stammered, "It has been over 2,000 years since you fell into slumber." Oof. Qin Shi Huang scoffed, his disdain echoing like thunder in Wang Zhengxiang's heart. The emperor appeared somewhat angered, evidently suspecting that Wang was deceiving him. Impossible. How could I have slept for 2 millennia? The imperial aura descended like a crushing weight, leaving Wang breathless. He was on the verge of tears. Had he not been immobilized, he might have erupted in expletives. You ask me, who am I to know? How could you have slept for 2,000 years? I'm about to wet myself. I wish I could pull out my phone and search for answers. What should I do if the first emperor has resurrected? I'm quite anxious. His face pale, Wang Zhengxiang contemplated fleeing. The wrath of the emperor could lay waste to 1,000 miles. The figure before him was a legendary sovereign. One could only imagine the terror his anger could unleash. Who are you and why do you dress so? Where are my Chancellor Li and General Meng? Wang Zhengxiang was at a loss for words. Clearly, these inquiries were beyond his comprehension. For someone like him, merely recognizing Qin Shi Huang was already a feat. The live stream was filled with numerous esteemed individuals. Chancellor Li likely referred to Li Si of the Qin state, while General Meng undoubtedly denoted Meng Yi, one of his most trusted generals, figures long lost to the annals of history. To converse with Qin Shi Huang, spanning 2 millennia, was utterly absurd. Impossible. Quickly, fetch me the 6-flavor Remania pill. I cannot endure any longer. Upstairs. This jest cannot continue. The true emperor has resurrected. It was evident that Qin Shi Huang was growing increasingly impatient with the trembling youth before him. You shall perish. You shall be slain, without a shred of doubt. A premonition took root in Wang Zhengxiang's heart. This being before him was capable of his own demise. Under the weight of overwhelming pressure, he pointed to the stone tablet that chronicled events. If you truly are Qin Shi Huang, then it is indeed over 2,000 years since your time. As for why you have slumbered, you may refer to this stone tablet. As the first emperor of the Huaxia, Qin Shi Huang naturally possessed remarkable courage and extensive knowledge, showing no fear towards those before him. He descended from the edge of the bronze coffin and walked along the path, exuding an aura of dominance. Soon, he arrived at the edge of the Mercury Sea, standing before the stone tablet. Gazing at the inscriptions, he furrowed his brow slightly. After a considerable time, he shifted his gaze from the tablet to the vast underground palace, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Many memories eluded him. Sulu rolled his eyes above, remarking that had it not been for his recruitment, Qin Shi Huang would have long since turned into a desiccated corpse. Furthermore, the stone tablet was conjured using a special effect card. It would indeed be a ghost if he retained that memory. Moments later, Qin Shi Huang's attention fell upon Wang Zhengxiang, his brow furrowing again. Are you my descendants? Here to guide me? The question from 2 millennia ago left Wang Zhengxiang momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond, especially when confronted by someone of such historical stature. Well, if you truly are Qin Shi Huang, then I suppose I must count as one, Wang Zhengxiang managed to stammer. Upon hearing his words, a regal air enveloped Qin Shi Huang. I am who I am. What further proof is required? By the way, how many generations has my empire endured? Chapter 102. The bustling azure star Qin Shi Huang's inquiry left Wang Zhengxiang dumbfounded, uncertain of how to answer, particularly as he was not well-versed in history. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were brimming with creativity. Your empire was disrupted by Xiang Yu during the reign of Qin Shi. Yes, your prodigal son. Yet, it is fortunate that your wayward son contributed to the emergence of the Federation. Is someone upstairs a fool? Do they genuinely believe he is Qin Shi Huang? Wang Zhengxiang initially thought that Qin Shi Huang would erupt in anger, but to his surprise, he remained composed. Having unified the 6 states, he was far from a foolish individual. After so many years, many things had changed. Qin Shi Huang sighed softly, shaking his head. He had once hoped that his realm would endure for millennia, but seeing Wang Xinxiang's lack of reverence, it appeared that hope had faded. Very well, you shall lead me out into the world, so I may witness whether my former realm still stands. After more than 2,000 years, the world had transformed dramatically. Wang Xinxiang swallowed hard upon hearing this, but after a moment of contemplation, he realized it was not unreasonable. It was unlikely they would starve in this underground palace. At that moment, outside the mountain, numerous military armored vehicles raced towards the area, sealing off the entire vicinity. A contingent of armed federal soldiers disembarked from the vehicles, all fully equipped. In the skies above, hundreds of aircraft hovered over the mountain, circling like fighter jets in a conference. Subsequently, a figure holding a loudspeaker addressed those searching for Wang Xinxiang in the forest. All individuals within the mountain perimeter, please evacuate immediately, or we shall be compelled to enforce a forced removal. The mountain is ablaze with fervor, and the online realm buzzes with excitement. Various discussion forums have erupted in a cacophony of opinions. It seems that our existence is far from ordinary. If the Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who ruled 2 millennia ago, can be resurrected, then surely the Zongzi must also have a role to play. Uncle Ing, do summon him to investigate. He should be equipped to handle such a situation. By the way, has anyone noticed? That is a bronze sarcophagus lid, weighing at least several hundred pounds. How could it possibly fly? How terrifying. Does this imply that the elixir of immortality exists as well? At this moment, the local federal commander, still grappling with confusion, received a call from higher authorities, instructing him to lead a team of special forces to search for the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, with the utmost priority on ensuring his safety. Qin Shi Huang? Was he not a figure from over 2,000 years ago? He has been dead for countless years. How is one to ensure his safety? Then he heard the directive from above. Qin Shi Huang has been resurrected. Resurrected? This is utterly nonsensical. If it were someone else, he would have struck with a rifle but long ago. Who are you trying to deceive? The local federal military commander was almost inclined to believe he was the subject of a jest. After multiple confirmations, he personally orchestrated a military operation, sealing off the entire mountainous area. It can be said that, apart from him, all the soldiers were merely executing orders, unaware of the true purpose behind their actions or the mysterious events transpiring within the subterranean palace. The federal commander gazed with a complex expression at the distant mountains, still unwilling to accept the orders relayed to him from above. As time slowly passed, the federal army continued their search of the subterranean palace. Shortly thereafter, a subordinate approached him, holding a mobile phone. "Commander, look." The esteemed general of the federal army cast his gaze upon the live broadcast, where he beheld a middle-aged man adorned with a ceremonial crown and draped in a black dragon robe. His sharp eyebrows and starry eyes radiated an electric intensity, exuding an imposing aura that set him apart from ordinary men. One could easily discern at a glance that he was an emperor of ancient times. Could it truly be the first emperor of Qin? To his astonishment, he witnessed Qin Shi Huang engaged in conversation with a young boy, where the emperor posed questions and Wang Xinxiang provided answers. "What is this object?" Wang Xinxiang promptly presented it and pressed a button. "This is a flashlight. Press it to illuminate, and press again to extinguish." Qin Shi Huang nodded in acknowledgement, intrigued. Such a diminutive yet exquisite item capable of emitting such brilliant light was indeed remarkable. This was Qin Shi Huang. He had truly returned to life. The federal commander's eyes widened in astonishment, seemingly on the verge of popping out as he pointed at the image of Qin Shi Huang. This, stammered one of the federal special forces soldiers beside him. Even through the screen of the phone, they could sense an intangible pressure, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. What kind of mission were they undertaking today? Were they here to protect this individual, dressed in such attire, deep within the subterranean palace, and observing that imposing demeanor? It was inconceivable that this was merely a cosplay. It could only signify one thing. This was indeed Qin Shi Huang. After the initial shock, the federal special forces attempted to dismiss the absurd thoughts racing through their minds. Soon after, under the guidance of Wang Xinxiang, they arrived at the location of the terracotta warriors. As they gazed upon the warriors below, Emperor Qin Shi Huang halted, a slight tremor at the corners of his mouth betraying his emotions. "These are all my soldiers." Overwhelmed by nostalgia, the emperor found himself lost in contemplation, while Wang Xinxiang, cautious not to intrude, maintained a respectful distance behind him. Unbeknownst to them, a luminescent cave materialized behind them. What is that? Why has a black hole appeared? We must leave quickly. Could it be dangerous inside? Of course, the duo remained oblivious to the barrage of comments in the live stream. Amidst their reflections, they suddenly felt an irresistible force pulling them backward. "Ah, is there a ghost?" they exclaimed. "Who dares to attack us?" Before they could finish their sentence, and under the gaze of millions of online viewers, they were sucked into the black hole. Without time to ponder, even the live streaming device was drawn in, abruptly cutting off the broadcast. From the shadows, Sulu emerged with a light chuckle. "I must also make arrangements in the Douluo continent." Just as he departed, the live stream chat erupted in chaos. Although the visuals had vanished, it did not hinder the fervent discussions. What on earth happened? How could they simply disappear? This is chilling. What transpired? What is that ominous black hole? Could it be that heaven and hell truly exist? Have they ventured there? Please, someone explain. My mind is in turmoil. Today's events have profoundly shaken my worldview. Isn't there a big shot to clarify? Though I may be significant, I too am a loss. At this moment, numerous astonished commentators emerged online. Shocking. A youth mistakenly enters an underground palace and witnesses this scene. Shocking. The secrets of the immortal emperor and the affluent youth revealed. Shocking. The unknown truths behind the black hole. Chapter 103. The Descent into Ruin. At this moment, nearly everyone within the Federation found themselves in a state of utter bewilderment. The Federal Security Bureau had once again verified the authenticity of the video, which depicted events that had transpired merely an hour prior, finally reaching the ears of the Federation's president. Initially roused from slumber, the president's immediate reaction upon receiving the call was one of incredulity. Surely, this must be a jest? As the video circulated, the president was left in a state of complete confusion and growing skepticism. Meanwhile, when she stepped into the black hole, a flash of white light enveloping him, and he re-emerged within a forest. This spatial anomaly was located in the sunset forest of Douluo continent. Sulu cast a glance at the two individuals on the ground, seamlessly connecting the terrestrial live-streaming device to the network of Douluo continent. In no time, the connection was established. After all, prior to this, Little Red had already infiltrated the network of that world. Now, with just a word from Sulu, the live broadcast of these two individuals could continue in their original realm. This marks Su Li's second endeavor, the interdimensional livestream, which not only has the potential to once again amass a wave of astonishment, but also allows the inhabitants of that realm to become aware of the existence of Douluo continent, preparing them accordingly. In the process, he deftly secures the spatial rift, rendering it temporarily inaccessible. Only then does Sulu conceal his presence, awaiting the awakening of the two individuals. With a snap of his fingers, and under the control of the Red Queen, the live-streaming device on the ground springs to life. At that moment, the people of the Azure continent discover that the earlier visuals in the live stream have reappeared. Two figures lie on the ground, Wang Zhenxiang and the first emperor of Qin, Yingzheng. From the images, it is evident they are situated within a forest. What on earth is happening? Were we not in the underground palace? How do we end up in a forest? Indeed, as if that weren't enough. It was just daylight, and now night has fallen? I am seriously beginning to suspect whether this is merely a film. Otherwise, it makes no sense. Simultaneously, both the Federal Security Bureau and the President of the Federation receive the news without delay. Observing the scenery in the footage, the President furrows his brow and promptly convenes a meeting. As calls are made, the senior officials of the federal government begin to assemble. The live stream continues, and although the two individuals have lain motionless for half an hour, the viewer count has reached 50 million. The prior blackout has caused many to leave. Yet numerous individuals who have received the news re-enter the room, filling it with an array of gifts. A certain male streamer earns millions simply by sleeping. I am new here. Are the rumors circulating online true? False. This is a movie. Don't listen to the person above. This is real. We witnessed the coffin lid of Qin Shi Huang being sent flying by him. I too am new here. May I ask why they are sleeping together? What kind of absurd accusations are you making? Nevertheless, this is indeed significant news. Hey, please don't make a fuss. I saw Qin Shi Huang's foot move. Are they about to awaken? The audience clearly sees Qin Shi Huang, pinned beneath Wang Zhenxiang, twitching his foot. In the next moment, Wang Zhenxiang is suddenly sent flying, having been struck by the newly awakened Qin Shi Huang, who, disoriented, had reacted to the pressure on him. Fortunately, in his groggy state, he did not exert too much force. It is essential to note that the Qin Shi Huang conjured through the card is no ordinary figure. Having trained himself, he possesses a certain level of combat prowess, reaching the 9th grade realm, akin to a soul master. Wang Jinxiang cries out in pain, crashing to the ground, feeling as though his bones have shattered. He opens his eyes in fury, exclaiming, "Who dares disturb my slumber? Do you wish to perish?" However, in the next moment, upon beholding the imposing figure before him, Wang Jinxiang instantly faltered. He would not forget that this formidable entity, who had risen before him after 2 millennia, was none other than a master of resurrection. Not only that, but he had also effortlessly lifted the coffin lid with a mere gesture. To assert that this individual lacked celestial techniques or martial prowess would be utterly implausible. Opposing such a grand presence would be tantamount to courting death. Indeed, while Wang Jinxiang was audacious and dismissive of others, he was not foolish. He quickly donned a sycophantic grin, neglecting to brush off the dust from his attire, and hurried over. It is you, my ancestor. My apologies, I was momentarily taken aback, observing Wang Jinxiang's obsequious demeanor. Even the likes of Qin Shi Huang could not help but feel disillusioned. He had never encountered a flatterer as shameless as this. The grotesque visage of capitalism had revealed itself. It was evident that this young man harbored intentions toward Qin Shi Huang. Naturally, if I were in his position, I would cling tightly to such a powerful ally. With a casual wave of his hand, one could be sent flying several meters away. I would not believe for a second that he lacked martial skills. Meanwhile, the location known as the Setting Sun Forest lay 100 miles east of Tiando City, being one of the primary habitats for wild soul beasts within the Tiando Empire. Although its expanse was not as vast as that of the Star Dou Forest, it was by no means devoid of high-level soul beasts. As the two newcomers to Douluo continent surveyed their surroundings, they were greeted by towering trees that reached towards the heavens. Wang Jinxiang felt as if all the clamor had vanished, replaced by refreshingly pure air. Among them was a young heir from a wealthy family in the Azure continent, and the other was an emperor of antiquity. Neither had ever set foot in such a place before, and inhaling the air here brought a sense of tranquility. Furthermore, Qin Shi Huang discerned that the spiritual energy in this locale was extraordinarily abundant. If he were to cultivate here for some time, he was certain he could achieve further breakthroughs. In high spirits, Qin Shi Huang could not help but voice his thoughts. I never expected that after 2 millennia, the spiritual energy would be so plentiful. Do you, in this federation, have practitioners of the innate realm? Qin Shi Huang's inquiry left Qin Ming utterly bewildered. He was aware that, within their midst, there were no practitioners of the innate realm. Indeed, not even a single being capable of effortlessly obliterating a planet with a wave of their hand. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. I have no idea. In the many years of my life, I have not encountered even one martial expert capable of splitting trees with a single strike. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Qin Shi Huang appeared visibly taken aback. What? None? With the earth brimming with such abundant spiritual energy. To think that not a single practitioner of the 7th tier exists. What a lamentable waste. The audience in the live stream also exhibited signs of disbelief. Have you all sensed the spiritual energy? Spiritual energy? What spiritual energy? All I know is that I need to wear a mask when I step outside. I haven't perceived any. I only know our API value is 120. Chapter 104. The Soul Beast Approaches. Upon hearing the words of the great Qin Emperor, I was so startled that I felt compelled to sit cross-legged and absorb the celestial spiritual energy. It was evident that observing the appearance of Qin Shi Huang stirred a complex emotion within Wang Jinxiang, prompting him to mutter softly, I too wish to cultivate. Yet without the proper techniques, how can one truly practice? A sigh escaped Qin Shi Huang as he shook his head, casting a contemplative glance at Wang Jinxiang. In that case, it appears that fate has intertwined our paths. Upon hearing these words, not only did Wang Jinxiang's eyes widen in disbelief, but the viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. No way. This sounds like a familiar quote. Could it be that Wang Jinxiang has stumbled upon extraordinary fortune? Is Qin Shi Huang truly about to bestow upon him the techniques of cultivation? I want it. Give it to me. I desire it. The audience lamented the unfairness of fate. Why must it be so unjust? Having a wealthy father is one thing, but now he can cultivate martial arts as well. Amidst Wang Jinxiang's fervent anticipation, Qin Shi Huang finally articulated his complete statement. Since you are destined to be connected with me, you shall henceforth serve as my chief eunuch, attending to my daily needs. Wait, what? Wang Xinxiang's previously restless heart felt as though it had been doused with cold water. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? The absurdity of the situation left the audience in the live stream utterly amused. I can't hold back any longer. Laughter is the least I can offer, they exclaimed. I thought Wang Xinxiang was on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of his life. Chief eunuch? Isn't he's still just a eunuch? At least he can hone the Kuwa Baodian. With the revelation that Wang Duyu had only this one son, they pondered, is this how the lineage comes to an end? In the setting sun of the forest, it was clear that Qin Shi Huang was somewhat displeased by Wang Xinxiang's expression. What does that look upon your face? Do you harbor disdain? Do you not realize that the chief eunuch is a prestigious fourth-rank official? Before Qin Shi Huang could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by Wang Xinxiang. You might as well kill me outright, rather than appoint me as the chief eunuch. After uttering these words, Wang Xinxiang appeared as if his soul had been stripped away, reflecting on the tumultuous nature of life. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Qin Shi Huang's eyes narrowed, emanating a palpable aura of menace. As the eternal emperor, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to interrupt him. All who beheld him were typically subservient. Unbeknownst to him, he was facing a rebellious youth from a new world, one who disregarded the intricate formalities of court. The notion of becoming the chief eunuch was laughable to Wang Xinxiang, who would rather be slain than endure such a fate. With a defiant glare directed at Qin Shi Huang, he exuded an air of indifference, as if he were a pig untroubled by boiling water. Go ahead. Do you think my death would benefit you? Do not presume that mere martial prowess grants you impunity. We live in a society governed by law. No matter how skilled you are, can you withstand a bullet? Can you endure the onslaught of a Gatling gun, let alone rockets or artillery? Witnessing Wang Xinxiang's audacity, the audience in the live stream was utterly astonished. Truly, this rebellious youth did not shy away from confronting even his own kin. And now he dared to challenge an emperor, a ruler skilled in martial arts, no less. Goodness, this is what it means to be a true brother. Congratulations on unlocking the achievement, defying the eternal emperor, Qin Shi Huang Ingzheng. Achievement reward, death. It seemed that the richest man in Gusu, Wang Duyu, was destined for extinction. I am ready to claim a father. Is there no conscience among you? In such circumstances, you contemplate claiming a father, and you do not even include me? This young man's rebellion might be excusable, but there are limits. Before him stands the eternal emperor. When the wrath of a sovereign is stirred, it can lead to the demise of countless souls. This is no trivial matter. Such a lad clearly lacks the tempering of society. Just look at the situation now. Just as the onlookers witnessed Qin Shi Huang raising his hand, poised to strike down Wang Xinxiang, an unexpected turn of events transpired. From the nearby thicket came a rustling sound, and in the next instant, a dark figure leapt forth. Wang Xinxiang felt a sudden rush of wind at his back, sending a chill down his spine. Fortunately, Qin Shi Huang reacted swiftly, lifting Wang Xinxiang with his left hand, channeling his vital energy to deliver a powerful strike to the approaching shadow. Bang! The shadow was sent hurtling backward, yet Qin Shi Huang was not unscathed. He staggered a few steps before regaining his balance. What manner of creature is this? With astonishment unrestrained, Wang Xinxiang gazed at the shadow that had been flung away, his eyes widening in disbelief. Simultaneously, the audience in the live broadcast, accompanied by the flying drone, beheld the visage of the shadow. Before them, 5 meters ahead, loomed a creature resembling a scorpion, its body akin to white jade, radiating a brilliant white hue. Yet, at the tip of its elevated tail, the stinger was an inky black, crawling with intent as it regarded the two individuals. Most astonishingly, its size was an imposing meter in length, and upon its back, the onlookers discerned a pair of wings. Glimmering under the sunlight, its pincers sparkled with a chilling glint, making it easy to envision how effortlessly it could sever a human arm. This peculiar scorpion sparked a flurry of questions in the minds of all present. What in the world is this creature? A scorpion? But how could a scorpion possess such attributes? Its sheer size is remarkable enough, yet it also has wings? I can hardly process this. I need a moment to collect my thoughts. Wasn't it stated that after the founding of the nation, animals were not to attain sentience? Has this scorpion been somehow enhanced? The emergence of this monster leaves me questioning the very nature of this place. Is this still the Azure Continent? In a conference room situated on the Azure Continent, it could be said that the entirety of the federal elite was convened here. This assembly initially gathered due to a singular event, the resurrection and subsequent disappearance of Qin Shi Huang. However, as the situation evolved, additional concerns arose. Gazing at the scorpion displayed on the screen, the high-ranking officials of the Federation widened their eyes in astonishment. All were of advanced age, and it was evident that the shock would take time to digest. At the forefront stood a dignified middle-aged man, the current president of the Federation, Yen Weigua. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he surveyed the assembly before inquiring, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" The group of high-ranking officials within the Federation did not respond immediately. After a moment of silence, a voice finally emerged. "Is this true?" The speaker was an elderly man with graying hair, yet he possessed a vigor that belied his 70 years, appearing as youthful as a young man, completely defying his age. He was one of the 10 esteemed elders of the Federation. The 10 elders serve as the backbone of the Federation, and any decision regarding the Federation must receive the consent of at least half of them before it can be enacted. Chapter 105. Encounter with the Soul Beast, Old Lu. The specialists from the Federation S Security Bureau have already verified that this live broadcast is genuine. However, what perplexes us is that we are utterly unable to trace the signal of the broadcast. Furthermore, we cannot terminate it. The entire Federation is now aware of this matter, making it impossible to conceal. Although everyone had already formed their own conclusions, hearing the confirmation evoked a different sentiment within them. The most pressing concern is that they currently have no means to address this situation. How can they explain it to the people of the Federation? Everyone is not naive. With a live broadcast ongoing, it is not so easily dismissed. It is indeed astonishing. The crowd could not help but exclaim. If it is indeed true, then the location depicted in the live broadcast on the Azure continent is where I shall lead my troops and apprehend them all. The speaker this time was a man clad in military attire, exuding an aura of iron and blood that instilled a sense of oppression merely by his presence. He was none other than the sole 5-star general of the Federation Army, Zhao Outyan. Upon hearing his words, Yen Weigua shook his head, his gaze betraying a hint of perplexity. This was precisely my point. Regardless of how the satellites scanned the area, they could not ascertain their location, especially considering they had previously been within an ancient tomb. As Yen Weigua spoke, the screen before the assembly, apart from the live broadcast, displayed an additional video, one capturing the moment when Wang Jinxiang and Qin Shi Huang were drawn into the black hole. Silence enveloped the room. Though each individual harbored their own conjectures, none dared voice them aloud, for the day's events had already shattered numerous preconceptions, and it was prudent not to hastily conclude matters concerning time travel. Look, at that moment, one individual stood up in shock, drawing the attention of the others to the live broadcast. On the screen, the uniquely shaped mutated scorpion could no longer restrain itself, flapping its wings as it lunged once more towards Qin Shi Huang with astonishing speed that surpassed the limits of human perception. The onlookers could only catch a fleeting shadow as the creature closed the 5-meter distance in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, the mutated scorpion was already at Qin Shi Huang's side, its pincers poised to strike. Qin Shi Huang squinted his eyes, displaying no hint of panic. Given the abundant spiritual energy in this place, the emergence of such a ferocious beast did not overly astonish him. With his internal energy surging, he summoned all his strength and countered with a palm strike. Upon impact with the white-winged venomous scorpion, a flicker of golden light emanated, an indication of the true energy that could only be unleashed upon entering the Master Realm. The jade-winged venomous scorpion was sent soaring into the air from the force of the blow, landing some distance away. Though it appeared somewhat disheveled, it suffered no actual harm. After all, this creature had attained a century of cultivation as a soul beast. As soon as the jade-winged scorpion touched down, it immediately coiled and launched itself back into the fray, its pincers aiming for a direct assault. Qin Shi Huang furrowed his brow. As an emperor, his martial training was merely to strengthen his physique and prolong his life. He had not mastered any offensive or defensive techniques, let alone sophisticated footwork, rendering him virtually devoid of combat experience. His previous counterattacks had relied heavily on his keen instincts as a ruler, bolstered by a fair amount of luck. However, this time, fortune was not on his side. Watch your back. Just as Qin Shi Huang prepared to retaliate, Wang Jinxiang, who had already sensed the impending danger and retreated to the side, urgently called out a warning. Alas, it was too late. As Qin Shi Huang unleashed his counterattack, the jade-winged scorpion thrust its upright venomous stinger into the emperor's back. Qin Shi Huang felt a searing pain surge through him. compelling him to push the scorpion away with a forceful palm, stepping back a couple of paces. In mere moments, he realized that the toxin within him was spreading rapidly. What a potent poison! Emperor Qin Shi Huang gazed warily at the distant jade-winged scorpion, hastily using the true energy within him to contain the spread of its venom. The scorpion, undeterred by its failed attack, continued its relentless onslaught, with most of his true energy devoted to resisting the venom. Qin found himself compelled to evade the creature's strikes, fully aware that prolonging this battle would only lead to his inevitable demise. Regrettably, he felt utterly powerless. Victory was unattainable, and escape seemed futile, for the creature possessed formidable wings. Meanwhile, Wang Jinxiang stood nearby, nearly in tears from fear. He longed to flee, yet his legs betrayed him. Even if he could run, where could he possibly find refuge? Who could fathom what other monstrous beings lurked within this forest? What on earth is this species? A prehistoric creature? He exclaimed. Did you see how Qin was stung? Is he all right? All right. Look at that tail spike, dark as night. Want me to give you a taste? Despite their trepidation, they still considered themselves martial arts experts, a rather embarrassing notion. If you think you're so capable, why don't you step up? Wang mused, estimating that Qin's true energy was likely occupied in fending off the venom, which explained his current predicament. As the battle raged on, the ground was engulfed in swirling dust and debris. The scorpion's formidable pincers and stinger wreaked havoc on the surrounding foliage, reducing bushes and saplings to mere splinters as if ravaged by a tornado. Observing the spectacle, Su Lu yawned in boredom. Watching two feeble combatants clash was dreadfully tedious. This cannot continue. Qin realized that prolonging the fight would lead to his exhaustion. He was already wounded and, despite his careful avoidance of the scorpion's tail, had sustained injuries from its pincers. In that moment, he relinquished his attempts to resist the venom. As the jade-winged scorpion charged, Qin mobilized all his soul force, delivering a powerful strike to its head. Boom! The scorpion took the blow head-on, its carapace remarkably resilient, only denting slightly. Though it sustained significant injury, this only heightened its ferocity, emitting a grinding sound as it staggered toward Qin, its vision impaired and body wounded. Have I been resurrected only to face death again? Qin lamented, feeling a moment of confusion as he realized that, despite his full-force attack, the scorpion remained heavily injured, yet still defiant. However, this moment of doubt was fleeting, as a fierce determination ignited within his eyes. This cannot be. I am the emperor, the revered sovereign. How can I perish in such a place? Seeing Qin's fervent resolve, Su Lu, who had been poised to intervene, paused, shaking his head. Indeed, it appears that the skill of explosive empowerment is not solely reserved for protagonists. As Su Li's words came to an end, Emperor Qin Shi Huang felt a surge of energy erupting from his dantian. To his astonishment, he realized that he had, at that very moment, transcended into the realm of the Grandmaster. Chapter 106. Poisoned as he beheld the approaching jade-winged venom scorpion, merely 3 meters apart. Qin Shi Huang unexpectedly raised his hand to strike. With a resonant dragon's roar accompanying him, a stream of yellow energy surged forth from his palm. The incoming jade-winged venom scorpion, struck by the yellow force, resembled a kite severed from its string, crashing against a nearby tree before slowly descending, lifeless and utterly defeated. In the realm of Douluo continent, such a feat could be accomplished by a great soul master. However, for the inhabitants of the Azure continent, this was nothing short of a myth. Beside him, Wang Jinxiang was left utterly astounded, his expression a mere caricature of shock. What in the world was that? Was that not a special effect? It's live. It must be some kind of special effect. I'll give you 50 cents for one like that. Now, that is the true essence of a martial arts master. Wait a moment, Boss Qin, bang! Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Shi Huang suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Wang Jinxiang, who had been momentarily stunned, quickly regained his senses and rushed forward. Grandfather Qin? No, wait, ancestor. What should I even call him? Never mind. Wang Jinxiang, too flustered to ponder the appropriate title, hastily shook Qin Shi Huang's body. What has happened to you? Meanwhile, Su Lu clutched his forehead in agony, lamenting the recklessness of youthful folly. A sane person would have recognized that Qin Shi Huang had been poisoned and had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet here he was, shaking him as if urging for a swifter demise. Fortunately, noticing the lack of response from Qin Shi Huang, Wang Jinxiang speculated aloud. Perhaps he has simply overexerted his vital energy and fainted. With that thought, he decided to leave Qin Shi Huang lying on the ground. Goodness gracious! At this moment, Su Lu was utterly astonished. Could you not see that he had been stung by a scorpion? And did you not notice the wounds upon his body? If he bled excessively, he might perish. Shouldn't a rational person first remove Qin Shi Huang's clothing to examine the injury before resorting to narcotics? Then, he should tend to the wounds. These were the scenarios Su Lu had meticulously envisioned. However, this individual seemed far from ordinary. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Wang Zhenxiang observed that Qin Shi Huang was entirely rigid, his lips turning a ghastly shade of blue and dark energy enveloping his visage. Lord Qin, what has transpired? The poisoned and unconscious Qin Shi Huang, of course, offered no response, even if he were not in his right mind. It was evident that Qin Shi Huang had succumbed to poison. Wang Zhenxiang recalled the sting to the back and, with great effort, managed to turn Qin Shi Huang over. Thankfully, the fabric of Qin Shi Huang's garment had already been punctured by the tail of the jade-winged scorpion, allowing Wang Zhenxiang to easily tear it open. Gasping at the sight of the wound on Qin Shi Huang's back, Wang Zhenxiang instinctively recoiled 2 steps. It was no wonder. The injury was horrifically grotesque. The area afflicted by poison already rotten and exceedingly repulsive. The entirety of the wound was enveloped in darkness. Good heavens, the venom of this scorpion is truly terrifying. Indeed, do you think this little tyrant would resort to drug use? One queried. Unlikely. With such a ghastly wound, I doubt I could even bring myself to do so. I believe it's possible. After all, it's a matter of life and death. Another countered. Anyone could succumb, but him? Do you think that is plausible? As the netizens debated fervently, Wang Zhenxiang found himself in a quandary. He yearned to save Qin Shi Huang. Yet the sight of the wound was too revolting for him to bear. He felt nauseous merely gazing at it, let alone attempting to administer aid. Casting a glance at the wound, he seemed struck by a thought as he looked at the jade-winged scorpion nearby. Should I attempt a counterpoison strategy? Perhaps administering a bit of venom could yield a remedy? Upon hearing this, everyone's lips twitched involuntarily. It appeared he was indeed a peculiar genius, as if he wished for Qin to meet his end even more swiftly by offering him another layer of poison. Fortunately, Wang Zhenxiang did not succumb to such actions, for he understood that the odds were exceedingly slim. Gazing upon the grotesque wound, he resolved to proceed, for if Qin Shi Huang were to perish, his own survival in this forest would be rendered impossible. Who could fathom the myriad of creatures lurking here? Even a mere scorpion was frightfully formidable. Moreover, Qin Shi Huang had recently saved him. The venomous scorpion had initially aimed to attack him, and had it not been for Qin Shi Huang's timely intervention, he might have already met his demise. Wang Zhenxiang was well aware of the principle of gratitude. One must repay kindness. Most importantly, if he were to save him, it was conceivable that upon awakening, Qin Shi Huang might bestow upon him the secrets of martial prowess. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Wang Zhenxiang found that the sight of the wound no longer repulsed him. Closing his eyes, he summoned his courage to draw forth the blood. As he drew closer, a foul metallic odor assailed his senses, prompting him to hold his breath. He began to drink, and was met with a taste that defied description, akin to consuming blood that had fallen into a putrid drain. After a hearty gulp, he hastily expelled it to the side. However, having endured that first taste, he found the subsequent sips to be considerably more bearable, and thus he continued, one mouthful after another. This scene took everyone by surprise, leading to a shift in their perception of Wang Zhenxiang. Did he truly draw the poison? Goodness, I initially believed he would be self-serving and indifferent to Boss Qin. Yet he actually took such action, a newfound admiration. A true man, it is evident that he is still a kind-hearted soul, in a luxurious mansion in Gusu province. Wang Duyu nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing this scene. Beside him stood a woman in her 30s, whose beauty rivaled that of young maidens, adorned in attire that exuded opulence. She was Wang Duyu's wife and Wang Zhenxiang's mother, Xiazhu. Indeed, he is my son, with a heart so pure, she remarked, though her words betrayed a hint of concern. After all, her son was far from home, venturing into an enigmatic forest, accompanied by an emperor who had risen from the dead over 2 millennia ago. Any mother would harbor worries. Wang Duyu shared her apprehension, his face etched with worry, yet more so with helplessness. Despite leveraging every connection at his disposal to seek news of his son, he had gleaned nothing. Even the location where his son recorded the transformation plan had been sealed off by the Federation, leaving them devoid of any information. At this moment, their concerns seemed futile. Fortunately, they witnessed their son extracting the poison from Qin Shi Huang and tending to his wounds. Regardless of the circumstances, being in the company of a martial arts expert within this peculiar forest offered far greater safety than being alone. In the sunset forest of Douluo continent, after expending considerable effort, Wang Xinxiang finally finished bandaging the wounds of Qin Shi Huang. At that moment, he made another discovery. The lifeless body was unexpectedly surrounded by a yellow halo. What could it be? Not only was he perplexed, but the entire audience in the live stream shared his bewilderment. Wang Xinxiang contemplated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to approach it. Chapter 107, The Final Awakening. What if it were poisonous? Fortunately, the soul ring did not linger for long and vanished into the air. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Xinxiang gritted his teeth and ventured nearby, returning with a few fruits. As night slowly descended, he dared only to quietly sit beside Qin Shi Huang, not daring to move an inch. Even a gust of wind could send him into a panic. It was unavoidable. After all, the event of the day had been exceedingly bizarre. Fortunately, Su Lu did not trouble him further, subtly emitting his aura to drive away the nearby soul beasts. Otherwise, the overwhelming stench of blood would have attracted soul beasts from miles away. As night descended, Qin Shi Huang gradually awakened, feeling exceedingly feeble. Surviving thus far had already consumed an inordinate amount of fortune. Who could blame Wang Zhengxiang, that unfortunate soul who took an eternity to render aid? Had it not been for a modicum of true energy still lingering within him, Qin Shi Huang might have succumbed to the poison long ago. Water, water, he weakly murmured upon regaining consciousness. Fortunately, Wang Zhengxiang had anticipated this scenario, having crushed the fruits he procured and wrapped them in a leaf, presenting them before the emperor. Master Qin, I cannot find water, only juice. Please consume this, he offered. Qin Shi Huang accepted it without emotion, and after consuming the crushed fruit, he felt considerably revitalized. He instructed, "Do not wander. Remain by my side and awaken me should any issues arise." With that, he settled into a meditative posture, resuming his cultivation. Wang Zhengxiang, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from straying, much to the relief of both himself and the viewers in the live stream. Boss Qin has finally awakened, one exclaimed. Indeed, mutual assistance may allow both to escape this peculiar forest. Another chimed in. What mutual assistance? It was clearly Wang Zhengxiang who dragged Boss Qin back. Someone retorted. Let go. Had it not been for Wang Zhengxiang's indulgence, Boss Qin would be dead. Enough of the bickering. I must attend to work. Yet, I still wish to watch as the skies of Douluo continent darkened, the azure realm greeted the dawn, with those bound for work and school already engaged in their daily routines. Although the audience yearned for the live stream, there was little of interest to behold at that moment. As the night deepened, Wang Zhengxiang felt drowsiness enveloping him, a consequence of the previous day's sleeplessness and constant fright. Nonetheless, he persevered, maintaining vigilance over their surroundings. Finally, just as he felt his endurance waning, Qin Shi Huang opened his eyes. Master Qin, you have finally awakened. Before he could finish his sentence, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortunately, Qin Shi Huang's quick reflexes allowed him to catch Wang Zhengxiang. Observing the unconscious figure, he felt a flicker of gratitude. After all, this was the first person he encountered upon awakening, stirring a unique sentiment within him. Yet, it was evident that lingering in this place was unwise. Unlike the naive Wang Zhengxiang, he understood the necessity of departure. Without hesitation, he hoisted Wang Zhengxiang upon his shoulder, contemplating briefly before carrying the corpse of the jade-winged scorpion along with him. The hovering drone that followed was of little concern to him, for Wang had mentioned that assistance would inevitably arrive. Fortunately, the livestream drone was solar-powered, capable of charging for a minute to provide 8 hours of operation, alleviating any worries of power depletion. After an hour of searching, Qin Shi Huang discovered a cave, allowing him to exhale in relief as he placed Wang Zhengxiang and the scorpion's carcass aside, resuming his cultivation once more. This time, Qin Shi Huang did not delve deeply into his cultivation. He could sense the movements beyond his physical form. In the darkness of the night, it was evident to all that the emperor, immersed in his practice, occasionally emanated a golden radiance. As time gradually passed at dawn, Wang Zhengxiang was awakened by the enticing aroma of meat. Famished, he rubbed his eyes and gazed in the direction from whence the delectable scent emanated. Before him lay a campfire, with Qin Shi Huang seated nearby, while translucent pieces of meat sizzled on a stick. Having awakened, he thought it prudent to eat something, for the forest was fraught with danger, and they needed to depart. Upon hearing of food, Wang Xinxiang hurriedly scrambled toward the fire, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation as he looked at Qin Shi Huang, who merely shook his head and offered him a stick. Wang Xinxiang quickly accepted it, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, dear Qin." His eyes fixated on the glistening meat that exuded an irresistible aroma, causing him to swallow repeatedly, uncertain of its doneness. In response, Qin Shi Huang gestured toward the dissected, jade-winged scorpion nearby. This is a ferocious beast, having evolved by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Its flesh can be consumed raw without harm. Not only does it strengthen the body, but it also prolongs life. Oh! With Qin Shi Huang's words ringing in his ears, Wang Xinxiang could no longer contain himself. Without concern for the heat, he seized the meat and began to eat. Though devoid of any seasoning, the exquisite flavor delighted his palate. Moreover, as he swallowed, a wave of warmth surged from his dantian, spreading throughout his body, imparting a comforting sensation. Is this wilderness survival transforming into a culinary show? He mused. This feels quite out of place. I, who just finished work without a meal, am feeling quite hungry. Indeed, another voice chimed in. But can this meat really possess such benefits? Of course, this is undoubtedly a nourishing treasure. Save me a piece. 10,000 bucks a pound. Do you think young Master Wang is lacking in funds? After partaking in a simple meal, the two extinguished the fire and embarked on their journey out of the dense forest. Meanwhile, the live broadcast reached its peak, with billions of viewers eagerly munching on snacks, intently observing how the duo would navigate their way out. Regrettably, after walking for some time, they found themselves not emerging from the forest, but rather deeper within it. The thicket becoming increasingly dense, with no visible paths, shadows from the trees obscuring their view. Yet, the once scorching weather seemed to have cooled, becoming more comfortable as they progressed, the refreshing aroma of moist earth invigorating their senses. Faced with the increasingly perplexing surroundings, Wang Xinxiang could no longer contain his anxiety and halted, voicing his concern. "Dear Qin, surely we are not lost?" Qin Shi Huang, with an air of nonchalance, cast a fleeting glance at Wang Xinxiang. "I am well aware of my bearings." Although Wang Xinxiang's heart was laden with numerous questions, he found them of little use and had no choice but to continue following Qin Shi Huang. At that moment, beads of cold sweat began to form on the emperor's brow. Indeed, he had lost his way, a legendary emperor, yet a hopeless navigator. Chapter 108, Encounter with the Soul Master. However, how could such a humiliating reality be acknowledged by Qin Shi Huang? He pressed on, despite the increasing unease that gripped him. Along the way, he sensed several formidable forces nearby, yet for reasons unknown, they did not approach. Just then, the two suddenly heard the sounds of combat ahead. Exchanging glances, they hesitated briefly before ultimately deciding to investigate, for their ability to escape the dense forest hinged on this encounter. They stealthily made their way toward the source of the clamor. In the distance, 9 individuals, seemingly around 12 or 13 years of age, were surrounded by hundreds of ferocious silverback wolves. Despite the dire situation, the group remained remarkably composed, systematically countering the onslaught of the wolves. This group consisted of students from Shrek Academy, come to assist Wen Chong and others in acquiring soul rings. ADC calling for jungle support. "We are being besieged. Sister Xiao Wu, please come help. I can't hold on any longer." "Nyo, Xiao Wu, don't go solo. Look at the chaos they're in. Hurry and assist them." "Understood. Third brother, I'm on my way." In the blink of an eye, Nyo and Xiao Wu transformed into mere shadows in the air. With their arrival, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. In mere moments, the ground was littered with the carcasses of countless silverback wolves, each boasting a century of cultivation. Within just over 10 minutes, they had vanquished hundreds of these beasts, including the leading silverback wolf, which fell to Nyo's soul-devouring scythe. As he surveyed the battlefield strewn with corpses, Tang San felt a pang of sorrow, but was left with no recourse. They had previously slain a cunning foe and had since been relentlessly pursued by the pack of wolves, thus leaving them with no option but to fight back. Meanwhile, hidden behind a tree, Wang Xinxiang gazed at the scene before him, feeling dizzy from the overwhelming sight. What manner of individuals are these? Just moments ago, he witnessed these 9 youths, merely 12 or 13 years of age, mercilessly slaying a pack of wolves numbering in the hundreds. Such a sight was astonishing indeed. Yet these wolves were no ordinary beasts. Prior to this, he had observed the lead wolf expelling a fireball from its maw. Good heavens! These younglings were not to be trifled with. Each radiated a luminous aura, be it yellow or purple, and as these lights flickered to life, they unleashed their abilities. Their assaults seemingly accompanied by dazzling effects. Some transformed into tigers, others ignited in flames, while a few launched icy arrows, and there were those who commanded the flora. In a spectacular display, they were formidable and fierce, particularly the girl wielding a scythe longer than her own stature, whose every strike cleaved through the skulls of the silver-backed wolves. Most chilling of all was the fact that no blood flowed from the fallen beasts, sending shivers down one's spine. Not only the two of them, but even the viewers in the live stream were left aghast. What in the world is happening? 9 children annihilating a pack of hundreds? Am I truly dreaming? These are no ordinary children, and this is no ordinary pack of wolves. What has transpired in this world? Tina, this cannot be Earth. Perhaps they have been transported through a black void to the fabled celestial realm. It seems plausible, for this is utterly unbelievable. Amidst the uproar in the live chat, Qin Shi Huang gazed at the ground littered with wolf carcasses, swallowing hard as he turned to Wang Zhenxiang beside him. Did you not tell me you lacked martial prowess? He gestured toward the scene before them. What then is this? Furthermore, are the children of your so-called federation all this formidable? Upon hearing Qin Shi Huang's words, Wang Zhenxiang was equally bewildered, confusion evident in his eyes. I have no idea either. When did the Federation become so powerful? As the two conversed within the Federation's conference room in the Azure continent, the high-ranking officials and the 10 elders were equally perplexed. When did our Federation become so formidable? How was I unaware of this? In that moment, the entire conference room was rife with bewilderment, each person exchanging glances, hoping for an explanation, yet all wore expressions of confusion. Before long, their faces darkened. For after a day of searching, the Federation's military had finally located the underground palace. The traces left behind bore a striking resemblance to those observed in the live stream. Except the starry sky was absent, the 3 live stone was gone, and the otherworldly flower had vanished, along with the 2 individuals. Beyond that, both the bronze coffin and the mercury sea remained, yet that ominous black void was nowhere to be found, and no matter how the satellites scanned the area, they could not locate the forest where the 2 had been. As Yin Weiguo watched the live stream, he slowly uttered a statement even he found hard to believe. Perhaps they're no longer in this world. As the sentence hung in the air, the conference room fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a heartbeat. Although the attendees were reluctant to accept it, this was the sole explanation. After a prolonged pause, Elder Huang, the second elder among the 10 elders, slowly spoke up. What we have discovered is a passage to another world. Yin Weiguo nodded in agreement, solemnly stating, indeed, at this moment, this is the only plausible explanation. After all, the live broadcast offers no indication of fabrication.